The summer heat blazed mercilessly, turning the ground into a searing iron plate and the air into thick paste. At the main entrance of Yin Tower, Lin Shi pulled off his cap and wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. His entire palm was so drenched it could be wrung out. He frowned, never expecting this year's heat to be so particularly vindictive. Security work sometimes depended less on strength than on luck. Good posts meant sitting around playing on your phone while getting paid. Bad ones meant roasting under the sun. And he'd been assigned to maintain order right under the blazing sun, not only sweltering, but having to constantly watch people and vehicles, earning pitying and helpless looks even from his colleagues. Sparse pedestrians trickled in and out, black shopping bags appearing frequently at the entrance. After watching for a while, Lin Shi could make out helmet-like devices inside those bags. He weighed the thought in his mind. Probably gods and demons' helmets. This game had been hyped to mythical proportions over the past few months. Full holographic simulation, complete immersion, mixing truth and fiction until people's hearts itched with curiosity. He calculated the date. Beta testing would begin on October 1st, still 3 days away. He had to admit, the thing was too expensive. One helmet cost 5,000 yuan, more than his entire monthly salary, even without eating or drinking. No matter how exciting the buzz, he couldn't afford to be an early adopter. Lost in thought, a man wearing a black mask quietly appeared before him, speaking in a low but steady voice. Are you Lin Shi? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow and looked up to assess the stranger. The man's gaze was so indifferent it seemed to look right through him. Didn't recognize him. I am. You are. Confirmed. That's good. The man seemed to respond, yet also spoke as if to himself. Everything is ready. We just needed Lin Shi. Now nothing is missing. Just needed me? What exactly are you talking about? Before his question could form completely, only a shadow remained in his vision, and a sudden gust of wind brushed past his ear. Lin Shi's pupils contracted sharply as his neck went numb, a wooden spike-like pain instantly piercing through. The light before his eyes was yanked into darkness. His limbs lost all strength, and he collapsed cleanly and efficiently. The sound of his fall drew several glances from nearby. The masked man calmly reached inside his jacket, pulled out credentials, flashed them, and unhurriedly stated, "Official business." The onlookers' curiosity came and went quickly, and they dispersed just as fast. Moonlight hung in the sky, bright and serene. The vast grassland spread like an unrolled green carpet, grass blades rippling when the wind passed, but without clamor, only clear air filling the lungs. White rabbits hopped about, seemingly enjoying the night's simplicity. Suddenly, a low, chilling howl echoed from the distance, stirring ripples in the quiet. The rabbits bolted as if struck by lightning. Looking into the distance, pairs of eerie green eyes lit up first, ferocity and cunning piercing straight from their depths into one's heart. This was wolf territory. Lin Shi slowly opened his eyes, darkness seeming to split apart. He tried to sit up, but felt his body proportions were bizarre, his center of gravity impossibly low, so short. He looked down, trying to make sense of this sudden discomfort. Boom! A wave of confusion struck his mind. He saw a pair of small paws covered in fur, sharp claws at the tips reflecting cold light. Those weren't human hands. What surged in his heart wasn't shock, but an inappropriately absurd feeling, absurd, yet real. He tensed his nerves, struggling to remember. He'd been knocked unconscious by the masked man at Yin Tower, closed his eyes, opened them, and found himself on this grassland. This wasn't logical, wasn't scientific like a dream. But if it were a dream, why were the pain, the sensations, the clarity in each breath so solid? He chose the most foolish but direct method of verification. Raising his furry front paw, he gave himself a slap across the cheek. Smack. Crisp and painful, sharp reality rising from his flesh. The surrounding scenery mercilessly provided evidence too. Not far away, the wolf pack surrounded a fallen buffalo, tearing and gnawing. The sounds of ripping mixed with bone cracking, blood spattering on grass. The bull's eyes showing undisguised unwillingness and despair. Right there, a female wolf tore off a large chunk of meat and walked back toward him. Blood still dripped from her muzzle, yet her steps were gentle. She placed the meat before him and nudged him with her head, the motion carrying gentle encouragement. Lin Shi's heart felt as if something had gripped it tight. Just moments ago, he'd been patrolling at the tower entrance. Now he faced blood and meat from a wolf pup's perspective. The contrast was enormous, absurd to the extreme. Yet at this moment, hunger surged inappropriately. Gurgle. His belly made an uncompromising sound. He stared at that bloody chunk of meat, two voices battling in his mind. As a human, he knew this was foul and cruel. As a wolf pup, his nose detected heat, fat, salt signals that seemed to light up, delicious. He forcibly turned his head away, insisting in his heart. He was human, he couldn't eat this stuff. Seeing him motionless, the mother wolf gently picked him up again, moved him in front of the meat, and gave another tender nudge with her forehead, as if saying, "Eat quickly. If you don't eat, you won't grow, you're past nursing age." Her movements were patient, unhurried, yet irresistible. This internal struggle didn't end quickly. He stared at the meat, endurance and craving taking turns, stretching time into dozens of long breaths. Finally, he succumbed to the deep bodily craving and carefully took a bite. Warm blood flooded his mouth. He frowned slightly, but what followed was the solid comfort of hunger being soothed. The mother wolf beside him gave a low whimper, as if guaranteeing, "There's more if this isn't enough. I'll give you more. You won't go hungry." He suddenly froze. That whimper had transformed into clear meaning in his mind, could understand it. First startled, then slowly exhaling. Half the weight in his heart settled. It seems I've truly become a wolf pup, even able to understand wolf language. Moo. A wild buffalo let out a piercing, mournful cry. Dust swirled at the forest's edge as more than 10 gray and black wolves formed a semicircle, closing in step by step. They showed no mercy for their prey after all. They had personally driven this isolated bull into this desperate situation. The buffalo's former companions had long since fled, leaving it behind to face death alone. The first wave of attack began. The wolf pack surged forward like a tide, their fangs gleaming coldly. The buffalo violently swung its neck, its thick horns sending 2 wolves at the front flying. But in the next moment new wolves pounced, viciously tearing away chunks of flesh. The wolves thrown to the ground still held red and white muscle fibers in their mouths, blood dripping from their fangs, their ferocity fully exposed. Blood splattered across the dead leaves and broken stones, the air thick with the scent of rust and metallic sweetness. The wolf pack surrounded their prey completely. Each struggle only drained the buffalo's remaining strength before death. After several minutes of intense biting and impact, she finally spotted an opening and bit down on the wounded neck artery. Warm blood instantly gushed forth, and the buffalo collapsed with unwillingness and terror, breathing its last. She had been in this wilderness for exactly 3 months. Living day and night with the wolf pack, he had gradually grown accustomed to, and even accepted, the reality of being a wolf. At least here there were no human schemes and betrayals. This was his first buffalo hunt, and surprisingly, he had delivered the killing blow, stirring complex emotions within him. Suddenly, a burning and mysterious power surged through his limbs, as if his blood had been soaked in flames, bringing numbness and excitement. She couldn't help but growl, and after several seconds, the sensation quickly faded. He instinctively moved his limbs, vaguely sensing that his strength was more abundant than before. What was that? What exactly was that feeling? Before he could finish pondering, a deep and resonant woo cut through the forest silence. The feeding wolf pack immediately stopped their tearing and looked up toward the source of the sound. She followed their gaze. It was an extraordinarily magnificent giant wolf. Its silver fur was so dense it looked like metallic armor plating, its body easily twice the size of an ordinary wolf. Pale, sharp fangs protruded irregularly, gleaming with cold light. Blood-red eyes burned like flames. And those claws were particularly menacing and elongated, easily leaving half-foot-deep scratches. Is this really a wolf? Or another species entirely? Shi's heart trembled with undisguised shock. The Wolf King surveyed the scene proudly, taking in all the gazes, finally settling on Shi, a hint of satisfaction flickering in those crimson pupils. It stepped to Shi's side, then turned around, looking back and emitting a low, brief woo toward Lin's eye. Meaning couldn't be clearer. Follow me. Despite his confusion, Shi raised his paws and followed. The 2 wolves moved one after the other along a path between shrubs and scattered stones. After about 15 minutes, the Wolf King stopped, first surveying the surroundings to confirm no other creatures were lurking, then crouched low to the ground. It began digging with its sharp, elongated claws with extreme caution, sending yellow-brown clumps of earth flying in all directions. Shi held his breath, watching quietly. The Wolf King seemed to be searching for something important, its movements becoming increasingly careful. Crack! The sharp claws struck something hard, producing a crisp sound. The Wolf King's eyes flashed with brilliance as it continued digging meticulously, its movements so cautious it seemed to be handling thin ice. Shi watched its focused expression, and even with his human soul, couldn't help but feel anticipation rising in his heart. Perhaps this really was some kind of treasure. The Wolf King retrieved a box from the earth, a pitch-black wooden container covered in intricate, intertwining patterns. Carved on the front was a raised relief of a gemstone, with winding chains wrapped around the engravings in layers, as if desperately trying to restrain some dormant power. What's inside this? Shi narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the box. The Wolf King lifted the lid, revealing a blood-red gemstone lying quietly within. Its translucent crimson light flickered like dancing flames, emanating an eerie and terrifying aura. The red glow cast upon Shi's gray-white fur made every hair on his body stand on end, as his nose caught a whiff of something dangerous. Woo! The Wolf King let out 2 low calls, signaling Shi not to panic. This thing harbored no hostility, but was instead an incomparable treasure. Shi suppressed his wariness. At that very moment, a strange and violent energy surged from his chest, flowing through his blood vessels to his limbs, the same peculiar power that had appeared when he hunted the wild buffalo not long ago. Don't be afraid. The Wolf King sent him clear mental waves. I too have received this light's baptism. There's no danger, and my strength increased dramatically because of it. After about a minute, the red light gradually dimmed, and that surging sensation of growth subsided. Lin Shi was delighted to discover that his strength had multiplied several times over, incomparable to what it had been moments before. Though he had just reached adulthood, he was confident he was now stronger than many mature wolves in the pack, and all of this was thanks to this red glowing gemstone. The Wolf King closed the lid and placed the box back into the pit from which he had dug it, then patiently covered it layer by layer with damp earth, pressing it down until it was indistinguishable to the naked eye, leaving not a trace. Lin Shi felt unsatisfied, secretly thinking that if he could bathe in this light for extended periods, his strength might break through the limits of what a wolf could achieve. The Wolf King looked at him. Don't let your thoughts run wild, my child. That light can only be received once a year anymore, and your body will be torn apart by the power. I once had a friend who became addicted to this sensation and was literally burst apart by his own strength on the spot. Once a year. Lin Shi nodded with slight disappointment, memorizing the surrounding terrain carefully. Suddenly, he caught those 3 words, my child, and his heart trembled. So the Wolf King was actually his father. No wonder they had never met before. Perhaps the Wolf King had been leading the pack on long hunts, rarely returning to their territory. If I could receive that gemstone's light regularly, I too could possess the same majestic bearing as my father, couldn't I? Lin Shi gazed at the Wolf King's towering silhouette, his heart filled with anticipation. Time flew by like a white horse galloping past, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lin Shi roamed the mountain forests with the pack, his strength advancing by leaps and bounds. Every appointed day, he would receive the red light's baptism again, accompanied by his father. Once, while drinking at a lakeside, he saw his reflection in the water's robust frame rivaling the Wolf King's sharp fangs and piercing eyes that made his blood surge with excitement. His companions in the territory looked upon him with reverent gazes, not only because he was the Wolf King's son, but because of his own formidable strength. Lin Shi enjoyed this peaceful yet fulfilling hunting life, but questions always lingered in his mind. What exactly was that gemstone? Where did its power originate? And why did he constantly feel that energy coursing through his entire body? There was also his desire to return to the human world. No matter how comfortable the living environment, prolonged stay would inevitably breed boredom, and Lin Shi really wanted to leave the grassland and explore other places. Time and again, he advanced along the edge of the grassland, but whenever he thought he was about to step out of this realm, an invisible yet terrifying force would press down on him like a massive mountain, making his legs so heavy he couldn't move another step. What was going on? Puzzled, he went to ask the Wolf King. The Wolf King simply patted his head gently, speaking in a low tone. This is the arrangement of the gods, impossible to resist. Gods? Lin Shi scoffed, not believing for a moment that such things truly existed in this world. But before long, his thoughts were ruthlessly shattered. Boom. An immense pressure descended from the heavens, its source unknown, yet so vast it instantly crushed all thoughts of resistance in one's heart. Lin Shi's heart pounded wildly as his legs uncontrollably knelt on the soft grass. Not just him, but the entire wolf pack, even every living creature across the grassland, prostrated themselves on the ground. Golden light blazing in the sky illuminated the earth, and that supreme being commanded reverence without uttering a word. The golden light transformed into countless glimmering streams that fell upon Lin Shi's fur, and he clearly felt the power within his body surge slightly. This was no illusion. Gee, God! His eyes widened. Then, a magnificent yet gentle voice echoed across the sky. My children, our world will welcome adventurers from another realm in 1 year's time. They will continuously arrive at various villages, and I shall rename these villages accordingly. They will aid you in defeating the demons and undead, live in harmony with them. Additionally, I will quantify your attributes and abilities into specific data. You need only think attribute panel to view them. Discover the wonders for yourselves. As the voice faded, the golden light suddenly vanished, and the sky returned to tranquility as if nothing had happened. But Lin Shi's heart was already in turmoil, his body trembling uncontrollably. Gods truly existed, and the place he inhabited was not Earth. Attribute panel? Wasn't that something from games? But he wasn't a player. Could it be that he had become an NPC in the eyes of players? Even worse, he wasn't human now, which mean there was a monster? The more he thought about it, the more insane yet fitting it seemed. Wolves were low-level monsters in any game, meant for new players to practice on and farm experience. At this realization, Lin Shi felt cold sweat pouring down. He couldn't stay here any longer. Taking a deep breath, he silently thought, attribute panel. A translucent screen immediately appeared, displaying his full body model. Skyfire Wolf. Level, 12. Health, 10,000. Attack, 360. Defense, 120. Speed, 20. Skills, Rendwolf's Kiss. Description: an ordinary wolf that mutated after exposure to unknown radiance, possessing greater strength and potential than regular wolves. Looking at his attribute panel, he felt utterly bewildered. This was completely beyond his comprehension. He couldn't help but linger on the description for a while longer, then let out a soft sigh, consoling himself that at least he wasn't just an ordinary wild wolf. It was a blessing in disguise, and he had his nominal father to thank for sharing that red gemstone with him. What exactly was that red gemstone the Wolf King treasured so dearly? He had asked the Wolf King about it before, but the Wolf King had only said that the gemstone had fallen from the heavens onto the grassland, creating a massive crater. He and his companions happened to be nearby and obtained the stone, but knew nothing else about it. To leave this place, he would need to overcome that terrifying pressure, which seemed nearly impossible at the moment. His only chance likely lay with the Wolf King's gemstone. Just receiving its radiance once a year had transformed him from an ordinary wild wolf into one with strength far surpassing his peers. But what if he touched it? What if he carried it with him? Or even swallowed it? He suddenly felt an irrepressible thirst. What immense power would that bring? If he could gain the strength to break free from his birthplace through the red gemstone, perhaps there was still hope for survival. It was just a possibility, but without it. At this thought, his initially excited heart sank into depression. Without it, he would likely become prey for the players. No matter how well he hid, how could he escape the players' keen eyes or detection skills like reconnaissance? Players would eventually conquer this entire game world step by step. With heavy steps, he went to find the Wolf King, his heart filled with anxiety. What if the Wolf King refused? Well, why worry so much? He'd take it one step at a time. The Wolf King was resting in his territory, taking a nap, but awakened and opened his eyes as Linshi approached. Woof! What's wrong, my child? I want to possess the ability, the power to leave this place, to leave the grassland. The Wolf King's eyes showed surprise. This wasn't a thought ordinary wild wolves would have. Isn't our current life quite good? Besides, the method to leave this place which I learned from the gods the moment I became a lord requires power far exceeding that of one's territory. I consider myself quite powerful, yet I still cannot leave. How could you possibly do it? My child, you have better talent than I do. I believe you can surpass me within 5 years. Perhaps you truly could leave this place someday, but right now. Hearing the Wolf King's words, he fell silent. 5 years. That was just to surpass the Wolf King in strength, and even then he might not be able to leave. The players would arrive in 1 year. There simply wasn't enough time. Within days of the player's arrival, he might become nothing but data. Even if he respawned, would he still be himself? And even if so, would his strength regress? Linshi dared not take such a risk. He couldn't help but grit his teeth, had to take a gamble. I want to try using the red gemstone. The Wolf King's eyes widened. What are you thinking? I've told you before, becoming obsessed with that intoxicating sensation of gaining power, acquiring strength you cannot control, can kill you. I don't care, I must take this risk. Success or death. You're too stubborn. The Wolf King gazed at his son's resolute eyes and let out a deep sigh, unable to bring himself to scold him. He had never truly had a proper conversation with his son, and he could sense that his son felt rather indifferent toward him as a father. Let him be, he thought silently to himself. His son had grown up and had never disappointed him. On the contrary, those so-called friends from years past had ultimately met their doom through their own greed. At this moment, looking into Lin Shi's stubborn yet bright gaze, the Wolf King's once firm resolve began to waver quietly. After a long moment of contemplation, Lin Shi almost believed the Wolf King would refuse. Just then, a thick yet gentle right paw softly landed on his head. You have grown up. The Wolf King's voice was deep yet clear. A father cannot protect you for a lifetime. If you wish to try, then go. If you fail, I will personally lay you to rest with my own hands. If you succeed in leaving, then strive to become stronger, and return only when you truly possess power, because this place will always be your home. As his words faded, a crisp female voice suddenly echoed in his ears, devoid of any mechanical tone. Ding! The Skyfire Wolf King has bestowed his lord title upon you. Ding! You have obtained the title Wolf King. Wolf King, title, king among wolves, possessing strength far beyond ordinary wolves. Life, 300, all attributes 30. The moment the title transferred, the majestic Wolf King seemed like a pillar drained of blood and flesh, his silver fur dimming as his form slightly hunched over. Lin Shi watched this scene in silence, feeling a warmth in his chest as he clearly realized for the first time the weakened beast before him was truly his father. The Wolf King did not follow for what came next. He refused to witness a failed outcome firsthand. If Lin Shi were to burst from power like that friend had, only a pool of blood would remain on the grassland. Lin Shi ran alone toward the location where the black box was buried. Grass blades rustled and fell beneath his paws as he stopped, using his claws to brush away the soft earth, quickly unearthing the black box. The pattern on the lid remained unchanged, a gem bound by heavy chains. He took a deep breath, having long sensed that this day would eventually come. Success or failure hinged on this single moment. Snap! The lid sprang open, and crimson light surged out like a tide, instantly engulfing him. Scorching power expanded from his heart and spread to his limbs. Ding. You have been exposed to unknown radiance. Gaining experience 100. Ding. You have been exposed to unknown radiance. Gaining experience 100. Ding. You have been exposed to unknown radiance. Gaining experience 100. Ding. You have leveled up, current level, 13. The notification sounds rang in his ears almost every 10 seconds, but Lin Shi forcibly blocked them all out, staring intently at the red gem. The explosive death of the Wolf King's friend flashed through his mind. Was this truly power, or a treacherous lure? As if a demon whispered in his ear, he shook his head violently, forcing himself to stay alert and not be deceived by the sudden surge of euphoria. He silently endured this baptism. A full hour passed as the setting sun slowly sank below the horizon, the sky shifting from gold to purple. The Wolf King had long since ordered all clan members to remain at a distance, leaving the surroundings so quiet that only heartbeats could be heard. Ding. You have leveled up, current level, 19. Ding. You've leveled up to 20. As soon as the system notification faded, a cold new reality struck you. You reached the limit of your territory and can no longer gain any experience. Just as I suspected. A gleam flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. The Wolf King stopped exposing himself to the red light afterward because it could no longer enhance his strength. His demand that Lin Shi only use it once a year stemmed from fear that sudden power surges might arouse suspicion among other wolves, potentially exposing this miraculous gem. Even with all his strength, the Wolf King might not be able to protect such a treasure. Once discovered, not only would he lose his throne, but he could also face exile for hoarding such a mystical artifact. Worse yet, the gods themselves might turn their attention to this otherwise unremarkable land. Lin Shi raised his paw, gazing at the quietly floating gem as his heart pounded violently. Taking a deep breath, he gently touched the gem's surface with his claw. Boom. Vast and brutal energy instantly poured forth, his mind feeling as if ignited by a nuclear explosion, the pain nearly suffocating him. Power surged like a bursting dam, endlessly flooding into his bones and flesh. Lin Shi's entire body trembled as his pupils blazed with an eerie red light, seeming ready to burst from their sockets. Stay conscious, he roared in his mind. His silver fur stood on end as his body alternately swelled and contracted, each expansion greater than the last. In the blink of an eye, he'd grown nearly as large as the Wolf King, yet continued expanding without any sign of stopping. Snap! Something like a shackle seemed to break. Ding! You've broken through your limits, current level, 21. Ding! You cannot withstand this power and have fallen unconscious. Ultimately, Lin Shi was overwhelmed by the raging energy, his consciousness plummeting into darkness. Kakik! After hundreds of thousands of years, someone has finally come again. Huh, and it's actually a wolf? Damn it. Why isn't it human? How is this the same as last time? A wolf's body simply cannot contain me. Damn it. Damn it. Lin Shi suddenly awakened to find himself suspended in midair with nothing beneath his feet, surrounded by pitch darkness where he couldn't see his own hand. A low, mocking laugh came from behind him. Little wolf pup, you're awake. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his fur. Lin Shi turned around to see a demon wreathed in flames. The demon had massive fleshy wings on his back, taut gray skin, and a tall, lean frame that radiated power, his body encased in fiery red armor. Two eyes filled entirely with pupils stared with chilling coldness, fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth, and pointed ears without lobes. His disheveled red hair swayed with the firelight, his features refined, yet perfectly matching his frigid aura. The demon raised his hand toward Lin Shi, black nails gleaming coldly. Creatures like you wild wolves don't even qualify to be possessed by me. Death is your only path. Though his words were neither wolf language nor human speech, Lin Shi understood them perfectly. The terrifying pressure made his chest tighten, forcing out a low grunt. After steadying his mind with great effort, he suppressed his shock and responded in a deep voice. But I didn't die immediately, and I can still speak with you. This suggests death might not be my only option. The demon raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. You're different from the last one. You actually have some courage, maintaining your sanity in my presence without being crushed by my aura. That's good. It increases my chances of regaining freedom. I do need your help. No, more precisely, you should give me the opportunity to serve you. Lin Shi spoke steadily, yet without showing subservience. The demon let out a strange laugh, shadows writhing within the flames. However, before that, I need to teach you a lesson about respecting me, Kakik. Lin Shi sensed a hint of unease, and suddenly his body began to itch and burn with unbearable intensity. The searing itch felt like charcoal fires ignited within his flesh and blood. He instinctively extended his sharp wolf claws, but didn't know where to scratch. His shoulder blades, spine, abdomen, every inch of his fur felt simultaneously tickled by feathers and gnawed by ants. Unable to find the true source, he kept scratching frantically, trying to gouge out the discomfort from his very bones. The demon across from him grinned, his mocking gaze revealing a long-absent interest. Ever since that greedy wolf had failed 10 years ago, he hadn't spoken to any living creature. Lin Shi suddenly stopped scratching, letting his claws hang at his sides as he stared at the demon with calm, determined eyes. Not itchy anymore. Not painful. The demon raised an eyebrow. It itches. Very much so. Lin Shi shook his head, his voice sincere. Then why did you stop? Wanna know? Lin Shi asked with a smile. The demon nodded, then suddenly realized he was being led along and snorted coldly. Oh, trying to turn the tables? If I don't show you what I'm capable of, you'll never know how powerful I really am. He raised his finger and pointed into the void. Instantly, thousands upon thousands of insects seemed to burrow under Lin Shi's skin, biting frantically. The itch penetrated straight to his bone marrow with no outlet for relief, nearly driving him to madness. His originally silver-gleaming wolf fur rapidly changed color. Pale red, crimson, scarlet, deep red, until finally purplured, as if being soaked in blood drop by drop. Arg! He howled in pain, blood red tinting his pupils, his expression becoming fierce and twisted. How do you feel now? The demon looked down with a cold smile. Lin Shi replied in a hoarse but clear voice. Lord Demon, could it be more painful? I think I can still endure it. You can still endure it. The demon was shocked. This level was an unprecedented blessing. His eyes lit up. Fine. I'll give you the highest level of curse. If you can withstand it, I'll acknowledge you and let you serve me. His fingers danced through hand seals as he chanted incantation-like words in a low voice, his expression more devout than ever before. Grand curse technique. Puff! The demon suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Every hair on Lin Shi's body stood on end, his jaw clenched so tightly that his gums bled. His massive body collapsed to the ground, muscles taut as stone. Purple lightning coursed across his body's surface, making sharp crackling sounds that caused the very air to tremble. How's that? Can't take it anymore, can you? This time, the demon's tone held only scrutiny. Not bad. Lin Shi gasped heavily several times before forcing out his voice. Lord Demon, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Ask. The demon stared at the flickering lightning, unable to guess what kind of monster such an ultimate blessing would create, assuming Lin Shi was trying to distract himself from the pain. First point. If I'm not mistaken, you're trapped in that gemstone. You said yourself that you've been imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years. Has your power not weakened in the slightest? Lin Shi asked, and after speaking, he coughed up another mouthful of fresh blood from his mouth. No, it was tainted blood. The blood appeared black and emitted a foul, nauseating stench. Of course not. The demon sneered with contempt, his tone full of arrogance. If my pressure had truly weakened, would you still be crawling so pitifully before me like this? He wiped away the black blood from the corner of his mouth, struggling to straighten his upper body, and continued pressing. But why did you use your pressure against me from the beginning, trying to make me feel awe? I, a high-ranking demon, need absolutely loyal servants, not partners. The demon answered matter-of-factly. Lin Shi coldly retorted. If that's the case, why not use physical domination to force my submission, instead of resorting to such lowly, despicable mental tactics? The demon crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes filled with disdain. Physical pain lasts only a moment, but only mental torment can make you remember forever that you are the servant, and I am the master. Second question. Lin Shi wiped away the remaining blood with his sleeve, his voice low. You originally planned to possess my body, didn't you? Yes. The demon admitted without hesitation. Unfortunately, your soul is too weak, your physical condition inferior to humans, and you don't meet the requirements for possession. The failure rate would be extremely high, so I was forced to abandon the plan. Lin Shi pressed on like an attack. Then why did that wild wolf earlier die from bodily explosion? It looked like it was burst apart by some kind of force, not killed by possession. According to novels, possession should involve seizing the flesh and erasing the soul. How could it explode? The demon paused slightly, seemingly not expecting him to fixate on such details, and snorted coldly. You said it yourself, that's just novels. Novels are fictional creations by humans. How can they be compared to reality? Very good. Lin Shi slowly stepped forward, his gaze cold and sharp. Final question, how do you know about novels? This clearly isn't Earth, yet novels exist here too. The demon instinctively stepped back, his eyes flickering, but stubbornly insisted. I just don't want your filthy body getting close to me. But Lin Shi saw through his unease. From the beginning, you've wanted to keep your distance from me. Also, demons originally only appeared in legends. Why does your appearance match exactly with the demons in my mind? It's as if you were pulled straight from my thoughts. Pressed step by step, the demon retreated again. At this moment, his wolf form quietly swelled to a terrifying size, nearly 5 feet tall at the shoulder, 13 feet long, with bloodshot eyes like two mad lanterns, reflecting Lin Shi's image in a distorted way. Would I fear you? The demon remained stubborn, yet slid backward once more. I'm merely disgusted by your filth. Things from legends? Lin Shi chuckled lightly. How can there be smoke without fire? If there were no prototype, how could legends exist? Tell me, why are you identical to the demon image in my mind? With each step he took, stone debris flew from the ground as he drew closer and closer to the demon. Don't come any closer. The demon finally panicked, his voice trembling. Your body is too dirty. If you get any closer, I won't be polite. Lin Shi paid no heed, his steps steady and slow. The demon's shouting echoed through the cave, but couldn't stop the pressure of that approaching figure. Just as he was about to touch the demon, a miracle occurred. Woo, so scary, baby is so scared. Mommy, baby is so scared. You know I'm most afraid of wild beasts, so why do wolves always come in? Why can't it be a rabbit instead? Woo woo. The demon's body suddenly began to shrink, rapidly diminishing until it transformed into the appearance of a 5-year-old child, delicate and exquisite like a porcelain doll, except for the fear in her eyes and the tears streaming down her face. The stark contrast from a bone-chilling demon to a pudgy little kid left Lin Shi's brain momentarily frozen. So the terrifying entity sealed within the ruby was just a child? He stood beside the little one, watching her sob, his mind racing. He had originally planned to use the ruby's power to escape this place, but now he wondered if his plan was still viable. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. At some point, the itching and tearing pain that had spread throughout his body quietly faded away, replaced by an unprecedented sense of lightness and abundant strength, as if he had been completely reborn. Only then did Lin Shi realize that it hadn't been a curse at all, but rather a blessing like baptism. After the child had been crying for over 10 minutes, Lin Shi finally couldn't take it anymore and roared. Enough already? Stop it. If you keep crying, I'll eat you up. His bellow echoed thunderously in the confined space, making his own eardrums ring. The little one immediately fell silent, trembling all over, waving her tiny hands frantically. Don't eat me. Baby doesn't taste good. Don't eat me. Wah? And she started wailing again. Intimidation didn't work, and he couldn't hit or scold her. Lin Shi felt his scalp tingle. Was this demon really that innocent? He forced himself to stay calm, his temples throbbing, and lowered his voice to coax. Baby, don't cry. I was just teasing you. You're so adorable. How could I bear to eat you? Be good, don't cry. At this point, he gritted his teeth and swallowed his pride, wagging his tail, sticking out his tongue, and making several ridiculous faces. For a mighty wolf warrior to act this way, even he felt like he deserved to be struck by lightning. If the Wolf King saw this, he'd surely beat this disgrace to the wolf clan to death. The little one burst into giggles, tears still glistening on her face. Lin Shi's eyes lit up as he pressed his advantage. That's right, not crying is the way to go. You need to be a strong baby. The sickeningly sweet words tumbled out, making him want to bang his head against the wall. Was he still the wolf known for his ferocity? What an absolute humiliation. The little one nodded her tiny head, muttering to herself. Baby will be strong. What's so scary about wolves? Wolves are just like dogs, right? Yes, wolves are dogs. Wolves are dogs. Listening to this babbling, Lin Shi felt like he'd swallowed a fly, his face alternating between green and pale. He coughed and asked seriously, Baby, how can I get out of here? As long as you don't resist in your heart, I can send you back. The little one replied, blinking her teary eyes. Lin Shi pressed further. With my current strength, can I leave my birthplace and go somewhere else? This was what he cared about most. The little one tilted her head thoughtfully. You've received my blessing baptism, so theoretically, you should be able to leave. But I'm not entirely sure. Actually, as long as you're strong enough, the gods don't really enforce territorial boundaries. Those powerful beings can go wherever they want, even relocate. Then there are humans, dwarves, elves. These fascinating races can travel around even when they're weak. As for the others, I haven't really paid attention. These are just minor details. Minor details. Small details. Lin Shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These small details were matters of life and death for him. Without being able to leave his birthplace, he was nothing more than a wolf boss waiting to be defeated, destined to become a pile of pitiful data. But baby, I have a way to get you out with the gods' permission. The crisp, childish voice from the red gem carried a hint of smugness. This way you won't have to resist the gods' divine pressure. Hedon. That kind of pressure is still too much for you right now. I may not have much power myself, humph, but I've seen strong warriors who could shatter entire mountain ranges with one punch if they can get out. There's no reason you can't. What method? Lin Shi's eyes flashed with excitement, his voice several degrees more urgent than before. Humph, weren't you being all fierce just now? Be fierce again for baby to see. The little one seemed to have regained her master attitude, hands on her hips, pointing at Lin Shi while showing her tiny fangs, arrogantly tilting up her chin. Lin Shi's smile froze instantly, his face gradually turning ashen. This little brat had first pretended to be a demon, then used some bizarre curse to make him suffer unbearably. If not for his sheer willpower, he would have collapsed like that unfortunate wolf. Was she an ordinary child, a demon, or a demon's child? He lowered his voice, threatening ominously. If you don't get me out of here, I'll eat you. At the edge of the grassland, the sun was setting. Fiery light scattered across the tender grass blades, mixing a faint crimson into the green. A gentle breeze swept by like tender hands, smoothing the fur on Lin Shi's wolf-form body into neat patterns. Such scenery had long vanished from Earth, and he couldn't tear his eyes away. Long shadows stretched endlessly in the sunset, and loneliness crept silently into his heart. How long had it been since he'd spoken to another human? So long he'd almost forgotten he was human himself. Lin Shi stared blankly at the horizon, his gaze both vacant and focused. Ha ha ha, I can finally see the outside world again. It's so beautiful. The crisp laughter suddenly burst into his thoughts. The spark of irritation that had just risen was immediately suppressed. The little brat claimed to have been imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years. In her place, he would have gone mad long ago. Such excitement was understandable. Lin Shi carefully wrapped the nearly indestructible red gem in cowhide, threaded it with a leather cord, and hung it around his neck. This way, the little one could see the outside world through the gem and communicate with him through consciousness. At first, Lin Shi had found it incredible. Abilities that only appeared in novels were now real before his eyes. The sense of reality being overturned was overwhelming. If it were me, imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years, I'd probably have gone insane or simply killed myself. He shuddered inwardly. In modern society, an ordinary person could have a mental breakdown after just a week of confinement without internet or phone. Curiosity finally won out, and Lin Shi asked quietly, "Little brat, how did you endure all those years inside?" The little one tilted her head, wrinkling her delicate nose as she thought. "I don't really know either. It was like sleeping. I just kept sleeping. And then someone came in, and then I knew, and I woke up." "How many people have gone in?" Lin Shi asked. The little brat lazily swung his legs, thinking for a moment before replying. "About 8 or 9, I think. 2 of them had incredible willpower and managed to endure an insanely high-level curse. Their strength skyrocketed, but in the end, they still died." "The curse you mentioned, does it get better the higher the level?" Lin Shi pressed further. "Pretty much. That thing directly boosts potential. Then is the curse I accepted high enough? Is it as strong as theirs?" Lin Shi asked thoughtfully. Questions about who this little brat trapped inside the red gemstone really was, who had sealed him there, and for what purpose swirled in Lin Shi's mind. The brat, growing impatient, pouted and grumbled. "Ugh. Why do you have so many questions? So annoying. I'm not telling you anymore. You're even more nagging than meso-irritating." Lin Shi sighed and fell silent. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, Lin Shi deliberately avoided the wolf pack and acted alone. The Wolf King had once searched for him, but, finding nothing, assumed he had left the grasslands with the red gemstone and retreated, satisfied. In reality, Lin Shi had been hiding deep within the grasslands all along. After accepting the curse, his strength had increased significantly, allowing him to slip away before the wolves could get close. Judging by the time, the players should be arriving soon. That means the war is about to begin. Lin Shi's voice carried a heavy seriousness. "Players? Do you mean the adventurers about to descend?" The little brat tilted his head. "Why call them players? Even if the gods gave them immortal souls, every time they die, they lose a bit of strength, a fragment of their soul, and their potential decreases. Besides, they're ridiculously weak. They have to rely on the natives to complete quests or hunt creatures of the same level to get stronger." Lin Shi couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. "You're underestimating them. Their leveling speed will probably surpass everyone's expectations. There's never been a case where the average level of players has dropped." The brat curled his lip. "Weak is weak. No matter how fast they grow, they're still dependent on the natives. Their foundations are shaky, and if they face someone of the same level, they probably won't last more than a few moves." Lin Shi sighed and didn't argue further. Who could truly understand the terrifying nature of players? It wasn't just 1 or 2, it was thousands upon thousands. When their numbers reached a certain point, even the strongest individual could be overwhelmed and defeated. Suddenly, boom, a tremor shook the very fabric of the world, as if the sky itself were trembling. The passage between the two worlds connected at that moment. Almost every native instinctively looked up at the sky, knowing what it meant. The adventurers had arrived. The Imperial City. The ultimate stronghold that only players who reached level 150 could enter, towering and majestic like a slumbering giant. Standing before its colossal gates, any living being would feel their own insignificance. On the easternmost side of the city stood the grandest and most magnificent structure of all, the Imperial Palace. In the deepest part of the Imperial Palace's study, a domineering and resonant voice echoed, "Finally, it begins. Oh heavenly God, your calculations are truly resounding." Candlelight flickered, casting menacing shadows of golden dragon patterns across the walls. Lin Shi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, when suddenly a childish voice beside him spoke up. "Hey kid, I keep forgetting to ask, what's this world called?" "The Divine Demon Continent, of course. Everyone knows that." The little brat scratched his head, answering as if it were obvious. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he slapped his own forehead. "Oh right, you're not human. Hee hee. You're not human, Lin Shi isn't human." A vein throbbed at Lin Shi's temple. The urge to beat this annoying kid surged again, but he quickly caught the key phrase divine demon continent. Gods and demons? A cold smile curved his lips as he pondered thoughtfully. A coincidence? He seemed to understand something. At the edge of the divine demon continent, where imperial power couldn't reach, rolling mountains and crisscrossing rivers dotted the landscape with self-sufficient villages. Today, that tranquility was suddenly shattered. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Beams of white light struck the ground, materializing into hundreds and thousands of human figures. Though dressed differently, each one gripped crude wooden clubs and wore tattered cloth garments, their faces filled with excitement. Divine demon, this is so damn realistic. The air, temperature, floral scents. There's no virtual feeling at all. This game truly lives up to being called humanity's second world. This is amazing. Exclamations rose one after another. The quicker reacting players had already grabbed their wooden clubs and rushed toward distant bushes, beginning their leveling journey. Every NPC is just like a real person. Has technology really reached this level? Someone gasped in amazement. Look how scared you are. Hey, check out that NPC over there. She's incredibly beautiful and so gentle. Damn, if she weren't a game character, I'd definitely try to win her over, another person said with disdain, yet his voice carried excitement. Amid the commotion, countless players threw themselves into this adventure where reality and virtuality were indistinguishable, filled with wonder and curiosity. Meanwhile, the leveling fanatics had already grabbed quests and rushed out of the village killing chickens, catching sheep, helping villagers with farming, never stopping for a moment. Everything has begun, Lin Shi murmured softly, his gaze piercing through the night. My adventure has also begun. With a slight mental command. Status panel. Purple lightning heavenly wolf. Level 21. Health 50,000. Attack 750. Defense 460. Speed 30. Skills. Rending claws lightning flash thunder strike. Description. An ordinary wolf mutated under unknown radiant light, possessing far greater strength and potential than regular wolves. Later blessed by mysterious forces, it underwent complete transformation, no longer an ordinary wolf, with extremely high growth potential. His attributes were incomparably stronger than before. Even more astonishing was that this was after he had returned the Wolf King title to his father. Lin Shi remembered that his father had given him this exclusive title only to improve his survival rate. Now that he'd left their old territory, his father believed he no longer needed it. Truly miraculous. The skills I painstakingly trained are completely recorded on this panel. Lin Shi's thoughts raced. To players, skills seemed to appear from thin air, but in the eyes of native inhabitants, this could only be attributed to divine blessing. Moreover, when they wanted to improve their skills, it was equally difficult, and without any foundation, their power was far inferior to Lin Shi's. Since the game has begun, I must prepare as well. The right to leave this world actually required hunting players in exchange. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing in the depths of his pupils. Lin Shi harbored no grudge against players, but he wasn't the type to put others before himself. With his own survival at stake, he had no time to worry about anyone else. Besides, monsters and players were natural enemies by design. What's your plan? The little girl blinked her gem-like black eyes, asking excitedly. I have no idea how many players we'd need to slaughter to catch the gods' attention. How about we camp at the edge of the grassland and pick them off one by one, or two by two? Her eyes gleamed with frightening enthusiasm for the prospect. Lin Shi shook his head. No, that won't work. Adventurers aren't fools. If they realize they're outmatched, they'll come prepared next time. We need to crush them completely on the first encounter. Once they've learned their lesson, they'll come back armed to the teeth, making things much harder for us. The system's cold notification had already echoed in his mind. To escape, he must kill 10,000 players. Lin Shi calculated silently. Ordinary level 10 players would likely teleport back to town at the first sign of trouble, while his wolf pack consisted of mere level 8 monsters, hardly a real threat. With a 21 level gap between them, he was confident players couldn't inflict any meaningful damage on him. Moreover, he considered himself far beyond an ordinary level 21 monster, more like a boss creature. Little one, what do you think? Maybe I should put on an act too. Show them what a hidden boss really looks like. A sly smile crept across Lin Shi's face. Hidden bosses, entities that appeared only when special conditions were met, separate from regular bosses on the map. They dropped superior equipment and granted far more experience than ordinary bosses, always drawing players like moths to flame. But being a hidden boss meant high risk, and for a moment, a shadow of unease flickered in Lin Shi's eyes. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in a flash. The setting sun painted the horizon a dim, grayish blue. Lin Shi looked up, puzzled. 2 days, and leveling in this game was still so slow? Well, the slower the better. The more time players needed to advance, the more time he had to prepare. Rustle grass blades parted gently. A strange boot appeared on the soft ground. The wolf pack's peaceful days had come to an end. The newcomer was a young man in his early 20s with wary eyes. The text above his head was clearly visible. Wind leaves no trace. Level 8 apprentice warrior. Wild wolves are level 8 monsters perfect for grinding. Though I wonder why this game doesn't even have bosses. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze suddenly locked onto the center of the wolf pack, the most imposing wolf among them all. A boss. Definitely a boss. This might even be the very first boss in Gods and Demons. In his excitement, he frantically sent messages through the guild channel while pressing the voice call button. Beep. Beep. Hello. A crisp female voice came through the phone. Guild leader, a boss. I found a boss. This could be the first boss in Gods and Demons. The young man couldn't contain his excitement. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, as if stunned by the news. Then came an excited voice. Great. I'll gather the guild members right away. Keep it quiet, we'll be in trouble if other guilds find out. Taking down the first boss and getting our name on the system announcement will be the most crucial step for our development in Gods and Demons. Yes, guild leader, I'll keep watch here. The young man replied in a hushed tone. Which newbie village? Send me the coordinates. I'll make sure you get credit for this discovery. The young man was thrilled and quickly typed the coordinates into the communication channel. She crouched in the shadows at the edge of the grass, coldly watching the young man rub his hands together in anticipation. Fine by me. Soon enough, I'll be able to leave this place. He muttered to himself. Moments later, white flashes appeared continuously across the grassland as players materialized in waves. Before long, their numbers exceeded 200. At the front of the group stood a female player clad in heavy bore armor. Despite the crude armor, it couldn't conceal her slender figure. Her high ponytail swayed in the wind, and her delicate features radiated determination as she raised her sword, eyes locked on the distant Wolf King. Thorned Rose, level 9 apprentice, swordsman, guild leader of Rose Garden. What do you think? Can we handle it? She asked, turning her head. To her left stood another girl with delicate features, her robes trailing, and a withered wooden staff in hand, clearly a mage or summoner class. In theory, yes, the girl explained with pursed lips. But we can't see the Wolf King's level or attributes, so I can't guarantee anything. We also can't separate the wolf pack. We'll have to face both the king and 30 wolves simultaneously. With our average level of 8, it takes 23 people to hold off one wolf, meaning we'll need half our forces just to handle the pack. It's too risky with the Wolf King's strength completely unknown. The guild leader's brow furrowed slightly. Should we call for more people? There's no time. The girl shook her head. Our 200 members traveling from various newbie villages with such high teleportation costs has already caught other guilds' attention. Any more delay, and we'll be exposed. The leader fell silent for a moment. Then her eyes hardened with resolve. We can't wait any longer. Once discovered, a second-tier guild like ours can't compete with the others. We'd have to hand over the boss and gain nothing. She suddenly raised her sword and shouted, brothers and sisters, kill this boss, and Rose Garden will make its mark in Gods and Demons. If we fail, we start over. We fought this hard, how can we retreat now? Attack. Success means writing our names in the annals of Gods and Demons history. Attack. Over 200 voices roared in unison, weapons gleaming coldly as they charged toward the heart of the grassland. Sensing the intrusion, the Wolf King raised its head, golden eyes blazing with fury. Howl. With an earth-shaking roar of rage, the Wolf King led 30-plus wolves in a frontal assault, instantly clashing with the player army. The Wolf King was furious. No one had ever dared to run wild in their territory. He transformed into a shooting star, charging into the crowd, each swipe of his claws dealing devastating damage to players. Blood mists splattered everywhere, screams echoed one after another, and the players' formation instantly fell into chaos. Just as the Wolf King was slashing with his claws, swoosh, a sword light, condensed and solid as reality, slashed horizontally through the air, striking heavily against his gray-black fur. 135. The damage number popped up, forcing the Wolf King to retreat several steps. His low roar made the very air tremble. A glint of excitement flashed in the guild leader's eyes. It could break through his defense. Howl! An angry howl echoed as the Wolf King's claws, wrapped in bone-chilling cold light, instantly struck toward the guild leader's face. Instead of retreating, she advanced, her voice terrifyingly calm. Priest, heal me. 650. The brutal red number exploded, and the guild leader's health bar instantly hit rock bottom. Immediately following 35, 36, 42. A series of emerald green healing numbers flew into her body. The surrounding holy radiance rippled across her armor, and her empty health bar was instantly refilled. Holy crap, worthy of being our guild leader. She actually tanked it. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim. The players, their spirits greatly lifted, wielded their weapons even more vigorously. This was the first wild boss in Gods and Demons since the server opened, and they might very well achieve the first kill record. The guild leader secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't one-shotted, it was fine. If she fell, this battle would almost certainly end in failure. Seeing that his prey hadn't died, the Wolf King's eyes gleamed with ferocity as his claws tore through the air and struck down again. 420. The guild leader's health bar was emptied once more, but was immediately refilled to maximum by an endless stream of green numbers behind her, aside from the warriors entangled with the wolf pack. A full 7 or 8 priests were fixated on her health bar. As expected, that was a skill, not a basic attack. As long as there's no critical hit, the Wolf King can't one-shot anyone. The guild leader waved her right arm. Tanks, move up. 5 players stacked with stamina and defense immediately formed a formation, surrounding the Wolf King. Caught in their pincer attack, the Wolf King was both furious and helpless. Each strike struggled to kill his opponents unless a critical hit was triggered. Meanwhile, the outer wolf pack was gradually being wiped out, and all firepower began to pour toward the Wolf King. Ranged mages and archers spread their formations as fireballs, ice spikes, and arrow rain whistled forth. 23, 25, 34. Though the individual damage was small, it accumulated, and the Wolf King's health bar continued to steadily decline. On a distant hill, Lin Shi watched this scene with a heart-wrenching pain, yet was powerless to help. He had long known this day would come, for the Wolf King. Fate had decreed that his father would become a stepping stone for the players. Understanding it was one thing, but accepting it was entirely another. The Wolf King was different from the female wolves in their territory. The female wolves resided in a safe zone where players had no right to raise their weapons, and the gods absolutely forbade it. But the Wolf King had to venture out to hunt and take risks, making the gods' protection ineffective for him. Lin Shi could save his father temporarily, but not permanently. Unable to break through the gods' suppression, the Wolf King was destined to be killed and become a trophy for others' advancement. For this very reason, Lin Shi had never acknowledged the Wolf King as his father. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn it." Suddenly remembering the little brat's curse, he asked, "Your curse, can't you use it one more time?" "No." The little brat sensed his anxiety and, unusually, didn't joke around but answered seriously, "Only when the person who received the curse dies can I cast it again." "Damn it." Lin Shi cursed, his eyes turning blood red. The Wolf King's health bar grew thinner and thinner, his body swaying unsteadily. In his mind floated the image of his father's warm, heavy palm. Recalling those words, "Try to leave this place. Go master the power of the red gem." And remembering the determination and love in his father's eyes when he handed him the Wolf King title. Damn those gods. Rage burned in Lin Shi's heart. "If heaven wants to oppose me, I'll defy heaven for you to see." He roared toward the sky. "If I can't even protect my own family, what use am I? Even if I know the answer to crossing over, so what?" The next second, he transformed into a blur, sprinting toward the battlefield with madness and determination in his eyes, throwing all his previous plans to the wind. The guild leader stared at the Wolf King's nearly depleted health bar, unable to contain his excitement. Just one more minute, and he might make the headlines in Gods and Demons. Rose Garden was about to take a historic step forward. "Everyone, push harder. We're almost ready to take down this Wolf King," he shouted enthusiastically in the team channel. Rose Garden's rise is within reach. Yes, the guild members responded in unison, their sword strikes and magical spells weaving together in brilliant displays. Gods and Demons wasn't just any ordinary online game. The government had already declared it would become humanity's second world. Making a name here would be invaluable. At that moment, the Wolf King was knocked back by a Rose Knight's shield bash, his massive frame staggering unsteadily. His once thick health bar had dwindled to a thin sliver of red. 165360000. How? His vision began to blur as the Silver Moon Wolf King felt overwhelming rage and fear surge through his heart. Through the haze, he could see his mate's expectant figure back at the den, and he remembered his son who had successfully escaped their territory but whose whereabouts remained unknown. "Why should I die? I am the Wolf King. These humans use despicable tactics to surround and kill me. How can I accept this? My mate is still waiting for me to return from the hunt, and if my son could break through the borders, why should I die here?" Crimson quickly flooded his eyes. Around him, wolf corpses of all sizes lay scattered across the snowy ground, his once proud pack now fallen silent. Those were his people. The guild leader's heart suddenly tightened as he sensed danger approaching. "Everyone, finish this quickly. We'll distribute equipment based on contribution afterward." "Yes, guild leader." "How?" The silver fur suddenly blazed with blinding light, gradually shifting to gold. The Wolf King's body began expanding at a visible rate, growing to waist height in the blink of an eye, and continuing to rise. Ding! Silver tier boss, Silver Moon Wolf King, LV20 has broken through its limits due to intense survival instinct, evolving into gold tier boss, Golden Winged Bloodthirsty Wolf, LV25. Due to critical condition, all attributes 50, duration, 1 hour. Ding! The same notification chimed 3 times consecutively. The nameplate above had completely changed: Golden-Winged Bloodthirsty Wolf, LV-25. All players received the system announcement simultaneously, and the scene erupted into chaos. Some gasped in shock, others babbled incoherently, while still others gripped their weapons eagerly. The guild leader first stood stunned as if struck by lightning, then burst into ecstatic joy. Heaven is helping us. Brothers, look, though the Wolf King has ascended to gold tier and his maximum health has doubled, his current health only increased proportionally. We still have a chance. He gripped his sword tightly, his voice even more excited than before. Rose Garden will become famous throughout Shinano, throughout the world. Brothers, attack. Attack. When guild members lose levels, the guild always provides generous compensation, but only when they sacrifice themselves for the guild's cause, like right now. Sure enough, the Wolf King's health bar barely budged upward. 37921200000. The mages stood at the back of the formation, staffs raised high, chanting continuously. Small fireballs bloomed at their fingertips with soft pops, then shot toward the Wolf King like meteors. The flames struck the gray-brown wolf hide, leaving only token damage numbers 7, 5, or simply miss. Though the damage was negligible, they made up for it with sheer numbers. The archers kept drawing their bows. In peace mode, friendly fire caused no damage, so all arrows poured onto the Wolf King. Each arrow chipped away 45 health points, accompanied by plenty of misses, but this didn't hinder their efficiency. These were guild elites, not rookies. A gold tier boss, especially the first one, was almost guaranteed to drop at least one, maybe even 2 or 3 pieces of gold equipment. This represented not just wealth, but immense honor. The guild leader's heart raced at the thought. The Wolf King's evolution had dramatically boosted all its attributes, but that damned 50 to all attributes debuff made it struggle to one-shot players with basic attacks. It had to rely on skills. Every time a player dissolved into white light, a new member immediately stepped up to continue the relentless assault wave after wave. Sensing this mad determination, despair flickered in the Wolf King's golden vertical pupils. It had hoped evolution would turn the tide, but its weakened state prevented it from unleashing its full power. This helplessness nearly drove it insane. How? The Wolf King let out a final mournful cry, expending every ounce of its remaining strength, but the outcome remained unchanged. How? A higher, more piercing wolf howl suddenly thundered across the battlefield, drawing everyone's gaze. A massive wolf with purple fur covering its entire body, even larger than the evolved Wolf King. Its powerful limbs struck the ground like rolling thunder, eyes blood red and radiating murderous intent. Its name in the system panel was even more terrifying than its appearance. Purple Lightning, Celestial Wolf. Level. Health. Attack. Defense. Speed. Skills. Description: an ordinary wild wolf mutated by unknown radiance, greatly enhancing its strength and potential. Later blessed by mysterious forces, it underwent complete transformation with extremely high growth potential. All attributes were hidden at least 10 levels above the players. The unseen was always the most frightening. What? The guild leader's face instantly froze. Just when they'd finally stabilized the situation, reinforcements appeared. First, the Wolf King's evolution. Now the Purple Lightning Celestial Wolf. Was the system deliberately raising the difficulty of the first kill? They could wear down the Wolf King, but couldn't significantly break its defense in a short time. And that Purple Lightning Celestial Wolf was already closing in on the battle circle. We have no choice but to go all in. The guild leader gritted her teeth and shouted, 50 people, go tie up the Purple Lightning Celestial Wolf. Everyone else, accelerate the push. Yes. As elites, they weren't just talk, their execution abilities were proven. In just 10 seconds, nearly 50 players had formed a squad. Go. Stop him. The young squad leader barked his command, and 50 players surged toward Lin Shi like a tidal wave. Clearly, he held a high position within the guild. Lin Shi smiled coldly. Before the two sides truly clashed, his razor-sharp wolf claws had already struck heavily against the chest of the frontmost player. 1,430. The crimson number flashed, and the player's eyes filled with disbelief as he dissolved into white light, instantly teleporting back to the city. The air seemed to grow heavy from that single devastating blow. But the nightmare had only just begun. Lin Shi weaved through the crowd, each swipe of his claws claiming a life. Hot blood splattered across his silver-gray wolf fur, yet his expression remained indifferent. 1,503. 1,406. 1,485. At this stage, players' health hadn't even reached 1,000 points. They simply couldn't withstand such brutal damage. Meanwhile, the Wolf King was surrounded on all sides, his health bar nearly depleted. 135. 312. 0000. Guild leader, we can't break through his defense. Even Rose with Thorns, the best-equipped guild leader, could only manage a pitiful 13 damage against the Wolf King. She gritted her teeth and gripped her sword tighter. Lin Shi continued his harvest, 1 kill per second, having already slain more than half in the blink of an eye. Whoa! He howled toward the sky, his chest resonating with the sound. This was the battle he craved, not the peaceful life within the wolf pack. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. A player roared in fury, raising his axe to strike. Whoosh. Lin Shi became a blur, instantly teleporting behind him. His claws descended. 1430. The player turned to white light before he could even react. Lin Shi's movements suddenly became even faster. Ding. You have used the skill lightning speed. Attack speed increased by 100, movement speed increased by 100. Cooldown none. Continuously consumes stamina while active. With afterimages and howling wind trailing behind him, he cleared the entire elite squad in less than a minute. After eliminating 50 players, he charged toward the main battlefield without pause, instantly tearing apart several players who were besieging the Wolf King. The Wolf King had only a sliver of health remaining. 4231-20000. Child, you have come. The Wolf King said hoarsely. Yes, father, Lin Shi replied in a low voice. Guild leader Rose with thorns ground her teeth in hatred. What do we do now? Wind leaves no trace asked cautiously. Retreat. She practically squeezed the words through clenched teeth. We've suffered heavy losses. Only 30-something people left. We can't take down the purple lightning sky wolf. Yes. However, before the group could take a step, Lin Shi grinned menacingly. No need to leave. Though they couldn't understand his words, his actions were clear enough, blocking, tearing, killing. The remaining 30 players all dissolved into white light. The grassland fell silent once more, with only the sound of wind rustling through. In the end, only guild leader Rose with thorns remained. She stared directly into Lin Shi's wolf eyes. Purple lightning sky wolf, I'll remember you. Next time, you won't be so lucky. With a cold snort, he swiped through the air, silver white light streaking across as he eliminated Rose with thorns, declaring the end of this battle. At night, the bright moon generously released its radiance, illuminating the entire land. The cool night breeze of the grassland carried the fragrance of earth and grass, flowing into every living being's nostrils and lifting their spirits. The air quality here compared to Earth's polluted smog was incomparably superior, which explained why even many elderly people longed to retire here. In a sense, this place was paradise. Young people were drawn to this realm, treating it all as a game. It satisfied their craving for adventure while providing gentle, intelligent female NPCs with modern wisdom as companions. As for long-distance relationships, modern people's adaptability far exceeded expectations, so they flocked here eagerly. Middle-aged people favored another aspect of this place, making money. Support professions like blacksmiths, alchemists, and miners could easily earn substantial rewards, not game currency, but real cash. Being able to enjoy leisure while earning income was irresistible. Earth's corporations and wealthy merchants, always keen-nosed for opportunity, had long detected the enormous commercial potential hidden within this game and invested countless funds. Thus, Gods and Demons was no longer exclusive to the young, but covered all age groups. At this moment, the area around the camp was completely silent. Due to the day's conflict, the forums were buzzing with heated discussions. However, given the vast disparity in power, current players were still unable to challenge the grassland forces. Occasionally, some reckless players would venture in, only to be mercilessly sent back to the newbie village free of charge by Lin Shi. At the center of the camp stood a small hill. Lin Shi and the Wolf King stood side by side, gazing at the moon. After a long silence, the Wolf King sighed softly and finally spoke. Child, you've grown up and have your own ideas. I can't stop you. Do you know? When I advanced to become a gold tier lord, I broke through my limits and received divine guidance. I can leave this place. Lin Shi pondered for a moment and asked. I see. Then what about mother? Don't worry. The Wolf King shook his head. I'll return to visit her regularly. She's my wife, and with my strength, as long as I'm not surrounded by a massive army, I have nothing to fear in this small territory. At this point, he looked up at the night sky, suppressed flames burning fiercely in his eyes. The world is so vast, and I want to see it too. Once ruling this grassland seemed glorious, but in reality, I was just a frog at the bottom of a well. How exciting is the outside world? I want to witness it myself. Since I could break through once, I can certainly break through a second time, a third time, and become a true powerhouse of the gods and demons continent. The Wolf King's ambitions left Lin Shi slightly stunned. Though his father was created by the gods, he was clearly not just a monster that would merely bow and obey orders. With your strength, trying to leave under divine pressure, before the Wolf King could finish, Lin Shi interrupted. Father, no need to persuade me further. I have my own methods. The Wolf King could only sigh again. Lin Shi added confidently. I'm 80% certain I can get out through another way. By killing adventurers to attract divine attention and earn the right to leave your birthplace and choose a faction, the Wolf King asked. He had gained divine recognition as a lord, so he didn't need to go through such trials. The gods had directly granted him the right to leave and choose his faction. However, Lin Shi was not a lord and could only rely on another Patan additional blessing bestowed by the gods. Any being confident in their strength could leave their birthplace, roam freely, and gain the right to choose a faction by defeating 10,000 adventurers. This rule was etched into the minds of all natives the moment the adventurers descended, whether human, beast, or demon. All understood this fact simultaneously, for only the gods possessed such divine power. 3 days later at dawn, the grassland once again welcomed uninvited guests in numbers that made one's scalp tingle. Players formed dense formations, advancing slowly like a moving torrent of steel. The sun had just crossed the horizon. The air still carried a slight chill, and dewdrops on the grass blades rolled off like pearls, refracting crystal-like brilliance in the gentle light. On the outskirts of the formation, scattered players whispered among themselves. I heard 2 of the 3 major guilds from the Chinese region are here. This is going to be quite a show. The American region took down the first silver boss and got insane rewards. We're determined to get a gold tier 1. Other countries are also hunting bosses to boost their national prestige. Can we really kill a gold tier boss? Human wave tactics will overwhelm it with sheer numbers. 2 guilds combined make 15,000 people. Does a level 20 gold boss really need such a massive operation? The target isn't the Wolf King, it's the hidden boss, Purple Lightning Heavenly Wolf. Rose Garden was completely wiped out by it. Rose Garden wanted to make a name worldwide, but now they're severely weakened, barely second tier anymore. On another side, Thorned Rose swung her blade, cutting down a wild bull. Flash. Golden light burst forth level 10. She raised her eyes toward the depths of the grassland, that place where she had tasted bitter defeat, her gaze profound. Purple Lightning Heavenly Wolf, don't let me underestimate you. Lin Shi gazed at the sea of people from afar. Charged straight in. He wasn't that foolish. Once he stepped into that crowd, he'd faced countless fearless players. To them, losing levels was just numbers, and guild subsidies could compensate for any losses. At the very front of the formation stood a well-equipped player, absolutely invincible. A level 10 apprentice warrior and vice president of the Absolute Domain Guild. Reaching such a position meant an annual salary in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Many surrounding players cast envious and jealous glances his way. Absolutely invincible relished precisely these looks. Nothing satisfied him more than being the center of attention. Well, the vice president of Absolute Domain seems to be enjoying himself, came a mocking voice from nearby. The corner of Divine Judgment's mouth, a level 10 novice knight from Absolute Invincible, drooped slightly before quickly curving upward again as he smiled. Not at all, not at all. What are you saying, Vice President of the Holy Temple? I'm already fortunate enough to have gained recognition from you, and even the President. Without that, I'd just be a nobody among professional players. How could I dare become complacent over others' opinions? One must never forget their roots. Considering himself humble and polite, he was quite satisfied with his response, feeling this was the proper demeanor befitting someone of high status. Oh, is that so? Divine Judgment sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. I never specified what I was referring to, yet Vice President Absolute Invincible seems to be enjoying this so much. Only then did Absolute Invincible realize he had jumped ahead to clarify the topic, leaving him speechless. What Divine Judgment despised most were vice presidents like Absolute Invincible, who rose to power through their sister's influence, those without real ability, who only knew how to rely on connections. Absolute Invincible's expression darkened. Haha, the vice president of Holy Temple certainly has a sharp tongue. But now isn't the time for such matters. Shall we discuss how to deal with the boss? Though his words were polite, he had already cursed Divine Judgment's entire family in his mind. In Absolute Invincible's view, dealing with a mere gold-level boss required no strategy. Just throw bodies at it, and see if it dies. That was his true thinking. Divine Judgment pondered for a moment, his tone calm, yet firm. We'll first split our forces to flank and cut off the boss's retreat, then concentrate our firepower for the attack. This is the most reliable approach. Yes, Judgment is absolutely right. If there are no objections, we'll execute this plan. Absolute Invincible quickly agreed, appearing respectful on the surface while secretly scoffing. Is one boss really worth such a massive mobilization? If it weren't for the president demanding caution, 2,000 people would be more than enough. Orders were issued, and numerous players quickly spread out from both flanks, converging on Lin Shi. Well, they actually know what they're doing, even thinking to seal off escape routes. Lin Shi watched the gradually tightening encirclement, his expression growing tense. I absolutely cannot let myself get trapped. He suddenly retreated, charging toward the gap that was about to close. Cold light flashed as he struck at the frontline players rushing toward him. Thud, thud, 1,320, 1,560. In an instant, several lives withered under his claws. At this point, players in the newbie village could only reach level 10, at most exceeding level 10 would prevent them from gaining experience here, and once they moved to towns, they could never return. This was a rule established by the gods, and it had become Lin Shi's trump card. As long as he maintained an absolute level advantage, he had a chance to complete the high-difficulty quest of defeating 10,000 adventurers. Thinking of this, a cruel cold light flashed in his eyes. Now is the time for slaughter. Don't blame me for being ruthless. We stand on opposite sides. Thud, thud, thud. His claws repeatedly tore through fragile defenses, each strike claiming a life. Blood dripped from his sharp fingertips onto the grass, mingling with crystalline dewdrops. Those pale claws were utterly mesmerizing in the morning sunlight. Lin Shi unleashed a frenzied massacre. His claws swept through the air with deadly precision, cold light flashing as a melee player was reduced to white light before he could even scream. In the next second, Lin Shi spun around with a devastating sweep, instantly draining another health bar to zero another life casually harvested. This isn't working. Sacred Judgment's brow furrowed deeply. The purple lightning sky wolf's attack speed and damage far exceeded their expectations. The frontline tanks were falling one after another, unable to even raise their shields before being instantly killed. Worse still, Lin Shi had clearly seen through their carefully planned encirclement formation, making it impossible to pin down the target. This approach won't work. What do you mean it won't work? Absolute Invincible scoffed arrogantly. Games have fundamental relentless no matter how fierce a newbie village boss is. How strong can it really be? With over 10,000 players charging together, we could bury him under a pile of corpses alone. Well, you're not wrong. Sacred Judgment agreed on the surface while sneering inwardly. A true commander's duty was to achieve maximum gains with minimum loss. If it was just about throwing bodies at the problem, what was the point of having a vice guild leader? Remind Absolute invincible? Fat chance this fool's stupidity was the perfect opportunity to weaken Absolute Domain's main forces. The more who died, the better. With this thought, his lips curved slightly upward. Brother Invincible makes a good point. Brothers charge. In the next moment, the player army surged toward Lin Shi like a bursting dam. Lin Shi saw through their human wave strategy and chuckled coldly. Perfect. In the distance, dozens of mages raised their staffs in unison, launching fireballs that streaked through the air with blazing tails, crashing against Lin Shi's silver-gray wolf form. They only sparked briefly before extinguishing, damage numbers floating overhead. 2, 3, miss, utterly insignificant. With his superior defense and agility, he easily dodged most attacks. If he used his trump cards, he was confident he could slaughter all 10,000 players, but the risk would be equally enormous. One mistake could cost him his life. Despite this consideration, he held nothing back, even using his razor-sharp fangs to assist his attacks, harvesting lives with maximum efficiency. Sacred Judgment, observing the battle from afar, felt his heart twist like a knife. Those falling were all core guild members, carefully cultivated and deliberately kept at level 10 to farm this boss. Now, killed back down to level 9, they had already fallen behind the mainstream progression. If a mere gold tier boss is this overpowered, what about higher tier dark gold or spirit level ones? Can we really push through with human waves? He worried silently. Ding. You have killed player Night Owl. Ding. You have killed player Madman. Ding. You have killed player Absolute War God. Dense system notifications flooded the screen frantically. Lin Shi's mind sank as he mentally commanded block, finally silencing the noise. More players poured in. They used tanks to create gaps, establishing safe firing zones for the mages behind them. Archers' arrow volleys descended like dark clouds, tracing dense parabolic arcs through the air toward Lin Shi. 1 against 10,000, though thousands stand against me. I shall prevail. An unprecedented burning emotion rose in his chest. His gaze quickly scanned the battlefield, memorizing every escape route. If he lost his bearings in this surging tide of humanity and was overwhelmed by countless skills, even his strength wouldn't save him from death. Just then, a lazy consciousness drifted from the depths of his mind. What a nice nap. Huh, why is there fighting going on? Quiet, baby. Lin Shi thought to himself that he had to stay completely focused. Dealing with so many players was no easy task, or would he find time for chit-chat? Humph. The little one pouted her tender pink lips, her voice full of resentment. What a terrible temper. The previous 2 people who accepted my curse were so much nicer to me. Unlike you, always bossing me around. Don't come begging for my help later. I'm ignoring you now, going back to sleep. She turned her head away in displeasure, her purple gold eyes drowsy yet still secretly glancing at the battle circle. Lin Shi had no time to respond, only sighing inwardly. It's not that I'm ignoring you, can't you see I'm busy? What a little brat, lived so long yet hasn't matured one bit, always sleeping the day away. Kill. Players surged forward like a tide, white flashes and metallic clashing sounds rising and falling. For these adventurers, death merely meant losing some experience points. None were willing to back down. Suddenly, his right claw erupted with an eerie purple light, electric arcs crackling and dancing. He's about to use a skill. Divine Judgment narrowed his eyes, but couldn't possibly command the team to scatter the dense wall of people. Left them no choice but to take the hit. Rending claw. Whoosh. Purple claw shadows swept forward with fierce winds, cutting straight through 20 meters before gradually dissipating, leaving a 3-meter-wide trail of scorched earth across the grassland. For players, this was practically a godlike ranged skill. Ding. You used skill Rending Claw, dealing 250 damage to players within a 320 range, with a 20 chance to inflict bleeding effect, 50 damage per second for 5 seconds, 3-minute cooldown. Massive white lights shot skyward as the lush green grass instantly turned to scorched earth, leaving only a few grass tips spinning and falling through the air. Blood-red damage numbers then appeared. 5,601, 4,530, 5,389. Roar. Lin Shi howled in pure exhilaration. Divine Judgment's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Gold-tier boss skills were naturally powerful, but this damage exceeded his imagination. No wonder the guild leader had planned ahead, insisting on mobilizing 10,000 people. 8,000 on the surface, plus absolute invincibles. 7,000 Divine Judgment naturally knew there were another 2,000 hidden nearby. At this moment, Lin Shi's kill count had exceeded 500, though he bore several shallow wounds. Health: 472, 305, 0000. Less than 3,000 damage, completely within expectations. Continue. Claw shadows and wind blades rained down continuously, with an occasional rending claw instantly clearing over 20 players. However, the gaps lasted only seconds before new figures filled the positions. 10 minutes later. Ding. You have killed over 1,000 adventurers. Reward: level 1, current level 22. Whoosh. Golden light shot up from beneath his feet, providing only a slight attribute boost without restoring any health. Lin Shi felt secretly relieved. If wild monsters could instantly restore full health upon leveling like players, the players would probably have a breakdown. The increased attack power meant each of his strikes now guaranteed a kill. 30 minutes later. Ding. You have killed 3,000 adventurers and earned a reward of 2 levels. Current level, 24. On the blood-soaked battlefield, Lin Shi's health had dropped to just 30,000 points. Players had ground away a full 2/5 of his life force. Heavy breathing accompanied the rise and fall of his chest. Unlike players, the natives of the Divine Demon Continent had no MP system. They would suffer from exhaustion that affected their movements, while players could simply chug a potion or meditate for a few seconds to return to full strength even with empty mana bars. In terms of combat rhythm, this was clearly unfair. Once stamina ran low, both attack power and speed would suffer significantly, especially speed. No, I can't retreat yet. Though Lin Shi's breathing was ragged, his mind remained crystal clear. He was still 7,000 kills short of the 10,000 players mark. If forced to withdraw now, he would face 50,000 or even 100,000 players next time. That would be true desperation. Lightning Flash could provide instant evasion, but it consumed too much energy for his current stamina level. The only viable option was Rending Claws. With his decision made, electric arcs flickered across his sharp wolf claws as he charged back into the player formation. A large crowd of idle players watching from the perimeter stared in amazement. This purple lightning sky wolf is absolutely insane. He's slaughtered 3,000 players single-handedly, someone exclaimed in wonder. What normal game has such overpowered bosses? Another chimed in. That's exactly why this isn't a normal game. Only Divine Demon Continent dares to play like this. Having one boss give tens of thousands of players such a hard time, that's what makes it thrilling. Others fantasized. Maybe top players will be able to take on 10,000 enemies too someday. One observer added. Don't forget, the NPCs in this game have intelligence. These field bosses probably gained independent thinking abilities long ago. Want to farm mobs easily? Dream on. Absolutely Invincible remained unfazed, calculating silently. Though the loss of 3,000 players exceeded expectations, Absolute Domain had over 300,000 members. Totalamir 3,000 was just a drop in the bucket. Meanwhile, Divine Judgment's face was ashen. Damn it, this boss has godlike stats. Half of those 3,000 were from our guild. At this rate, we'll need to sacrifice at least 4,000 more to finish off its remaining health. The losses are too heavy. Let's pray the purple lightning sky wolf drops some good equipment. The battle raged on. The kill count climbed steadily. 4,000. 5,000. Ding. You have killed 5,000 adventurers and earned a reward of 3 levels. Current level, 27. Reaching level 27. Lin Shi's gaze grew even sharper as he swiped with his claws, sending the player before him flying. Compared to the beginning, his combat power had increased by at least 20 to 30%. While slaughtering, he couldn't help but monitor his health bar. In 1 hour, the cost was his life dropping to 30. 14. 36550-000. Lin Shi was now completely covered in blood, his purple fur having turned almost crimson red. Time passed. The rustling of footsteps echoed across the grassland as 6,000 players advanced forward, their boots crushing the tender green blades into the damp earth, shattering the once peaceful silence. The wolf packs had become mere experience packages, high damage but poor defense. posing almost no risk as long as players kept their distance and used potions on time. 6,000 players, someone exclaimed in amazement. Purple lightning sky wolf Lin, she was gasping for breath, his spirit pushed to the breaking point, yet he continued his slaughter. Moments later, his kill count jumped to 7,000. Lin she knew clearly in his heart that going further would be dangerous. 7,000 was his limit. Finish this and retreat immediately. Save the next battle for another day. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dense volleys of arrows whistled through the air, only to shatter against his silver-gray fur and clatter to the ground before gradually fading into transparency. These were nothing but crude arrows from the newbie village weapon shop, expensive for players perhaps, but mere scratches against a true boss. Rending claws. His claws swept horizontally, covered in purple light, sending blood spattering as another row of players fell, leaving the ground crimson. The eastern sun rose higher, its light growing more intense. While Sacred Judgment's vision turned gray under pressure, the purple lightning sky wolf's strength far exceeded his worst estimates. But there was no turning back now. 2,000 flanking troops are in position. A private message popped up as Sacred Judgment fixed his cold gaze on Lin Shi, as if staring at a corpse waiting to cool. Rending claws. White light flashed, and screams merged into one continuous wail. 7,000. The system notification confirmed the target was achieved once again. Lin Shi glanced at his health, barely 20 remaining. He absolutely couldn't linger. Lightning speed. Ding. You have used the skill, lightning speed, attack speed 100, movement speed 100, cooldown, none, continuously drains stamina while active. He spun around, unleashing another rending claws to clear a path, then sprinted along the perimeter, never entering the center of the encirclement, only skimming the outer edges while casually dispatching any players blocking his way. Wolves were known for their speed, and with lightning speed stacked on top, forget level 10 players, even level 30 couldn't catch up. Absolute Invincible stood slack-jawed. Holy shit, this boss can actually run away. Though Sacred Judgment had contingency plans, the scene before him still made his mouth twitch. Gods and demons, truly was an extraordinary game. What do we do now? Absolute Invincible stamped his feet in frustration. After investing so much manpower only to become a laughingstock, if his brother-in-law found out, forget rewards, be lucky to escape a scolding, and his sister would nag him endlessly too. What else can we do? Sacred Judgment shrugged with a smile. Chase it, of course. Absolute Invincible's face turned iron gray as he nearly roared. Chase. Everyone chase that damn thing. I'm going to skin that purple lightning sky wolf and make clothes out of its hide. Nearby players who had gathered to watch whispered among themselves, damn, the AI on bosses in Gods and Demons is insanely smart. Of course, a boss that actually runs away? I've played so many games and never seen anything like Gods and Demons. Haha, both guilds bled resources and got nothing in the end, letting the boss escape. They'll be laughed at for ages. The surrounding chatter erupted like a disturbed beehive. Absolute Invincible's already grim expression darkened further as he furiously pointed at nearby solo players and roared, "What are you looking at? Get lost, all of you, or you won't survive in Gods and Demons." Solo players never had backing and didn't dare clash with one of China's top 3 guilds, especially when facing the vice president of Absolute Domain. They nodded repeatedly and scattered like frightened birds. Watching the crowd disperse, Absolute Invincible finally breathed easier, feeling somewhat relieved. Sacred Judgment stood nearby, his cold eyes taking in the entire scene with mixed feelings of amusement and disdain. Taking out frustrations on solo players would only tarnish his guild's reputation. Absolute Domain's standing would drop several notches, making recruitment difficult in the future. Ahem. He deliberately cleared his throat to get Absolute Invincible's attention. Let's move quickly, or Purple Lightning Skywolf will really get away. Lin Shi finally broke through the player encirclement, his steps lightening as he secretly sighed in relief to escape disaster. His kill count had nearly reached 7,000, only 3,000 short of 10,000. But next time wouldn't be so smooth. There would be more players, packed even tighter. At this thought, his heart tightened. Wait, he wasn't truly free yet. Ahead, thousands of players formed a dark mass, surging toward him like a tide and quickly forming an encirclement. Lin Shi glanced back to see players still in hot pursuit behind him. Sure enough, there were always a few shrewd commanders in the crowd who had pushed the main force to his inevitable path. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, his nerves tensing once more. Haha, Vice President Judgment, why didn't you mention you had this ace up your sleeve earlier? Seeing the sea of intercepting players, Absolute Invincible's anger instantly turned to joy as he laughed heartily. Sacred Judgment snorted coldly. I could tell early on this boss wasn't stupid. Without a backup plan, it would have slipped away already. Too bad for it, running into me. The watching solo players, excited by the drama, eagerly followed behind the main force, wanting to witness the outcome firsthand. Admiring voices rose from the crowd. Impressive, truly worthy of being the sanctuary's right-hand man. The forums are full of praise for him. His reputation will soar again after this. Someone muttered quietly. Compared to sacred judgment, absolute invincible falls way short. Bad temper, and only got where he is because his sister is the guild leader's wife. The voice was extremely low, afraid of being overheard by absolute invincible, or life in gods and demons would become unbearable. On the other side, a player rubbed his hands together with anticipation. Purple Lightning Skywolf is a gold tier boss. What kind of gold equipment will it drop? Even if we can't touch it, we should at least feast our eyes. The crowd grew larger and larger, battle fervor boiling over. Brothers, help me slaughter this Purple Lightning Skywolf. I want to skin it and make clothes. Absolutely Invincible raised his arm and roared, kill. Players surged toward Lin Shi like a tide. Having barely escaped the encirclement earlier, his health had struggled back to around 28. But now there was no retreat, only a desperate fight. Lin Shi's eyes gleamed with cold light. He still had trump cards. Victory wasn't certain yet. Rending claws. Purple lightning flashed as claw shadows wrapped in electric arcs tore through the air, instantly ripping a massive gap through the dense formation of 2,000 players ahead. Lin Shi's eyes were deep as night. No one knew what calculations were running through his mind. The siege began immediately, and his recently recovered stamina was consumed in an instant. White flashes erupted throughout the crowd as players' madness was laid bare. Lin Shi's health dropped at a visible rate. 25, 20, 15. Kill notifications flashed wildly. 7, 500, 8,000. Ding. You have killed 8,000 adventurers. Reward obtained. Level 5, current level 32. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 golden beams shot up from beneath his feet, rising higher and higher before dissolving into scattered particles of light. A surge of scorching power spread from his heart to every limb, and Lin Shi's attack speed and damage instantly skyrocketed. Miss. 2. Miss. Miss. The massive boost to all attributes dramatically increased his dodge and immunity rates. Damn it. Divine Judgment cursed under his breath, watching the devastating losses. From the start of battle until now, this Purple Lightning Skywolf had gained a full 10 levels, while so many of their attacks were being continuously negated. However, the numerical disadvantage continued to grow, and Lin Shi's health bar kept dropping. The mages in the distance remained protected at the center by warriors, completely unharmed, still chugging potions and unleashing spells in an endless barrage. 10-6. His health bar was pressed to rock bottom, leaving only a paper-thin sliver of life. Oh whoa. Lin Shi's eyes turned blood-red as he threw back his head and roared, his howl shaking the entire grassland. Absolutely Invincible watched him with smug confidence and contempt, while Divine Judgment caught a whiff of unease in the air. But Lin Shi's life hung by a thread. This was certain death. This was the end. The players were already buzzing with excitement. The first golden boss in the China region was finally about to fall, marking a glorious moment that would make China famous worldwide. Howl! A piercing wolf cry suddenly echoed from the distance. Divine Judgment's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively looked toward the sound, his expression instantly darkening. Humph! Are all golden-ear bosses this cunning nowadays? A massive wolf, several times larger than a full-grown tiger, came charging down the mountainside. Sunlight cascaded over its golden fur, which gleamed like razor-sharp blades, while its paws kicked up clouds of dust as it moved at a speed almost too fast for the naked eye to follow. I never imagined a golden-tier boss could be this troublesome. Is there no justice left in this world? Absolutely Invincible gritted his teeth, his face equally grim. At the back of the crowd, Lin Shi's lips curved into a bloodthirsty smile. That massive wolf was one of his trump cards. The Wolf King. He was exploiting players' tendency to underestimate wild monsters, preparing to deliver a devastating counterattack. In the next second, the Wolf King had already pounced into the crowd of players. Its fangs flashed with cold light as blood splattered everywhere. The slaughter had begun. Since evolving into a level 25 golden boss, the Wolf King's health had grown even higher than Lin Shi's current state, and this was after he had voluntarily passed the Wolf King title to other giant wolves to prevent the pack from being leaderless. If we traced back to when Lin Shi was level 21, after killing over 8,000 players, his level had already broken through to 30, with health exceeding 100,000 and almost perversely thick health pool. Lin Shi swung his claws, unleashing rending claws, to tear open a bloody path as he charged toward the Wolf King. But his health was nearly depleted, and he was running purely on willpower. Everyone pile on. Block them from reuniting. Divine Judgment commanded decisively. Players surged forward like a tide, trying to form a human wall between the two wolves. The Wolf King was frantic. It knew its son couldn't hold out much longer. If they didn't break through soon, both father and son would surely die. Howl! It threw back its head and roared, the sound waves deafening and seemingly tangible as they struck everyone present. Ding! You have used the skill Death Howl, dealing 100 indiscriminate damage to all life within a 30 by 30 range. Damn my ears. Holy crap, I'm going deaf. 1,333. 1,420. 1,430. 1,555. Dense damage numbers floated up as flashes of white light erupted in succession. Once upon a time, the Wolf King's attacks weren't enough to instantly kill well-equipped level 10 players. But now as a level 25 golden boss, its attributes had skyrocketed beyond comparison. In just a few breaths, the distance between father and son had bin forcibly shortened. Lin Shi's health bar showed less than 3 remaining. Kill, kill, kill. His eyes were bloodshot, his body erupting with terrifying ferocity under the instinct of near death. Only one thought remained in his mind: kill every obstacle in sight. 9,000. A full 9,000 players had fallen to the purple lightning sky wolf's claws. Outside the crowd, Divine Judgment watched the struggling purple lightning sky wolf with an expressionless face, his voice ice cold. It's useless. Just die already, mongrel. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent energy suddenly surged within Lin Shi's body. His nearly exhausted heart felt as if it had been filled with a raging wind, beating once more. Ding. You have comprehended the skill Heart of Slaughter, Tier 1. Heart of Slaughter, Tier 1 passive. The way of slaughter comprehended through extreme madness and killing, granting deeper understanding of combat. Effect: base damage 20, attack speed 30, recovery speed 50. Ding. As the 8th native of the Divine Demon Continent to comprehend Heart of Slaughter, you receive the reward. All attributes 20. 3,450. 3,430. The dramatically increased damage numbers exploded above players' heads as Lin Shi's combat power surged once again, causing Divine Judgment to raise an eyebrow. He's gotten stronger again. If we can't take him down this time, we'll have to wait until this guy leaves the newbie village. He's already invincible within the newbie zone. 2. Lin Shi's health bar plummeted to just 2 remaining. Roar. Accompanied by an earth-shattering howl, the Wolf King used brute force to clear a 30 by 30 meter vacuum zone. Lin Shi and the Wolf King finally reunited, but the Wolf King's death roar was an indiscriminate attack that Lin Shi, in his current state, simply couldn't withstand. The Wolf King was frantic with worry. This was far too dangerous. The two wolves' eyes met briefly before they simultaneously turned and charged toward the outer perimeter of the encirclement. Think you can escape? Absolute Invincible's lips curled into a sinister smile. Impossible. Our human wave has the outer ring sealed tight. The nearest diameter is 500 meters. Even if we gave you a chance, you still couldn't get away. Lin Shi sprinted desperately, his gaze locked onto the distant exit. The players almost ignored the Wolf King, directing all their attacks like a tidal wave toward Lin Shi. The Wolf King positioned itself alongside him, blocking a massive amount of damage, but Lin Shi's health continued to drain away slowly yet lethally. 400 meters. 300 meters, health at 3. 2. The casual players on the outer ring whispered among themselves. He's done for. Honestly, seeing this purple lightning sky wolf fight so hard to survive, I almost feel sorry for it. Then why don't you go tell Sacred Judgment and Absolute Invincible to let it go? Others scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. They're just a bunch of datawats there to pity. I was just making an observation. Besides, golden tier equipment. The first piece of golden equipment in the China server is finally about to drop. Absolute Invincible turned to Sacred Judgment with a laugh. Judgment, let's split the loot afterward. No rush. Sacred Judgment smiled slightly. It's still early. The purple lightning sky wolf isn't dead, yet why the hurry? It's definitely going to die. Absolute Invincible shook his head with certainty. Look, still a full 300 meters from the outer ring. 2 health. Oh wait, now it's about 1. If it survives this, I'll give up my position as Vice President of Absolute Domain. Sacred Judgment smiled without contradiction, but privately calculated. This person might be spoiled, but he has real skill. A little flattery might prove useful in the future. 200 meters. A sharp glint suddenly flashed through Lin Shi's eyes. His health was now critically low. 354170000. Wounds covered his body, blood mixing together, some his own, some from players. Though the system refreshed quickly, Lin Shi's killing was even faster. The Wolf King was frantic with anxiety but helpless while only thousands of players remained on the battlefield, and it could potentially kill them all alone. Lin Shi was just one step away from death. The Wolf King lifted its head to gaze at the distant grassland, those fatal 200 meters like an invisible iron wall. It looked back at Lin Shi, eyes full of worry and helplessness, but suddenly caught that gleam of light in Lin Shi's eyes. Is there hope? The Wolf King's pupils suddenly brightened. Players surged forward frantically, weapons raining down on Lin Shi like hailstones, excitement written across their faces. This battle was finally about to reach its conclusion. Lin Shi stopped in his tracks, coming to a halt. The Wolf King also came to a halt. Absolute Invincible stood on a distant rocky outcrop, gazing into the distance with a smirk. Look, Judgment, he probably knows he's doomed and has simply given up resisting. Having just been praised by Divine Judgment, Absolute Invincible felt pleased, his tone losing its earlier stiffness and gaining some warmth. Divine Judgment secretly chuckled to himself, quite enjoying this atmosphere. Crackle crackle. Electric currents danced around Lin Shi, his purple wolf first standing on end inch by inch, with terrifying lightning spreading through the gaps. His eyes shifted from blood red to an eerie, deep purple, his entire body convulsing, spine arching, fangs clenched tight, his expression fierce and menacing. A nearby player seized what seemed like an opening, swinging his axe through the air. Crack! Before the blade could even touch him, electricity had already traveled up the metal into the player's body. The player convulsed violently, consumed by lightning, and vanished in a flash of white light. 7,653. The massive damage number exploded in the air, making nearby players gasp in shock. Everyone be careful. This boss is about to use his ultimate skill. Holy crap, a gold tier boss with an ultimate? That's so unfair. The electrical current grew denser by the second, instantly wrapping Lin Shi's entire body in a sphere of purple lightning. Thunder. Storm. 10,000. Strikes. The four words were practically squeezed out through gritted teeth. Boom. Countless lightning serpents erupted outward from him as the center, instantly covering the entire battlefield. Ah! Screams rose one after another as waves of players were sent away in flashes of white light. The surroundings instantly became a sea of lightning impossible to approach, certain death upon contact. Ding. You have used the skill, Thunderstorm 10,000 strikes, dealing devastating damage based on your attack power within a 200 by 200 range. The farther from yourself, the lower the damage, with a minimum of 150 and maximum of 800. Ding. Due to using a skill beyond your limits, your body cannot withstand it. Level 5. 20 seconds later, the lightning gradually faded. Lin Shi's aura completely dissipated as he collapsed unconscious, losing all awareness. In the center of the battlefield, only the Wolf King remained standing, his body charred black. The ground was barren, covered in scorch marks with occasional residual lightning flickering. The Wolf King snapped back to his senses, grabbed Lin Shi in his jaws, and bolted away. The nearest players were over 200 meters away, completely unable to intercept them, only able to watch helplessly as the two figures disappeared into the distance. Some even dropped their weapons, holding their heads in bewilderment. What had seemed like a sure victory had been brutally reversed, leaving everyone looking as if they'd been slapped hard across the face. Absolute Invincible's face turned ashen. Divine Judgment stood there dumbfounded. After living in comfort for so long, even his heart had grown quiet. The Wolf King, heavy with thoughts, lifted Lin Shi onto his back and stepped beyond the territory's borders. Surprisingly, there was no resistance whatsoever. The divine pressure never descended, and they crossed the boundary with ease. Beneath their feet stretched an endless grassland that rolled to the horizon, green waves rippling in the wind. The Wolf King ran at full speed, faster than any ordinary being could imagine. After 2 full hours, the scenery changed dramatically. Towering ancient trees replaced the grassland, their massive roots coiling across the ground like pythons. Occasionally, squirrels perched on branches cast curious glances their way. They had never seen such creatures before. A gentle breeze rustled through the canopy while ants busily carried food through the forest floor. Mantises lay hidden in the undergrowth, and cicadas sang in waves, filling the woods with vibrant life. The Wolf King gently placed Lin Shi on the soft fallen leaves and waited in silence. He gazed at his son with complex emotions. This child he had raised with his own hands had grown strong enough to slaughter over 10,000 adventurers, while he, the Wolf King, had accomplished nothing. After a moment, determination flashed in his eyes. The divine demon continent was vast and boundless, and it was time for him to venture forth as well. Whimper Lin Shi groaned softly as he slowly awakened, immediately hit by searing pain. He smiled bitterly. Thunder's Fury, his ultimate trump card, truly couldn't be used lightly. He was now in an extremely weakened state. Opening his status panel, duration, 3 hours. Worse yet, his level had dropped from the 30s. Wait, it was still in the 30s? Purple Lightning Heavenly Wolf. Quality, Golden Boss. Level, 33. Health, 200,000. Attack, 1,480. Defense, 760. Speed, 35. Skills, Rending Claws, Lightning Flash, Thunder's Fury. Description, an ordinary wolf mutated under mysterious radiance, greatly increasing its strength and potential. Later blessed by unknown forces, it underwent complete transformation with exceptional growth potential. All attributes are incomparably enhanced. System notifications immediately appeared. Ding. Due to using skills beyond your limits, your body is damaged. Level 5. Ding. You have killed 10,000 adventurers. Reward, level 6. Current level, 33. Ding. Congratulations on becoming the first native to kill 10,000 adventurers. You have gained the right to leave your territory and may freely explore the divine demon continent. Ding. As a native, you may now choose your own name. So he really had killed 10,000 players. Lin Shi suddenly understood, though he wasn't surprised. Thunder's Fury's range and destructive power were terrifying. with at least 1,000 players perishing in that lightning storm. At that moment, the Wolf King spoke. Child, are you all right? Yes, just weakened. I'll be fine after 3 hours of rest. Lin Shi nodded. Good. The Wolf King showed a hint of relief. Then his tone grew resolute. I must leave. Leave? Where to? Lin Shi asked. Though his tone showed no surprise, the Wolf King had long foretold this day would come. The Divine Demon continent is vast. Now that we've left our territory, if I don't forge some achievements, life would be meaningless. The Wolf King's gaze was sharp as a blade. Before truly powerful beings, I'm nothing but an ant. Me life and death rest in their whims. Two must become stronger. The Wolf King departed, and watching his retreating figure, Lin Shi felt a profound silence. That silhouette was both solitary and magnificent, no longer the weak boss from the newbie village who could be slaughtered at will. Lin Shi sat motionless for 3 full hours until his aching limbs regained strength, then shakily rose to his feet. When we meet again, my father, where and when will that be? He murmured to himself. Surveying his surroundings, he confirmed he was at the edge of a primeval forest. Since the Wolf King had personally brought him here, there likely weren't any deadly threats nearby. Lin Shi stepped on the thick layer of decaying leaves, slowly moving forward. The setting sun's rays were fragmented into scattered points of light by the towering ancient trees, and in an instant, night fell silently. In the nocturnal forest, fireflies scattered like fallen stars, complementing the starlight in the sky above. Owls occasionally hooted deeply, their echoes lingering among the trees. As a cool evening breeze swept through, Lin Shi assessed his situation. He was most likely still in the outer zone, with truly powerful magical creatures dwelling in the inner circles deeper within. No human footprints marked this place, and players wouldn't arrive anytime soon. The semi-transparent system prompt for choose faction flickered in the corner of his vision, yet he remained undecided: light or darkness. He selected an ancient tree that would require 4 or 5 people to embrace, curled up, and lay down to rest. Occasionally, when mosquitoes or flies ventured too close, blue-white electric arcs instantly erupted around his body, incinerating them to ash. The night passed peacefully. The next day, as the sun barely crested the horizon, golden rays pierced through the forest gaps. Lin Shi opened his eyes to birdsong and beast calls forming nature's morning symphony. He went to the clear stream he'd discovered the previous evening, cupped water to wash his face, droplets falling from his chin. Let's explore the inner circle, he said, shaking water drops from his forehead and striding deeper into the forest. The further he ventured, the denser the foliage became. Beneath the thick canopy, barely any dappled light circles were visible, with sunlight only filtering through in sparse areas. Roar! Suddenly, a tiger's roar shattered the silence. Crows and small birds on the treetops took flight in alarm, surging skyward in a dark mass. A tiger? There are tigers in this forest. Lin Shi's eyes flashed with surprise. Now at level 33, having spent the night recovering and with his condition fully restored, his courage had grown bolder, so he followed the sound. Meanwhile, in the real world's Chinese region, the 3 major guilds of Divine Realm, Heaven, Absolute Territory, and Sanctuary remained the pinnacle destinations countless players dreamed of joining. At this moment, Absolute Territory's guild leader, Absolute Peak, cleaved a giant mantis monster in half with his axe, green fluid splattering everywhere. His expression was grim as his voice thundered through the communication channel. I gave you 7,000 people, plus Sanctuary's 8,000, totaling 15,000 players. Taking down a single gold-tier boss should have been a sure thing, yet you let it escape? Are you mocking me? On the other end, Absolute Invincible cried out miserably. Brother-in-law, it really wasn't my fault. That boss was too special. Just watch the video I recorded first. The footage showed Lin Shi unleashing thunderous power, his single strike sending lightning sweeping across the battlefield, reducing thousands of players to ash in an instant, leaving corpses scattered everywhere and scorched earth in all directions. Absolute Peak stared at the video clip, his furrowed brow finally relaxing slightly. If this video isn't fake, then that gold boss is indeed extraordinary. An ultimate attack of this magnitude. Even dark gold tier bosses might not possess such power. Could it be a divine beast descendant, or perhaps a juvenile divine beast? He concluded gravely. That's entirely possible. Hearing his brother-in-law agree with his assessment, Absolute Invincible felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had narrowly escaped disaster this time. A 200 by 200 meter range, absolutely terrifying. For a skill belonging to a gold tier boss, it was simply incomprehensible. The true level of this ability must be far beyond what they had imagined. Then there's nothing more to say. Absolute Peak snorted coldly, his gaze dark and brooding. That guy had less than 1 health remaining, yet he still sent us home empty-handed. So what if he had an ace up his sleeve? If you could have laid groundwork like Sacred Judgment did, he would have been finished long ago. Absolute Invincible remained silent, his fists clenched even tighter, his mind still reeling from that terrifying skill that had covered a 200-meter diameter. It felt as though the scorching aftershocks still lingered in the air. At the same time, at the sanctuary headquarters, Judgment, even though we couldn't take down that boss this time, you've already pushed yourself to the limit, an elder said in a steady tone. The fault lies with May underestimated the boss's strength and overestimated the capabilities of Absolute Domain's vice president, Absolute Invincible. Sacred Judgment frowned slightly, still reflecting on his performance. I was still negligent. If I hadn't overlooked that golden-winged bloodthirsty wolf at the time, the outcome might have been completely different. Enough. To err is human. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Having you remain with the sanctuary is a blessing for us all. This time, both we and Absolute Domains suffered heavy losses, which only benefited Heaven Realm. After all, our three guilds are evenly matched. Under the fading sunset, She stepped through the tall grass, following the intermittent sound of tiger roars. The grass blades rustled in the gentle breeze, and the air was thick with the damp scent of earth. He carefully parted the waist-high grass, and a massive black tiger came into view. The beast was hunched over, tearing at a fallen deer with its razor-sharp fangs, easily ripping a gaping hole in the animal's belly as warm blood pooled among the fallen leaves. Shi's heart skipped a beat as he immediately focused his mental energy to observe the tiger's every movement. Ding! You have mastered the universal skill Scout, allowing you to investigate creatures no more than 10 levels above you. Scout. Target, demonized tiger. Level, 26. Health, 50,000. Attack, 865. Defense, 450. Speed, 28. Skills, Tiger Pounce, Thick Hide. Description, originally a tiger living in the forest, it has been corrupted by demonic energy, making it even more ferocious and bloodthirsty than before. She felt the tension in his chest ease thankfully. It wasn't some incredibly powerful monster. After a moment's consideration, he straightened his back and boldly stepped out from the tall grass. Though this demonic tiger possessed an intimidating aura, its true strength was still beneath his own. However, where there was one demonic tiger, there were likely others lurking in the forest, possibly even Lord-level bosses. For safety's sake, it would be best to try establishing some rapport first. The moment he revealed himself, the demonic tiger's blood-red pupils locked onto him. Roar! With a deafening bellow, the tiger lunged forward like an arrow from a bow, giving him no chance to explain. Left with no choice, Shi activated his movement technique Lightning Flash. Electric arcs crackled across his body as his speed suddenly increased. Just as the tiger's claws sliced through the air toward him, he sidestepped with a sliding motion, barely avoiding the strike. Missing its target, the tiger grew even more enraged. Its thick tail whipped around, creating a howling gust of wind. Shi took 2 light steps backward as the tail swept past the hem of his clothes. Roar! The demonic tiger seemed humiliated and launched into a relentless series of vicious attacks. Shi had intended to continue restraining himself, but then he caught sight of the creature's eyes, fierce and violent, yet completely lifeless, as hollow as a corpse. So it's just a shell controlled by demonic energy. His gaze turned cold. Since the creature had lost all reason, there was no need to hold back any longer. Lightning exploded once more as he flashed beneath the tiger's belly. His fingers formed claws and tore away a large strip of tiger hide. Hiss! Blood sprayed everywhere as the demonic tiger convulsed violently, yet it was still driven by rage to counterattack frantically. Shi shook his head. Having lost its reason and acting purely on instinct, it didn't even understand basic combat tactics. Victory would be far too easy. Within 3 moves, he had pinned the tiger to the ground. A warm current surged through his body. Ding! You have slain demonic tiger and gained 1,500 experience points. 1,500? Not bad. Shi raised an eyebrow. He currently needed over 500,000 experience points to level up. If he relied entirely on these tigers, he'd need to defeat about 300 of them, not an unreasonable number. As soon as the thought occurred to him, he chuckled at himself. There were probably even more dangerous creatures in this forest. If he really started grinding here, he might disturb some hidden powerhouse. Better not to disturb this woodland. Without lingering, he stepped deeper into the dense forest. As he progressed, the number of demonic tigers indeed increased, and they were noticeably stronger. Demonic tiger. Level, 29. Health, 70,000. Attack, 980. Defense, 650. Speed, 30. Skills, Tiger Pounce Kill, Thick Hide. Description, originally forest-dwelling tigers that, after being invaded by demonic energy, have become increasingly vicious and bloodthirsty. Compared to the first one, their attributes had nearly doubled. What could cause such a dramatic transformation in these demonic tigers? Was it merely the demonic energy? And where was the source of this energy? A series of questions arose in his mind. Shi carefully lowered his stance and, using the shadows of trees and shrubs to cleverly avoid the demonic tiger's line of sight, continued forward. The corrupted tigers weren't far apart from each other, and if they kept hearing fierce roars, they might come to each other's aid. Since picking them off one by one seemed nearly impossible, Lin Shi completely abandoned that plan. The closer he got to the forest's center, the colder it became, with moisture clinging to him like fog. The trees grew thick and lush, blocking out every ray of sunlight above the canopy. After walking for about an hour, all traces of the corrupted tigers vanished, replaced by something else undead. They had no flesh whatsoever, their pale bones exposed, hollow skulls that looked ready to crumble, yet the numbers from his scouting skill revealed their danger. Undead soldier. Level 30. Health 80,000. Attack 1,230. Defense 450. Speed 26. Skills double strike, execute. Description: warriors who once slept in the forest, awakened after being corrupted by demonic energy, instinctively wielding weapons to guard their awakener. The undead shambled through the forest on patrol, never more than 10 meters apart, making deeper penetration nearly impossible. Lin Shi held his breath, waiting for the gap to reach its maximum. 5 meters, 8 meters, 10 meters. Now or never, pushed off with all four legs and shot forward like an arrow, slipping past two skeletons who remained completely oblivious, continuing their mechanical patrol. Success. Lin Shi exhaled in relief. Using the same trick repeatedly, he darted through the 10-meter gaps again and again. If someone had designed this setup, they probably never imagined that a wolf would break through using pure speed. A human would need to be at least level 90 with 3 class changes to pull this off, but what would a level 90 powerhouse be doing in this backwater place? Though his route was severely lengthened, he continued advancing methodically. After another hour, he left the undead soldiers' perimeter behind and reached the forest's deepest point. Now he was trapped between the corrupted tigers and undead in a double blockade. At the first sign of trouble, escape would be impossible. So Lin Shi moved as if walking on thin ice, slowing to a crawl. No small animals stirred here. No birds perched in the branches. The silence was so complete, he could only hear his own heartbeat. Yet strangely, the trees and undergrowth grew unnaturally lush. Wow, what a great nap. The sudden childish voice made Lin Shi's heart skip a beat. Be quiet, he roared through their mental connection. I won't. Baby put her hands on her hips, her tone haughty. We're communicating through consciousness. There's no sound. What are you afraid of? Lin Shi felt a headache coming on. You're distracting me. Distracting? Ahem, I'm testing you. A strong person needs to multitask, handle 2, 3, 4 things at once. This ability can't be developed overnight, so I'm training you. In the future, you'll be able to face multiple enemies without falling behind. Baby's childish voice was completely serious, making Lin Shi's mouth twitch. If you keep babbling, I'll throw you away. Throw me away? Baby's eyes went wide as saucers. You wouldn't dare? Without me, could you even leave this territory? I'm the one who enhanced your potential and aptitude. You. All right, I was wrong. Lin Shi quickly tried to appease her. That's more like it. Baby lifted her chin proudly. I'll let it slide this time. The bigger person forgives the smaller. Only small person like you, Lin Shi, doesn't even register on my radar. Suddenly, her nostrils twitched. Huh, why is there that kind of scent here? What scent was it again? Oh right, the scent of transformation grass. This smell is so familiar. To find such a treasure in a small place like this is unbelievable. Shape-shifting grass. Lin Shi was stunned. Wasn't that something from novels? It actually existed? For a moment, he felt his brain couldn't quite process this. That's right, it's shape-shifting grass. The baby in his consciousness spoke with certainty. This is a treasure. Eating it can enhance your strength and give you the ability to transform into human form. You should know that humans are the most spiritually gifted of all beings. Other races can only occasionally possess this rare ability after reaching divine level. At this point, the baby proudly patted its chest. I'm very familiar with shape-shifting grass. Back when that creature who passed down the inheritance to me. Well, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Anyway, it's a good thing when you encounter it. You must seize it. Transform into human form. Hope flickered in Lin Shi's eyes. The scent is so strong, it must be nearly ripe. The baby excitedly waved its fists. What incredible luck that you happened upon this. We can't let others take advantage of such a treasure. Grab it. We must get our hands on it. But Lin Shi shook his head and coughed. You're thinking too simply. What if someone specifically planted it here? If the owner is nearby, I'm no match for them. Nonsense. The baby snorted. Do you know how long shape-shifting grass takes to mature? At least 5 years, sometimes up to 500 years, and it doesn't even need watering in between. Who would be foolish enough to guard it the whole time? Besides, would a powerful cultivator choose such a godforsaken place to cultivate shape-shifting grass? Impossible. Be bolder, go quickly. Convinced by these words, Lin Shi carefully crept forward. Before long, he spotted a muddy pond at the edge of his vision. The water was murky and foul-smelling, yet in the center stood a solitary emerald grass, pristine without a trace of filth. A faint glow flowed along its leaf veins, and a refreshing fragrance wafted over, entering his nostrils and immediately clearing his mind, making everything seem brighter. It really is a treasure. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Don't rush, it needs just a little more time, about an hour. The baby reminded him while swallowing. An hour? Lin Shi frowned. There won't be heavenly thunder and earthly fire when it matures, will there? Don't worry, at most the fragrance will become stronger. Whoever planted the shape-shifting grass here was quite clever. The undead outside have no sense of smell, and the demonic tigers are too far away to detect it. It's perfectly safe. The baby nodded smugly after speaking. Lin Shi thought this made sense and could only wait patiently. Time passed quickly. Whoosh. The shape-shifting grass suddenly burst forth with rich fragrance, waves of aroma so thick they were almost visible. The undead, wandering in the distance, clutching swords, axes, and staffs, continued their aimless roaming, completely unresponsive to the scent. The grass's color also changed instantly from pale green to light green to deep green, bursting with vitality. Told you there was nothing to worry about. Go quickly. The baby's eyes gleamed with excitement. You lucky bastard, terrible temper, but decent luck. Lin Shi couldn't be bothered to respond. Purple light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Swoosh. His entire body became a blur, instantly shooting forward like lightning. His toes touched the muddy pond's surface and immediately stepped forward without sinking even slightly, gliding across the water with extreme lightness and speed, stirring up only a gentle breeze. Reaching the transformation grass, Lin Shi maintained his speed and swiftly plucked it with lightning reflexes, avoiding any contamination from the swamp's filth. Using his momentum, he lightly tapped across the muddy surface several times before bouncing cleanly out of the bog. To prevent any complications, he immediately fled the area, running at full speed for 15 minutes before diving into a thicket deep in the forest and crouching low to hide. The surroundings were so quiet he could only hear his own breathing. After a long moment with no disturbances, he finally exhaled in relief and shook his head with a bitter smile, thinking he had been overly paranoid. The little one in his consciousness immediately gloated. See? There's nothing. Roar! A thunderous bellow exploded overhead, brutally cutting off the little one's words. Lin Shi's nerves instantly tightened as he held his breath. It was a tiger's roar, but its dominance and resonance far surpassed the demonic tiger he had previously slain. The difference was like night and day. From the sound alone, Lin Shi felt overwhelmed with helplessness. This was the true ruler of this forest. Powerful. At least 10 times stronger than my current level. Lin Shi quickly assessed, hardly believing his own conclusion. Logically, even a demonic tiger leader shouldn't be this terrifying. The base demonic tigers were only level 26, and even a lord shouldn't exceed level 40, yet this presence could easily crush him. Roar! The second roar lasted a full 10 minutes, making Lin Shi's chest feel tight. He thought to himself, that creature must have reached the swamp, discovered the missing transformation grass, and roared in fury. Fortunately, he had picked the grass and retreated the moment it matured, or he would surely be dead. But the fragrant scent emanating from the grass in his hand made his heart skip a beat. The creature might track him by smell. Lin Shi's face went pale as he frantically called out in his mind. Little one, can I eat the transformation grass directly? Yes. With that confirmation, he hesitated no longer, opening his mouth to swallow the entire plant in one gulp without even chewing. The little one jumped up and down in his consciousness. Huh? What a waste. It tastes so good, and you didn't even savor it. Lin Shi ignored this, his throat working as he swallowed the grass with a gulp. The next moment, tremendous energy exploded within his body, painless, but bringing intense drowsiness. Fighting to stay conscious, he made his decision. Leave now. Not daring to venture deeper, he turned right and fled at full speed. In a flash, his forepaws nearly shattered the air beneath them. Moving so fast he seemed ready to take flight. Just 2 minutes after his departure, a massive shadow appeared by the swamp, huge as a small mountain. Even the thick tree trunks seemed frail beside it. Each step left deep craters in the mud. Those lantern-like tiger eyes burned with rage. The transformation grass had been picked early, its scent ending here, clearly already consumed. At this realization, murderous fury nearly consumed the beast itself. Roar! Another furious bellow erupted, scattering the forest birds in panic. After running frantically for 10 minutes, Lin Shi was confident he was temporarily safe and finally slowed his pace. However, the energy within his body could no longer be suppressed and exploded like a nuclear bomb. Ding! You have consumed the immortal-grade treasure, transformation grass, and received a life baptism. The system notification rang in his ears. Lin Shi's eyes instantly blazed like cold stars. Immortal grade. Though not a player, he understood what that single word immortal meant. Immediately after, crackling sounds erupted continuously as his bones seemed to melt, his entire body becoming as soft as water. Forget fighting, couldn't even stand. The little one explained in its childish voice. The transformation grass temporarily weakens non-humanoid creatures, but you'll recover quickly and become much stronger. Don't worry. Hearing this, Lin Shi closed his eyes and focused on the surging transformative power within. Scorching energy raced through his meridians as his wolf fur fell away in clumps. His front paws rapidly elongated, finger bones protruding to form structures resembling human hands. His hind limbs also twisted and reformed into the beginnings of human feet. His spine stretched, chest cavity expanded, and his entire form continuously extended and contracted in unstable flux. Everything seemed utterly miraculous. The energy surged through his entire body, washing over Lin Shi from head to toe, transforming him completely. Drowsiness crashed over him like a tidal wave, and he could no longer resist, falling into a deep slumber. Even in his unconscious state, that power continued to churn and permeate within him, silently reshaping his bones, flesh, and meridians. Lin Shi awakened, the light in his eyes seeming to tear through darkness itself. Every speck of floating dust was captured with crystal clarity, and each cell in his body felt like it was cheering. He slowly raised his hand, the palm, now free of wolf fur, had delicate skin with long, powerful fingers. Looking up, he could see leaves dancing like butterflies as he lay naked on his back among the fallen leaves in the forest. Human, he murmured softly. I've finally become human again. No, baby interrupted mercilessly from within his consciousness. You're just a wolf who ate transformation grass and took human form. You're not a real human. Say whatever you want. Lin Shi smiled, pillowing his head with his hands. At least I'm now a humanoid NPC who can intimidate players a bit. The danger is much less, as long as I don't revert to my original form. As he stood up, he realized he was completely naked, his muscular contours particularly striking in the sunlight. Pervert. Baby held back for a long moment before blurting out the word, her little face flushed red. Though she shared Lin Shi's vision and lacked other senses, it still made her feel embarrassed and annoyed. Lin Shi's face reddened slightly. You can't blame me for this. I'm the one being seen naked, so I'm the one at a disadvantage, right? I'm taking advantage of you? Bah. Baby rolled her eyes and muttered quietly. Whatever, it's just a little earthworm. Seeing it is like getting dust blown in my eyes. Little earthworm. Lin Shi's mouth twitched. Wait until it grows up, it might poke your eyes out. Not bothering to argue with a child, he surveyed his surroundings. Still the same clearing as before. Clearly that terrifying lord hadn't pursued him. This place was treacherous, and his own strength was too weak. Being greedier would be courting death. His gains were already sufficient. He should leave quickly. He couldn't take the original path, as that lord might be lying in wait. Lin Shi chose the opposite direction and moved forward stealthily. Along the way, he pulled up his attribute panel. Ding. You have consumed the immortal grade rare treasure, transformation grass, gaining the ability to switch to human form at will. All attributes 25. Ding. The remaining energy from transformation grass lies dormant within your body, continuously enhancing your strength. Experience required for leveling reduced by half until level 50. Current form, Purple Lightning Celestial Wolf, Gold Tier Boss. Level, 33. Health, 225,000. Attack, 1,505. Defense, 785. Speed, 36. Skills, Rending Claws, Lightning Flash, Thunderstrike. Description: my attributes have increased quite a bit, and my leveling speed has doubled. Lin Shi was in excellent spirits. After nimbly avoiding the patrols of undead soldiers, he reached the territory of the demonic tigers. On the outskirts of the forest, hundreds of demonic tigers wandered in small groups, the air thick with their savage scent. Lin Shi had no desire to attract the attention of the demonic tigers, since any disturbance might draw the lord who could still be burning with rage, putting his life in danger. There's quite a gap between my attributes and those of the demonic tiger, and with the dense forest providing cover, I can slip away unnoticed as long as I don't get within 10 meters. After several close-range reconnaissance attempts, Lin Shi finally confirmed this. Now in human form, his lean figure could easily hide behind tree trunks, no longer hindered by his bulky wolf body that made concealment difficult. So he crept in quietly and left without a sound. The entire forest appeared completely undisturbed on the surface. Standing at the outermost edge, he gazed back at this green sea that was vibrant with life on the periphery, yet eerily silent within. With players only at level 20 or 30, they had no business venturing here. Even those willing to risk their lives could only linger at the outskirts. Lin Shi's wolf-sharp instincts told him that the deeper one went, the more terrifying it became, and the source of the demonic energy seemed to be lurking somewhere in there. A gentle breeze caressed his face, his purple hair flowing softly behind him. The leather cord around his neck steadily held that gem known to no one. The morning was tender as Lin Shi left the forest, his solitary figure stretched long by the sunlight, gradually becoming a black before finally disappearing. In the forest, ants carried food, mantises hid among the weeds, and cicadas sang loudly. Everything was as usual. The Huaxia region, one super metropolis, 3 first-tier main cities, over 20 second-tier main cities, hundreds of third-tier towns, and countless villages. The super metropolis required level 150 to enter. First-tier main cities required level 100. Second-tier main cities required level 60. Third-tier towns only required level 10. At this moment, in the third tier, main city Windstorm City. True to its name, the gray city walls, weathered by wind and rain, appeared worn but still stood 8 meters tall. Inside the city, houses were scattered about, streets crisscrossed, and voices filled the air. Below the south gate, dozens of soldiers held spears, standing in formation like pine trees. In front of them, 2 soldiers were responsible for checking visitors. Name, gender, age, state them. A recording soldier kept his eyes straight ahead, holding a brush over his ledger. Maya, male, 36. Go on in. The man nodded in acknowledgement and had just stepped through the city gate when a beam of golden light suddenly descended. Ah! Amid heart-wrenching screams, black vapor rose from his body, then was burned to ash by the golden light, leaving no trace. The soldiers and queuing residents seemed accustomed to this sight, though fearful whispers still swept through the crowd. Oomph! Another one with a death wish. Dark faction scum dares to infiltrate human settlements? His Majesty's demon-detecting golden light isn't just for show. The recording soldier snorted coldly, crossed out the previous information, and continued his questioning. Name, gender, age. Lin Shi, male, 22. Go on in. No one paid attention to this purple-haired young man. The long queue behind was still waiting. He stepped through the city gate, and the demon-detecting golden light showed no response had already chosen the light faction before entering the city. Ding! You have chosen the light faction, and will now embark on a journey to crusade against darkness. From the forest to here, he had only passed through a few small villages. To cover his body, Lin Shi shamelessly borrowed a set of clothes, leaving behind a wild boar he had hunted as compensation before departing. However, upon entering Windstorm City, the temporary clothes were obviously ill-fitting, so he searched everywhere for a clothing store. Though Windstorm City was only a third-tier town, it could accommodate 100,000 people, with dense streets and alleys and shops everywhere, making it difficult to find his way for a moment. Excuse me, brother, how do I get to a clothing store? Go straight from here, turn right, cross 2 streets, then turn left, cross another street, and turn left. You'll see one there. Is that it? No, not yet. You'll first see a weapon shop, go straight in that direction for 3 streets, then turn right for 1 street, and finally turn left all the way to the end. Don't thank me, we re all Windstorm City locals, and I'll get mad if you thank me. Lin Shi. Suddenly, lewd shouting came from ahead. Hey little lady, don't walk away. Come have some fun with us brothers who guarantee you'll experience the most pleasurable thing in the world. This was followed by a burst of lecherous laughter. Lin Shi stopped in his tracks. The girl's face was pale, clearly unsettled and frightened by the situation. She wore her hair in a neat little ponytail, the smooth black strands resting against her neck. Her large, round eyes were like a spring lake, crystal clear without a trace of impurity. Her delicate hands twisted together nervously, revealing slender arms as white as lotus roots. Even the plain mage cloth armor couldn't hide her flawless, snow-white skin and perfectly sculpted features. Such beauty would leave even the most critical judge speechless. What do you want? She instinctively stepped back half a pace, her voice barely above a whisper. Don't come any closer. My brother is very powerful. The scrawny man grinned lewdly. Oh, your brother is powerful? I'm so scared. Beautiful. Mine's pretty powerful too. Want to give it a try? As soon as he finished speaking, his 2 companions burst into laughter. The blonde one gave him a thumbs up. Haha, boss, you're the best. The scrawny man smugly patted the blonde's shoulder. Of course. I was already running the streets when you guys were still copying homework in class. The 3 men formed a triangle, blocking all escape routes and leaving the girl no way out. This is a game. You can't do anything to me. My brother will never forgive you if he finds out, the girl protested again. Your brother? Who's that? Do I know him? The scrawny man picked at his ear and sneered. Stop playing the innocent saint. I'm your brother now. Come with big brother to a room for a little walk, huh? On the outskirts of the crowd, a purple-haired young man zifroned. He usually minded his own business, but this scene was truly disgusting. His reasons for stepping forward? Humph, there were 3. First, thugs were harassing a young woman in broad daylight. The key wasn't the thugs, but that the girl was too beautiful. As a man and quite the beast at the Lin Shi couldn't just stand by and watch. Second, before entering the game, he'd been a security guard. His occupational hazard no, his sense of justice won't allow him to back down. Third, and most importantly, where was the clothing store? Lin Shi needed help. Although the game had protections for female players, accidental contact didn't count as sexual harassment, a loophole many male players exploited. Just as the girl was about to log off to call her real brother for help, Lin Shi strode forward and shouted loudly. Move aside, move aside. This is my sister. What are you doing surrounding my sister? The sudden shout startled all 3 thugs and the girl, making them turn around. The fat one frowned and glared at him. You're her brother? Yes. Lin Shi answered with complete confidence. The scrawny man chuckled darkly and reached into his pack. A battle axe gleaming with silver-white light appeared in his palm. Brother, I'd like to borrow your sister for some fun. You don't mind, do you? The silver gleam made nearby players gasp in amazement. White, white silver. Damn, that's actually silver equipment. Do you know how rare that kind of gear is right now? There are only about 10 pieces in the entire country. That purple-haired guy looks like he's in trouble. He dared to provoke someone with silver-grade equipment's really kicked an iron plate this time. Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, the scrawny man became even more arrogant, his tone turning extremely rude. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'm telling you now. Tell me, are you going to consider handing your sister over to me or not? The scrawny man raised his hand and waved his silver battle axe, its blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight, the menacing killing intent making the onlookers instinctively gasp. Maybe we should just forget it. The girl cowered behind Lin Shi, staring at the axe with terrified eyes, then glanced at Lin Shi's dust-covered collar, her voice barely a whisper. But Lin Shi shook his head, his tone gentle yet firm. I'm your brother. How could I not protect you properly? He then stepped forward, creating distance from the three thugs, his voice calm, but loud enough for everyone around to hear. Fighting isn't allowed in town. If you've got the guts, let's settle this outside the city. Oh ho, quite cocky. The blonde thug found his stage to perform, crossing his arms and looking down his nose. Looking like a poor loser like you? I could take you down with one hand tied behind my back. Lin, she smiled lightly. Is that so? Then let's go outside the city and see what you've got. All talk and no action makes you nothing but a fake. Kid's pretty confident. The scrawny man's eyes narrowed as he quickly weighed his options. He hadn't become the boss of this area through words alone, but through reading people. That flash of unease and fear in Lin Shi's eyes didn't escape his notice. This kid was bluffing. Confirming his opponent lacked confidence, his concerns vanished instantly. He raised his axe and laughed wildly. Good, good, good. Let's go. Let's head outside the city and have a proper showdown. My silver-grade axe hasn't found anyone to PK with yet. Today I'll use you to christen it. Lin Shi snorted coldly and shouted back. When your silver axe drops, don't come crying to me. The scrawny man laughed heartily. If it drops, so be it. Getting another silver weapon isn't that hard. Enough talk, let's go. Are you really sure about this? Lin Shi kept walking, but the panic in his eyes grew stronger. Hurry up. Stop whining like a little girl. Are you a man or not? The scrawny man's voice suddenly rose. The girl bit her lip and hastily opened the system voice chat, frantically calling for help on the channel. Brother, come quick, something's happened here. She briefly explained the situation. All right, I'll send someone over right away now. I'll come myself, came the stern reply. The east gate was closest, so Lin Shi and the three thugs practically sprinted there. From a distance, they looked like dark shadows trailing long tails of dust. Human curiosity never fails to show up. Players gathered in twos and threes to watch the excitement, clustering on the city walls and street corners, their chatter rising and falling. This kid's done for. Those three thugs might be scum, but they've really got skills, plus they have silver weapons. 3 against 1 is definitely dead. Hero saving the beauty? Haha, this is interesting. He's going to get himself killed. Humph, he should know his own strength. Just looking at him, you can tell he's a greenhorn who doesn't know how cruel society can be. This will be a good lesson to show him what he's really capable of. That's just how people are. They love to criticize others, regardless of whether they can do any better themselves. They put on the face of someone who's been there and done that, never stopping to consider if they'd have the courage to act. That expression of feigned strength combined with indifferent nitpicking is truly nauseating. A crowd of curious players had gathered near the city gate, craning their necks and whispering among themselves. The noise was chaotic, yet their excitement was palpable. The girl stood among them, her fingers gripping her hem tightly, her slender shoulders trembling slightly as she thought, why isn't my brother here yet? Below the gate, 3 rogue players stood shoulder to shoulder in a line, their eyes full of arrogance. The scrawny man on the left held his chin high, pointing at Lin Shi in the distance, contempt practically shooting from his nostrils. Kid, your journey in gods and demons ends here. Running into us 3 brothers is your bad luck. Brothers, announce your names and give him an education. Lonely at night, level 13 warrior. Empty at night, level 13 mage. Bored at night, level 13 warrior. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted in gasps of amazement. Level 13. Holy crap. Even though the level rankings aren't open yet, gods and demons is several times harder to level up than other games. For these 3 brothers to reach level 13 so quickly, they've definitely got skills. I just barely made it out of the newbie village yesterday. Amid the noisy exclamations, the girl looked at Lin Shi, feeling both nervous and grateful. He's a complete stranger, yet he's standing up for me. I really hope nothing happens to him. Just then, a hand gently touched her shoulder. The girl's whole body trembled as she spun around. The newcomer had handsome features and an aura of natural authority in his brow, but when he looked at her, his eyes were as warm as spring water, tenderness flickering through them in an instant. Brother, the girl cried out in delight. The man nodded in acknowledgement. Behind him stood 2 other players, silent as bodyguards. His tone was gentle, yet ice lurked between his words. I understand the situation. Those three won't be bothering you again. How dare they harass my sister? They're asking for death. The girl was still worried about Lin Shi and asked quietly, what about that player? She pointed toward Lin Shi below the gate. Him. The man followed her gaze, a slight smile playing at his lips. Don't worry. The unlucky ones are those three rogues. They've run into a terrifying opponent. He's that powerful. The girl's eyes widened. Powerful. The man laughed heartily. Have you ever seen an NPC that wasn't powerful? At this stage, what player could possibly beat an NPC? An NPC? He's an NPC? The girl looked as surprised as a startled deer, blinking rapidly. The man shook his head with amusement and gently flicked the back of her head. In towns, players can hide their identities so well that even natives can't detect their information. But don't worry too much, already left the town's boundaries, so a scouting skill will reveal everything clearly. The girl quickly looked up, focusing her gaze on Lin Shi. Scouting skill. Lin Shi. Golden boss. Level. Health. Attack. Defense. Skills. Description. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, her pink lips parting slightly. So he really is an NPC. I thought he was just another player who had recently left the starter village. As her exclamation faded, her brother was already explaining with a smile. In towns where adventurers and natives live together, identification skills like scout become useless. It's naturally difficult to distinguish between players and NPCs, but there are still clues to follow. First, observe their mindset. Her brother said at a steady pace, each word making perfect sense. Players receive far more information than natives and see themselves as chosen ones, so they tend to act independently without restraint. While natives may be wary and distrustful of us, they have honest folk customs and can't hide their gentle nature during conversations. With careful observation, the difference becomes clear. Second, look at their appearance. He pointed toward the distant town. The natives of the divine demon continent, except for guards, almost all wear cloth clothing. If someone is lightly equipped or even wearing just a rough cloth tunic, you should pay attention. And that purple hair of Lin Shi's normal adventurer would bother dyeing their hair such a color? Of course, some players deliberately disguise themselves as NPCs to deceive others, which happens quite frequently. The siblings stood behind the parapet, their gazes sweeping over the chaos below the city gate. The girl asked curiously, but why are you different from most players you describe? You seem to have more fondness for the natives. Her brother fell silent for a moment before answering vaguely. There's a story behind that, which you'll naturally learn in time. Telling you now might be too shocking. The girl nodded understandingly. If her brother felt she should know, he would never hide it from her. Below the city gate, Lin Shi suddenly revealed a cruel smile. Let's end this quickly. His voice was so soft it seemed like a whisper to himself, yet it reached the ears of the three thugs. In a flash of lightning, purple light exploded. Using his palm as a sword, he swept out like a shadow, instantly slashing across all three throats before appearing behind them. The three thugs touched their necks in confusion. What the hell? Splurt, splurt, splurt. Blood spurted in succession. 4,620. 4,820. 9,720. Three red damage numbers appeared and faded. Lin Shi dusted off his hands as if brushing away dust from the air, then turned and strode back toward the city. The players on the city wall watched in stunned silence. Holy shit, an NPC? Should have used scout earlier. Those three guys were really unlucky. Someone shook their head mockingly, but was then drawn to the strange glow below the city. Wait. Next to Lonely Knight's corpse, that silver light. A white silver-grade weapon dropped. That low exclamation was like a spark falling into an oil barrel. The figures on the city wall surged like a tide toward the city gate, their eyes burning with greed. The sharp-eyed player slapped himself hard. Damn my big mouth. When queuing to enter Stormwind City again, Lin Shi stood at the back of the long line, though this time no registration was required. Only 4 people remained on the city wall: the girl, her brother, and 2 bodyguards. The brother's gaze fell on Lin Shi's retreating figure, and he suddenly turned his head to ask, Xiner, do you have some connection with this NPC? Her brother's gaze sharpened slightly. The girl, his sister Xiner, as he called her, shook her head gently, her voice barely a whisper. I don't know him. He just saw me being harassed by 3 thugs and came to help. Then you need to seize this opportunity. Her brother's tone suddenly turned serious. Go downstairs and find him right now. This could be your chance. That NPC is definitely extraordinary. Xiner was stunned, blinking in confusion. But I don't know what to do. It's fine. Just do whatever he asks you to do. If you encounter anything you don't understand, contact me immediately. Her brother placed his hands on his sister's shoulders, his tone softening again. Remember, get close to him. It might pay off big in the future. But if you really feel uncomfortable about it, forget it. I run such a large guild. I won't obsess over just one NPC's combat power. His calculations were clear. That NPC was currently only around level 30, which most players could reach after 2 months of training. But the potential was undeniable: that lightning-fast movement, precise attacks, and those sharp, penetrating eyes were far beyond what ordinary NPCs possessed. Moreover, the strength of NPCs in this world wasn't fixed. Yes, I'll do my best. Exiner nodded vigorously. Her brother smiled and waved her off. Go quickly. He's already at the bottom of the tower. Remember, don't force yourself. I don't want you doing things you don't like. At the base of the tower, Lin Shi looked around and spotted the girl hurrying down the stairs. Honestly, no matter how many times he saw her, he found this girl remarkable. Not only was she beautiful, but she possessed an elegant refinement that seemed to come from deep experience. Her every gesture was pleasing to the eye. He had to admit, those three thugs had good taste, at least. Too bad those three had somehow vanished forever from the world of gods and demons. Thank you. The girl ran up to Lin Shi, her cheeks flushed with a soft pink. No problem. Lin Shi flashed his white teeth in a casual smile. I can't stand those kinds of thugs. By the way, could you tell me how to get to a clothing store actually? Could you take me there? I'd like to change my clothes. Sure. The girl readily agreed, perfectly fulfilling the mission her brother had given her. Let's go then. Walking side by side along the cobblestone path, the girl kept her head down in silence, her back rigid with nervousness. Apart from her brother, she had rarely walked alongside any other boy like this. What should she talk about? Usually her brother would start conversations, and she would just respond. Now that she had to initiate, her cheeks turned red as ripe apples. Are you alright? Lin Shi glanced at her with concern. I'm fine, what could be wrong? The girl startled, quickly waving her hands with a smile. Oh good then. What's your name? Lin Shi asked casually. By Xian. Halfway through, she suddenly became alert, and quickly corrected herself. Baze Lioli. Lin Shi chuckled inwardly, but didn't call her out. Baze Lioli, right? Yes. She nodded like a pecking chick. The two continued forward until they reached a gray wall at the end of the street. Lin Shi suddenly stopped, his expression peculiar as he looked around for a moment before speaking. I asked you to take me to a clothing store, but here, is there really a clothing store? Only then did Baze Lioli look up. Before them stood an 8-meter-high stone wall, behind which was a weapon shop. Inside, a burly man swung his hammer as sparks flew, and when he looked up, his gaze fell strangely upon Lin Shi and Baze Lioli. To Lin Shi's left was the city gate, bustling with traffic and pedestrians coming and going in an endless stream. This was clearly the city wall not far from the west gate entrance. His eye twitched as he stood there, disheveled in the wind. Baze Lioli was so nervous, she was almost embarrassed to the point of bursting, her delicate ear tips and snow-white neck both tinged with a layer of crimson. Only then remembering that she was supposed to be guiding Lin Shi, yet had frozen in place. After tremendous effort, the two finally made their way around to the North Gate area, stopping on a street that specialized in selling clothing. Two somewhat awkward faces squeezed into the nearest shop. Welcome. A shop assistant with a professional smile approached them. Lin Shi looked around the store, pondered for a moment, but still couldn't articulate his specific needs, so he gestured to the assistant. Well, I'm looking for clothes that suit me. Could you help recommend something? The assistant's eyes swept over Lin Shi's physique, immediately retrieving a purple cloth garment from behind the counter, speaking with confidence. Given your build, this one would be perfect. Superior material, tear-resistant, and it complements your hair color. It's our store's prized treasure. Lin Shi calmly took it. I'll go try it on. The fitting room door closed, and the air grew quiet. The assistant turned to chat with Baze Lioli. Your boyfriend is really handsome. He's not my boyfriend. Baze Lioli's cheeks grew even redder as she hurriedly shook her head. Oh, he's not. The assistant laughed awkwardly. I must have misunderstood then, sorry. Click. The door was pushed open. Both Baze Lioli and the assistant's eyes lit up simultaneously. Purple hair cascaded like a waterfall down Lin Shi's back, his skin fair, features handsome yet gentle, his seemingly slender body revealing hints of underlying strength. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips, his purple pupils matching his same-colored garment, the whole person radiating heroic spirit and extraordinary temperament. How does it look? Lin Shi asked casually. The assistant was first to give a thumbs up. Handsome, you look absolutely stunning. Baze Lioli quietly agreed. It looks quite nice. Lin Shi also felt it fit well, and nodded. I'll take this one then. The assistant's eyes gleamed even brighter. You have excellent taste. This is one of a kind, you won't find another like it on this entire street. The price is 5 gold coins. She finished speaking and extended her hand expectantly. Lin Shi glanced at the assistant, then looked toward Baze Lioli. Could you pay for me first? Baze Lioli was slightly stunned, hurriedly opening her inventory to search through it, finally scratching her head in embarrassment. I don't have that much money. Lin Shi. The server remained fairly polite and well-mannered, not immediately losing his temper, but forcing a smile instead. Well, it seems you forgot to bring enough money, miss. He. Baise Luli stood in the fitting area covered with red carpet, and under the colorful lights, her cheeks instantly flushed pink. She scratched her head somewhat embarrassedly. Sorry, I'll call my brother right away to transfer some money. Just wait a moment. After saying this, She glanced apologetically at Lin Shi before taking out her communicator and pressing the call button. Beep. Hello, brother, could you send me some money? I don't have enough here right now. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then a gentle voice came through. I forgot that XR just left the newbie village not long ago and doesn't have enough gold coins. Wait a moment, I'll transfer some to you right away. The system notification sound immediately followed. Ding. Player, Heavenly Emperor, has transferred 20 gold coins to you. Please collect them. Golden light particles flickered in by Sei Lu Li's inventory interface, but she simply nodded. The legends of the gods and demons world had attracted her to the game, but she never cared about numerical values. If ordinary players saw this huge sum, they would probably be shocked speechless. What did 20 gold coins mean? At the current stage, 1 gold coin, 100 silver coins, 10,000 copper coins. Although the official exchange channel hadn't opened yet, the black market had already driven 1 silver coin up to 120 renminbi. Gold coins meant a full 200,000 yuan, and it was priceless. This alone was enough to demonstrate the significance of Bai Sei Lu Li's brother. She raised her hand and separated the gold coins. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Here are 5 gold coins. The gleaming coins fell into her palm, their brilliance catching everyone's attention. No problem. Seeing the money, the server's stiff smile finally softened considerably as he reached out to take it. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the gold coins, a calm voice suddenly interrupted. Wait, we don't want this outfit anymore. It's too expensive. Lin Shi's tone was calm. I only have 2 gold coins on me, can't afford it. Sorry. With that, he turned to head back to the changing room. This. The server was stunned, his hand frozen in midair. But this outfit fits you perfectly, and this beautiful lady is already prepared to. His smile froze as he awkwardly withdrew his hand. Prepared for what? Lin Shi smiled slightly. I just said I only have 2 gold coins on me. If you'll sell it, then sell it. If not, I'll take it off and check out other stores. The server's face alternated between pale and flushed, his chest heaving, but he had to suppress his anger. After taking a deep breath, he put on a professional smile. Since you've said 2 gold coins, sir, then 2 gold coins it is. Bai Sei Lu Li dazedly put away 3 gold coins, while the server's eye twitched, seemingly pained by the loss of those gleaming golden coins. But just as the coins were halfway handed over, Lin Shi raised his hand again. Wait. The server's hand trembled, nearly dropping the tray, and he smiled bitterly. What is it now, sir? I forgot I spent 1 gold coin on the way here, so now I only have 1 gold coin. Lin Shi looked regretful as he picked up the gleaming coin from Bai Sei Lu Li's hand. Sorry for disturbing your business. The server opened his mouth, but could only manage. Lin Shi turned toward the changing room, and just as the door was half closed, the server said with a mixture of crying and laughing, Sir, you really know how to bargain. I'm not bargaining. This is really the truth. Would I lie to you? Lin Shi sighed with an innocent expression. The server's mouth twitched as he lowered his head and frowned in thought for a long while. Lin Shi waited by the door without rushing, giving him plenty of space to perform. Sigh. The shopkeeper sighed, looking as if he had aged considerably. He reached out to stroke the moonlight white dress, his tone both helpless and earnest. This dress suits you so perfectly that I can't bear to take it back. Fine, I'll take a loss on this one gold coin, and it's yours. Lin Shi turned his head, fixing the shopkeeper with a half-smiling gaze. After a brief stare down, the man guiltily looked away. 1 gold coin, take it. Lin Shi flicked his finger, and the golden coin traced an arc through the air before landing crisply in the shopkeeper's palm. Pocketing the money, he turned and called out, Let's go. His gaze fell on Basil. The girl clutched the dress, nodding dazedly before hurrying to catch up. The moment their figures disappeared around the street corner, muffled curses erupted from the shop. Damn it. You got me. The anger exploded in the empty store, but there was no one left to hear it. Once outside, Basil jogged a few steps, clutching her dress. How did you know that dress wasn't worth that price? Can't you tell? Lin Shi shrugged. Many clothes on the racks had price tags of few silver coins, a dozen silver coins, but not one exceeded a gold coin. That guy was obviously inflating the price on the spot. What gave him away even more was when you handed over 5 gold coins. The joy in his eyes nearly spilled over. He betrayed his own greed right then and there. Basil blinked in confusion. Really? Lin Shi inwardly clicked his tongue. How had this girl survived in her own world until now? Drop-dead gorgeous, yet completely without guard. So, where you come from, don't people usually haggle when shopping? He asked curiously. At home, if I wanted something, Mom and Dad would just buy it. I'm really not sensitive to prices. Basil bit her lip lightly, embarrassment creeping into her voice. Lin Shi rubbed his forehead. A little princess indeed. As soon as the words left his mouth, she gripped her dress tighter and looked up at him directly, her clear eyes seeming to hold stars. I want to help them. I don't want to be a burden. That's why I'm so obedient, and why I came to this world of gods and demons. Lin Shi paid little attention to the phrase, gods and demons, moved instead by her pure sincerity. His tone softened. If you want to help them, you need to become stronger. Become stronger. Bai's Lioli repeated softly, her eyes distant. Exactly. Lin Shi's voice carried a persuasive quality. If you become strong, you can help your brother, help your family, even earn money through your own power to share their burdens. Become stronger. Help my brother. Help mom and dad. Her pupils gradually focused, finally lighting up with resolute determination. Yes, Lioli will become stronger. Good. Lin Shi smiled. Go level up and work hard to improve. When your strength is sufficient, I'll pass my inheritance to you. Bai's Lioli's face instantly bloomed with radiance. Yes. She ran off, her slender figure radiating an unmistakable determination. Lin Shi stood at the street corner watching her retreating form, an inexplicable emotion stirring in his heart. This world actually had such innocent and lovely girls. What smitten? Came a disdainful snort from Bao Bao in his consciousness. If you like her, go after her. Lin Shi shook his head with a wry smile. I'm a native. She's an adventurer. There's a chasm between us. Besides, this girl is too innocent. I'm just helping her out while paving a path for myself. Will making her stronger really help her? Bao Bao asked. Lin Shi nodded. Of course. Even though this was just a game to her, it was a cruel one. The path to becoming strong was incredibly difficult, and she would inevitably face setbacks and hardships that would naturally help her grow and understand life. Fine. I suppose you have a point. Bao Bao pouted, her voice full of reluctance, but unable to find any flaws in his reasoning. She could only press further. So what's your ulterior motive? Ulterior motive? Lin Shi smiled softly. I'm a native, not an adventurer. We natives understand the demon continent in a way that's closer to the land itself, but adventurers can examine what's happening or about to happen from a different perspective. Different angles yield different information. At this point, he shook his head with a sigh, as if thinking of something difficult to express. Bao Bao listened in confusion and snorted coldly. Stop being so mysterious. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't explain concepts like expansion pack updates and advanced plot knowledge that would seem heretical to Bao Bao, so he gave up. Suddenly, remembering that Bao Bao had mentioned novels when she gave him her blessing earlier, his heart stirred. By the way, Bao Bao, you seem to know about novels? Novels? Those lowbrow little things. Of course people write them on the demon continent too. Bao Bao answered matter-of-factly. When I transformed into a demon, I extracted the demon imagery from your memories. Every novel describes demons differently. How was I supposed to know which one was real? Lin Shi suddenly understood. It seemed Bao Bao didn't actually know about Earth culture. She was just pulling vocabulary from his mind. Don't change the subject. Bao Bao put her hands on her hips, eyes wide. Tell me, what were you really trying to say just now? Ahem. Well, adventurers also have their unique advantages, and they might possess information that even natives don't have. If I could make friends among the adventurers, it might make things much more convenient. Lin Shi spilled out his thoughts. Oh, I see. Bao Bao pursed her lips, seeming half convinced. Then you could easily find someone plain looking, or even ugly, but you just had to pick such a beautiful one to befriend. You clearly have ulterior motives. Lin Shi blinked, looking completely innocent. You're wronging me. I just performed a heroic rescue, so I'm following the natural plot development. Besides, beautiful people are pleasing to look at. I have normal aesthetic sense, so why would I deliberately seek out someone ugly? And do you really think plain-looking people are necessarily innocent and can be won over with just a few words? Do you think that's possible? Bao Bao was stumped and suddenly raised her voice. Fine, fine. Lin Shi is the best, super smart. Bao Bao admires you so much. Lin Shi spread his hands and smiled helplessly. Stop fooling around. You're usually cooped up with no one to talk to. Him, just keeping you company to relieve your boredom. Relieve boredom? Bao Bao's round eyes grew even wider. I'm not happy at all right now. What should I do? That's exactly why I'm trying to cheer you up. Lin Shi raised his hands in surrender. It's precisely because I'm talking to you that I'm even more unhappy now. Extremely sad. Bao Bao was so angry her little hands trembled as she pointed at him. Someone like you is just. Lin Shi waited with interest for her to finish. Just what? Devastatingly handsome. Incredibly cool. Absolutely unique in heaven and earth. Just my shame. Bao Bao stamped her foot. I actually gave my blessing to you, you wolf. I must have been blind. How could you be blind? Lin Shi waved his hand with mock seriousness and shameless vanity. Giving me your blessing is the greatest honor of your lifetime. From now on, you can boast to everyone about how sharp and excellent your judgment is. Uft. Bao Bao was so angry she laughed, then immediately put on a stern face again. Get lost. I'm not talking to you anymore. Lin Shi scratched his head, then suddenly grinned mischievously. Bao Bao, you keep urging me to find someone ugly. Are you afraid you'll get jealous of the pretty ones? Could it be that you've fallen for me? Before he finished speaking, he narcissistically touched his face. What a pity. I'm not interested in little brats, especially troublemaking ones with bad tempers like you, female little brats. The air instantly froze in dead silence. Lin Shi was also stunned. The next second, Bao Bao exploded like an angry cat. Someone as ugly as you, I wouldn't look at you even if I were blind. Get lost. Lin Shi threw back his head and laughed heartily. Bao Bao flailed her arms and legs in fury. Lin Shi and Bao Bao chatted and laughed as they made their way to the foreign resident registration office in Stormwind City. For native residents, Stormwind City had always offered generous benefits. Those without housing could receive a home based on their contribution to the city. High contributors received spacious and respectable houses, while those with lower contributions still got housing, though the conditions might be rather modest. There were only two ways to increase one's contribution, either by taking on missions issued by the City Lord's Mansion, or by achieving feats worthy of being recorded in the city's history. The registration office was located in a stone building at the street corner. Before pushing the door open, Lin Shi peered through the window and saw an elderly man wearing thin-framed glasses, absorbed in reading a book. Knock, knock. He tapped twice on the door, not loudly, but enough to get the man's attention. Come in. The old man immediately closed the book in his hands, stuffed it into the drawer in front of him, and shut it with a snap. He adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat before repeating, "Come in." Entering the room, Lin Shi and Bao Bao stepped onto the polished stone tiles. The old man pointed to a small stool in front of the counter, gesturing for them to sit down. Name: Lin Shi. Planning to settle permanently in Stormwind City? Yes. The old man's gaze swept over Lin Shi, as if assessing his strength, then pulled out a stack of papers and pushed them toward him. Not bad strength. These are the specific details. Take a look first. The papers clearly stated, once registered as a long-term resident, one must strictly follow orders issued by the City Lord's Mansion, with violators facing expulsion from the city. Attached were excerpts from this Stormwind City Code and recent municipal briefings. Seeing that Lin Shi had finished reading, the old man asked, "Have you thought it through about joining our Stormwind City?" Yes. Lin Shi nodded. Laws and orders didn't concern him much in the Divine Demon Continent. Fists did the real talking. The strong could turn clouds to rain with a flip of their hand, while the weak could only bow and obey. He knew this iron rule all too well. Very well. The old man collected the papers. Have you made any contributions to our city? Lin Shi answered honestly. No. No. The old man's tone faltered. That's troublesome. We're temporarily out of ordinary housing contracts. None. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. The old man adjusted his glasses again, his face full of difficulty. Too many natives have flooded into Stormwind City recently. Housing is really tight, and I'm powerless to help. Lin Shi sneered inwardly. Along his journey, he had seen many players already opening shops, and houses in the city weren't scarce. They had mostly been bought up by players at high prices. Old sir, this puts me in a very difficult position. Lin Shi sighed. The old man smiled bitterly. I'm just following orders. Lin Shi suddenly leaned forward, across the counter, lowering his voice. By the way, what was it that you stuffed into the drawer before I came in? The old man looked stunned. How does this relate to our current topic? Still pretending? Lin Shi scoffed inwardly, but maintained a serious expression. Of course it's related. Then tell me, what's the connection? Lin Shi spoke solemnly. Do you know why I came to Stormwind City? Why? Because the Stormwind City I know of is a town that values peace and has simple, honest folk. Stormwind City's reputation spreads for thousands of miles, and countless people take pride in becoming citizens of Stormwind City, so excited they can't sleep. Those villages under Stormwind City's jurisdiction worship the City Lord with complete devotion, believing the City Lord will lead them to glory and down the path to victory over the dark forces. I still remember when I was hesitating about which city to settle down in as a permanent resident, a shepherd boy nearby recommended Stormwind City without hesitation. It was the shepherd boy's words, "Stormwind City is the place I long for most," that sparked Lin Shi's yearning and led him into this legendary city known for its strict laws and orderly governance. At the registration office, the old man pushed up his slipping glasses and listened to Lin Shi's glowing praise with complete shock. Really? He asked in disbelief. Of course it's true. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Are you questioning Stormwind City and its lord? I wouldn't dare. The old man waved his hands frantically, though he muttered to himself. Even shepherds want to come here? I've lived here my whole life and never heard such things. What an exaggeration. Seeing the old man's hesitation, Lin Shi spoke faster. Stormwind City's reputation spreads far and wide. I came here specifically to settle down, and you're telling me there's no housing available? He pointed to the law book on the counter. You say the laws here are strict, so tell me first what books are appropriate to read during work hours. The old man broke into a sweat and coughed awkwardly. You misunderstand. There are no ordinary housing contracts available at the moment. Only premium ones left. I see. Lin Shi nodded in understanding. Then the premium contract. You can move in first, but you'll need to meet the contribution requirements for premium housing within a month. If an ordinary contract becomes available after a month, I'll arrange for you to move there. The old man forced a smile. Thank you so much. Lin Shi gratefully accepted a brand new premium housing contract and strode out of the registration office. At the street corner, a childish but displeased voice came from his spatial ring. Humph, what a braggart. How can you call it bragging? Lin Shi chuckled. Stormwind City is indeed well governed. I was just adding some flourish. See, that old man was moved by me and agreed to give me the premium contract first. Nonsense. He only gave in because you caught him with his little secret. Bao Bao pouted and asked curiously, what was he reading anyway? So mysterious. Lin Shi lowered his voice mysteriously. Wanna know? Yes, yes. Seeing Lin Shi's teasing expression, Bao Bao huffed angrily. Fine, don't tell me. It's nothing special anyway. Lin Shi continued coaxing. Call me brother Lin Shi, and I'll tell you. After a long pause, Bao Bao only threw out one word, scram. Lin Shi laughed helplessly. You're still too young. Knowing about those things wouldn't do you any good. Young. Bao Bao's tail seemed to be stepped on. Do you know how old I am? Countless eons. I'm old enough to be your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother. And you dare call me young? Does sleeping through all those years even count? Lin Shi was stunned and muttered under his breath. Bao Bao didn't catch what he said. Her tail tip twitched slightly as she turned her head and asked, what did you say? Nothing, just that Bao Bao is really so old. Lin Shi replied absent-mindedly. Old. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Shi's heel stepped squarely on Bao Bao's soft tail again. You're calling me old? Bao Bao winced and pulled her tail back, placing her hands on her hips. Where exactly am I old? Look, just look, she protested while flicking her smooth, snow-white skin with her fingertips. It was perfectly elastic without a single wrinkle visible. Does being older automatically mean old? Who taught you that? I'll beat them to death. Lin Shi was overwhelmed by this rapid-fire interrogation and frantically waved his hands. I was just speaking casually. Do you have to take it so seriously? My great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother. At the foreign resident registration office. After Lin Shi left, the elderly man sitting behind the window smiled slightly. What an interesting young fellow. The old man leaned against the window, his gaze extending beyond the street corner to watch the passing crowds and strings of playing children. He sighed inwardly. I truly hope this kind of life can continue forever. Unfortunately, the demon race is stirring restlessly, and the adventurers are all ambitious. I fear peaceful times will be hard to come by. He shook his head helplessly. I hope Storm City won't become the center of warfare. I hope young heroes will continue to emerge. I hope these old bones of mine. The old man raised his hand and shook his thin arm. I'm not being greedy, just a few more centuries would be fine. With that, he sighed deeply and sat back down, opening the unfinished mysterious book. The notation on the first page made his eyes widen. Holy crap, so there's this position too. Mind-blowing, absolutely mind-blowing. Following the address on the premium property deed, Lin Shi made his way deep into Storm City. Behind the black iron gate, a meticulously maintained lawn first came into view. The ground was carpet green, with scattered flowers arranged in rows along the tree-lined path, their faint fragrance carried to his nose by the gentle breeze. Following the path forward stood a vintage-style white-walled castle. The walls looked freshly painted, spotless, and gleaming softly in the sunlight. Lin Shi took out the key the old man had given him and opened the iron gate. A cobblestone path spread out before him, and walking on it felt like a massage, tingling but not painful. Click! The castle's main door was pushed open, and the dim light was instantly dispelled by the crystal chandelier inside. A red carpet extended from his feet deep into the interior hall, complete with a fireplace, large oil paintings, and carved furniture. Lin Shi sat down on the soft leather sofa and patted the armrest, producing a muffled sound. He clicked his tongue in appreciation. This really is a nice place. Storm City isn't as run down as I imagined. Despite having temporary shelter, he didn't let his guard down. The pressure from other players hasn't decreased one bit. His eyes flickered as his fingers tapped against his knee. If I don't get stronger soon, I'll eventually be trampled underfoot by those guys. Unless I stay trapped in the city forever and Storm City remains peaceful forever. But that possibility is virtually zero. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes as scenes flashed through his mind. Leveling spots outside the city. Players' greedy gazes toward equipment and wealth. The cruel laws of the divine demon continent. In the player's eyes, this was ultimately just a game. The gods would never let this continent remain peaceful and stable. There must be leveling spots outside Storm City. Starting tomorrow, I'll begin leveling up. I absolutely cannot let other players catch up to my level. He clenched his fists. As night gradually fell, only the firelight from the fireplace danced within the castle. Lin Shi stretched and pushed open the bedroom door. The soft bed was covered with clean, snow-white sheets. He collapsed onto it, his expression gradually relaxing. For now, time to sleep. The sun shone brightly. Despite being in wartime, Fengyu City remained bustling with activity. Throughout the streets and alleys, blonde children laughed and chased each other, their footsteps echoing crisply on the cobblestone paths. Crowds surged through the streets as various vendors called out their wares. Come and see, come and see. Bronze-grade divine weapons, selling for just 2 gold coins, price negotiable. Candied hawthorns, candied hawthorns. Big red candied hawthorns. Money back if they're not delicious. Looking for work. I'll do any dirty or hard labor, just 150 copper coins a day. Contact me if interested. Lin Shi pushed open the castle door and was immediately enveloped by this familiar, yet chaotic atmosphere. His heart stirred slightly. This really does feel like being back on Earth. After silently sighing to himself, he shook his head and walked straight toward the city lord's mansion. Before long, a black bulletin board came into view, covered with tasks and surrounded by players packed so tightly that not even water could flow through. Drank task: obtain 10 tiger whips and deliver them to Sister Ma, the accessory shop owner. Reward: 10,000 experience points and 1 random, ungraded equipment piece. Crank task: weapon shop owner Lin who lost a dagger in the twilight grasslands outside Fengyu City. If found and returned, a generous reward will be given. Reward: 30,000 experience points and 1 bronze weapon for your class. Crank task: wild boars from the Azure Mountains have been frequently attacking natives who go there for recreation. Please kill 20 wild boars to teach them a lesson. Reward: 50,000 experience points. Choice of 1 bronze grade armor or cloth armor piece. In front of the tasks, the crowd pushed and shoved. Stop pushing, stop pushing. I'll take the task and leave. Damn it, you're groping me. I'll fight you. This task is such a scam. No specific coordinates, and the twilight grasslands are so vast. How am I supposed to find 1 tiny dagger? I'm giving up. Lin Shi was pushed to the outermost edge of the crowd, feeling a surge of pressure. These players are all so desperate. If I continue to take it easy, I'll probably need their charity to survive within 2 months. But with the surging crowd, he couldn't even squeeze his way in. Suddenly, he noticed another bulletin board to his left front that no one was paying attention to, seemingly deliberately ignored by everyone. Out of curiosity, he quickly walked over. A rank task: demonic energy has recently been suspected of emerging in the Azure Mountains, causing unrest among villagers. Please investigate the truth. Compensation will be given based on task completion difficulty. Task issuer: Lord of Fengyu City. Rank task: desert merchants have repeatedly been attacked by mysterious entities. Please investigate the truth and apprehend the culprit. You will receive substantial rewards. Reward: task issuer: Lord of Fengyu City. Rank task: the demon race is making a comeback, and the 10 great powerhouses are awakening one by one. Warriors, take up your weapons and fight. For the light faction. Content: kill one of the demon race's 10 great powerhouses. Task reward: level 10, all attributes 50, choice of any treasure from the national treasury. Task issuer: Emperor of the Imperial City. So these tasks were simply beyond what current players could complete. Even in the future, conquering them would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. The demon race's 10 great powerhouses? This was the first time Lin Shi had heard of such high-level existences. They must be the 10 strongest individuals of the dark faction. Lin Shi speculated. Lin Shi certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to take on such an S-level ultra-difficult task. Although the time limit wasn't specified, he decided not to risk it just in case. He remembered from the intelligence reports that even without accepting a task beforehand, as long as it remained uncompleted by others, one could still register afterward and claim the rewards. With this in mind, he simply skipped the pointless probing and shifted his gaze downward. Those high-tier tasks marked as immeasurable would be meaningless to know about unless one stood at the pinnacle of the world. His eyes wandered across the bulletin board until Lin Shi finally settled on the only remaining A-level task. Demonic energy seems to have emerged recently in the Azure Mountains, causing unrest among the villagers. Please investigate the truth. Rewards will be given according to the difficulty of task completion. Task issuer: Lord of Stormwind City. According to the difficulty of task completion, he pondered this phrase, deducing that the task might upgrade based on how deeply one delved into it. If he only scratched the surface, it might not even meet A-level standards. Well, might as well give it a try. He pressed confirm. Ding. The system's long-absent notification chimed in his ear. You have accepted an A-level task. Please check the task list for specific details. Since you are a native resident with only 1 life, special reminder. This task requires a minimum level of 35. Please strengthen yourself before attempting. Level 35. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed. If he were an adventurer, the system would never give such a warning for those who could resurrect infinitely. Losing levels was merely a price to pay. But for natives, it was a matter of life and death. It seemed the system showed special consideration for indigenous life forms. Currently, he was level 32 no. He had just leveled up to 33, only 2 levels short of the system's recommended threshold. I'll train near Stormwind City until I reach level 35 first. Lin Shi calculated silently. Having received the baby's blessing and undergone the transformation grass baptism, with his wolf nature granting him speed and perception far superior to ordinary people, he was confident his true combat ability already exceeded level 33. However, the system's advice was never without reason, and steady progress was always the safer approach. Leaving Stormwind City, he followed the same route he had taken when entering. He remembered that before leaving that terrifying forest and reaching Stormwind City, he had passed by a village where undead had appeared with considerable strength perfect for leveling up. Lin Shi quickened his pace. After 2 hours of jogging, the familiar village finally appeared on the horizon. The thatched roofs remained unchanged, indicating the area's poor productivity. The pitted ground looked like it had been stamped with countless footprints by barefoot children. The villagers went about their business, with several able-bodied men gripping hoes, tilling the thin soil in nearby fields. Despite being close to Stormwind City, the development here was completely different. Lin Shi sighed inwardly. The Light faction had always been wary of the demon race, and once war broke out, they would inevitably contract their defensive lines, centering around towns and cities. These defenseless villages would bear the brunt of any assault, and the slightest impact would be enough to erase their existence. Rather than investing resources in their development, they had become expendable. Entering the village gave him the feeling of stepping back into ancient times. Young man, I've never seen you in this village before. You're not from around here, are you? An elderly man with white hair, leaning on a walking stick, slowly approached from the alley entrance. His eyes were filled with kindness as he looked at Lin Shi with his purple hair, showing no trace of wariness. Lin Shi nodded in response. The old man gestured toward the low, earthen houses surrounding them and said with concern, "Things haven't been peaceful lately. It's quite dangerous out there. If you don't have anywhere to stay, we can put together a simple shelter for you. Should anything happen, the men in our village will band together to keep you safe." His cloudy eyes fixed on Lin Shi with earnest sincerity, showing no rejection despite the stranger's unusual hair color. Lin Shi felt touched and bowed respectfully, saying in a low voice, "Thank you for your concern, sir. I come from Fengyu City, and I'm here specifically to help you suppress some evil forces." The people of the Divine Demon Continent were simple and honest folk. These villagers showed no suspicion toward outsiders. Instead, they treated Lin Shi as an honored guest, offering their finest food. Evil forces? The old man was suddenly alarmed and began coughing violently. Lin Shi quickly reached out to steady him, gently patting his hunched back. "Don't worry, sir. I was sent by Fengyu City and have sufficient power to ensure you all get through this safely." As his coughing subsided, the old man gripped Lin Shi's hand tightly. "Young man, the men in our village are just ordinary people. We can't possibly stand against those monsters. You must help us." In the old man's clear gaze, the word deception seemed not to exist. Lin Shi was moved and solemnly promised, "Rest assured, I will completely eliminate those evil forces." Lin Shi arrived at the village's only abandoned well. The well walls were mottled and covered with moss. "This is the place." He took a deep breath. The commotion soon attracted many villagers. Women and men gathered around the well's perimeter, speaking in low voices. "Young man, are there really evil things in this well?" A burly man asked, scratching his head. "There's no mistake, the aura is emanating from within the well," Lin Shi replied. Among the crowd, a woman said hesitantly, "This well has been abandoned for many years. We all fetch water from the stream outside the village, but nothing bad has ever happened." "That's because whatever's in the well hasn't gathered enough strength yet and can't come out for now," Lin Shi explained. "Everyone should go about your business. I'll handle whatever's down there." "All right, since you were sent by Fengyu City, we trust you." The crowd dispersed with smiles, showing no doubt whatsoever. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened as he leaned over the dark well opening. "Now, let me see what you really are." With those words, his figure flashed as he leaped into the well. Thud! His feet landed firmly on the ground. The bottom of the well was pitch black, with only a small patch of pale light filtering down from the opening above. Quosha ghostly green glow flickered, illuminating a slight smile at the corner of Lin Shi's lips. The night is where wolves truly belong. With his night vision talent, he easily made out the surrounding contours. This was a stone-paved underground passage. The well had long since dried up, leaving the ground cracked and parched, with emptiness all around, and even the dust seeming sparse. Lin Shi stepped forward, deliberately slowing his breathing, his footsteps nearly silent. After about 2 minutes, the sound of bones grinding against each other clatter echoed from ahead. He immediately pressed against the wall and crouched low. Around the corner, he saw rows of skeletons, undead. These skeletal figures wore tattered iron armor and moved with shambling steps. Yet they were packed so densely they blocked the narrow passage. Dark weapons dragged across the stone floor, and rootless blue flames floated within their skulls, bathing the entire corridor in an eerie green light. Blocked by undead, Lin Shi activated his reconnaissance skill. Name: Undead Swordsman. Level: 32. Health: 60,000. Attack: 765. Defense: 385. Speed: 16. Skills: Undead Thrust, Triple Strike. Description: former soldiers of Fengyu City who once followed the 5th-generation city lord into battle across the lands. Even in death, they continue to guard their lord's spirit. "I can take them," he assessed. Their stats were mediocre, and though numerous, they were constrained by the narrow passage, could always retreat if needed. Incidentally, he recalled that Fengyu City was now under its 7th-generation lord. Just then, he entered the undead swordsman's detection range. Kakik, kakik. Shrill shrieks filled the air as the skeletal horde raised their weapons and charged forward. Lin Shi snorted coldly, curving his 5 fingers into claws as purple lightning coiled around them. Skill, rending claws. His arm flashed, and a purple light blade swept across like a giant wolf's talons, crackling with lightning as it tore through the undead formation. Numbers exploded upward: 12,902, 13,460, 11,135. The energy torrent pushed forward 15 meters before gradually dissipating. The undead swordsman had decent attack power, but weak defense is a common flaw among low-tier undead. High-tier undead would regenerate flesh and recover memories, making them truly troublesome. For now, their 60,000 health points meant the battle was far from over, and rending claws had a significant cooldown. Meanwhile, the undead's counterattack struck Lin Shi. 86, 85, 76, just enough to break through his defense. Though the individual damage was small, their numbers made up for the lack of power. He remained calm, fighting while retreating, maximizing his damage output while dodging. After all, these were level 32 opponents who had once been well-trained soldiers, possessing extraordinary combat instincts. For every attack Lin Shi launched, the charging undead could strike him 7 or 8 times in return. Due to the varying weapon lengths, sword attacks came first while spear thrusts followed from a distance, creating seamless coordination. Fortunately, there were no archers providing support here, or he would have been overwhelmed long ago. At this moment, he possessed a full 200,000 health points. Though each undead dealt relatively small damage, the accumulated damage remained within manageable limits. 2 minutes later, ding! You have slain undead swordsman and gained 2,000 experience. 2,000 experience. Lin Shi's heart leaped with joy. His current level required 500,000 experience to advance, but thanks to consuming the transformation grass, he only needed half that amount before level 50250,000 experience. In other words, killing about 100 more undead swordsmen would grant him another level. The battle intensified. Witnessing their comrades falling one after another, the undead swordsmen grew increasingly frenzied, their attacks becoming more vicious. Triple strike. 78, 86, 93. Lin Shi glanced at the system notification from the corner of his eye. Ding. Undead swordsman uses skill triple strike. On you, dealing 78, 86, 93 damage. The triple strike unleashed 3 blade flashes within a single second, demonstrating terrifying power. The blue flames within the frontline undead skulls flickered wildly as previously unused skills began activating. The spear-wielding undead in the rear gripped their weapons tightly and thrust forward suddenly, silver spear light piercing through the air. Undead thrust. 170. Ding. Undead swordsman uses skill undead thrust on you, dealing 180 damage. For spear shadows rushed toward his face. He dodged 2 but took the remaining strikes heeding, blood spattering everywhere. After being suppressed repeatedly, Lin Shi finally felt his anger flare. Oomph, do they really think I'm at my wit's end? Purple light surged from his eyes, intertwining with the natural green glow of his wolf heritage in the darkness, creating an eerie purple-green radiance. Combined with the lightning reflexes passive bonus, his movements suddenly became as swift as lightning. His previously frantic steps immediately turned composed, and even his breathing carried a chilling edge. Heart of Slaughter, first-tier passive. Comprehension of the way of battle through extreme madness and killing. Effect, base damage 20, attack speed 30, recovery speed 50. If he could directly transform into the purple lightning heavenly wolf, the situation would be much easier. That giant wolf form could sweep entire rows of undead with a single strike, dealing far more damage than his human form. However, the well passage was too narrow, and the massive wolf body would actually restrict his movement, so he could only continue fighting in human form for now. He calculated while slashing. The more undead soldiers in this well passage, the better, ideally an endless supply. He just needed to kill about 100 to level up. If his condition deteriorated, he could retreat to the surface to rest and recover, then return to harvest more experience. With this thought, his gaze turned cold as his sword traced arcs of electricity. 30 minutes later, over 50 undead swordsmen lay fallen at his feet. 1 hour and 20 minutes later, ding! You have slain undead swordsmen and gained 2,000 experience. Whoosh! A golden light rose from the ground, exploded 1 meter above Lin Shi's head, then dissipated. Level up. Level 34. Gaining a level in just over an hour demonstrated the rich experience rewards from undead swordsmen. Lin Shi was overjoyed but dared not relax, continuing to swing his sword. After another 10+ minutes of fierce combat, he glanced at his status bar. Health, 54, 602, 200, 000. The passage ahead was nearly packed solid with undead swordsmen, and he finally felt the urge to retreat. Enough for today. The prolonged high-intensity battle had left him exhausted, and his dodging efficiency was clearly declining. He retreated while fighting, using rending claws to force back the approaching undead, then quickly stepped back several paces, completely disengaging from combat range. The undead swordsmen roared and pursued for over 10 meters before losing their target and dispersing to wander again. After all, they were merely the lowest grade undead, lacking much intelligence and acting mostly on instinct and commands, unable to stray too far from the areas they were meant to guard. In the village, everything remained unchanged. Under the scorching midday sun, men bent over their work in the fields, women carried bundles of straw from the plots to the storage sheds, and children ran back and forth with wooden buckets, maintaining the simple peace of 3 daily meals for each household. Splash! Water droplets scattered from the well's mouth as Lin Shi burst out, his boots landing crisply on the well's rim. Having leveled up in just over an hour, he felt secretly delighted. These undead creatures gave incredibly high experience points. Unfortunately, the healing potions commonly used by players only provided basic bleeding control. When used by NPCs, if only they could instantly restore full health, he could come up to heal and go back down to farm monsters, watching his level skyrocket. At this thought, Lin Shi shook his head with self-mockery. He was being too naive. High-intensity combat demanded extreme mental focus, and staying constantly tense like that might not be beneficial even if he gained 5 or 6 levels in a day. Hearing the commotion, the old man approached once again, leaning on his walking stick, his beard trembling. Young man, have you cleared out the monsters below? No, Lin Shi shook his head. There are too many of them to clear out quickly. Give me about 2 more days, and I should be able to solve this completely. Then stay the night in our village, the old man said with a hearty laugh. That's very kind of you, sir. Lin Shi clasped his hands in gratitude. He could easily return to Stormwind City using lightning flash. He could be there within an hour. But the old man's enthusiasm was impossible to refuse. Not at all, not at all. The warriors from Stormwind City work hard to protect our peace. The old man waved his hand dismissively, then pointed to a nearby thatched cottage. This is the finest house in our village. Please make do with it for tonight. Thank you, Lin Shi expressed his gratitude again. Though inwardly he grew increasingly impressed with Stormwind City's current lord. Had heard throughout his journey that Stormwind City had an excellent reputation, but seeing it firsthand, he realized just how remarkably the people supported them. Sinister winds howled at the bottom of the well. Though the undead swordsmen possessed limited intelligence, their chests still burned with flame-like fury. That despicable fellow fled whenever the situation turned unfavorable, showing absolutely no warrior's honor. What tormented them even more was watching their brothers fall one by one while they remained trapped in this area, unable to charge out and tear that intruder to pieces. Kakik. Lin Shi shifted his body to dodge an undead thrust, then swept his sword across his opponent's neck with a backhand strike. Ding. You have slain an undead swordsman and gained 1500 experience. Ding. You have slain an undead swordsman and gained 1500 experience. This was his 3rd dive into the well. Since NPCs recovered health far less efficiently than players, he had made his first entry at 9 in the morning, his second at 3 in the afternoon, and now at 7 in the evening, his 3rd farming session. The number of undead at the bottom had drastically decreased, and it looked like they'd be cleared out soon, allowing him to explore deeper tomorrow. As this thought crossed his mind, his feet never stopped moving, delivering fatal strikes while dodging attacks. After reaching level 34, his slightly improved attributes made slaying undead swordsmen somewhat easier, but his leveling speed had noticeably slowed. Higher levels required exponentially more experience, and since the undead swordsmen were 2 levels below him, the experience they provided had correspondingly decreased. Flash. Golden light erupted. Level 35. Lin Shi couldn't suppress his smile after spending an entire day here. He had finally gained 2 more levels. He punched back an approaching undead swordsman and smoothly slid backward. Kakik furious roars echoed from the bottom of the well as the undead swordsman swarmed after him, convinced that Lin Shi was about to use the same old trick again. That's enough for today. Gasping heavily, Lin Shi retreated rapidly. While swiftly increasing the distance between himself and his enemies, he kept his eyes locked on the undead swordsman at the center of the battlefield. If those undead creatures truly had eyes, they would surely be blood-red with rage, their murderous intent almost tangible in the air. Kakik. A sinister laugh seeped through bone joints. After retreating about 20 meters, the most imposing undead swordsman suddenly threw back its head and roared furiously. In response to its hoarse bellow, the other undead joined in with their own shrieking cries. At that moment, a faint white light began to shimmer around that undead swordsman. Lin Shi's pupils contracted sharply. Accompanying the roar, the surrounding undead swordsman's forms crumbled like shattered white powder, being drawn into that white light like dust in a whirlwind of sacrifice. The skeleton within the white light visibly expanded before his eyes, its damaged armor swelling and repairing itself. The ghostly flames in its skull blazed higher as if doused with oil, while rust flaked away from its iron sword, revealing its original deadly gleam. 1, 10, 100. Until all the undead swordsmen had turned to dust, becoming part of that white light-wreathed undead. Kakik. With that piercing, eerie laughter, a scorching shockwave swept outward. Even from 20 meters away, Lin Shi's robes fluttered violently in the blast, though he suffered no actual harm. The white light suddenly vanished, replaced by a brilliant golden radiance. Within that blinding golden outline, a new monster stood tall above the dust. Lin Shi squinted. A lord-class creature was about to be born. When the light faded, the undead before him could no longer be called an ordinary swordsman. It wielded a gleaming great sword, its form imposing, its bones transformed to brilliant gold, and its magnificent armor making it appear even more formidable. Just then, the system notification chimed. Ding! Alert! Due to extreme rage, the undead swordsman has sacrificed its kin, ultimately granting the strongest among them terrifying power. Undead swordsman has evolved into golden bone sword demon. Looks like this leveling expedition just got a lot more difficult. Lin Shi murmured. Serves you right. Baby, who had been pretending to sleep, lazily hopped out. You're bad-tempered. You ignore baby. And you dare to tease the great baby. Now you're getting your comeuppance. Lin Shi felt his scalp tingle. Baby, why aren't you sleeping anymore? Ugh. Baby stretched and rubbed her drowsy big eyes. The great baby sleeps when she wants to sleep and wakes when she wants to wake. What's it to you? She stuck out her little pink tongue with a disdainful expression. Lin Shi refocused his gaze on the golden bone sword demon, his wariness skyrocketing. This thing would be trouble. Scout ability, activate. Golden bone sword demon. Quality, gold tier boss. Level, 40. Health, 220,000. Attack, 1,560. Defense, 770. Movement, 23. Skills, undead demon slash, thunderstrike. Description, the product of mass undead swordsman sacrifice, possessing tremendous strength and remarkable combat awareness. Encounter it, and you're but one step from death. Lin Shi sucked in a sharp breath. Massive health, terrifying attack power. He immediately compared it to his own stats. Purple lightning sky wolf. Quality, gold tier boss. Level, 35. Health, 210,000. Attack, 1,620. Defense, 780. Speed, 35. Skills, rending claws, lightning flash, thunder and lightning, bloodlust. Aside from health, his other attributes were marginally superior, but the speed difference was enormous. No good to kill the golden bone sword demon. I'll have to return to my original form to have any chance. Realizing he couldn't unleash his full power in human form, Lin Shi's heart sank. Wow, such high stats. It's over. Lin Shi's done for. I'd better start looking for my next blessing target. Baby chattered incessantly. Baby. Lin Shi's tone turned gentle. It's getting dark. It's late time for bed. Won't sleep. Just won't sleep. So there. Baby put her hands on her hips defiantly. Lin Shi sighed helplessly. If you won't sleep, I'm going back to sleep. With that, he turned away, ignoring the golden bone sword demon, and headed toward the house the old man had pointed out to get some rest. Back in his room, Lin Shi surveyed his surroundings. The dim candlelight cast mottled shadows on the earthen walls, while a makeshift ventilation hole gaped overhead, allowing night wind to seep through and stir up a damp, musty odor in the corners. Several mosquitoes crawled across the tattered blanket on the crude, low bed. Too lazy to look closer, he casually waved his hand, dispersing spiritual energy that sent the insect corpses pattering to the floor. Beside the bed, a barely intact wooden table stood propped against the wall corner, topped with fruits and dried provisions the old man had prepared. At least those were clean and tidy. Same continent, same people, and Storm City is right next door, yet they're still living so primitively, he muttered with a sigh, grabbing an apple and settling on the bed's edge to eat slowly. Juice dripped between his fingers as he looked up through the window at the star-filled night sky, feeling an inexplicable melancholy. Perhaps one of those stars was Earth. Bow bow, he called out in his mind. A yawning voice immediately responded. What is it? I was just about to sleep. Really sleeping until evening. Lin Shi shook his head with a wry smile. Never mind, go back to sleep. Leaving those words in his consciousness, he closed his eyes to rest. The night passed without incident. At the first hint of dawn, he pushed open the door to wash up. The door hinges creaked, and in the courtyard, the old man stood leaning on his walking stick, gazing into the distance, his figure blurred by the morning mist. Hearing the sound, the elder turned with a gentle smile. Young man, up so early? Lin Shi nodded, asking casually. Yes, you seem to have something on your mind, sir? The old man waved his hand with another smile. Nothing too serious, just wondering how my grandson is doing. Your grandson? The old man looked toward the distance as morning wind rustled the leaves and birds chirped. His gaze seemed distant. My grandson ran off to become a soldier in Storm City. He said a man's ambitions lie in the wider world, that he wanted to make something of himself. Despite his father's and my objections, he snuck away. Though Storm City has been relatively peaceful these past years, there are occasional demon clan uprisings. Civilian casualties are rare, but soldiers, that's different. I worry about him. He's just an ordinary soldier, and these old bones of mine can't make the journey. I can only hope he returns safely soon. Lin, she pondered. In Storm City? How about this when I return? I'll ask around about your grandson and try to get him to come visit you. The elder's hand trembled on his walking stick with excitement. That would be wonderful, young man. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin, she went to the nearby stream, cupping the bone-chilling water to wash his face. Patting his cheeks, he muttered to himself, all right, now I need to figure out how to deal with that golden bone sword demon. Returning to the well, he leaped in. The dark descent passage was silent. No more undead swordsmen blocked his path. He continued deeper, feeling the cold, sinister aura growing stronger. Its source lay ahead. On the rocky ground ahead, a golden skeleton stood motionless, cold light seeping through the gaps in its bones. Bow bow, what's up? The spirit responded drowsily. After transforming into the purple lightning sky wolf, can I change back to human form? Lin, she asked. Of course. Bow bow perked up a bit. The transformation grass's effects aren't permanent. You can change back and forth 3 or 4 times without problem. Lin, she nodded, feeling reassured. The golden bone sword demon sensed movement and whipped around, 2 crimson ghostly flames dancing in its eye sockets. Kiki kites, this bastard. Killed my brothers, forced them to sacrifice themselves. Always running away like a coward when things get tough. Kill. Must kill him. It gripped its massive sword and charged like a mad demon, its roar shaking the cavern walls. Sizzle. The massive sword dragged across the ground, sending showers of sparks flying in all directions and carving deep grooves into the stony, a testament to its incredible weight. Lin, she took a deep breath and quickly retreated. He had to lure this monster away from the source of demonic energy. Getting any closer could spell disaster. Running. Running again, the golden bone sword demon roared, silver-white pupils blazing with fury. You cowardly, despicable wretch. Lin, she couldn't understand the words and didn't care to. With a light tap of his foot, his form shot forward like a streak of light, racing through the narrow shaft. The golden bone sword demon gave chase, dragging its sword behind it, the wind howling as sparks flew in streams. Once completely clear of the demonic energy's source, Lin, she suddenly stopped and said coldly, I'm done running. Then die. The golden bone sword demon brought its massive blade down in a vicious arc, silver light tracing an exaggerated curve. Undead demon slash. Lin, she spun around abruptly, purple light gathering at his fingertips. Rending claw. 8603. 8863. Ding. Golden bone sword demon used skill undead demon slash on you, dealing 250, 8603 damage. Ding. You used skill rending claw on golden bone sword demon, dealing 250, 8863 damage. Due to golden bone sword demon's special constitution, rending effect cannot be triggered. Lin, she snorted coldly. His base damage had a 30 boost from Heart of Slaughter. Though he was 5 levels lower than the golden bone sword demon, he wasn't falling behind at all. The two clashed again. The golden bone sword demon's massive sword was heavy as a mountain, each swing through the air accompanied by a piercing shriek. Lin, she had no proper weapon in hand and could only dodge by pressing against the walls. The shaft was too narrow for the great sword to fully extend, and soon the walls were covered in deep gouges. 3 minutes later, rending claw, undead demon slash. Boom. Both combatants staggered back several steps, trading massive amounts of health once again, yet both still held back their trump cards. I'm fast enough to hit him twice for every one of his strikes, Lin, she thought clearly. Both health bars were visibly dropping. The golden bone sword demon, formed from countless sacrificed undead swordsmen, understood combat no less than any living being. Whoever revealed their full strength first would be at a disadvantage. Both understood this without words. The fierce battle continued. Suddenly, the golden bone sword demon raised its massive blade high for a furious strike. Whoosh. Lin, she dodged right and was about to counterattack when he caught a glint of cunning in his opponent's eye. A feint. The massive sword swept horizontally, quick as lightning thunderstrike. Lin, she gritted his teeth and leaned back, the blade's edge grazing past his nose. Miss. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. That strike's power far exceeded the previous undead demon slash. Nice moves, baby, who had been watching from behind, clapped excitedly, but nearly tumbled forward in her enthusiasm. Lin, she rolled through the air and kicked the golden bone sword demon back several steps, then turned to scold. Your support isn't bad either, traitor. Baby grinned proudly, showing her pearly white teeth, her eyes curving into crescents. Lin, she gave the golden bone sword demon a cold smile, the meaning crystal clear. You used your ultimate first. Kakik. The golden bone sword demon let out a sinister laugh and charged again, the battle entering its next phase. Lin, she glanced at his health bar. 80. He casually used inspect. Golden bone sword demon HP. 206,500, 220,000, approximately 94. How is that possible? Lin, she nearly bulged his eyes out. He had landed more hits and dodged most attacks by all logic. His opponent's health should be far lower than his own. The golden bone sword demon burst into maniacal laughter, as if it had anticipated his shock. Lin Shi stared intently at the status panel and finally noticed a line of pale gray text beside the name. Undead sacrifice. The souls of the sacrificed still cling to the sacrificed one, who bears the blessing of the sacrificers. Effect: sacrificed one's recovery 300, lasts 3 days. Holy crap. Lin Shi was utterly shocked. The 300 recovery prompt floating before him was absolutely ridiculous, and he couldn't help but curse. This is way too broken. Have you no shame? The golden bone sword demon grinned wickedly as it lunged forward with its blade, cold light stirring up sinister winds. Lin Shi gritted his teeth, had no choice but to give it his all. He yanked off his purple outer robe and tossed it behind him. His emerald pupils flickered with purple light as his muscles swelled to the sound of cracking bones, his face contorting while purple fur rapidly spread across his body. This horrifying transformation made the golden bone sword demon suddenly halt, its skeletal frame freezing as wariness flickered in its flaming eye sockets. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Shi's hands had transformed into razor-sharp wolf claws gleaming with cold light. With one final muffled crack of shifting joints, he thunderously transformed into a purple lightning, celestial wolf massive in size, occupying nearly half the shaft's passage, with electric arcs dancing across his body and fangs bristling everywhere. Fight! He roared, bringing his giant claws crashing down. The golden bone sword demon had missed its chance, and now had no retreat. It could only meet the attack heat-in. 3,623. 2,560. Purple wolf fangs tearing and biting 3,468. The golden bone sword demon cried out in pain and struck back with its left fist, smashing into Lin Shi's wolf face. 2,450. Excruciating pain pierced through him, but the flames in the purple wolf's eyes burned even brighter. This moment required no technique, only blood for blood. Boom, boom, boom. One beast and one undead creature engaged in savage combat within the narrow passage. Lin Shi had already activated lightning speed, his attack rate soaring as the explosive sound of claws tearing through bone rang out almost every second. The golden bone sword demon's greatsword carried overwhelming power, occasionally unleashing thunderstrike that would take away nearly 10,000 health points with each blow, though the energy consumption was equally staggering. 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, both their health bars visibly plummeted. Bang! Claw and fist collided again, shockwaves sweeping across the stone walls. Lin Shi panted heavily, forced back 3 steps. The golden bone sword demon also staggered 3 steps before steadying itself. The purple lightning celestial wolf was now covered in wounds, blood staining his entire body. The golden bone sword demon was equally battered. Several golden ribs had broken off, its chest heaving violently, its sword-wielding hand trembling slightly, and the soul fire within its skull had dimmed. In the upper left corner of the screen, Lin Shi's health 8. Golden bone sword demon's health 21. Lin Shi held the advantage in attack speed and damage, while the golden bone sword demon relied on its massive health pool and 300 recovery to desperately cling to life. Scorching blood energy churned within the narrow shaft. Lin Shi's eye sockets were severely swollen, yet he suddenly let out a pleased, low wolf howl. When he first entered this game, he had been nothing more than a wild wolf that could be crushed at any moment. If not for the fortunate encounter with that red gem, he would have died long ago. Otherwise, right now, he would just be a pile of useless data. Yet the player's shadow still loomed over him. When the player eventually surpassed him, he would face his downfall. At that moment, only groveling would offer him a chance at survival. Unacceptable, his pride would never allow it. Lin Shi's chest heaved violently. He refused to be a puppet of fate and vowed to become powerful enough to stand as an ultimate boss that no one could topple. But the darkness weighing on his heart nearly suffocated him. Only this brutal combat with the golden bone sword demon could release both his pain and madness. Long-lost relief seeped into his very bones through blood and screams. The golden bone sword demon roared toward the heavens. How long had this dark passage imprisoned him? He had served loyally his entire life, leading his brothers across countless battlefields, only to be forced to guard this place. A general reduced to a prisoner, how could he accept such fate? Even in death, he would die honorably on the battlefield. Their gazes met, and both men burst into laughter. Lin Shi seemed to see the bold laughter of a battlefield commander from days past. When one general succeeds, 10,000 bones bleach in the sun. He would be that one general. The golden bone sword demon had initially thought his opponent was merely a despicable coward, but discovered instead a worthy adversary whose bold, sweeping techniques perfectly matched his own style. To him, human or beast were merely racial differences on the battlefield. Only life, death, victory, and defeat mattered. Mutual respect quietly bloomed amid their killing intent. In the next instant, blade and sword light exploded once more. Purple arcs scattered like serpents, leaving scorch marks everywhere. The originally narrow passage was torn into ruins by sword strikes. Bao Bao shook her head in bewilderment. You're insane. Both of you are completely insane. Before she finished speaking, Lin Shi had already struck with his claws. The golden bone sword demon's body shuddered. Then he steadied himself and furiously slashed with his silver sword. The blade stopped against the purple lightning sky wolf's skin, penetrating only a few centimeters before it could advance, no further flesh torn and bleeding. Lin Shi spat blood but laughed heartily. You don't understand, Bao Bao. This is how men communicate. 5, 4, 3. Both their health bars plummeted rapidly, each second potentially bringing the final moment. Bao Bao was so anxious that tears streamed down her face. Lin Shi, wake up. You're about to die. Don't worry. Lin Shi, am too greedy for life and afraid of death to fall here. How could I be willing to give up? He spat more blood, his face iron gray with pain, yet his laughter grew even more maniacal. Boom. Both fighters clashed head-on and staggered backward. Lin Shi needed several breaths to steady himself. Bao Bao clenched her small fists and screamed. If you die, I'm not collecting your corpse, Lin Shi. He smiled gently at the girl, then looked toward the golden bone sword demon. It's a pity we stand on different sides, otherwise we might have become friends. Jia. The golden bone sword demon responded with strange laughter. Lin Shi understood not a word, yet he heard the heroic spirit within. Farewell, golden bone sword demon. Thanks to you, the darkness in my heart has lifted. Regret and resolve flashed simultaneously in his eyes. Purple lightning surged along his spine, his eyes nearly shooting forth piercing beams of light. He gritted his teeth until blood seeped from his gums. Crack! Lightning exploded, instantly fracturing the stone walls into spider webs. Thunder. Crushing. 10,000. June. Purple thunder gathered, forming a massive thunder dragon that twisted its long body, nearly shaking the entire passage. It roared ferociously as it lunged toward the golden bone sword demon, swallowing him whole. Ding. You used the skill, Thunder Crushing 10,000 June, dealing devastating damage to a single enemy based on your attack power, causing 3,000 damage. Due to exceeding physical limits, level 5. 108,652. The six-digit number appeared the greatest damage Lin Shi had ever dealt, enough to make any living being tremble. The golden bone sword demon's health instantly bottomed out, and his form began to disintegrate. Jia. He raised his left thumb in salute. Thunder Crushing 10,000 June had drained Lin Shi's last ounce of strength, leaving him only able to smile bitterly in exhaustion. Dissolution spread from his ankles upward. The golden bone sword demon looked down at his silver great sword. The dying embers in his mind flickered, as if reminiscing. He reached out to caress the sword, and as the dissolution reached his chest, he suddenly hurled the silver blade toward Lin Shi's feet before his entire being crumbled into golden fragments. Do you want me to keep it safe? Lin Shi gazed at the silver sword but could no longer move, unable to express gratitude or reach out his hand. He whispered a promise. I swear to you, I will treat it well. Consciousness extinguished at that moment. Everything went black as he collapsed onto the devastated ground. When Lin Shi awoke from his coma, 5 hours had already passed. A hoarse ugh escaped from his throat as he struggled to prop himself up against the ground, his head splitting with pain. Finally awake? In his consciousness, Bao Bao rolled her eyes, her voice dripping with displeasure. Yeah. Lin Shi nodded with a bitter smile. Thunder Strike may be powerful, but its side effects are no joke. You knew the side effects were severe and still used it. Bao Bao exploded like a powder keg. He wasn't faster than you could have just turned and run. He never would have caught up. But no, you had to fight head-on. What? Think you're invincible or something? Lin Shi raised his hand to rub his throbbing head, forcing a smile. Bao Bao, you don't understand. It's about respecting a fellow warrior. Running when outmatched is a tactical choice, but constant retreat strips away one's honor. Honor? Can honor fill your stomach? Bao Bao was furious, then her voice suddenly dropped. Lin Shi, remember you were originally just a wild wolf. I'm the one who gave you the chance to survive. Lin Shi fell silent for a moment, then nodded. That's true, undeniably so. So Bao Bao's voice carried a sob. Your life belongs to me. I won't let you die, so you can't die. Lin Shi's heart softened as he whispered, Bao Bao, did you hear me? Bao Bao interrupted roughly. I heard you. Louder. Yes, I heard you. That's more like it. Bao Bao finally quieted down. Lin Shi smiled gently. He pulled up the system notifications. Ding. You used the skill Thunder Strike, dealing devastating damage to a single enemy based on your attack power, 3,000 damage. Due to exceeding physical limits, level 5. Ding. You defeated the gold tier boss, Golden Bone Sword Demon, gaining 2 million experience. His level remained at 35. The massive experience from the Golden Bone Sword Demon had perfectly compensated for the 5 lost levels. Lin Shi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He lay back down, forcing himself to rest until the system announced weakness status removed, then staggered to his feet. His gaze swept toward the depths of the well shaft. He had a good idea of what lay hidden there, but for now suppressed his curiosity. When he emerged from the well, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. He dismissed his purple lightning sky wolf form and put on his clothes. The westering sun filtered through the treetops into the village, smoke rising slowly from the roof vents of various homes, gray-white columns drawn into thin lines by the wind before dispersing in midair. He squinted, a gentle melancholy stirring in his heart. This scene was like a peaceful painting. Children ran and played in the shadows, their laughter rising and falling. The adults who heard them simply shook their heads and smiled. "Young man, how did it go?" A man returning from the stream called out from afar, carrying a lively flopping green fish. "I might need to impose on your hospitality for another day." Lin Shi replied with an apologetic smile. "That's nothing at all." The man waved dismissively. "Stay as long as you like, he a year or 2 wouldn't matter." Lin Shi bowed gratefully. That evening, the man prepared fish head soup and instructed his child. "Little rascal, take this soup to that uncle." The little one carried the bowl, but his eyes were glued to the milky white broth, his face full of longing. Seeing this, Lin Shi drank half and pushed the remainder toward the child. "Thank you, uncle." The child chirped his thanks and happily ran off with the bowl. After finishing his meal, Lin Shi patted his stomach and returned to his room, collapsing onto the bed. The demon continent, huh? Lin Shi lay on the bed, lost in thought. Reflecting on his days back on Earth, he suddenly felt that those times seemed less fulfilling than this period since his transmigration to this world. At this thought, he chuckled softly to himself, feeling neither the expected anger nor disgust, and closed his eyes as soon as the words left his lips. "Lin Shi, you said you came from another world?" A tender, crisp child's voice rang out in the darkness. Lin Shi opened his eyes again, a faint nostalgia floating in his gaze. What kind of place was it? Bao Bao tilted her head, her dark eyes full of curiosity. So there really are other worlds beyond this one. What kind of place? Lin Shi pondered for a moment, a smile playing at his lips. The good people are very good, and the bad people are even worse. A little brat like you would be worth quite a bit of money if the bad guys caught you. Bah! Bao Bao spat heavily and retorted in her crisp voice. "Do you take me for an idiot? I've lived for endless ages. I am your great-great-great-grandmother." Humph. Lin Shi laughed. "So you're saying you're already very old?" "Old?" Bao Bao quickly touched her delicate, flawless cheeks. "Living long means being old. You have no eye for beauty. My skin is much better than yours." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, struck by inspiration. "Given your appearance, that uncle's nickname for his kid would suit you perfectly." "What nickname?" Bao Bao hadn't been paying attention earlier and hurriedly asked. "Little Melonhead." Lin Shi shook his head, deliberately drawing out his tone. "Get lost." Bao Bao turned away in exasperation. As dawn broke, Lin Shi pushed open the door and stepped out into the cool morning breeze carrying the damp scent of earth. The old man at the doorway still stood in the same spot, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains. "Morning." The old man smiled kindly. "Morning." Lin Shi nodded in response. After a night's rest, he felt refreshed and alert. Following his usual routine, he first went to the stream to wash up. The icy water washed away the last traces of fatigue before he leaped back to the ancient well. Thud! He landed silently. Lin Shi took a deep breath of the cold air at the bottom of the well, thinking this would probably be his last time coming down here. He casually propped the silver greatsword against the wall corner. Its gleaming blade would only frighten the villagers if he brought it outside. Following the dark corridor, he arrived at the stone chamber that the golden bone sword demon had guarded in life. This was the source of the demonic energy. Lin Shi heightened his vigilance, making his footsteps extremely light. Suddenly, a steady voice echoed through the air. "Young man, there's no need for such caution. I am here." A semi-transparent figure materialized in Madeira. A man in blue robes with graying temples gazed at him with a gentle expression. "You're the 5th city lord of Fengyu City?" Lin Shi looked directly at him. "Indeed." The blue-robed man smiled. "To be honest, I thought no one would come anymore." "Why are you staying here?" Lin Shi asked. A flash of killing intent crossed the 5th city lord's eyes. "I was assassinated here by the 6th city lord." "Assassinated?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, not expecting that casually clearing out undead would uncover secrets of Fengyu City. By eliminating me, this obstacle, his ascension to power became legitimate. The 5th city lord's tone turned cold. "I was unwilling to accept this, so I became a vengeful spirit. My loyal followers, knowing my wishes, voluntarily abandoned their dignity as warriors to become undead alongside me, protecting me from my rebirth." His gaze dimmed as he continued. "I've made them suffer, especially Huang Shan. As my right-hand man, he endured loneliness, guarding this place for hundreds of years." Lin Shi's heart stirred. So the golden bone sword demon was indeed named Huang Shan. The city lord bowed to him, his tone filled with gratitude. "Thank you for letting him find release in an exhilarating duel. He was a warrior worthy of respect." Lin Shi's tone was gentle, then his eyes turned cold. "But you are not a ruler worthy of respect." As his words fell, the temperature in the stone chamber seemed to plummet. The city lord remained silent for a long while before finally speaking in a low voice. I admit that having them sacrifice for me was my mistake. But I was unwilling. How could I let Huang Fuyu reap what he didn't sow? Lin, she said coldly. But he's already dead. Dead, dead. The city lord's form shook, his phantom flickering, clearly unable to accept this. Yes, Fengyu City is now under the rule of the seventh city lord. Already the seventh generation. The city lord looked lost and bewildered. With his target for revenge gone, time had moved on without him. After a long pause, he finally looked up. What is the seventh one called? Huang Fu Hui. Huang Fu. The fifth city lord's voice echoed through the stone chamber, carrying coldness and unwillingness. Lord Huang Fu. The city lord's entire body trembled as he roared in unwillingness. The Huang Fu clan again. They stole my Fengyu city, and now they want to pass it down through generations? Such ambition, such enormous ambition. The thunderous roar echoed and reverberated through the narrow shaft, causing the stone walls to shake and debris to fall like rain, the sound lingering long in the air. Lin, she stood opposite him, silently watching the city lord who had lost all reason. After a long while, the frenzied roaring came to an abrupt halt. Xiaolong tilted his head back, gasping for breath, his eyes cold as frost. Huangfu. He spat out the two syllables as if trying to crush the surname itself. I swear to make this name disappear from Fengyu City forever. Lin Shi remained an observer throughout. While the Huangfu lineage was certainly wrong to scheme against the former city lord, the man before him wanted to drag the entire city into hell. What justice was there in that? Unable to judge, he could only ask, what do you intend to do? What do I intend? Xiaolong sneered, his voice low yet carrying the resonance of clashing metal and stone. I have already fallen to darkness, become one of the demon race, standing in the shadow faction. What in this world can I do? I will take everyone in the Huangfu household servants, retainers, every last one, behead them all for public display, and hang them on the city walls for 3 days and 3 nights. He turned his head to study Lin Shi, his tone suddenly softening. I owe Huangshan a life debt. You allowed him to die in battle, which was his most perfect ending, so I thank you. Whether you're from Fengyu City or not, I don't wish to make things difficult for you. Leave now while you can. Once I return to the surface, Fengyu City will know no peace. No peace. Lin Shi's pupils contracted as he clenched his fists. You've lost your mind. Lost my mind. Xiaolong threw back his head and laughed wildly, pointing at his own chest. That's right. The Huangfu family drove me to it. During my reign, there were favorable weather and good harvests. The nation was prosperous and the people at peace. I worked diligently and conscientiously, yet this is how I ended up? I won't accept it. I absolutely refuse to accept it. Xiaolong, consumed by manic emotion, was truly terrifying. Lin Shi quietly activated his reconnaissance skill. Xiaolong, spirit level, health, attack, defense, skills. Description: the 5th generation city lord of Fengyu City, possessing shocking strength and deeply loved by the people. While out hunting, he was ambushed by the 6th generation city lord in collusion with multiple spirit level experts, dying in battle alongside his trusted followers. After death, his lingering resentment attracted demonic energy, transforming him into an undead being. Now awakened once more, he vows to make his comeback. After completing his scan, Xiaolong glanced sideways, his gaze sharp as a blade. Get lost! The explosive shout made Lin Shi's eardrums ache, and the shaft seemed ready to collapse. Terrifying pressure struck him like a boulder to the chest. He groaned and staggered back several steps, chest burning with pain, barely managing to steady himself. After several breaths, the pressure gradually receded, and his heart trembled. This was the aura of a spirit-level being, instilling fear before any battle had even begun. Lin Shi lowered his gaze, no longer arguing. He bent down to pick up the silver greatsword Huang Shan had left behind, and silently turned to leave. Reaching the mouth of the shaft, he suddenly looked back. I won't interfere with other matters, but you cannot slaughter the people of this village. Why not? Xiaolong's eyes flashed with cold light. You've occupied their shaft and brought them trouble. Lin Shi met his gaze directly. No matter how far you've fallen into darkness, you should offer some compensation. Or have you lost even the most basic humanity? Chaotic air currents swirled through the shaft as the two men stared at each other across the space, killing intent and stubbornness intertwining, neither yielding. After a long moment, whoosh. Xiaolong exhaled deeply, his eyes flickering with sadness and nostalgia before closing them. You're so much like that boy Huang Shan, both so stubborn and unyielding. Fine, I won't disturb the villagers of this settlement. This is my final act of mercy. Now leave. He turned his back and withdrew his power. Lin Shi said nothing more. His sword flashed from its sheath, cold light gleaming as he leaped up and out of the well. That seemingly ordinary well had once harbored the remnant soul of Stormwind City's 5th generation lord, but now held not a trace of ghostly energy, only the steady drip of moisture on damp stone walls. The area around the well fell eerily silent, the air still carrying the metallic sweetness of blood and iron. After a brief silence, Qiulong's form vanished near the well. Stormwind City was destined for turbulent days ahead, but the villagers would finally be left in peace. This was his final compromise and his promise as a spirit-level warrior. Under the locust tree at the village entrance, Lin Shi bid farewell to each villager. Understanding the chaos he had brought to their peaceful lives, he solemnly warned them. Should they encounter any more undead disturbances, they must immediately seal the well and stay far away. The villagers chattered, trying to persuade him to stay. Leaving so soon? Are you sure all the evil spirits in the well are gone? Come back, Anadamayuri, always welcome here. He could only decline awkwardly but politely, laughing and waving as his feet carried him firmly down the dirt road leading away from the village. It was midday, and the scorching sun baked the earth. Heat waves seeped through gaps in his armor, burning his skin. Once he emerged from the forest, his smile gradually faded and his gaze turned cold. Looks like I've stirred up something serious this time. What should we do? Asked the childish voice of Baby in his consciousness. What else can we do? When the time comes, I'll have to help Stormwind City, Lin Shi shrugged. Why? Since when did you develop such deep feelings for Stormwind City? Baby asked, puzzled. Lin Shi glanced at the winding official road ahead, explaining as he walked. Qiulong can't see the forest for the trees. How could Stormwind City just collapse like that? It's an entire city. Even if he did manage to conquer it, wouldn't it be easy for a second-tier city to send reinforcements or dispatch powerful warriors to eliminate Qiulong? Don't forget, this is Light Faction territory. To the Light Faction's experts, dealing with a weak remnant of the Dark Faction who dares to cause such trouble would be child's play. He took a deep breath, squinting at the heat waves rolling in the distance. If I help Stormwind City and we win, the benefits I'll gain will be substantial. When Qiulong makes his move, he'll bring hordes of undead creatures, and those are all experience points for strengthening myself. At this thought, his brow furrowed slightly, his mind still haunted by that suffocating spirit-level pressure from earlier. But what exactly does spirit level represent? Spirit level, Baby pondered seriously. Across the entire divine demon continent, that's already among the ranks of the truly powerful. As long as you don't provoke beings you absolutely shouldn't, claiming territory and ruling as a regional overlord is no problem. Lin Shi recalled the helplessness he'd felt facing Qiulong, a chill running through his heart. Qiulong was merely the lord of a third-tier town. What about the lords of second-tier cities? Or first-tier cities? He didn't dare imagine. How exactly are power levels divided on the divine demon continent? He asked. It should be from lowest to highest: bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, spirit, immortal, divine. Baby counted on her fingers, speaking earnestly. I'm not too clear about what lies beyond divine level. My previous inheritor only reached divine level at most. I see. Lin Shi suddenly understood, then spoke with a hint of complaint. Lady Baby, why didn't you tell me this earlier? Tell you? Baby rolled her eyes. Please, you never asked, and I thought you already knew. Why would I bring it up for no reason? Lin Shi couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. I'm too caught up in the situation to see clearly. He rode his mount through the misty rain at the city gates, returning to the gray-white castle in Stormwind City that came with his premium property deed. In just 2 short days, he had first spent day and night grinding undead swordsmen, then battled Huang Shan to the brink of death. Now all he wanted was to dump all his exhaustion into a hot bath. He pushed open the door, removed his armor, and let the hot water cascade down. Steam quickly filled the entire bathroom. Lin Shi scrubbed away the blood and grime covering his body, the hot water numbing even the small aches from sword cuts. After washing, he placed his still-dripping greatsword horizontally on the floor beside his bed. The blade faintly reflected the candlelight as he collapsed unceremoniously onto the soft down bed. Ding! The system notification rang out through the quiet castle and simultaneously echoed throughout all of Stormwind City. Qiulong, the 5th-generation lord of Stormwind City, will lead his resurrected soldiers to attack Stormwind City in 7 days. All residents and adventurers, prepare yourselves for the imminent battle. On the streets, blacksmiths holding hammers, casual players chopping wood, and solo players who had just finished dungeons without healing yet all froze in place. Monster Siege. Holy crap. Only level 14, and there's already a damn Monster Siege? Are you kidding me? Isn't this too fast? Yeah, normally these events don't start until level 30-something. If we charge up there now, we wouldn't even be worth one of Qiulong's fingers. Damn it, Stormwind City is nothing but trouble. I'm getting the hell out of here. Complaints rose one after another, and the tension quickly spread to the NPCs as well. Street vendors turned pale, and guards unconsciously tightened their grips on their spears. Deep within the city lord's mansion, the current Lord Huangfu Lin sighed with his head bowed. Sigh, this is the Huangfu family's retribution, the cause of yesterday, the consequence of today. Father, the long peace had come to an end, the long-delayed war's horn had sounded. Yet Lin Shi, who had set this entire storm in motion, was now fast asleep. Bao Bao floated by the bedside with her arms crossed, muttering quietly. Now this is getting interesting. Lin Shi, What do you think about the current city lord's strength? Is he as strong as Qiulong? Lin Shi. She leaned in closer and saw that Lin Shi's breathing was steady and even had clearly fallen into deep sleep. Bao Bao pouted. And he says I sleep too much. Humph. Now look who's the one sleeping. Her voice became almost inaudible toward the end because she knew. Lin Shi was truly exhausted. He slept like the dead. From yesterday afternoon, when he collapsed into bed until the next morning, a full 16 hours had passed. A cool breeze drifted through the window, gently brushing across Lin Shi's face. He instinctively squinted, but the harsh morning sunlight forced his eyes shut again. After a long moment, he finally managed to pry his eyelids open, tearing a small gap in the darkness. Like a pig, sleeping for a whole 16 hours. The childish complaint popped into his mind, and Lin Shi shook his head with a bitter smile. Since arriving in the demon continent, he had been sleeping restlessly, but this time he had slept so soundly, it was almost frightening. He rolled out of bed, his joints crackling and popping as he stretched, drawing a low groan of satisfaction. Then he headed into the bathroom for a 20-minute hot shower. After washing up, he felt completely refreshed. A new day begins. He slapped his cheeks to pump himself up. With only 7 days left before Qiulong's revenge, this was the perfect time to tackle that rank mission. He pulled up the mission details. A rank mission. Demonic energy has appeared in the Azure Mountains, disturbing nearby villagers. Please investigate the truth. Reward. Based on completion difficulty. Client. Lord of Stormwind City. The Azure Mountains were quite far from Stormwind City. The round trip alone would take 2 days, leaving him only 5 days for the actual investigation. Lin Shi stroked his chin, calculating, when he suddenly remembered the old man's request. The man's son worked in Stormwind City, and he had promised to help gather information. Though there was no payment, it was a simple favor that would repay the village's hospitality. So Lin Shi shouldered his heavy silver greatsword and headed straight for the familiar civil registry office. Knock knock, he rapped on the door. An embarrassed cough came from inside, followed by the hurried sound of a book being closed. Come in. Lin Shi entered and glanced at the old man's somewhat pale complexion, thinking to himself, at his age, he can still handle reading those kinds of books? What can I do for you? The old man picked up his teacup and blew gently on it. I'm looking for someone in Stormwind City. Looking for someone? What's the name? The old man took a sip of tea. Zhen Guden. Hot tea immediately sprayed out. Lin Shi quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the spray. The old man awkwardly wiped his mouth, his face flushing red as he seemed to be holding back laughter. Lin Shi sighed and tapped the table. Go ahead and laugh if you want to. Holding it in isn't good for your health. All right. The old man finally burst into laughter. Whose child is this? What kind of divine imagination did his father have? I've never seen such an explosive name in my entire life. After laughing his fill, the old man perked up and patted the table. That name should be easy to find. Let me check. He turned to rummage through the tall wooden cabinet for records while Lin Shi waited quietly. 10 minutes later, the old man found a registry book, his eyes lighting up. Found him. Zhen Guden, warehouse number 3 in Stormwind City, working as a guard supervisor. Lin Shi nodded and cupped his fists. Thank you. After he left, the old man looked toward the door and shook his head with a smile. Interesting young man. Then his gaze fell on the silver greatsword Lin Shi had carried away, and he frowned slightly. That sword looks familiar somehow, but I can't quite remember. Oh well, never mind. The old man shook his head dismissively, pulled out his books, and continued studying with humble dedication. Outside warehouse number 3 in Stormwind City, the gray-white stone walls basked in the morning light. 6 soldiers stood rigidly at the entrance, their breastplates reflecting a cold gleam. Lin Shi approached step by step, his voice crisp and direct. Who is Zhen Guden? From the formation, a medium-built young man with a slightly dark complexion looked up, his gaze wary and confused. I am. Lin Shi stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of the man, asking again as if to confirm. You are Zhen Guden? The young man remained puzzled but nodded nonetheless. Bang! Lin Shi threw a punch at his chest restrained in force, yet heavy enough to send Zhen Guden staggering back several steps before he regained his footing. Being an ordinary person, he would have been knocked unconscious if the punch hadn't been pulled. Zhen Guden's expression changed drastically as he roared angrily. What are you doing? Attacking a soldier in Stormwind City? Are you looking for death? Lin Shi's gaze was sharp as a blade. Why have you stayed in Stormwind City for so long without returning home? Don't you know your grandfather and father have been worrying about you constantly? The other 5 soldiers, seeing their comrade attacked, immediately raised their spears, the tips gleaming coldly with murderous intent. But Zhen Guden raised his hand to stop them, forcing a bitter smile. Brothers, stand down. This is family business. The soldiers hesitantly lowered their spears, though anger still burned in their eyes. Zhen Guden hung his head and sighed. It's not that I don't want to return, I don't dare to. Back then, I made grand promises to my grandfather and father that I'd make something of myself and return home in glory. And what happened? Now I'm just a warehouse guard. Is that so? Lin Shi nodded in apparent understanding, then threw another punch. Bang! Zhen Guden staggered again. Swoosh. The spears rose once more. Zhen Guden coughed and forced a smile at his comrades. Really? It's family business to interfere. The weapons lowered again. Lin Shi pointed at him. Do you know your grandfather looks towards Stormwind City every morning at dawn? He's waiting for you to come home, and his eyes ache from watching. Yet because of your shame, you're causing the old man heartache. How can you bear it? Zhen Guden's expression fluctuated between emotions, his lips trembling. If I return looking like this, I'm afraid. Afraid of what? That they'll despise you? Go home. Lin Shi's voice thundered. If you don't return, I'll break your legs and have you carried back. Zhen Guden clenched his fists, his eyes reddening, and finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine. I'll go back. I miss home too. All these years, I've thought about it day and night. It's just that stubborn pride in my heart that kept me here, suffering through accomplishing nothing. That afternoon, he packed his simple belongings and tearfully set out for home. As for why Stormwind City allowed this, outsiders couldn't know. Perhaps they admired his filial piety, perhaps they considered it insignificant, or perhaps some important figure had given tacit approval. At the city gate, Lin Shi watched Zhen Guden's retreating figure and shook his head with a sigh. What parents in this world would despise their own children? If such parents truly exist, then they're not parents, they're beasts. Bao Bao chimed in. That's right, that's right. Then they wouldn't be parents, they'd be beasts like Lin Shi. Lin Shi ignored the comment, turned to a general store to buy a map, then once again left Stormwind City to continue his journey. Where did the money come from? Before departing, he had sold a rather attractive vase from the castle for a decent price. It would just go to waste anyway. In a month, this place would belong to someone else. And anyone who could afford to live in a premium property deed couldn't possibly be poor, so he didn't need to worry about them, he thought shamelessly. On the road to the Azure Mountains, occasionally using lightning speed to cover more ground, with Baby's constant chatter, the journey wasn't boring at all. As Lin Shi walked along, he suddenly felt chatty and turned his head to ask, Baby, if I return to Earth, would you come with me or stay here? He was really bored and just looking for conversation. Baby stepped on his shadow and pondered. Why do you have to go back anyway? That's my home, Lin Shi shrugged. I can't stay on the divine demon continent forever. Besides, all that digitization stuff still gives me the creeps when I think about it. Baby continued thinking, then suddenly asked, I misspoke earlier. What I meant was, why are you so sure you can go back? You might get killed halfway there and left rotting in the wilderness, with no one even knowing who should collect your corpse. Lin Shi's mouth twitched. Baby, if I really did get killed, would you be sad? He tossed out another topic out of boredom. Yes. Baby nodded without hesitation. A warm feeling welled up in Lin Shi's heart. But, Baby cupped her chin and added matter-of-factly, I'd probably forget after a good night's sleep. Lin Shi rubbed his forehead. Baby, your tongue is getting sharper by the day. Baby doubled over with laughter. That's because you're such a good teacher. Along the way, they munched on dried rations brought from Storm City, sleeping under random large trees at night. At 8 o'clock the next morning, they finally reached the Azure Mountains. The journey had taken so long mainly because of that silver greatsword. Powerful as it was, the thing was heavy as hell and seriously slowed them down. Now, Lin Shi placed the sword across his knees and checked its attributes again. Mountain Crusher, Gold, Great Attack, Power 15. Description: the weapon of General Huang Shan from Storm City, heavy and powerful, a nightmare for enemies. Adventurers had various additional bonuses, but natives only displayed 100% of their base attributes. Thinking about this, Lin Shi sighed inwardly. With the same strength stat, this sword would probably be even more terrifying in a native's hands. Looking up, the mountain range stretched like a dragon, rolling endlessly for thousands of miles. Trees layered upon trees, lush vegetation everywhere, appearing from a distance like a surging green ocean. A gentle breeze carried the scent of earth and tree resin. Earthworms turned in the soil, cicadas filled the branches with their songs. Life flourished everywhere. At the foot of the mountain, a modest village of about 30 households nestled among the scenery. As Lin Shi stepped onto the dirt road, several curious gazes immediately turned his way. You're the investigator sent by Storm City, right? Asked a man wearing coarse cloth clothing. Lin Shi possessed striking looks and an extraordinary aura that set him apart from ordinary people. His long purple hair, so unusual and otherworldly, led everyone to unanimously believe he was a skilled expert sent by Wind and Rain City. He nodded slightly, accepting their assumption. A woman nearby clutched her apron, her voice heavy with worry. Please don't investigate any further. About 10 people like you have already come here, and none who ventured deep into the Azure Mountains ever returned. It's too dangerous, you should give up. Yes, exactly. The surrounding villagers chimed in, their faces filled with anxiety. Lin Shi's gaze swept across the crowd before settling on the most composed-looking burly man. Could you tell me more about what strange things have been happening? In situations like this, men often remained calmer than women, so he chose the most reliable person to question. The burly man swallowed hard, speaking quickly in a lowered voice. Our village sits at the foot of these Azure Mountains, and we make our living by hunting. Everything was peaceful before. But 2 months ago, strange incidents began occurring one after another. Fear nearly spilled from his eyes as he continued. We have organized hunting teams that follow strict rules, enter the mountains together, return to the village together. But 2 months ago, one hunter suddenly disappeared in the mountains. We thought he'd encountered a fierce beast. Though it was painful, we could only accept it as an accident. But then more people began disappearing one by one. They'd enter the mountains and never return. That's when we realized something sinister must be lurking in the forest. He took a deep breath and continued. Later, we reported this to Wind and Rain City. The city took it seriously and sent over a dozen experts to investigate, but after entering the Azure Mountains, they all vanished too. That's why we're planning to relocate to. Don't dare set foot in those woods anymore. His arms trembled as he finished speaking. She nodded silently, feeling his own wariness toward the unknown rise. If the investigators sent by Wind and Rain City never returned, no wonder this mission was upgraded directly to a rank. But if he let fear stop him, the mystery would never be solved. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. He would take a look, and if anything seemed wrong, he'd immediately retreat using his speed. He looked up with determination. I'm going to take a look inside. The burly man instinctively reached out to stop him. Don't go. It's not worth risking your life over this. She offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I won't go too deep. If I encounter anything strange, I'll run immediately. I'm quite confident in my speed. As his words faded, his figure vanished like it had been swept away by wind, becoming nothing more than a blur before the man's eyes. Where did he go? The man stood stunned. His shoulder was gently tapped. She had already circled behind him. I'm right behind you. The man turned around, finally feeling somewhat relieved. With such incredible speed, I can rest a bit easier. Eventually, She entered the Azure Mountains alone. The trees at the mountain's perimeter weren't as dense as those in the forest outside the beginner village. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled, clear spots of light on the ground. Simple mountain paths worn by hunters over the years wound through the woods, free of fallen logs or blocking vines, making travel quite smooth. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying away the summer heat. She pressed forward, his eyes constantly alert. This place had claimed the lives of over 10 investigators from Wind and Rain City who had taken on missions. A place that had become the grave for so many task takers from Wind and Rain City surely wouldn't be so simple. Those who dare to take on A-level missions are no ordinary people. Upon entering the mountain range, She immediately noticed the profound silence all around. With autumn approaching, the cicadas had fallen quiet, making every sound exceptionally clear. Whoosh! A dark shadow flashed by. Who's there? She called out sharply. A squirrel popped out from beside a tree root, stopping right in front of his feet. The little creature gazed at him curiously with its round, bright eyes before scampering away. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, a second shadow darted past. It was another squirrel, chasing and playing with the first one, pausing to observe him as it passed by. It's just squirrels. She said helplessly. In his consciousness, the weapon spirit, Bao Bao, stamped her feet in frustration. I can't stand watching this. You were bold enough to fight the golden bone sword demon hand-to-hand. So why are you acting so cowardly now? She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Master Bao Bao. The situation was clear back then. Everyone feels reverence toward the unknown. Excuses. You're just being timid. Bao Bao pouted. This scolding actually helped calm She's nerves. He shook his head, mocking himself for being overly cautious, then straightened his chest and strode confidently onto the narrow mountain path. That's more like it. Bao Bao hummed with satisfaction. The deeper he ventured, the more robust the wild beasts became. Wild boars with protruding tusks and black bears with bulging muscles had all made appearances. She released a hint of his purple lightning sky wolf aura, and sensing the threat, the beasts dared not approach. Looking back, the path he'd taken was already swallowed by dense forest. I've been walking for 2 hours, and this is where the hunter's tracks end. He looked down at the gradually disappearing old trail beneath his feet, wondering, where exactly is that mysterious presence? The sky was growing darker, and the light was dimming. She calculated that if he found nothing before nightfall, he would use his lightning flash escape technique to retreat. Just then, a faint blue light flickered in the distance. A blue glow appearing in the forest? There must be something unusual about this. He pressed his back against a large tree, and after confirming it was safe, he crept forward from tree to tree. The closer he got to the light, the brighter it became. What had been mere specks of blue luminescence now resembled solid flames. When he was 20 meters from his target, he held his breath, slowed his heartbeat to its minimum, and listened to the forest wind. After a long while, She opened his eyes. Let me see what you really are. He peered out, and with just one glance, his entire body froze in place. It was a breathtakingly beautiful silhouette. Her blue hair flowed like water, floating gently in the air as if freed from gravity's pull. The young woman was curled up, her arms wrapped around her flawless legs, suspended in midair. Her form-fitting blue garment was exquisitely tailored, accentuating every curve of her graceful figure. She was barefoot, her 10 fingers crystal clear and translucent, as if carved from precious gems. Her face was even more stunning, with features so perfect they made one wonder if the creator had shown favoritism. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves, creating a rustling sound, as if they were discussing why this celestial fairy had descended to the mortal world. She stood transfixed, feeling the word beautiful expand infinitely in his mind, occupying all his thoughts of beauty, so captivating he couldn't look away, couldn't resist, not through artifice, but by nature. Around the girl stood dozens of people, yet they seemed soulless, staring blankly at the breathtakingly beautiful girl, forgetting everything about themselves. Clearly, these were the powerful warriors who had rushed from Fenyu City, along with hunters from the village. Linshi, baby shouted impatiently in his consciousness. Wake up! You're about to drool. But Linshi seemed to have lost his soul, letting his gaze be drawn by the girl, his eyes filled with infatuation and longing. Linshi, baby lowered her voice and called again. Seeing he still had no reaction, she could only shriek, Linshi. That sharp scream was like raging seas, instantly sweeping through Linshi's consciousness. Where was this? He suddenly looked around. Pure white floors, pure white walls, without a single stain, as if he were standing on a blank canvas. Guess where this is? A heavenly voice tinged with mockery and playfulness came from behind. Linshi spun around abruptly. Boom. His mind exploded like a bomb had gone off, instantly going blank. Standing before him was that very girl. She had the same azure pupils, impossibly beautiful, her eyes seeming to speak and drawing people into their depths. He forced himself to endure the inexplicable ache in his chest, looked away, and asked quietly, Where is this? The girl's eyes flashed someone could actually resist her charm. She blinked and laughed softly, like a mischievous sprite. This is a world I created. A world you created? She was stunned, looking around again, then at the girl whose entire body glowed with blue light. That's right. Blue light surged in the girl's eyes as she met his gaze. Would you like to live here with me? Together? She unconsciously repeated. Yes, together. The girl revealed her neat, snow-white teeth, her voice soft yet seductive. And for a lifetime. A lifetime, she murmured, as if his soul had been extracted. Only those two phrases, together and for a lifetime, remained in his consciousness. Like a broken puppet, he repeated them over and over in a low voice, the light fading from his eyes as he stood there like a wooden statue. I thought your willpower was so strong, but you're just like the rest. The girl sighed, provocatively raising her delicate eyebrows, saying in a charming, coquettish voice, You scared me there. I'm at a critical stage right now and have no resistance. If you had held on a bit longer, you might have even taken advantage of me. Convinced that she had completely fallen under her spell, she walked over to him, circled him twice, studied him for a moment, then tapped her chin with her jade-like finger. Quite handsome, and his aptitude and potential aren't bad either. Well, all right, once I recover my strength, I'll give you a chance to serve under me. In just over a month, I'll be fully restored. Then, my demon race will surely crush all these humans and make them all slaves to the demon race. Linshi, baby's scream exploded again, nearly tearing through his sea of consciousness. A trace of purple light flashed in the depths of Linshi's pupils and rapidly expanded. In less than 5 seconds, he snapped awake, cold sweat streaming down his neck so dangerous. Her gaze was too terrifying. He must never look again. If you're ruthless, don't blame me for being merciless. Linshi's expression turned icy, his gaze locking onto the girl who was still murmuring to herself about crushing humanity, a barely perceptible evil smile curving his lips. Once the demon race unifies the continent, under the Emperor's leadership, we'll march toward endless. Before the girl could finish, she felt something tighten around her waist. Linshi had wrapped his arms around her from behind, pulling her into his embrace. Ah! The girl's eyes first showed panic, but what made her even more furious came next. Linshi wore a wicked smile as his hands moved, forcefully wrapping around her slender, impossibly soft waist, exploring back and forth. Bastard, get away! She cried out delicately, her face flushing with a rosy hue like the evening clouds, utterly captivating. He never expected anyone could escape his mental restraint. Get away. Linshi positioned himself behind her, suddenly inspired to bite her adorable earlobe. But I just heard you wanted to make me your male consort. With a slight application of force, the girl's body trembled slightly. Not satisfied with just exploring her waist, Linshi's hands slowly moved upward. Suddenly, just as he was about to make contact, Linshi sensed danger, like a dormant viper about to awaken. He wisely released her and coldly commanded, Send me out. The girl broke free from his embrace, took a deep breath to suppress her inner rage, and bit her lip. You remember this someday. I'll make you pay. Pay. Linshi sneered, touching his own face. That's unnecessary. I think I'm already quite handsome. The girl gritted her teeth, her face full of unwillingness. I'll make you even more handsome. Well then, to become more handsome than I am now would only be possible through love's nourishment. Why don't you sacrifice yourself a little and help me out? Lin Shi's tone was earnestly sincere. Get lost. When my power recovers, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The girl stamped her feet in anger and waved her hand, making Lin Shi disappear from the spot. An utterly shameless remark lingered behind. Do you have to be so cruel, making me die without a burial place? You're really too wicked. Oh, your ears are so beautiful. I really like them. Let's continue next time. Actually, why don't I just die on your belly instead? Since I'm dying anyway, anywhere's the same, don't you think? Endless fury seemed ready to consume her as the girl closed her eyes. Calm down, calm down. He's just scum who'll die sooner or later. In the Azure Mountains, an elf radiating blue light remained in slumber. Lin Shi stood there. Suddenly his eyes cleared, as if awakening from a trance. He looked warily at the blue-haired girl floating in the air, then quickly turned and left. Near the blue-haired girl, dozens of people still stood motionless like the dead. Whoosh! Using lightning speed, he flew toward the outer layer of the Azure Mountains. The wind he stirred causing countless green leaves to leave their branches' embrace and slowly fall to the ground, where they would eventually become nutrients. That's a witch, Bao Bao said. The moment you looked at her, you were pulled into her dream world. If I hadn't been shouting from within your consciousness, I couldn't have reached you. Lin Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, she's a witch. Too dangerous. I can never meet this person again. I must avoid her at all costs. Only when he reached the outermost layer of the Azure Mountains did Lin Shi finally relax. Who is she, and why is she here? Lin Shi wondered, but having no clues, he could only shake his head. When he came down from the mountains, everyone saw him emerge and rushed forward with concern. How was it? Nothing happened, right? It's too dangerous inside. Now just looking at the Azure Mountains makes me shudder. There must be some terrifying presence about to appear. No need to investigate further. Our village must move immediately. This is a place of trouble. I don't want to stay even a moment longer. Afterward, the village began relocating under the leadership of the village men. Though night was falling and the sunset was disappearing completely, their determination to leave remained firm. Looking back at the Azure Mountains, they appeared perfectly normal from a distance. Lin Shi shook his head and left. As for the system, it had somehow already shown the mission as completed, since Lin Shi had indeed entered and investigated, uncovered information, and solved the mystery enough to report back. This mission was unexpectedly completed in just a few hours. Lin Shi smiled bitterly. He wouldn't investigate that girl again, too dangerous, practically gambling with his own life. If not for Bao Bao this time, he would no longer be himself. Bao Bao. Thank you. He left the Azure Mountains behind and returned to Stormwind City. In the forest, the blue light was even more obvious at night, illuminating the area around the beautiful girl floating in the air. In her dream world. Humph. Fortunately I marked you early on, otherwise I really couldn't do anything to you. The girl wore a smile of complete confidence. So you're not human, no wonder your willpower is somewhat exaggerated. But you can't escape my grasp. I'm very much looking forward to our next meeting. In the forest, the sleeping girl's eyelids seemed to twitch, though it might have been an illusion. But looking again, there was no movement, as if it truly had been just an illusion. On the way back to Stormwind City, Lin Shi passed through the village and thought of the old man, so he observed from a distance. The old man was sitting in the courtyard with Zhen Guden's family, his face rosy and laugh lines creasing around his eyes. Zhen Guden was bustling about serving hot tea, while several children chased and played Niarbi, a heartwarming scene. Seeing this, Lin Shi felt relieved but didn't approach to disturb them. He simply carried his silver greatsword and continued along the main road back to Stormwind City. Qiu Long would attack in 4 days, giving him just enough time to rest and recover. Lin Shi calculated. He'd start with some simple tasks to get back into practice and let his body recover from the arduous journey through the Azure Mountains. His last round trip to the Azure Mountains had taken nearly 3 days of travel, with only a few hours spent in the mountains themselves showing just how exhausting the journey was. The streets outside Stormwind City remained bustling, as always. Pushing through the crowded main thoroughfare, Lin Shi headed straight for the bulletin board. The area was packed with people, shoulder to shoulder, filled with noise and chatter. With his current attributes, once he squeezed into the crowd, he stood firm as a rock, no one could budge him. Stop pushing. Mind your own business. A burly warrior tried to shove Lin Shi out of the way, his arm muscles straining until they turned blue, but Lin Shi didn't move an inch. Lin Shi gave him a cold glance, and the big man felt like he'd fallen into an ice cellar. Shivering, he slunk away to the side, muttering under his breath. Lin Shi turned his attention back to browsing the rows of tasks on the bulletin board, completely unaffected by the surrounding commotion. Crank task: kill 20 wild boars north of the city. Reward: 40,000 experience. Rank task: collect 100 stormgrass, a herb unique to Stormwind City. Reward: 50,000 experience. Rank task: kill the wild boar chief and bring its head to the Stormwind City administrator. Reward: 60,000 experience. A dazzling array of tasks covered the entire wooden board. Lin Shi selected 10 of them, none particularly difficult, just time-consuming. When he tried to take more, a system notification appeared. Ding. You have already accepted 10 tasks. Please complete them before accepting more. Makes sense, Lin Shi muttered to himself. Otherwise, people would grab them all, and there'd be nothing left for others. I'll finish this batch first. He headed straight out the north gate and walked briskly for 20 minutes until several wild boars with protruding tusks appeared at the end of the grassy slope. They were snorting heavily and chasing 2 players, while several other players nearby were attacking another boar. Reconnaissance. Wild boar. Level 18. Health 75,000. Attack 530. Defense 560. Speed 15. Skills: Savage Charge, Iron Defense. Description: these violent boars, influenced by demonic energy, have become extremely vicious and frequently attack travelers. They've been placed on Stormwind City's extermination list. The boars had high defense, but average attack power. Most mainstream players were around level 16 now, so a team of 3 to 5 could handle them. Just then, a knight in light blue armor jogged over, waving eagerly. Hey, we need a warrior. Want to join us? I want both fish and bear's paw. Level 15 knight. Ding. I want both fish and bear's paw invites you to join their party. Do you accept? A mage in the group shouted from several steps away. Damn it. Are you blind, little fish? That's an NPC. Use reconnaissance on him. Little fish froze, quickly casting reconnaissance on Lin Shi. The screen filled with question marks, showing only the name, Lin Shi. He immediately smiled awkwardly. Lin? Brother Lin, I was just kidding around. You go ahead with your business. Lin Shi chuckled and waved his hand. No problem. I need to kill some wild boars too. Let's team up. Ding. Native resident Lin Shi has joined the party. His name appeared brightly in the member list, and the mage held his forehead, cursing under his breath. Little fish, you've really done it this time. Hee, the level 16 mage was speechless. Bro, I just casually sent out an invite. I never thought it would actually work. Lin Shi smiled slightly. As an NPC being pulled into a player party, this mixed experience felt quite refreshing to him. The team consisted of 3 members, the knight Xiaoyu tanking at the front as MT, the mage Hee handling damage output, and the level 16 priest Kaihong wielding her staff at the back providing healing. Kaihong waved her staff, her eyes lighting up. Xiaohei, we've hit the jackpot this time. Let's get to work. Yes, yes. He nodded eagerly. Lin Shi raised his hand and drew his silver greatsword, targeting a wild boar in the distance. He lightly stepped on the grass and charged forward. The boar sensed the killing intent and roared as it activated its skill Savage Charge, its body ramming forward like a small tank. Clang. 1. Lin Shi didn't even think about dodging, letting the creature crash into his armor while swinging his greatsword in response. The blade cut through the air and struck down on the boar's spine. 36,540. The exaggerated red damage number exploded in the air, causing all the watching players to stare wide-eyed. Holy crap, that's a bug. That's definitely a major bug. A summoner rubbed his eyes, barely daring to breathe. Can't you see properly? That's an NPC. It's totally normal, his teammate immediately corrected. But the question is, did they get an NPC to power level them? Before the boar could recover, Lin Shi delivered another strike. The monster wailed as it dissolved into experience points, scattering copper coins across the ground. 1.5 strikes to finish it? He marveled while patting Xiaoyu's shoulder. Well done. The studio will definitely credit you for this contribution. Xiaoyu scratched his head. I just accidentally clicked invite. Stop talking nonsense and pick up the money. The NPC doesn't want it, so we'll take it all, Kai Hong urged. Sister Hong, let's all pick them up together. 2 copper coins can be exchanged for 1 yuan on the black market now. Xiaoyu's voice went up an octave. So Lin Shi cleared monsters at the front while the 3 players crouched down, collecting copper coins with jingling sounds along the way. Ding. You killed a wild boar and gained 100 experience. Ding. You killed a wild boar and gained 100 experience. Ding. You killed a wild boar and gained 100 experience. Since Lin Shi was level 35, the level gap was enormous, so the boars themselves didn't provide much experience. What he really valued was the complete fixed reward after completing the quest. The bulletin board quest settlements wouldn't reduce experience due to being overleveled. Normally, it would take about 10 quests to level up, but with the transformation grass effect boost, he only needed to complete 5 or 6. Hunting wild boars was just one of them. In just 3 minutes, all 20 wild boars were down. Damn, it takes us 10 minutes to kill one of these. They have such high defense, but they can't withstand 2 hits from an NPC. Comparing people really kills you, he muttered. Kaihong rolled her eyes. You're complaining after getting such a good deal. Right now, we can only complete about 10 quests with our current strength, and finishing 2 or 3 per day is considered good. Who doesn't struggle? Ding. Native resident Lin Shi has left the party. The 3 stood there stunned. Lin Shi waved goodbye. I've completed my quest, so I'll head out first. Ah, what a shame. I only gained 50 experience. Xiaoyu said with lingering regret. 50 in 3 minutes, and you're still not satisfied? Plus, we got a free quest slot, so we can do one more today and stay ahead of others. Kaihong scolded irritably. He clicked his tongue. In 4 more days, there's the monster siege. If we could get Lin Shi to lead our team, our levels would definitely make it into China's top 10, maybe even the world's. Xiao Yu and Kaihong exchanged glances and simultaneously cursed. You're fucking dreaming. He grinned sheepishly. Just thinking about it, just thinking. After leaving the party, Lin Shi didn't rush back to Fengyue City. He still needed to complete the remaining commissions and turn them all in at once. Stormgrass, it should be somewhere around here. He looked around. Found it. Lush green stormgrass swayed in the breeze, releasing a faint, sweet fragrance. Among the grass clusters, numerous players bent over busily, carefully scraping away the soil inch by inch and cradling the intact roots like precious treasures, their movements incredibly gentle. Lin Shi happened to pass through this stormgrass gathering area. Without paying attention to others, he reached out and yanked one plant up by the roots, casually shaking off the sticky mud clinging to them. Ding! You obtained damaged stormgrass X1. Damaged? He paused, stunned, then pulled another. Leaves scattered everywhere. Ding! You obtained damaged stormgrass X1. Still damaged. Lin Shi's temple twitched. He looked up to observe the others' techniques. First, they gently loosened the soil surface with a dagger, then brushed the mud aside, and finally grasped the stem, gently swaying it to coax all the roots out of the earth bit by bit, continuing to clear away any remaining attachments. I see. Lin Shi understood, but shook his head. What a hassle. Despite his complaints, since he'd accepted the quest, he had no choice but to comply. He crouched down and mimicked their method, sweeping away the soil, protecting the roots, gently pulling upward. Ding! You collected stormgrass X1. Ding! You learned the general skill, gathering beginner. The quest required a full 100 plants, so he had to buckle down and work. Without monsters interfering, the only cost of such tasks was time. 2 hours later, the final plant went into his bag. Lin Shi straightened up, stretching his stiff back. Finally done. I'm never taking this kind of quest again. Just as he was about to leave, a shout erupted from the distance. Everyone come look. Damn, the wild boar boss has respawned. Really? That wild boar boss is so unlucky gets killed the moment it spawns. Lin Shi perked up. He'd just accepted a commission to kill the wild boar chief. He immediately grabbed his silver, sinking mountain greatsword and sprinted toward the boar territory. Dozens of players had already surrounded the wild boar chief at the camp. The boar roared continuously but couldn't break through the meat shield barrier formed by over a dozen level 16 and 17 knights. Mages on the periphery launched wave after wave of fireballs and ice storms, burning its hide raw. Everyone move. Lin Shi roared, charging forward with his sword raised. The silver-white greatsword was broad and elongated with ornate patterns that reflected sunlight so brilliantly it nearly hurt to look at, instantly drawing every gaze in the area. That sword is incredible. I want one too perfect for showing off and impressing girls. Envious voices rose one after another, though some sourly muttered while fingering their short swords. Country bumpkin, what's so special about it? My weapon has understated luxury and sophistication. Whether amazed or jealous, no one dared block the massive blade's path, and they all stepped aside. Lin Shi charged through the crowd unobstructed. Damn kid's got a death wish. Think being an NPC makes you special? When I hit level 100, I'll crush him with one slap. Someone cursed bitterly from behind. Lin Shi ignored them and lunged straight at the wild boar boss's face. His blade suddenly glowed with a dark purple light as he struck down hard. Rending claw. 127,852. Crimson damage numbers exploded upward. Critical hit weak point attack rending claw. A rare sight indeed. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. The critical hit chance is normally around 1. While weak point attacks are relatively easier to execute, you just need to know where the vulnerable spots are. Combined, these 3 types of damage made the boar chief extremely unlucky. Roar. The boar chief let out a piercing howl, its tusks trembling as blood splattered in all directions from the devastating blow. Ding. You used the skill Rending Claws, triggering both critical hit and weak point attack, dealing 127,852 damage with additional bleeding effect. 50 damage per second for 5 seconds, cooldown 3 minutes. In a flash, Lin Shi followed up with 2 more claw strikes. Dark shadows flickered as blood gushed like water from a burst bag. The boar chief had barely respawned before crashing to the ground, dying in a pool of blood at its own spawn point, its wide-open eyes filled with unwillingness and disbelief. The surrounding players were stunned speechless by this scene, watching silently as Lin Shi crouched down and swiftly severed the heavy leader's head. With all 3 quests completed, and the leader's head being quite heavy, Lin Shi shrugged his shoulders. Time to head back to town and report. He carried the bloody head towards Storm City at a brisk pace, leaving behind a gradually erupting chorus of complaints. Damn it, an NPC stealing a player's boss? Have some shame. Someone finally snapped back to reality, spitting angrily on the ground. Ding. You have damaged the environment within Storm City territory and received a penalty. 10 experience. System reminder. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. The player stood frozen in place, staring at his plummeting experience bar in prolonged contemplation. Soon, a hot topic was pushed to the front page of the forum. NPC brazenly steals boss. Video evidence included. First floor. That's normal. Can you even call the NPCs in God's Demons real NPCs? They're no different from real people. Someone explain, please. Second floor. You think that's something? We have a beggar in Twilight City with hundreds of consecutive quest chains. I thought I'd unlock a hidden class, but the reward was just a chicken leg, and it was the same item I needed for the final quest, returned Assis. What the hell? Third floor. Haha. Second floor. I feel your pain. That scoundrel old man is such a trickster. Fourth floor. Don't treat this game like a game, that's why they dare call it the second world. Lin Shi remained oblivious to all this commotion. He had already reached the bulletin board area in Storm City, where a white-haired old man sat in a bamboo chair with Storm City Administrator floating above his head. Lin Shi dropped the leader's head on the ground and clasped his hands. I'm here to turn in my quests. The old man looked up and waved dismissively. Show me what the quests required. As for kill records, the gods will verify them. As his words fell, ding. You completed Crank Quest. Kill 20 wild boars outside North Gate. Experience 40,000. Ding. You completed Brank Quest. Collect 100 Stormgrass. Experience 50,000. Ding. You completed Brank Quest. Kill Wild Boar Chief. Experience 60,000. A series of golden lights erupted from beneath Lin Shi's feet as his experience bar surged by 50, jumping past the halfway mark. The Storm City Administrator stroked his beard, his eyes carrying a hint of intrigue. Not bad. However, given your status as a native resident, these quests were perhaps too simple. I happen to have a new commission here. If you can complete it, the rewards will surely be generous. Ding. Do you accept the Storm City Administrator's commission? Kill Qiu Long. Qiu Long. Lin Shi's entire body trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Easy there, young man. This isn't a one-man mission. With only 4 days left before Qiu Long's attack, Fengyu City won't just sit here waiting for death. We're actively recruiting powerful warriors to join forces with the city lord against Qiu Long. The Fengyu City Administrator smiled warmly. Seeing that Lin Shi still looked troubled, he patted his chest and lowered his voice, though it carried absolute confidence. How about that? Not so difficult now, is it? Our city lord possesses dark gold strength, and with the enhancement bonus from governing a third-tier city, he can hold his own even against spirit-level opponents. While Qiu Long's exact strength remains unknown, he's certainly no match for our city lord. This mission, frankly speaking, is just about following behind the city lord and providing some backup support. Ridiculously simple. Lin Shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he hadn't witnessed Qiu Long's power firsthand, he might have actually been convinced. He shook his head with a bitter smile. You just said yourself that the city lord can barely contend with spirit-level opponents only with the city's enhancement. For Qiu Long to defeat the city lord would just be a matter of time, wouldn't it? His tone shifted as a glint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. However, with me joining, plus other strong warriors who accept this mission, perhaps we're not entirely without hope of victory. Ahem. He cleared his throat. How many people have accepted the mission so far? The Fengyu City Administrator's previously upright posture instantly stiffened, and he awkwardly rubbed his hands together. After a long moment, he tremblingly raised one finger. 10 people. Lin Shi's eyes lit up, his voice filled with anticipation. It seems Fengyu City is truly blessed with talent and strong warriors. Defeating Qiu Long will be even easier then. I meant. 1. The administrator said, his face flushing red, his voice so quiet it was nearly carried away by the wind. 1. Lin Shi's mouth twitched violently. The administrator quickly tried to salvage the situation. But we still have 4 days. Surely more brave warriors will join. Everyone just needs a few people to lead the charge, trust me. Lin Shi fell silent for a moment, then declared loudly. Very well. Since I'm in Fengyu City, I should naturally do my part. I accept. Ding. You have accepted the quest. Kill Qiu Long. Quest difficulty, a rank. Current participants, 1 person. Lin Shi rubbed his forehead, glancing at the quest information, then at the administrator. When you said 1 person, including me, that counts as 1? The Fengyu City Administrator nodded. The Stormwind City Administrator patted his shoulder with a cheerful smile. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Over the next few days, Lin Shi camped out in front of the bulletin board, sweeping through every simple quest he could take. Delivering herbs, transporting supplies, patrolling districts. Though the tasks were mundane and offered little experience, they added up to something substantial when accumulated. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level, 37. When he turned in the last batch of quests, the familiar notification sound rang in his ears as he finally reached level 37. After leveling up, Lin Shi went to find the Stormwind City Administrator again, hoping to continue the Monster Siege quest chain, but once again received only an ambiguous smile. He gradually began to suspect that the administrator might be toying with people using this quest. Meanwhile, countless players complained bitterly about the premature activation of Monster Siege, yet couldn't suppress their curiosity. They all crowded around the bulletin board competing for quests, packing the entire street so tightly that not even water could flow through. As the first Monster Siege battle in the history of gods and demons, countless players even spent gold coins on cross-city teleportation just to reach Stormwind City. Naturally, the three top guilds of the Chinese server wouldn't miss this event either. Shops lined both sides of the street, with vendors' calls rising and falling in waves. Lin Shi weaved through the crowd when his shoulder shifted and he accidentally bumped into a man ahead of him. The man staggered 2 steps and nearly fell. A Stormwind City guard glanced over, but said nothing. Such minor incidents had become all too common lately. Are you blind? The man steadied himself and immediately pointed at Lin Shi, cursing furiously. Sorry. Lin Shi apologized repeatedly. Really? The man looked Lin Shi up and down with disdain. Solo players like you shouldn't be wandering around the city. Go back to some other city and grind experience obediently. What does Monster Siege have to do with you people? 2 attractive female players followed closely behind him. One crossed her arms and gently nudged the man with her shoulder, saying coquettishly, Woody, stop making trouble. The Summit Guild leader is waiting for the meeting. The man, named Absolutely Invincible, hesitated for a moment. Thinking that delaying the guild leader's time would surely earn him a scolding, he reluctantly glared at Lin Shi one more time. Keep your eyes open. There are some people you can't afford to mess with. He then left with the 2 women. Watching that retreating figure, Lin Shi's lips curved upward. Absolutely Invincible, long time no see. This was one of the leaders who had besieged him back in the newbie Villahea typical premium trash. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ever since encountering that blue-haired girl in the forest, his aesthetic standards had been invisibly elevated, and he felt not the slightest stirring toward these 2 beauties before him. The commotion had barely died down when another system announcement echoed across the sky. Ding! Qiulong will arrive at Stormwind City in 2 hours. Defending personnel, please prepare. At this moment, in the depths of an ancient well in an abandoned village outside Stormwind City, Qiulong wore the city lord's official robes, his expression cold and stern. He was no longer a transparent spirit, but possessed a real flesh and blood body. Behind him stood countless undead soldiers in silent formation, with black mist swirling around them, creating a chilling sight. Before the well wall, a pitch-black magic circle flickered with eerie light, both demonic and terrifying. The forces borrowed from the dark faction are sufficient. Qiulong touched his sleeve, his gaze icy cold. Huang Futh's surname must be erased from Stormwind City. In a secluded corner of Stormwind City, a young man leaned quietly against the wall, his expression somewhere between a smile and something else. A private message reached his ears. Judgment, you'll command this monster siege. I can't get away. The young man narrowed his eyes slightly and responded softly. Understood. Divine Judgment nodded without hesitation, but then hesitated and said, Well, guild leader, there's something strange about this monster siege on Stormwind City. The average player level is only around 20 right now. Can we really hold the city? You mean? Divine Judgment lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, then suddenly looked up. If we can defend it, we defend it. If we can't, Judgment, you're wrong about this. Wrong. The guild leader interrupted directly. Divine Judgment fell into contemplation again, but within seconds he had an epiphany. Whether we can defend against the monster siege has nothing to do with us. We just need to give our all. Defending successfully would be ideal, but even if we fail, outsiders will see the temple's efforts, and no one will smear the temple's reputation because of it. But if we flee from battle, our reputation will be ruined. Exactly. I was thinking too shallowly. Divine Judgment bowed his head in shame. No, you were too focused on immediate gains. I'll change that. A dignified man stood at the front of the formation, with hundreds of players lined up neatly behind him. His expression was grave, his voice carrying unstoppable enthusiasm. Our heavenly realm has been gradually surpassing the other 2 major guilds these past few years. This is both an honor and pressure. I hope everyone can turn this pressure into motivation and firmly secure our position as the #1 guild in the gaming world. Yes, everyone responded in unison, their voices rolling like thunder. In the night, Lin Shi returned to his castle residence, casually closing the door behind him and flopping onto the soft bed. The event's about to start, and you're still resting. Baby put her hands on her hips. Precisely because it's about to start, I need to rest my mind. Lin Shi closed his eyes. This might be the last Tamino, the last time in a while that I can sleep well in the castle. What? You're leaving? Is it uncomfortable here? No. Lin Shi stared at the pure white ceiling, his tone calm, yet resolute. I just have to leave. Why? Because this place can no longer accommodate me. Can't accommodate you? You don't have any enemies. Your premium room contract still has over 20 days left, and even when it expires you still have the regular room contract. How could that be? A light that others could barely see flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. After the monster siege, you'll understand. Humph, being all mysterious. Baby pouted and turned away. Ding. System notification. Xiao Long will arrive at Stormwind City in 1 hour. Defending personnel, please prepare. The notification echoed, but Lin Shi continued resting with his eyes closed. On Stormwind City's walls, lights blazed like daylight. Rows of mages stood shoulder to shoulder, so tightly packed there wasn't room for air, while archers had stuffed their quivers full. What did monster sieges mean? Experience. The warriors below the walls had it worse. They had to be first to meet the surging monsters heat in, while the ranged classes on the walls only needed to continuously cast spells and shoot arrows to watch their experience bars climb rapidly. The currently popular area effect skill Sea of Fire gave mages an even greater advantage, with extremely high chances of landing killing blows. So all the ranged players wanted to squeeze forward just another half inch. The further forward the position, the wider the attack coverage and the richer the rewards. Excuse me, coming through. Stop pushing. There really isn't any space. I came an hour early to secure a spot, and you've taken them all. What's the deal? Bai Se Luli stood in the front row of the mage formation, surrounded by 7 or 8 female players in layers, preventing any male player from getting close. Don't worry, we'll take care of Xine Air, one of the female players assured through her communicator. Bai Se Luli's brother nodded on the other end. The walls are crowded. If anyone has improper thoughts and takes advantage of my sister, I'll hold you all responsible. Got it. The female player winked at her companions, then suddenly smiled. But what if we get taken advantage of? Bai Se Luli's brother fell silent for a long time before finally giving his answer. Everything prioritizes my sister. If you get taken advantage of, I'll also try to pay attention. He said this without much confidence, coughed twice and added, you're all important guild members. I won't just stand by and watch you get taken advantage of. The female player's eyes lit up. So he suddenly closed his eyes. I choose to close my eyes. What the hell? The female players felt this was even worse. Ding. Xiao Long will arrive at Stormwind City in 10 minutes. All defenders, please prepare. The system announcement echoed across the city walls, instantly silencing the bustling crowd before erupting into hushed discussions. Finally, someone exclaimed, gazing toward the horizon with a mix of tension and excitement. I'm getting crushed to death up here on the battlements. The warriors are lucky they get to wait by the gates, another player grumbled. The 3 major guilds each guarded a gate. Holy Temple held the north gate, Celestial Realm commanded the west gate, and Absolute Domain controlled the south gate. The east gate, however, lacked any powerhouse, leaving the scattered solo players feeling uneasy. There's no one strong enough to hold the east gate, a mage sighed heavily. Like hell there isn't. Rainbow, a female priest, rolled her eyes and pointed toward the most prominent spot on the battlements where a silver-haired old man stood with a straight back, gazing out beyond the city. Little Fish, a male knight on their team, nodded repeatedly. Rainbow's right. The city lord is on our side, way stronger than those 3 guilds. Come on, Little Fish, stop undermining me. The Magewo's ID was he glared at him in frustration. Sorry, bro, I didn't mean to, but Rainbow really has a point, Little Fish said innocently, spreading his hands. These 3 were the same players Lin she had encountered while grinding wild boars. I want both fish and bear's paw. Little Fish, Rainbow, and Hee suddenly smiled mysteriously. But the real pillar of the East Gate might not be the city lord, it could be someone else entirely. Who? Rainbow and Little Fish asked in unison. Lin Shi, the guy who helped us kill 20 wild boars. Oh, you mean that NPC? Rainbow realized. But he can't be stronger than the city lord, right? And are you sure he'll even show up? You don't know Jack. Hee waved dismissively. How old is the city lord? At least 70, or Atai is probably too old to fight anymore. Hell, some of his functions have probably deteriorated by now. But look at Lin Shiha's in his prime, with that presence and aura. He's definitely no ordinary NPC. Little Fish hesitated before speaking. You're not wrong, but... He trailed off, frowning as if harboring some unspeakable concern. But what? He pressed. He usually enjoyed playing the big brother role and couldn't pass up the chance to put his subordinate in his place. Thinking about this, he felt secretly pleased but put on an act. I'm such a caring big brother. Most leaders just boss people around without giving their underlings a chance to shine. TSK, a big brother as good as me is rare in this world. Lost in self-admiration, Little Fish gritted his teeth and stammered. That. Spit it out. He's face darkened. Don't act like a girl, straightforward. Little Fish's face turned ashen as he pointed toward the city lord and whispered. He heard you. He froze. The city lord squinted slightly, took a deep breath, and wore a complex expression as if weighing something. After a moment, he turned to his guards. Put that player called Hee on Stormwind City's blacklist. Yes. The 2 guards responded expressionlessly in unison, showing no concern for Hee's earlier disrespect. Meanwhile, the city lord was cursing Hee internally. I was weathering storms while you were still playing in the mud, and you dare look down on me? After mentally greeting his ancestors for 8 generations, his emotions finally settled. He growled in a low voice with a dark expression. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Little Fish looked ready to cry. It's not that I didn't want to. The city lord has been staring this way the whole time. I see. He looked up at the sky with regret in his voice. Little Fish, do you know what you just did wrong? Upon hearing Haihe's words, Xiaoyu scratched his head and thought for a moment, then asked in confusion. What's the matter, big brother? Please tell me quickly. You know I'm not very bright. I really don't know. Sigh. Haihei let out a heavy sigh. You should have immediately refuted me just now, shouting that the city lord is perfectly fine. The city lord would surely think highly of you, maybe even give you special treatment. Who knows, you might even get promoted and become wealthy. Xiaoyu suddenly understood, slapping his forehead hard. Right? How could I not think of that? This is the difference between you and me. Haihei shook his head, patted his shoulder lightly, and gestured toward the city wall with his lips. Look, it's not too late now. Go ahead and shout. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded eagerly like a pecking chicken, then shouted toward the city lord. Lord City Master, you absolutely have no problems. Believe in yourself, don't give up. The city lord's slightly improved mood instantly plummeted to rock bottom, his anger boiling over. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Calm down. They're just adventurers. I can't attack adventurers. You're the city lord of Fengyu City. Come on, you can do this. After a long while, he managed to appear calm again, but coldly commanded, add that fish and bear's paw, I want both, to Fengyu City's blacklist. His icy gaze swept over Xiaoyu. In the future, you'll definitely get what's coming to you. Xiaoyu scratched his head helplessly. Brother He, it didn't work. Brother He. Haihei crouched on the ground, twitching as if desperately suppressing something. Kaiong, who had been watching the whole time, couldn't help but sigh. What a pair of clowns. Thud. Thud. The earth trembled, and thousands of warriors and knights below the city wall immediately sensed it, their expressions suddenly turning grave. Dust filled the distance, blocking out the sky and sun. Damn, what a massive commotion. Of course, it's a monster siege. How could there not be a commotion? Ding. System notification, monster siege begins. From all directions, countless undead surged forward, stirring up clouds of dust. Kakik. Kakik. Ghostly wails echoed endlessly as they wielded various weapons, the flames of undeath burning fiercely in their skulls. At the very front, Qiulong stood on a chariot, staring directly at the city lord on the wall, his eyes rolling with murderous intent and fury. Huangfu. Hui is it? Qiulong sneered coldly. I'll make you regret everything completely, so you can repent peacefully in hell. Behind him stood 2 imposing men. One spoke respectfully. Lord Qiu, we hope you can fulfill your promised agreement. Humph. Qiulong snorted coldly. Rest assured, once we recapture Fengyu City, it will definitely become the demon race's stronghold among humans. The man nodded in response. That's good to hear. No one noticed the slight smile Qiulong pulled at the front of his chariot. Undead. Dark faction. How could I possibly sink to your level? On the city wall, the city lord gazed toward the horizon, unable to suppress his anxiety. Why hasn't Lin Shi arrived yet? His gaze swept over the approaching undead army as he gritted his teeth. Bring me my weapon. If we can't hold the city gates, I'll hold off Qiulong while you 2 deal with his lieutenants. The rest will be left to the adventurers and our army. Yes. The 2 guards acknowledged the order and rushed down from the wall, returning moments later carrying a blade. The blade was somewhat thick, flashing with cold light, and emanating a fierce aura. The city lord gently touched the blade's side with his fingertip, whispering, It's been a long time since we fought together, old friend. His eyes then sharpened as he gripped the handle firmly, the blade's tip reflecting brilliant silver light. Warriors, the time to achieve glory has come. After this battle, rewards will be given based on merit. Now, take up your weapon skill. Players and soldiers roared in unison. Whether adventurers or natives, all were filled with fighting spirit at this moment. The undead's shrieks and the sound of grinding bones, accompanied by the thick smell of gunpowder, rushed toward them, making the very air seem to tremble. Whether at the east gate or other gates, whether the city lord or nameless soldiers, everyone's battle spirit was boiling. Outside the east gate, all gates centered around the 3 major guilds to face the enemy comprehensively. Lin Shi suddenly opened his eyes, his long-accumulated battle intent transforming into blazing flames, like a coiled dragon opening its eyes and preparing to roar. He didn't reach for the silver greatsword leaning against the wall, but instead rushed straight out the door. Clang. Weapons collided, sparks flying as the prolonged, bloody battle began. Glaring eyes, piercing wails, endless panic like a tide, like the maw of a glutton, devouring everything. Perhaps not far away, death itself held its scythe, looking down at the humans about to fall under its dominion, laughing maniacally with its face turned skyward. Below the city walls, natives and adventurers fought side by side. wielding their weapons and launching fierce attacks against the undead forces ahead. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere as screams of agony, wails of despair, roars of fury, and howls of rage echoed continuously. The terror of death played out repeatedly across the battlefield, while the withered earth was soaked in crimson that refused to fade. The Lord of Stormwind City stood atop the city walls, his aged hand slamming heavily against the stone-built ramparts as veins bulged at his temples. This battle was proving far more challenging than anticipated. Xiao Long had actually summoned such powerful undead, and in terrifying numbers. Undead Swordsman. Level, 23. Health, 40,000. Attack, 465. Defense, 285. Speed, 14. Skills, Undead Thrust, Triple Strike. Description: once soldiers under the 5th generation Lord of Stormwind City, they fought countless battles in life and continued to guard their lord's soul even in death. The ones now appearing on the battlefield were weakened versions of the undead Lin she had encountered in the well shaft. Those who had originally guarded Xiao Long must have been elite forces, while those charging forward now were merely transformed from ordinary soldiers. Yet this ordinary designation remained deadly enough for everyone present. Ah! A piercing scream cut through the sounds of battle. A player was cleaved from shoulder to waist by an undead swordsman's blade, blood spraying in all directions, staining his comrades' faces and the undead's pale bones alike. The bones instantly turned an eerie blood red. Moments later, his form dissolved into a beam of white light. Kakik! The blue flames dancing within the undead soldier's skull flickered wildly as it let out a bone-chilling cackle. Damn it, you dare kill my brother? I'll fight you to the death. A nearby player roared in fury, bringing his axe down to topple another undead swordsman. Seeing his brother fade away in light, his eyes quickly bloodshot as he swung his great axe to engage the killer. Brother, are you alright? He urgently asked through the chat channel. I'm fine. Damn, didn't expect to die so quickly. Big brother, you must hold on. If you can survive this monster siege, my death won't be in vain. Right, the axe-wielding player responded, tilting his head back to down a health potion before charging once more at the rampaging undead swordsman. 30 minutes passed, yet the battle was far from over. Death was merely the prologue. The true taste of cruelty was just beginning. The natives couldn't respawn once they fell. It might be farewell forever. Lin, a soldier's chest was torn open by an undead's claws, blood gushing forth. I'm fine. He turned around, spitting blood, and struck back to bring down the undead, grinning with teeth stained crimson. Get down there and rest, his captain roared at him. Captain, I'm fine. The soldier coughed up more blood. You, the captain bellowed. Get down there and rest. That's an order. If you die, I won't collect your body. The soldier managed a blood-smeared smile, his face twisted by wounds yet utterly sincere. Captain, you don't need to collect my body. If you're still alive, please take care of my elderly father. He can't move around and needs someone to look after him. He's still in Stormwind City. How can Stormwind City fall? Stormwind City cannot fall. The soldiers nearby were in desperate straits, yet they continued to desperately block those fearless undead swordsmen who knew only endless sword swinging. The clash of weapons filled every corner, while a sense of helplessness shrouded everyone like cold mist. Looking up, undead swordsmen surged forward like a tide with no end in sight. Bang! The captain, caught off guard for a moment, took a heavy punch from the undead swordsman square in the face. He staggered back 2 steps, eyes blazing with fury, then swung back with his own fist, punching a gaping hole through the undead warrior's chest. The soul fire in the undead swordsman's skull flickered out, and it died completely. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth, yet his expression remained as calm as if he hadn't been hurt at all. Where's Xiao Matzi? Xiao Matzi! The captain charged into the tide of corpses, his fists colliding with bone. One after another, undead swordsmen were shattered by his blows, bones flying everywhere, and he stomped out the rolling soul flames with his boot. Captain, stop calling! Shouted a soldier locked in close combat with an undead, retreating step by step. Xiao Matzi, he's gone. Gone. The captain's face showed no expression, but his chest felt as if it were being torn apart. Brothers who had lived and fought side by side, now reduced to the cold words, he's gone. This grief was beyond anyone's understanding. He could only channel his anguish into violence against the enemy. Kill one and break even. Kill two and profit. Suddenly, searing pain shot up his spine and flooded his brain. Damn it, a sneak attack. His vision went black as he cursed through gritted teeth. Captain, a nearby soldier, barely holding his own, still found breath to shout in concern. The captain spun around, his massive frame like a pillar supporting the heavens. Without hesitation, he brought his blade down, cleaving the attacking undead swordsman in two. I'm fine, he growled in response. Several soldiers immediately moved to his front, fighting desperately to block the undead assault. But the captain could barely stand now. His gaze drifted past his comrades to the distant city that crouched like a slumbering giant Fenyu city. They had been fighting continuously for too long, without a moment's rest. The wound on his back was hemorrhaging life itself. The captain's face turned from ashen gray to deathly pale, his legs feeling like they were filled with lead. Fengyu City cannot fall, he roared with everything he had, his voice raw and broken. For the first time, this man of iron felt tears welling in his eyes. Fengyu City cannot fall, his soldiers responded, their tiger-like eyes brimming with tears as they shouted back. The cry spread across the battle line, thousands, tens of thousands roaring the same oath, even with hoarse throats, even on the brink of death. Atop the city walls, the city lord gripped his sword with trembling hands. My lord, his guard called out urgently. I'm fine. The city lord forced a smile. These old bones can't fall now, my people. My soldiers, they're still fighting. In the distance, on a high platform, Xiao Long heard every word clearly, a trace of contempt crossing his lips. Too bad that today, Fengyu City must fall. The soldiers' roars shook the earth like the bellowing of great beasts, but the undead knew no fear, they simply executed their endless directive to kill. A blade flashed, and a soldier's throat was slashed open, blood spraying across the faces of both his comrades and the ashen undead. The captain who had first shouted the oath threw back his head and laughed, blood foam clinging to the corners of his mouth. He looked once more toward Fengyu City, his body swaying, and finally let his head drop. His cracked lips moved, opening and closing as blood seeped through. His eyelids grew heavy, his consciousness floating at the edge of darkness. He could squeeze no more strength from his body, yet the battle raged on like wildfire. In his final moments, he whispered softly, Shaolinzi, I'm sorry. I can't help take care of your father anymore. Lanner, forgive me. I've broken my promise, Lanner. I'm so sorry. His voice was as faint as a candle flickering in the wind, yet every word remained clear. A tear rolled down his weathered cheek and dropped onto the dusty yellow earth. The soil darkened instantly where it fell, forming a small spot that was quickly swallowed by the swirling dust of the battlefield. Captain! A young soldier nearby noticed he had stopped moving and called out cautiously. When the captain remained motionless, he hurried forward and touched the body that had already lost its warmth. The captain was gone. The soldier's expression became complex in an instant. There was unwillingness to die like this. There was anger at why all this had to happen, and there was longing, though he couldn't say what exactly he longed for. The captain is gone. The anguished word struck everyone's ears like muffled thunder. What? The nearby soldiers couldn't believe it. How could the captain leave us first? He was so strong. The captain, he died standing. The soldier who first discovered it wept like rain, then after a few seconds, wiped the blood and tears from his face, gripped his spear tightly, and charged at the undead swordsman. Don't worry. I'm coming to join you, Captain. His figure quickly disappeared into the endless sea of undead, swallowed by the dark tide in an instant, never to be seen again. On the battlefield, all manner of human emotions were displayed. Some laughed, some cried while laughing, and others laughed while crying. The undead swordsman's bone armor clattered together, creating the harsh sound of metal scraping against metal as they gradually compressed the defense line. The warriors of Stormwind City couldn't hold them back and fought while retreating, yet they stubbornly held their ground. They're in range now, damn it, hit them hard. A mage's robes billowed in the wind as he raised his staff high, chanting in unison with his companions. Fireballs rained down continuously, crashing against the undead swordsman's armor and bones. 230, 256, 456. The crimson numbers formed a continuous display in the air, as if reminding everyone. This was the barrier after the warriors and before the final city wall. The warrior defense line had been pushed to within 30 meters of Stormwind City's walls, with nowhere left to retreat. They could only grit their teeth and fight desperately. Beyond those 30 meters, the entire plain had become a kingdom of undead creatures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bowstrings sang urgently. The archers drew their bows to the limit, sending a torrential rain of arrows across the sky like dense black lightning, piercing through the undead skulls and extinguishing the flickering soul fires within, forcing them to fall back into the depths of hell. That captain who had once cared for his soldiers was ultimately submerged in the sea of undead along with his brothers, their flesh and blood trampled beyond recognition. If Stormwind City somehow survived, people might erect a nameless tombstone among the ruins to commemorate their bravery and sacrifice. And if that captain could know from beyond the grave, he would neither laugh nor cry, because from the moment he became a soldier, he already knew this was a warrior's final destiny. The battle raged fiercely, the sharp whistle of blades slicing through air, curses, the clang of weapons clashing, and dying screams rolled together above Stormwind City like thunder. The city lord stood at the highest point of the tower, his gaze sweeping over the tide-like undead army before falling back to his retreating defenders, despair filling his eyes. Could it be that Stormwind City was truly? He spun around abruptly, looking toward the city. In the streets and alleys, civilians gazed up at the walls, their pleading eyes like flickering candles of hope. Their clenched fists and tense faces called out silently. That trust dispelled the shadows in the city lord's heart. As long as his people remained, he had not yet been defeated. Hope. The city lord raised his head, casting his gaze toward Lin Shi's castle. Can you bring hope? Below on the main battlefield, a mage clutched a mana potion in one hand and raised his staff with the other, moistening his cracked lips with the liquid. How are the other three directions? The commander asked in a low voice. The scout shook his head, barely holding on. The main force is all concentrated Hiruri under the most pressure. Damn it. The commander slammed his fist against the battlements. If only the monster siege had come a week later. Damn it. 7 more days would have allowed players to gain at least 2 or 3 more levels. Then facing level 23 undead swordsmen wouldn't have meant constant retreat. He looked down below. The last soldiers and players had long since been consumed by bloodlust, yet their numbers kept dwindling. The priest's healing couldn't keep up with the festering casualties, and their early game fragile equipment made them as vulnerable as Paypran undead swordsmen could probably take down a priest with just 2 strikes. The undead advance was temporarily suppressed, but it was only a matter of time. Once killed, there was no resurrection during the monster siege period. That was the most lethal aspect. Looking into the distance, the formation of undead swordsmen finally showed its edges, yet their numbers still exceeded 10,000. What could the storm-battered Stormwind City use to stop them? Damn it, the commander cursed. Those cowardly players. The moment they heard about the monster siege, they teleported away like scared dogs. I'll kill every one of them I see. His words rang true. When news spread, masses of players fled. Though some came to join the fight, those who escaped still made up a considerable portion. When the archers' arms grew numb, they switched out for fresh ones. Arrow volleys and burning oil became the only melody of the moment below the tower. Only 10 soldiers remained to guard the final position. Terrible news, my lord. A scout rushed up the tower with bloodshot eyes. What's happened? The city lord's face remained calm, though he had already resolved to fight to the death. A beast has appeared in the Sikya wolf. An extremely terrifying wolf, heading this way. A wolf. The city lord started. Impossible. The magic detecting golden light is still active. Neither undead nor dark faction creatures can enter. He kept another concern to himself. If it truly was a powerful being from the dark faction, that would be another matter entirely. With their strength, taking Stormwind City would be child's play. Perhaps a single forbidden spell could reduce the entire city to ash. But such powerful beings had no interest in this small city, and the imperial capital would never allow it of them. This place held no value. Yet the wolf the scout described truly existed. Purple fur, with a body several times larger than a full-grown tiger. What about the civilians? The city lord pressed. They're safe for now. Safe? The city lord was stunned. It didn't attack civilians, just headed straight here. The scout stumbled up to the city wall, shouting urgently. City lord, what do we do? What else can we do? All our forces are already here. City lord Huangfu Hui glared fiercely. When soldiers come, we'll block them with generals. When floods come, we'll dam them with earth. Below the city wall, the last soldier of Fengyu City fell into a pool of blood, instantly trampled into pulp by the undead. Kakik. The undead swordsmen shrieked as they charged forward, only to crash into the tightly sealed city gate. Fengyu City's third line of defense. The undead pushed and slashed at the gate as health points appeared above it. 200, 002, 0000111. Each strike left another white mark. The archers and mages on the wall desperately unleashed their firepower, but still couldn't stop the steady decline of those numbers. On a distant hill, Xiaolong stood with his hands behind his back, a cold smile in his eyes. The city lord looked up, his gaze icy. This man must die. Countless undead swordsmen fell, only to be replaced by countless more. 10 minutes later, the city gate shattered with a thunderous crash, the defense line collapsed, and the undead swarmed in with raised blades. Suddenly, brilliant golden light surged from deep within the city walls. The front ranks of undead turned to ash upon contact. Fengyu City's fourth line of defense, a gift from his sacred majesty, the demontasting golden light. 106, 235, 148,922, 129,253. A string of 6-digit damage numbers flashed by, terrifyingly powerful. Xiaolong's pupils contracted slightly. Demontasting golden light? After a full century, it still possesses such power. His sacred majesty is truly unfathomable. But I refuse to believe it can stop me. The 2 high-ranking undead behind him felt fear toward that light. Even they wouldn't survive 3 seconds within it. The city lord gripped his blade and turned to his 2 generals, shouting, "Let's go, for Fengyu City." Yes. Both nodded simultaneously, following only their city lord's commands. After thousands of undead perished in the golden light, the barrier shattered and quietly vanished. Kakik. The undead swordsmen screamed as they charged into the city, only to find 3 natives standing shoulder to shoulder, blocking their path. Just as both sides were about to engage, a cold voice came from behind. Wait. leave the city lord of Fengyu City to me." The undead parted to create a bloody path as Qiu Long stepped forward. He wore official robes similar to Huangfu Hui's, his hem pristine, wielding a sharp sword with spirited bearing. "Huangfu Hui, do you know who I am?" "Of course I do." Huangfu Hui's face was like iron. "The traitor Qiu Long." "Traitor?" Qiu Long threw back his head and laughed. "I was the fifth-generation city lord. You should call me senior." "Senior? What bullshit?" Huangfu Hui raised his blade in fury. "Old grudges have long blown away with the wind. Now that you disturb the peace of my Fengyu City, you are nothing but a traitor." "Your Fengyu City, you say?" Blood vessels bulged in Qiu Long's eyes. "From the moment I was resurrected, this city became mine. If not for your father, I would still be ruling here." Huangfu Hui shook his head, his gaze actually showing pity. "My father was indeed wrong, and he spent the latter half of his life in repentance. If that's why he named me Huangfu Hui. But your crimes today can only be redeemed in hell." "Hell? If you have the ability, then try it. Kill." Both men roared as blade and sword crashed together. Simultaneously, Qiu Long's two great undead engaged the city lord's generals in combat, sparks flying everywhere. Qiu Long snorted coldly. "You're merely dark gold level. Even ruling Fengyu City, you cannot defeat me at spirit level. Surrendering to me is this city's best fate." Huangfu Hui gritted his teeth. "Without fighting, how can we know?" Mid-battle, Qiu Long found time to roar. "Undead Legion, charge into the city and leave none alive." Kakik. The undead swordsmen reformed their ranks and swarmed toward the streets and alleys. The mages and archers on the city wall continued their desperate barrage, but facing that endless black tide, overwhelming helplessness consumed them. A whoa! A resonant wolf howl cut through the battlefield, drawing countless eyes. At the south gate of Fengyu City, Zhu Dui Wu Di stood before the crumbling battlements, his pitch-black armor cracked with spiderweb fractures, his face as dark as the sky before a storm. Of the 40,000 guild elites, fewer than 10,000 remained standing. Unable to contain his rage any longer, he slammed his fist into the stone wall, sending debris flying. Behind him, two beautiful female players hurried forward, supporting his arms from both sides as they spoke soothingly. "Wu Di, we may have lost over 30,000, but at least we held our ground, didn't we?" "Held our ground." Zhu Dui Wu Di gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. "I brought 40,000 men here to demonstrate the might of absolute domain in Fengyu City, not to feed them to the enemy. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I never would have committed everything." "So what do we do now?" one of the beauties asked cautiously. "We defend, of course." Zhu Dui Wu Di suddenly slapped her round bottom with a sharp crack, making her gasp. Seeing her expression of embarrassed indignation mixed with coquettish charm, the fire in his chest transformed into another kind of impulse. He smirked coldly. Giving up halfway would be the real joke. The other beauty blushed and pouted. "You're terrible. Terrible." Zhu Dui Wu Di licked his lips and lowered his voice. "Tonight I'll show you what terrible really means, hee hee." Below the tower, the remaining members of Absolute Domain continued their desperate battle against the undead monsters. Blood, bones, and magical light wove together into a hellish tableau, while high above, the Vice Guild leader flirted with his beauty. It's a stark contrast indeed. "Damn it, I can't stand this wastrel." A warrior who had just cut down an undead swordsman looked up to see the romantic scene on the tower and couldn't help but curse. His teammate beside him whispered advice, "Just bear with it. He's the Vice Guild leader. We can't afford to cross him." At the north gate of Fengyu City, Shun Shunkai Ju stood on the gate platform, his gaze sweeping across the sea of corpses and blood until he finally spotted the end of the undead tide. His heart eased slightly. Still within expectations, he murmured, taking stock. "Heavy losses, but with the city gate and the demontasting golden light as our trump cards, we managed to hold." A subordinate whispered in his ear, and he raised an eyebrow with a cold snort. "That spoiled brat Judiu Wu Di brought 40,000 men just to keep the undead swordsmen outside the gate, without even letting them reach the entrance? Pathetic." Unlike the south gate, Shun Shinkai Ju employed lure tactics, first opening the city gate to draw the undead swordsmen into the crossfire of mages and archers, then closing the iron gate and using the terrain for repeated harvesting. With only 15,000 troops plus the continuous burning of the demontasting golden light, he had the undead completely pinned down at the gate. The west gate of Fengyu City was equally stable. The Tianjia Guild leader listened to the battle report with calm composure. "As expected, everything remains within our predictions." His adjutant gave a brief summary. "The east gate is in crisis with the spiritual level player Qiu Long holding the position. The south gate has Zhu Dui Wu Di grinding down the undead with 40,000 troops. The north gate has Shin Shunkai Ju annihilating all undead at the gate with 15,000 troops. It's just a matter of time now." The Tianjia Guild leader clapped his hands in admiration. "Shin Shunkai Ju is truly talented. His tactics are exactly what I had in mind." At the east gate, An archer had just taken down an undead warrior when he suddenly noticed dust swirling within the city, with purple light racing toward them from the distance. He squinted to get a better look. "That's the purple lightning heavenly wolf," he exclaimed. "How did the hidden boss from the newbie village end up here? No wonder it hasn't been seen in the newbie village lately." Someone nearby gasped. "Damn, how did it get into Fengyu City? What about the demontasting golden light? Maybe it's from the light faction. Have you ever seen a beast lord in the light faction?" Well, Lin Shi transformed into a swift shadow, wrapped in intense purple light, as he plunged straight into the center of the undead tide. The moment corpses were sent flying, purple lightning exploded. Holy crap, he's really from the light faction? He's here to help. The players on the city walls felt their spirits lift. The east gate of Stormwind City had been on the verge of collapse, but unexpectedly, a savior like the purple lightning celestial wolf had arrived. On the other side, Xiaolong witnessed Lin Shi slaughtering the undead and roared darkly. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't treasure it. Don't blame me then. You'd better focus on what's in front of you first." The city lord raised his blade to meet the attack. The two clashed repeatedly, blade against demonic edge, causing the air to churn and scatter. Thanks to the defensive bonuses from Stormwind City's fortifications, the city lord managed to hold his ground against the dark gold tier Xiaolong for the time being. Below the city, Lin Shi raised his chlorinding claws. 3 claw marks instantly tore through the front ranks of the undead. Their measly defense of less than 300 points was like paper before his 1540 attack power. In contrast, when the undead swordsman counterattacked, pathetic gray numbers of 1 miss floated weakly away. Only in my true form can I unleash my full potential. Wielding the heavy mountain greatsword actually holds me back. He glanced at the empty scabbard on his back and continued his rampage. Atop the high walls, Xiaolong's 2 trusted lieutenants intercepted the city lord's right-hand men. "Kato, this one's yours. I'll handle him." "Got it." Facing the Tunon assault, Kato remained steady as a rock, sneering coldly. The gap between gold tier and dark gold tier can't be bridged by numbers alone. Unless 2 more of your caliber show up, you're doomed to die. The mages crouched behind the battlements, chanting spells in low voices. Though the undead swordsmen outside the city were no longer as endless as before, thousands still remained. The warriors had long since fallen in battle, leaving only mages and archers to desperately hold the line. If not for the purple lightning celestial wolf guarding beneath the tower, once the undead scaled the walls, they too would perish. Suddenly, a sharp killing intent struck him hidden. Lin Shi's heart rang with alarm as he dodged sideways. A brilliant sword chi swept past, instantly clearing a large swath of undead behind him. "Hey," the newcomer sneered coldly. "Not bad. Though you're only gold tier, you're worthy of dying by my sword, traitor." "Traitor?" Lin Shi's expression remained impassive, his sharp claws still resting on the corpses of 2 undead swordsmen. Robert extended his tongue to lick his sword, the blood reflecting his sinister grin. A beast that doesn't belong to the dark faction, running off to be a lapdog for the light faction. What else would you call that but a traitor? Baby poked her head up from the city walls and muttered. "Does he have to lick his sword to look tough? Is he sick or something, Lin Shi?" You could say that." Lin Shi nodded. "Die." Robert charged down swiftly. Reconnaissance. Robert. Rank. Dark gold tier. Level 40. Health 225,000. Attack 1,660. Defense 870. Speed 19. Skills: Bloodthirsty Frenzy Lightning Quintuple Strike Cloud Dragon Dance. Description: an outstanding junior of the demon race, summoned by Xiaolong for training. His combat prowess is considerable. Dark gold tier, and he's an outstanding junior? The gap between him and that gold tier Golden Bone Sword Demon isn't that big. Is the Golden Bone Sword Demon strong, or is he weak? The thought flashed through his mind as Robert's blood-red sword tip pressed close to his eyes. Rending claws. 3 purple marks rolled forth. Petty tricks. Robert scoffed disdainfully and roared. Bloodthirsty frenzy. His sword tip was stained with an eerie blood-red glow as it cut through the air silently. The opponent was too fast. Lin Shi could only meet him hidden. Rending claws vs. Bloodthirsty frenzy. On the city walls, Baby scratched her head. Why do they always have to shout the skill names when using them? Does that boost their attack power? Lin Shi replied helplessly. No idea. Maybe their brains are fried, so they like to scream and shout. Although he complained to his companion like this, he didn't dare let his guard down for even a moment. Boom. Rending claws collided Hedon with bloodthirsty frenzy. Purple gold and crimson energies erupted violently, and the shockwave sent the undead swordsman behind Lin Shi staggering backward. 8,560. 8,346. 2 strings of bright red numbers flashed above both fighters' heads. Ding. You used rending claws, dealing 250 damage 8346 to Robert and applying a rending effect, 50 HP per second for 5 seconds. Ding. Robert used bloodthirsty frenzy, dealing 225 damage 8,560 to you. Robert's eyelid twitched as he shot Lin Shi an incredulous glance, immediately activating his scouting skill. Purple Lightning, Celestial Wolf. Quality, Gold Tier Boss. Level, 37. HP, 220,000. Attack, 1,540. Defense, 800. Speed, 35. Skills, Rending Claws, Lightning Speed, Thunder Strike, Killing Intent. Description: his attack is clearly lower than mine, yet his skill damage matches mine perfectly. Completely unexpected. He frowned inwardly, his expression growing increasingly serious. You have some real skill? You're a worthy opponent. Before he could finish speaking, purple lightning swirled in Lin Shi's eyes. Lightning speed. A whirlwind kicked up dust as he transformed into a blur, instantly closing in on Robert. His silver-white claws tore through the air, ripping several bloody gashes across Robert's chest. Blood rapidly spread along his clothing as torn fabric fluttered to the ground. Robert staggered back several steps, looking down at his chest with a livid expression. Despicable. Attacking while I was speaking, is this how the light faction conducts itself? Lin Shi couldn't be bothered to explain. With a flick of his finger, the undead swordsman behind him pressed forward again, forcibly driving back the enemy forces. Several undead swordsmen broke through into the tower, their swords flashing as combat erupted in the cramped space. Damn it, attack! The commander shouted frantically. If all these undead break through, we're finished. They're too close. Every time I start casting, I get interrupted, wailed the mage near the stairway entrance. With allies packed behind him and barely any room to move, he could only take the hits and grit his teeth. After several sword strikes, the mage roared in fury. F this, you think I'm a training dummy? He swung his staff wildly. 1. No damage penetration. Kakik. The undead swordsman cackled mockingly and finished him with a horizontal slash. Blood sprayed as the first mage fell helplessly, dissolving into white light and leaving only scattered bloodstains on the ground. The mage and archer behind him immediately stepped up, unleashing frenzied attacks while constantly consuming potions. There aren't many undead swordsmen left. Hold steady, someone shouted. The city lord and purple lightning celestial wolf are still fighting below. We haven't lost. Get through this monster siege and the rewards will be incredible. Right? Everyone hang in there. The undead swordsmen are down to just over 1,000. I got word that the other gates took heavy losses, but basically held their ground. They're mostly Finishedwiri, the only ones left. These words struck a powerful chord, instantly lifting the spirits of everyone on the tower. After the incantation, countless fireballs crashed into the undead swordsmen, setting their entire bodies ablaze as they let out piercing screams. But far more than just one undead swordsman charged forward. Dozens of them were blocking the breach. How to seal it? With their bodies, of course. On the city walls, undead swordsmen tangled with archers and mages, leaving players scrambling in chaos. Below the city, Bao Bao clutched her belly, laughing heartily. Ha! This idiot is so amusing. Fighting a war while being polite to enemies. Are all demons this courteous? Lin Shi's expression grew strange. Of course not. Bao Bao shook her head. In my memory, demons have always been despicable and shameless, doing whatever they please. This guy must be a real oddball. Is that so? Lin Shi let out a breath. Bao Bao blinked. Why are you so concerned about the current state of the demon race? Nothing much, just asking casually. Lin Shi smiled faintly. In the blink of an eye, the battle between Lin Shi and Robert grew increasingly fierce, with flashing blades and swords causing the surrounding buildings to shake as bricks and stones flew everywhere. On the other side, Huangfu Hui and Xiaolong were also locked in an equally intense fight. You old fossil, your stamina's about to give out, isn't it? Xiaolong sneered. You're the one. Huangfu Hui retorted. Staying in the grave too long has made you pathetically weak. Can't even transform into an undead properly, can you? I'm still going strong in my old age. Xiaolong scoffed, using his sword to deflect the opponent's broadsword. Going strong? I bet your lower half can't even stand up anymore, and your sword strikes are as light as feathers. Bullshit. Huangfu Hui roared. When I get hard, I can pierce through city walls, and I enjoy myself every night. But you, now that you're undead, forget about getting it up, you probably don't even have a lower half anymore. The domineering blade strike slashed through the air, causing the players on the building above to gasp in shock. This Lord of Fengyu City is really fucking fierce, someone couldn't help but whisper. Though their skills never stopped casting, the undead swordsman's assault kept rolling in, and the number of mages who had died under the rain of arrows and fireballs was already in double digits. Yeah, the players agreed in unison. Fuck your mother. Qiulong's face turned purple as he cursed furiously. Huangfu Hui laughed heartily. My mother's long buried, you should hurry down and keep her company. Clang. The clash of blade and sword instantly covered the ground with cracks and caused it to collapse. An innocent undead swordsman nearby was directly pulverized by the shockwave. Power was terrifying. Huangfu Hui's two lieutenants and Kato watched in stunned amazement, their movements slowing by half a beat. These two masters' verbal sparring was as deadly as their blade techniques. Bang! Lin Shi and Robert's figures separated once again. Both were covered in wounds, their clothes soaked with blood, looking equally disheveled. Robert suppressed his heavy breathing, pointing his sword tip toward the ground. Your strength is impressive. Though you're only gold rank, you're just a step away from dark gold. You're perfect to serve as my stepping stone. Stepping stone. A flash of killing intent flickered in Lin Shi's eyes. Whose stepping stone remains to be seen. That's right, a stepping stone. Robert's gaze burned intensely. I was summoned to the human world to grow stronger continuously. One day I will join the ranks of the demon race's 10 strongest. I absolutely will not fall halfway. The demon race's 10 strongest. Lin Shi heard this term again, the first time being on the announcement board. His heart trembled. Very strong. More than strong. Robert burst into wild laughter. A small place like Fengyu City, I could wipe it out with a wave of my hand. This statement secretly alarmed Lin Shi. Capable of easily destroying a city? Unimaginable. Bao Bao tilted her head. Isn't he a demon? Why is he answering your questions? Maybe his brain's fried and he likes to rant and rave. Lin Shi shrugged. The surrounding undead swordsmen, though mindless, didn't dare approach easily at this moment. They took the opportunity to circle around the two fighters and instead rushed toward the mages and archers on the city wall. Soft targets were easier to handle. In a flash, Lin Shi's attack speed was terrifyingly fast. Almost every time Robert thrust once, he could counter with 2 strikes. Robert knew full well, the purple lightning sky wolf was indeed extraordinary, but that didn't mean he would lose. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 attacks came in rapid succession at a speed beyond Lin Shi's imagination, each stronger than the last, surging like ocean waves, fraught with danger. His pupils contracted sharply as his wolf instinct screamed warning. She clearly felt deadly danger rushing toward him. The sound of cutting through air was so faint it could barely be noticed, but in the blink of an eye, cold gleams flashed like lightning, striking to kill. Danger struck suddenly. Lin Shi felt his chest tighten, instinctively pulling his body to slide half a step to the right. Still, 3 sharp edges grazed his neck, leaving a neat row of bloody marks. Tearing pain flooded his nerves as he endured the agony and retreated several steps before barely managing to steady his breathing. What a terrifying skill. He looked down as blood dripped from the neck fur of his purple lightning heavenly wolf form. The system record appeared on his retina. Ding. You have been hit by Robert's skill lightning 5-hit combo, dealing 90 miss, 100 miss, 120, 3460, 150, 4050, 200, 4986 damage, causing laceration, losing 100 HP per second for 10 seconds. If he hadn't dodged the first 2 strikes with advance warning, he would probably be near death by now. Robert frowned. His signature technique, lightning 5-hit combo, had always been a 1-strike finisher, yet today 2 strikes were actually dodged. The 5 attacks were clearly almost merged into one, instant and unsolvable. Lin Shi wasn't an idiot, also sensed the mystery behind this combination attack, truly fusing multiple attacks into 1 strike. A flash of inspiration struck his mind. He possessed lightning attributes himself, and his attack speed was already nearly twice as fast as Robert's. Robert was merely imitating lightning's trajectory, but lightning had no trajectory at all. Its strength lay in its uncatchable extreme speed. Since he could do it, there was no reason I couldn't do it even better. How could he merge all attacks into a single line? He closed his eyes and recalled. When storm clouds roared, the main lightning bolt was thick and straight, while the side branches, though numerous, always remained attached to the main trunk. Seeing Lin Shi actually spacing out in front of him, Robert's fury erupted. He gripped his sword and thrust violently. The cold gleam aimed straight at Lin Shi's forehead. The moment the sword tip approached, bright light flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. He shifted half an inch sideways, letting the blade graze past his ear. Immediately after, his wolf claws extended with thunder light so fast that the air didn't even have time to tear. The scene appeared calm and silent, but Robert only saw electric light exploding before his eyes, unable to catch its trajectory, with only death-like pressure sliding from his forehead into his heart. This, before his shock could escape his lips, his chest had already been pierced by consecutive bursts of force, thick blood flowers exploding in midair. He looked down, clearly seeing life and strength flowing away with the crimson liquid, yet was even more horrified by that familiar, yet completely foreign attack method. Lin Shi's eyes blazed like golden electric arcs, his claw strikes continuing. Lightning. 8-hit combo. Bang. Robert's body was sent flying by the violent thunder light, arcing through the air before crashing down heavily. Ding. You have learned a brand new skill, please name it. Lin Shi closed his eyes, desperately memorizing that unified thunder current within his body. After a long moment, he spoke 2 words, Extreme Flash. Ding. You have comprehended the skill Extreme Flash. Based on its power and consumption index, the system rates it as an S-level skill, rewarding 100 to all attributes. Lightning Flash SS deals 80, 100, 120, 140, 160, 180, 200, 300 attack damage based on user's attack power to a single enemy target. At the moment of activation, inflicts brief blindness on the opponent. Skill cooldown, 5 minutes. Energy consumption, low. Ding. Lin Shi activated Lightning Flash, and a series of explosive damage numbers burst forth: 8, 0, 2, 267, 100, 2540, 120, 2945, 140, 3370, 160, 3855, 180, 4360, 200, 4970, 300, 7601. 8 numbers hung in the air like a barrage of cannons, and the scene fell into instant silence. Xiaolong's grip on his blade faltered slightly, and Huangfu Hui couldn't help but pause his movements. The two guards flanking Huangfu Hui and Kato all slowed their attacks, while the players on the city walls stared with wide eyes in unison. Only the mindless, undead swordsman remained completely oblivious to everything around him. Robert stood frozen as if struck by lightning, muttering, my ultimate skill, this talent." But Lin Shi showed no mercy, his claws continuing to tear relentlessly. Robert was pinned to the ground, his health plummeting rapidly. "Robert, won't you snap out of it?" Kato roared. "Are you just going to let yourself be slaughtered? Is this all your past glory amounts to?" The confusion in Robert's eyes gradually cleared, and a bitter smile crossed his lips. "Purple Lightning Skywolf, I acknowledge your comprehension and combat talent wholeheartedly. Even when I was at gold rank, I didn't possess such ability. But if I fall here without using my final move, I won't accept it." As his words fell, he gripped his sword tightly, its edge flashing. Lin Shi, who had been pinning him down, retreated alertly and immediately checked the data. Robert had only 3 health remaining while he still had 50. Just one more rending claw would finish Robert off. Robert held his sword across his chest and suddenly declared with renewed vigor, "I've lost this time, but when we meet again, I absolutely won't lose to you." Next time, killing intent flashed in Lin Shi's eye. She had no intention of giving his opponent any chance for a comeback. But Robert smiled. "This is merely my clone. How could my true body be so weak? My earlier stupor wasn't from being frightened by you, but from marveling at your talent. You possess innate top-tier combat instincts. You shouldn't waste away in the light faction. Come to the dark faction, I'll show you our power and allure." A clone? Lin Shi's thoughts raced. No wonder Robert had been so fearless from beginning to end, completely unconcerned about life and death. "I'll consider it. But for now, die." Lin Shi responded with a cold laugh. "Then let me show you the limits of what a clone can unleash." Robert's fighting spirit blazed. "This little clone's death means nothing. Discovering a promising talent like you is an unexpected delight." He stood with sword raised, and intense energy fluctuations immediately spread outward. Lin Shi's spirit tensed, his palms slightly sweaty. Robert's final gambit had arrived, and it certainly wouldn't be ordinary. Suddenly, the blade of Robert's sword trembled slightly, as if enduring immense agony, and on the verge of shattering. An invisible sense of crisis suddenly seized Lin Shi, making every hair on his body stand on end. In the next moment, Robert abruptly raised his arm, sweeping his blade through the air. Roar! Like an ancient beast awakening from slumber, a deep and resonant dragon's roar erupted from within the sword's core. Lin Shi's eyes sharpened as he confirmed the sound truly originated from inside the blade. A dragon's cry emerging from steel was beyond comprehension. Robert's paper-pale cheeks suddenly flushed with color, like a final flame of life blazing in his dying moments. He bellowed, "Witness this technique, Cloud Dragon Dance." As his words fell, the sword vibrated violently, cascading silver light in torrents. The blade's momentum surged like a soaring dragon stirring clouds, then like drifting mists floating through sky, its chilling aura carrying deadly intent straight to the heart. Lin Shi had been ready to strike, but suddenly found his limbs bound as if by chains, unable to move a step, even the air seeming to freeze solid. Crash! A silver dragon phantom burst forth from the blade's edge, scales glittering, charging directly at Lin Shi as if summoned. It twisted and coiled, its massive jaws snapping open. In that split second, murderous intent flashed like steel in Lin Shi's eyes, rending claws. Bang! Purple claw marks thundered against the silver dragon, unleashing tremendous invisible shockwaves that scattered in all directions. The silver dragon's form wavered, its radiance dimming, yet it still roared furiously as it charged again. In an instant, it had closed the distance, its savage dragon breath seeming ready to tear Lin Shi apart and devour him whole. "Want to kill me? Not so easy." Lin Shi's gaze turned ice cold as his claws struck rapidly, leaving overlapping afterimages. Ultimate Flash. 8 attacks erupted almost simultaneously, swift as meteors streaking through night. Rending Claw's Ultimate Flash versus Cloud Dragon Dance. Upon contact, the silver dragon's aura leaked wildly, its scales dimming to their limit. Ultimate Flash had clearly left terrible wounds. But the battle wasn't over after Ultimate Flash's radiance faded. The silver dragon still shrieked, carrying Lin Shi as it crashed violently into the city wall. The ground was gouged with a deep, long furrow as dust flew everywhere. Boom. The city wall collapsed. A massive crater blasted into its surface as stone bricks crumbled and dust filled the air. Lin Shi was buried beneath, his fate uncertain. Atop the battlements, the mages and archers who had been stationed there screamed as they fell in the tremor, hitting the ground hard before dissolving into white light. In the surrounding battles, the clash between Huangfu Hui and Xiu Long instantly froze, while Kato and his 2 guards' assault in the distance also momentarily faltered. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. One gold tier, one dark gold tier duel had reached such intensity. Walls crumbled, bricks flew, dust rose, and silence fell. How's it going? Haihei asked with a chuckle. By now, Xiaoyu had already fallen beneath the city walls, and Kaihong had been slain by the undead swordsman. As a mage positioned well behind the front lines, he was the only one left standing strong. Zidian Tianlang won't get instantly killed by that, Robert, will he? No way. I can see he still has plenty of health left. There's no way he could be one-shotted. But Robert is dark gold tier, while Zidian Tianlang is only gold tier, right? I think so too. A gold tier Zidian Tianlang actually managing to take down a dark gold tier? That's just insane. As the murmurs died down, the dust kicked up by the earlier impact finally settled. A massive hole had been torn through the city wall, with broken bricks and rubble scattered everywhere, a sight that made one's scalp tingle. Lin Shi lay among the cracked stones, his body covered in blood, clothes torn to shreds, still breathing heavily. Cough, cough. He hunched over, spitting up blood, and struggled to his feet. Step by step, he staggered toward Robert, looked up to meet his gaze directly, and said, "Impressive skill, impressive strength." Earlier, he had been hit with rending claws stacked with execute weakness. He thought he had weathered the most lethal blow, but the silver dragon's follow-up combo still tore horrific wounds across his body. He glanced down at his status panel, only 25 health remaining. That last attack had stripped away nearly 55,000 health points. And that was after the skill had been weakened, showing just how terrifying its true power was. See that? This is Cloud Dragon Dance. How's the damage? Robert sneered. Incredible. Lin Shi praised sincerely. Robert's smile faded, his voice taking on a seductive tone. Join our dark faction. A genius like you shouldn't be a lapdog for those in power in the light faction. Over there, you'll never get what you truly want. Before he finished speaking, Robert's form dissolved into wisps of dust, scattering like fragments in the wind. The moment his body completely vanished, a system notification rang in Lin Shi's ears. Ding. You have slain Dark Gold Tier Powerhouse, Robert, gaining 2.5 million experience. Flash, 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 flash. For golden lights appeared in succession level 41. Lin Shi's level instantly surpassed Robert's. Such explosive growth was thanks to these shape-shifting grasses, experience having effect before level 50, yielding incredible benefits. The full attribute boost from leveling up brought some color back to his face. Though his health bar didn't recover, the feeling of weakness noticeably lessened. He looked up, Robert's invitation flashing through his mind as he pondered. The dark faction, it really is an option. After all, the light faction discriminates against beast classes. If not for his origins in the newbie village, which gave him the freedom to choose factions, the gods would have probably assigned him to the dark faction long ago. But as soon as the thought arose, he quickly dismissed it. No, wasn't the time for distractions. Looking around, the duel between Huangfu Hui and Xiu Long continued. With the city lord's buffs, Huangfu Hui, though at a disadvantage, used his massive health pool and attribute bonuses to desperately hold off Xiu Long, keeping the battle in a stalemate. On another front, Huangfu Hui's 2 guards were locked in fierce combat with Kato. Without the city lord's attribute bonuses, their mediocre strength showed they were just ordinary gold tier fighters, completely suppressed by the dark gold tier Kato. Amid the flashing blades, the two were retreating step by step, nearly pushed to their breaking point. Start with Kato. The thought flashed through his mind as Lin Shi suddenly pushed off the ground and charged into the fray. Humph. Kato glanced coldly at him, showing nothing but disdain for Lin Shi's battered and bloodied state. Still dare to interfere looking like that wreck? Overestimating yourself. He swept his long sword horizontally, forcing the 2 guards back, then locked his gaze on Lin Shi with murderous intent. Robert really was something else, a gold tier fighter actually losing like that. I just watched your performance, and honestly, it wasn't your skill alone. Robert got demoralized by your talent, so his main consciousness abandoned this clone, giving you the opening you needed. Otherwise, if he'd kept fighting and used Dragon Cloud Dance, you'd be the one dead for sure. Kato mocked. Lin Shi shrugged, completely unfazed, and replied with a light chuckle, maybe so. He knew his trump cards better than anyone. When pushed to the brink, he could still unleash Thunder Strike despite its severe penalties. Compared to Dragon Cloud Dance, he had more faith in his own ultimate move. Opening his information log, he confirmed once again. Ding. You were hit by Robert's skill Dragon Cloud Dance. Due to skill weakening, damage reduced from 250076,520 to 1,800,56873. Thunderstrike could deal a terrifying 3,000 of his attack power and damage. The difference was clear. Therefore, Lin Shi was certain the outcome would still be his victory and Robert's defeat. Kato crossed his arms with a cold sneer. Robert admires your talent, and I respect it too. A gold tier actually defeating a dark gold tier, that's truly absurd. But I won't show any mercy. With that, he casually forced back 2 loyal guards. The guards spat blood, their bodies covered in wounds, their health dropping below 20. Lin Shi gestured for them to retreat. You two rest up, I'll handle this. The guards nodded weakly and staggered backward. Spar with me. Kato burst into laughter. I'm on par with Robert, but I won't hold back out of admiration. I'll ask you one last time, join the dark faction, or remain a lapdog of the light faction. Lin Shi's smile faded. Whether we're evenly matched, we'll only know after we fight. Secretly, he cast reconnaissance. Kato dark gold tier, level 40. Health, 220,000. Attack, 1,650. Defense, 860. Speed, 19. Skills, Wind Ripper, Bone Piercer, Heaven Devourer. Description, a prodigy of the dark faction, summoned alongside Robert by Qiu Long to descend upon human territory. His true identity remains to be investigated. Kato currently had 132,224 health, remaining exactly 60, while the 2 gold tier guards were nearly finished. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. This was still winnable. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish. A flash of regret crossed Kato's eyes. Such talent, if it could be brought into the dark faction, should become a cornerstone. Lin Shi struck first rending claw. Purple light tore through the air, rushing straight at Kato. Humph. Kato snorted coldly, green light wrapping around his sword as he swept upward. Wind Ripper. Hiss. Green light cut through the air with an ear-piercing shriek. In the next instant, the 2 energies collided heat-in. The floor exploded, spiderweb cracks spreading outward, the air seeming to tear apart as it surged in all directions. Green and purple light locked in a stalemate, neither giving ground. Suddenly, the purple light surged, swallowing the green light. Though dimmed considerably, it still pressed forward with unstoppable momentum toward Kato. Kato's eyebrow twitched as he swung his sword, splitting the remaining purple light into 2 streams that passed by his sides for 10 meters before gradually dissipating. His heart shook. His Wind Ripper couldn't match rending claw. Robert's clone dying at this man's hands wasn't mere coincidence after all. He dared not underestimate his opponent any longer, saying gravely, "Let's fight." The purple lightning sky wolf kicked off the ground, and Lin Shi became a blur as he closed in. Bone Piercer. Kato's sword wreathed in green radiance, cold intent penetrating to the bone marrow, killing intent fully revealed. If you're not one of my faction, then you have no need to grow stronger. Lin Shi didn't retreat but advanced instead, lightning flash suddenly activating, his speed surging. At the moment when the 2 were about to clash, he suddenly erupted. Extreme Flash. The sword tip clashed against the claw tip, sparks flying everywhere. Bang! Lin Shi suddenly exerted his full strength, his massive wolf body carrying the gleaming sword as he pressed down violently. The crushing force felt like a mountain collapsing, sending Kato flying backward. His body spun several times in midair before landing meters away. Staggering, his face turned to Shin. This avatar possessed less than 1% of his true body's power, making him no match for Lin Shi, whose attributes had dramatically improved and who had mastered an S-level skill. If I hadn't gripped my sword tightly just now, it would already be pinned to the ground by that claw. Kato glanced down at the sharp claws of the purple lightning celestial wolf, their cold gleam flashing menacingly. A mutated wolf species? By logic, wolves should inhabit the celestial wolf ridge and wild plains, belonging to the dark faction. Wait, both celestial wolf ridge and wild plains spawn creatures above level 60, yet this one is only in its 30s. A flash of insight struck Kato. A wolf. Could it be from that place the gods mockingly call the newbie village? That forgotten land almost overlooked by both the dark and light factions? That explains it. No wonder there's a beast that can choose the light faction. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the fierce battle resumed with surging energy waves, leaving the 2 guards stunned. Since when could a gold tier directly suppress a dark gold tier? Extreme Flash, with a 5-minute cooldown, tore away chunks of Kato's health with each burst. Even with his utmost caution, occasionally dodging 2 or 3 attacks, he was still forced to retreat step by step. Lin Shi frowned inwardly. His speed was still too slow to execute flawless Extreme Flash, and his physical condition couldn't keep up yet. The only consolation was that his 8-hit combo had reached its current limit. Maintaining firepower with minimal energy consumption, one more strike would cause his stamina and energy to plummet exponentially. Time ticked by slowly. After 10 minutes of intense combat, both fighters' health dropped to critical levels. Bang! Lin Shi's form swayed slightly, but didn't retreat an inch, while Kato was knocked back 7 or 8 steps, his disheveled state clearly visibly a pure difference in physical strength. Lin Shi breathed heavily, glancing at his status bar. 12, 435 234 000. Only about 5 health remaining, dangerously low. Kato was equally exhausted, the 10 minutes of brutal combat nearly breaking his endurance, with only 15 health left. On the other side of the dark land, lightning occasionally tore through the night sky. The serpentine flashes revealed a bottomless canyon, with cold winds howling up from its depths, sending chills down one's spine. At the edge of this desolate canyon stood an isolated castle, completely dark, shrouded only in gloom and silence. In the castle's great hall, tattered gray tapestries hung on the walls, shadows flickering in the lightning's glow. From a corner came a hoarse voice. Why isn't Kato dead yet? He's still controlling his avatar, what the hell? Based on the timing, it should be about right. Purple Lightning Heavenly Wolf. I need to go to Heavenly Wolf Ridge and ask around. The monster siege at Stormwind City continued. The battles at the south, west, and north gates had basically ended, with only scattered undead swordsmen offering resistance. Guild leaders throughout the city were rushing toward the east gate, which had yet to fall. Judgment. It's been ages since we parted at the newbie village. Absolutely Invincible waved and laughed heartily as they traveled. Sacred Judgment rubbed his temples, cursing this idiot in his mind while responding warmly. Vice President of Absolute Domain. Finished clearing the south gate too? Yeah. Absolutely Invincible sighed deeply. Those undead swordsmen were a real pain, cost me 30,000 troops to wipe them out completely. Sacred Judgment secretly gloated. This fool really went all out. Not bad at all. My Sacred Hall suffered similar losses. The two jogged toward the east gate side by side, followed by hundreds of their respective players. Battle flags fluttered impressively behind them. Sacred Judgment suddenly spotted a figure ahead and called out loudly. Are you by any chance the president of Heaven Realm? The person turned with a smile. So it's the vice presidents of Absolute Domain and Sacred Hall, what a coincidence. Absolutely Invincible chimed in. President of Heaven Realm, heading to the east gate too? Exactly. I heard the east gate is still holding on desperately. Xiao Long is spirit level, while the city lord is merely dark gold level. Naturally, it's a tough fight in direct combat. Then let's go together. The three hit it off immediately. The east gate loomed ahead, but it had become ruins. The streets were pocked with craters. A massive hole gaped in one corner of the city wall. Mages crouched behind broken battlements, frantically hurling fireballs, and undead swordsmen rolled and roared among the shattered stones. Residents had long fled to the city center, leaving only choking dust and the thick stench of blood. City Lord Huang Fu Hui battled Xiao Long in close combat, blade light and purple flames intertwining endlessly. Nearby, a purple wolf crackling with lightning patterns all over its body fought a black-robed NPC, its claws trailing electric arcs through the air. Absolutely Invincible immediately locked onto the Purple Lightning Heavenly Wolf, roaring furiously. Damn Purple Lightning Heavenly Wolf. Brothers, charge. Take it down. The players behind him instantly drew their weapons. Who dares? Huang Fu Hui shouted, but Xiao Long seized the opening and pierced his shoulder with a sword. Absolutely Invincible snorted coldly. The city lord's orders mean nothing to me. Wait. The president of Heaven Realm raised his hand to stop them. Purple Lightning Heavenly Wolf is an ally, that black-robed NPC is the enemy. Sacred Judgment nodded. Exactly, the demonic clan insignia on the black robe doesn't lie. Screw it. I don't care today, I'm definitely skinning that wolf to make clothes. Absolutely Invincible's rage intensified. Kato, standing before Lin Shi, sneered coldly, his voice cutting through the battlefield's chaos. Purple Lightning Heavenly Wolf, do you see? This is the light faction you've sworn to protect with your life, weak against outsiders, only capable of internal strife. Your wolf clan, not human. With the light faction's narrow-minded nature, how could they possibly tolerate you? Won't you wake up? Lin Shi sighed. Indeed, it's not worth it. I'm not stupid either. After this battle, I'll naturally leave this place. My purpose isn't to protect humanity or defend the light faction. I'm only looking out for myself, using every resource available to make myself stronger. Looking out for yourself? Kato was stunned for a moment. He had expected Lin Shi to immediately refute him, but instead received such a blunt answer. Kato couldn't help but throw back his head and laugh, his voice echoing across the ruined plaza. Good, good. That's exactly how a wolf should think, selfish and ambitious. With that mindset, you're definitely not cut out for the light faction. Only our dark faction can accommodate you. Before his laughter faded, Zhu Dui Wudi gave a command, and hundreds of players under his command spread out in layers, surrounding Lin Shi so tightly that not even water could leak through. Kato surveyed the surroundings, then glanced at the health bar above Lin Shi's head and sighed. Your life is running short, so I won't make things difficult for you. Leave Fengyu City while you can. This place is extremely dangerous for you. He glanced past the city lord's grim expression and looked at Lin Shi again, his gaze meaningful. Lin Shi understood perfectly and simply nodded. As soon as the words fell, Kato's figure dissolved into fine black gold powder, just like Robert had, scattering before everyone's eyes. The dark faction welcomes you. Help us crush those light faction scum. Ha! Kato's final laughter seemed to still echo in the air. Ding! You have slain the dark gold tier powerhouse, Kato, and gained 2.4 million experience. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The massive flood of experience instantly pushed Lin Shi to level 45. Leveling became increasingly difficult at higher levels when he killed Robert. He had barely reached level 42 with 85 progress, and now he was only at level 45 with 3. Looking around at the hundreds of players surrounding him, Lin Shi sneered. You haven't even reached half my level, and you want to kill me? Idiots. Of course, Zhu Dui Wu Di couldn't understand the contempt behind that cold laugh. The guild leaders of Tian Jiehui and Shun Shunkai Ju stood outside the encirclement, exchanged a single glance, then looked away. They understood clearly. Even if they threw all their available forces at him, they absolutely couldn't keep this purple lightning sky wolf here. The gap was too great. The most rational choice was to give up. Lin Shi didn't linger any longer. His figure flashed as he charged toward the outskirts of Fengyu City, racing along the broken streets straight for the city gates to leave Fengyu City. The battle between Huangfu Hui and Qiu Long was finally drawing to a close. Huangfu Hui was knocked to the ground, his long blade lying beside him as his chest heaved violently. He struggled to speak in a hoarse voice. You have won. His health had dropped to a mere 2, and the light in his eyes flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. I won. Qiu Long threw back his head and laughed maniacally, his chest rising and falling erratically. Of course I won. What kind of waste would I be if a spirit-level warrior couldn't even defeat a dark gold-level opponent? Though blood wounds covered his body, he still retained 20 of his health, and his laughter made the very air tremble. Laughing until tears leaked from the corners of his eyes, he suddenly stopped, his expression turning cold and hard. The Huangfu surname has no need to continue existing. Yes. Huangfu Hui nodded, using his blade as support. His knees buckled as he struggled to straighten his body. My father indeed made grave mistakes, staining the Huangfu family with an indelible mark of shame. I apologize to you. I cannot refute the grievances of the past life. At these words, he dropped to his knees and knocked his forehead heavily against the ground. The 2 guards nearby, having recovered most of their strength, felt their noses sting with emotion upon seeing their city lord prostrate himself. Lord City Master. Huangfu Hui didn't respond, only kowtowed 2 more times until blood seeped from his forehead. Then he tremblingly stood up. Guilt is guilt, but to avenge my people, this blade cannot stop. Is that so? Qiu Long sighed, a trace of regret floating in his eyes. The Huangfu family has wronged you, but you slaughtered countless citizens of Windstorm City and must pay with your life. I'm sorry. The city lord raised his hand, revealing a golden imperial edict in his palm, his gaze hard as iron. Qiu Long glanced at the edict and raised an eyebrow. I never expected His Majesty's power had grown to such an extent that a mere piece of paper could claim a life. This edict was bestowed by His Majesty 50 years ago. Huangfu Hui gazed at the holy light in his hand with a bitter smile. It seems I too am doomed to die. You've already died once, so why worry about dying again? Qiu Long shrugged. Farewell, 5th-generation Lord of Windstorm City. As for spending a lifetime protecting Windstorm City, at your age, what protection can you possibly offer? Huangfu Hui remained silent. On the city walls, tattered battle flags fluttered in the wind, and his heart felt as if it were being torn by sharp blades. Too many citizens had fallen in pools of blood. Qiu Long must pay the price. He tore the edict with 2 fingers, and brilliant golden light shot straight into the heavens. All who oppose us shall face death. We grant you death. The majestic, deep voice of the emperor echoed above Windstorm City. The winds and clouds changed dramatically, black sky pressed down upon the city, and a serpentine golden lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel crashed down from the clouds with the power to annihilate everything. The lightning engulfed Qiu Long. His screams pierced the sky, and within the flash, only a twisted black shadow remained, which was instantly burned to nothingness. Lin Shi hurried over and stood at the edge of the lightning crater, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The power of the imperial family was truly terrifying. Just as he stood there in shock, a cold gaze suddenly shot out from the depths of the lightning, piercing straight into his soul. Every hair on Lin Shi's body stood on end. Qiu Long's remaining consciousness chuckled coldly within the lightning. Rather than dying at Huangfu Hui's hands, I'd prefer to die at yours. I can sense your desires because of you. The divine demon continent will become far more interesting. His Majesty wants me dead, so I'll leave him a little trouble. I, Qiu Long, am not one to be trifled with. As his words faded, an explosive pulling force erupted, and Lin Shi's massive body was dragged uncontrollably toward that destructive lightning domain. Stop! Lin Shi's eyes widened in terror. The lightning's horrific power was not something he could touch or approach in his current state. However, Facing Qiulong's spirit-level power, there was no room for resistance, and he was instantly sucked into it. The surrounding players were stunned, and Huangfu Hui was equally caught off guard, roaring angrily. Qiulong, what are you trying to do? Ah! His wolf fur stood on end as terrifying golden lightning crashed down with an intensity far beyond what Lin Shi could endure. In an instant, his entire nervous system was paralyzed, and his blood seemed to freeze. You are also of lightning attribute. Survive this thunder, and it will be your fortune. Fail to survive, and it has nothing to do with me. Qiulong's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with twisted obsession. Why should my fate serve to fulfill the Huangfu family? I'd rather make the choice myself. The next moment, Lin Shi's wolf claws pierced into Qiulong's chest. Let me give you a helping hand. Qiulong's mouth twitched as he looked up with a bitter smile. Since you can be appreciated by those two beings, I'm curious to see how far you can go, though I'll never see it again. General Huangshan, I come to atone for my sins. Ding. You have slain the spirit-level expert, Qiulong, and gained 10 million experience points. 5 golden lights swirled around Lin Shi. Before joy could even surface, the golden lightning poured madly into his body. Electric arcs rampaged through him, tearing muscles and destroying tissue. His purple wolf fur turned black and curled, flames dancing along the tips, the burning pain nearly causing his mind to collapse. Lin Shi, hang in there. Baby shouted nervously. You're also of lightning attribute. If you can absorb this power, the benefits will be incredible. Don't worry, baby. Lin Shi gritted his teeth, his mind a complete mess, relying purely on instinct and willpower to endure. It's just a few more branching paths that annoy me. This bit of lightning is nothing. To me, whatever. The smell of burning flesh filled the air as he collapsed to the ground, purpler blood dripping from his fangs. Pain and threat churned in his pupils. However, his health remained completely unchanged. Only indescribable agony swept through his entire body. Huangfu Hui frowned in contemplation. Killing Qiulong should have been his great opportunity, enough to advance him to spirit level. Purple Lightning Skywolf, you can't blame me for being ruthless. His gaze was ice cold. I know you helped Wind and Rain City, and I know you are Lin Shi. But this opportunity originally belonged to Mio, merely stole it. Killing intent flashed through him. He thought to himself, within the power bestowed by His Majesty, this wolf might die without me lifting a finger, and even if it doesn't die, it'll be closed suddenly. His pupils contracted sharply. The Purple Lightning Sky Wolf's health was actually rising. This is impossible. Could it be? Before he could finish speaking, the golden lightning suddenly converged. The target that needed to be eliminated had turned to ash. A whoop! An earth-shattering wolf howl pierced through the clouds, echoing across the devastated Wind and Rain City, filled with unwillingness and rage. Ding! You have absorbed mysterious lightning and successfully advanced from gold level to dark gold level, with all attributes greatly enhanced. Ding! Unknown lightning transformation successful. Rending Claws has evolved into Thunder Hands. Ding! Unknown lightning transformation successful. Lightning speed, power greatly enhanced. Lin Shi's purple lightning sky wolf body began to expand, growing to nearly 2 meters in height and a full 5 meters in length. No, this body is too massive. The enormous form is far too cumbersome to move properly. I need to shrink it down, suppress the energy, and compress it back. Lin Shi shouted frantically in his mind. The moment he exerted his will, his colossal wolf body covered in lightning patterns began to contract. But the energy immediately fought back, causing his form to swell back to its original size with violent force. Shrink, damn it. Lin Shi's eyes blazed as he roared internally, forcibly suppressing the scattered thunder power. The purple lightning celestial wolf struggled violently between expansion and contraction, like a bubble being constantly squeezed, growing large and small erratically, drawing stares from the surrounding players. What's happening over there? Wasn't that purple lightning celestial wolf pulled into the lightning by Qiulong? I know, but why is that shadow in the lightning changing size like that? Why don't you go in and check it out? Go to hell. The moment felt like an eternity. The golden thunder clouds dispersed with a thunderous crash, revealing a crater dozens of meters in diameter and 5 to 6 meters deep, with scorched earth still smoking. At the center of the pit, there was no sign of Qiulong or the massive wolf body, only a small purple wolf about knee-high to an adult, with round eyes flowing with purple light. So adorable, a female player exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Adorable my ass, that's a purple lightning celestial wolf, someone whispered urgently. Did the lightning strike turn it into a cub? Greed overtook one player as he rushed forward. If it really is a cub, catching it would be a jackpot. Holy shit, are you insane? His companion cried out. The player pressed his palm against the soft fur and found nothing unusual. He turned back smugly. What's the big? Before he could finish, a massive hand formed of purple lightning materialized silently beside him like a phantom. The player mechanically turned his head, pupils contracting and terror lightning crackled as paralysis instantly locked his limbs. Unable to move, He could only watch in despair as the hands slowly closed around him. Ah! His screams echoed as electricity surged through him. His body convulsed violently, his heart and blood vessels feeling as though pierced by countless needles. Foam spilled from his mouth before he finally dissolved into white light. Even with the system's minimum pain setting at only 5, those brief moments were enough to carve a nightmare into his soul. The delayed massive damage numbers finally appeared on the interface. The area fell dead silent, as everyone mentally lit candles for the unfortunate player. Huang Fu Hui witnessed the damage and felt his heart tremble with terror. Such devastating power. Huang Fu Hui was filled with inexplicable terror. This was merely a casual skill released by Lin Shi. Even more outrageous was that his opponent's health, which had nearly bottomed out, instantly recovered to full in the blink of an eye. Murderous intent and greed once surged through his mind, but reason firmly suppressed them. The person before him was definitely not someone he could afford to provoke into battle. Ding! The system notification rang out in everyone's ears. Congratulations on obtaining the body size alteration ability. Maximum expansion to 200 of original size. Minimum reduction to 0.1 of original size. Success. Lin Shi exhaled softly. The ability to freely resize his body meant that smaller forms would be harder to target on the battlefield, while larger forms could cover a wider attack range. He raised his gaze, a cold glint flashing in his purple pupils as he stepped toward Huang Fu Hui. That earlier display had left every player present too stunned to breathe. Everyone knew that if he wished, he could take a life in the next second. You helped defend Storm City, and as the City Lord, I'm deeply grateful. I will certainly reward you according to your merits. However, there are many post-war matters to attend to, so please return to the castle to rest first, Lin Shi. Huang Fu Hui forced a smile, trying to stabilize the situation. Having his name called out publicly didn't bother Lin Shi. He simply smiled casually. No need. I'm here to turn in a quest. A quest? Huang Fu Hui's temple twitched. Turning in a quest at this moment? Yes, and I have 2 of them. This. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Shi's pupils suddenly turned deep purple, and his form became a blur. In an instant, he was standing quietly on Huang Fu Hui's shoulder, not even stirring a breeze, as if he had always been there. Huang Fu Hui felt a chill run straight up his spine. With his dark gold-level perception, he couldn't detect the opponent's movement trajectory at all. Lin Shi leaned down, his voice low but clear. Don't make this difficult for me. I'm here to turn in a quest. Fine. Huang Fu Hui swallowed the bitterness in his throat, suppressing his inexplicable fear. Speak. The first one. Exploring the Azure Mountains, a ranked difficulty. Lin Shi spoke at an unhurried pace. Deep in the mountains, there's a blue-haired girl, extremely beautiful, who floats in the air at night. I nearly died 9 times just to see her. In that instant, she pulled me into a completely unfamiliar space and almost directly controlled my consciousness. Given this risk, you should provide adequate rewards, right? Huang Fu Hui closed his eyes to recall. The Azure Mountains were already far from Storm City, forgotten due to the scarcity of fierce monsters within. When villagers first reported it, he had only rated the quest as crank. But after more than 10 players went missing one after another, he upgraded it to a rank. Blue-haired girl, floating, unknown space. He murmured softly, then suddenly opened his eyes and pressed. Was that girl impossibly beautiful? Just one glance made you feel sinful, and you'd feel guilty even looking away. Exactly, Lin Shi nodded. I nearly fell under her spell. Huang Fu Hui's heart sank. If that was truly the case, it could only be her. The enchanting Demonis Curtis, he whispered in a daze. Enchanting Demonis Curtis. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Who? One of the 10 strongest beings of the demon clan, ranked 9th. Huang Fu Hui's voice was hoarse. The enchanting Demonis Curtis. Lin Shi's eyes flickered slightly. The 10 strongest demons. Back in Stormwind City, he had indeed considered investigating the demon race thoroughly, but every resident in the city turned pale at the mere mention of demons, keeping their secrets buried deep. Getting them to talk was harder than climbing to heaven. As for the players, this group clearly wasn't high-level enough and hadn't accessed any core intelligence about the demon race. After weighing his options, he had to temporarily abandon the idea. All right, give me the quest reward now. Lin Shi cut straight to the chase. The quest reward. City Lord Huang Fu Hui adjusted his sleeves and pondered for a moment before speaking. Right now, I can only give you the experience points you've earned. As for material rewards, Stormwind City is in ruins and I can't produce them immediately. Here's what I'll do. Permanent residence rights to the castle are yours, and I'll provide your other rewards in a month. Just wait in the city. He chuckled at this point. After all, you're already a resident of my city with nothing urgent to do. You can wait, can't you? Give me the experience first. Lin Shi wasn't buying it. Fine. Ding. You have completed a rank quest, investigate the Azure Mountains, and gained 4 million experience. Whoosh. White light shot up from Lin Shi's feet, as his level jumped 2 tiers, directly level 52. A single monster siege battle had boosted him over 10 levels, and his strength was now incomparable to before. Once again, facts prove that truly large-scale battles were the fastest path to advancement. What about the second thing? Lin Shi's eyes gleamed. Also a quest. City Lord surely hasn't forgotten about the quest you issued to kill Qiu Long, have you? As he spoke, he raised his small front paw and gave Huangfu Hui's shoulder a friendly but impolite pat. Huangfu Hui's mouth twitched violently. But you seem to contribute nothing to killing Qiu Long. Besides, you damn well stole all my opportunities, and I haven't even asked for them back. You still want rewards, right? I'm not greedy either. Lin Shi's tone was sincere. The experience I gained from killing Qiu Long, plus the golden lightning I accidentally absorbed, consider that my reward. This. Huangfu Hui smiled bitterly. Since everything had already fallen into Lin Shi's hands, he could only accept it. Right now Stormwind City's forces are depleted, everyone's in terrible condition, but your health is at full capacity. No one can stop you. Too bad there's only one Imperial Edict, otherwise you wouldn't be standing on my shoulder talking so casually. Well, thank you very much, City Lord. Lin Shi smiled brilliantly, adding one final jab before leaving. By the way, I'd advise you to read fewer inappropriate books. You're not getting any younger. Huangfu Hui's expression instantly became awkward. Lin Shi strode out of Stormwind City with his head held high. Kill that bastard for me. Absolutely invincible snarled through gritted teeth, fury practically shooting from his eyes. Hundreds of players swarmed forward at his command. Lin Shi looked at them with nothing but pity. Even now, absolutely invincible still hadn't grasped the situation. The members of Absolute Domain could only follow their vice president's orders, knowing they'd be compensated afterward anyway. As hundreds of players closed in with their encirclement, Lin Shi sighed softly and raised his hand. Thunderhand. The skill information immediately appeared before his eyes. Thunderhand channels the power of thunder to deliver devastating strikes against enemies. Effect: deals 70 of your attack power as damage to enemies within a 50 by 50 range, or 400 damage to a single target. Cooldown: 1 minute. Using this skill again during cooldown will consume additional energy. Instantly, within a 50-meter radius centered on himself, lightning surged violently, causing all the players to tremble before dying completely. Of course, this only affected the players. Huangfu Hui and his two guards were unfazed by such an attack. Flickering arcs of electricity danced across rubble and broken bricks, the air scorched with an acrid, burning smell. 14,320. 15,623. 14,862. Crimson damage numbers splashed like blood rain. At this moment, even the most heavily armored knights with full endurance and health builds possessing around 5,000 hit points and 400 defense were utterly powerless against such devastating 5-digit instant kills. As the lightning faded, over 100 players lay dead on the ground, gray-white pillars of light shooting skyward one after another. Huangfu Hui and his two guards stood motionless at the center of the thunder, not a speck of dust on their bodies. Sacred Judgment took a deep breath, his gaze locking onto the purple lightning. Heavenly Wolfit had become terrifyingly more powerful since their last encounter, its growth rate leaving all players behind by an entire era. Meanwhile, behind the city wall, Huangfu Hui conversed in low tones with Lin Shi, their voices completely masked by the thunder. However, the Heaven Realm Guild leader still managed to catch key words by reading Huangfu Hui's lips, his eyes suddenly flickering with realization. He is Lin Shi? Lin Shi is the purple lightning Heavenly Wolf. In that case, he absolutely cannot die, and Heaven Realm must never become his enemy. More importantly, his sister's inheritance, likely a hidden class, very possibly came from this purple lightning Heavenly Wolf. She might have unknowingly obtained something extraordinary. Within 50 meters, it was like entering an uninhabited realm. Except for Huangfu Hui and those two guards, all living beings had been erased. Absolutely invincible sat collapsed among distant rubble, furious beyond measure. Damn you. Purple lightning Heavenly Wolf. Absolutely invincible. Someday I'll kill you. Just wait. You wild monster, whether you're a lord or an NPC, you're ultimately just a toy for us players to enjoy. Sacred Judgment and the Heaven Realm Guild leader exchanged glances, sharing knowing smiles. Those who cannot maintain the right mindset don't deserve to step foot in this place called the Second World. Neither reminded absolutely invincible, quietly watching him humiliate himself. After resolving the battle, Lin Shi and his companions simply left Stormwind City, encountering no further obstacles along the way. The undead crisis had ended with Kato's disappearance, and the remaining undead swordsmen could no longer pose a threat. However, the ranged classes on the city walls had suffered devastating losses. They said Stormwind City couldn't accommodate you because they knew your true form is a wolf. Baby followed beside Lin Shi, quietly speculating. It's more than that. Lin Shi lowered his eyes slightly. I also stole Huangfu Hui's opportunity, causing him to lose what he should have obtained, completely igniting his murderous intent. The Light faction rejects beast kind, and Huangfu Hui cannot tolerate me. If I stayed, once Stormwind City recovered its strength, it would be my death. Then, if the Light faction cannot accommodate you, Where else can you go? Your transformation grass only has one use left once you change from human form again. It will lose its effect. Lin Shi smiled lightly, his gaze sharp as cold stars, a ghostly light surging in his eyes. Since the light faction is like this, is there really anything to think about or choose? Of course, I'm going to the dark faction. Huang Fu Hui turned around with a triumphant smile, raising the blade in his hand as he declared, "We have successfully weathered this crisis in Stormwind City. Though countless warriors have fallen on the battlefield, their contributions and achievements will be forever remembered by our city." As soon as he finished speaking, he solemnly added, "This victory would not have been possible without the help of you adventurers. You too have suffered heavy casualties, and as the city lord, I must provide proper compensation." Ding! System notifications rang out in everyone's ears. The monster siege of Stormwind City has ended. The system will reward you based on your contributions. Beams of golden light shot up from beneath the player's feet, cascading down like waterfalls. Level up notifications flashed wildly as experience bars skyrocketed. Holy crap, gold tier equipment. I got silver tier gear. Is this for real? Exclamations erupted everywhere. One player's inventory glowed with golden radiance, causing onlookers to gasp in amazement. His score was clearly astronomical. Before the siege began, the system had announced the Monster Siege leaderboard, where higher kill counts meant better rankings. Now that the final tally was in, everyone stared at the rankings, holding their breath as they waited for their names to appear. Divine Judgment waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not expecting much from these rankings. I spent the entire battle commanding from the rear. I didn't even land a finishing blow on a single undead swordsman." Despite his modest words, he had gained 3 levels. The system hadn't overlooked his tactical coordination. Fairness remained the game's fundamental principle. Absolutely Invincible also gained 2 levels, his expression finally brightening. "The Monster Siege rewards are amazing. I wonder when the next one will happen." "Next one?" The Heaven Guild leader patted his shoulder. "Don't get ahead of yourself. This siege was clearly premature. If Purple Lightning Sky Wolf hadn't joined the battle, we never could have killed those 2 Dark Gold bosses, Robert and Cato. The East Gate would have fallen long ago, the City Lord might have died in battle, and we couldn't have held the other gates either." Absolutely Invincible scoffed. "So we should thank that stupid wolf?" "I think the system deliberately helped the players by providing a storyline quest to help us survive the siege. We should have taken the opportunity to kill Purple Lightning Sky Wolf too." At this point, he snorted. "Actually, I already thanked it once by sparing its life back in the newbie village." The Heaven Guild leader chuckled softly. Perhaps. He didn't continue, keeping his true thoughts to himself. In the scorching desert, the blazing sun beat down mercilessly. Only scattered cacti grew stubbornly in the distance, the air shimmering with heat waves as the golden sea of sand stretched to the invisible horizon. Without water or food, anyone entering this wasteland without adequate supplies and willpower could only await death in despair. However, a purple shadow raced across the sand, a small, lean purple wolf. Its speed defied logic, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, leaving only faint paw prints behind. When the wind picked up and sand swirled, those traces were instantly erased. This wolf was none other than Lin Shi. "Baby, are you sure the dark faction is in this direction?" Lin Shi continued heading west, yellow sand swirling beneath his feet as the wind picked it up, still asking with concern. Baby placed her hands on her hips and snorted crisply. "Of course. Would I lie to you? You just keep going west to reach the dark faction, that's for sure." She pointed toward the distant horizon. Fortunately, Storm City is only a 3rd-tier town located on the outermost edge of the light faction, with no other obstacles. If you were in a 2nd-tier city, leaving wouldn't be nearly this easy. Lin Shi sighed softly. "Perhaps. It's a pity I didn't bring the Sinking Mountain sword. I'm without a proper weapon." "Buffed. You don't need human form when you go to the dark faction. So what do you need Sinking Mountain for? Just stay in your original form," Baby said dismissively, curling her lip. Lin Shi shook his head. "You can't say that. First, Sinking Mountain is an important item Huang Shan entrusted to me, and I promised to take good care of it. I can't break my word. Second, if I stay in wolf form all the time, how will I communicate? In wolf language?" "Well," Baby scratched the back of her head. "I guess you have a point." Then she added matter-of-factly, "So you need to improve your strength quickly. Once you reach spirit level, even though you can't transform into human form, you'll at least be able to speak human language." Lin Shi smiled bitterly. "Easier said than done. I've barely managed to advance to dark gold level, and that was only thanks to absorbing the golden lightning. Where in the world are there so many lucky breaks?" Bang! The sand ahead exploded, sending scalding grains scattering like rain. Lin Shi stopped abruptly, his heart skipping a beat. What's happening? From the rising dust cloud, a pitch-black hook emerged first, its tip gleaming with cold light. Screech, a harsh voice carried a venomous tone. "Is that a scorpion?" Seeing the hook and considering their desert location, Lin Shi understood immediately. Within seconds, the massive body fully revealed itself, A three-meter desert scorpion raised its black carapace. Enormous pincers aimed at Lin Shi, 8 legs rapidly tapping the sand. Its long tail held high with a hooked blade dripping inky black venom that gleamed menacingly in the sunlight. Whoosh! The tail hook created afterimages as it struck suddenly. Lin Shi dodged sideways as the hook tip blasted a half-meter deep crater in the sand, venom hissing against the crater walls. At the same time, he cast his reconnaissance skill. Desert Scorpion. Quality, Elite Monster. Level, 45. Health, 80,000. Attack, 1,450. Defense, 780. Speed, 28. Description: the king of the desert, an existence no one dares provoke. Once it discovers intruders, it will launch fierce attacks even during daylight. One final reminder: they like living in groups, if you know what I mean. Damn it, Lin Shi complained. Even the system descriptions have learned to be sarcastic. What the hell? After the venomous hook missed, the sand surface exploded again with tremendous force. However, after reading the attributes, Lin Shi felt relieved. So it's just making a show of force. These stats aren't that impressive. A smile slowly spread across his face. Having advanced to dark gold level, his overall attributes had skyrocketed. The desert scorpion couldn't even break through his defense, so how could it possibly harm him? Purple lightning celestial wolf, dark gold lord, level 52. Health, 500,000. Attack, 3,200. Defense, 1,700. Speed, 37. Skills, thunder hand, lightning flash, extreme dash, thunderous strike, killing intent. Description: whether in attack or defense, these stats had nearly doubled compared to before, making them incomparable to his past abilities. His health had reached an unprecedented 500,000. If Huang Fuhui, the lord of Stormwind City, were present at this moment, he would surely scoff. Only 500,000 health? With my city lord's aura buff, I have a full 2 million. Too weak. Lin Shi closed the attribute panel and gazed at the desert scorpion lurking in the distance, secretly sighing to himself. This creature's stats were truly pitiful, not even matching his own defense. Uft. Baby mercilessly threw cold water on his thoughts. If you hadn't just advanced to dark gold rank with a massive boost to all attributes, even a single desert scorpion would give you serious trouble, let alone the fact that they're pack creatures. Lin Shi's enthusiasm was thoroughly dampened, and he could only smile bitterly. Baby, can't you cut me some slack? Baby lifted her head proudly, her eyes curved into crescents that seemed to hold starlight. Of course not. How could Lady Baby stand by and watch her servant boast? In the distance, the desert scorpion suddenly attacked. Having easily dodged its previous strike, it was now seething with rage. Its pincers snapped open and closed as it charged forward with killing intent. As an elite monster, it had virtually no intelligence under normal circumstances. Any creature with half a brain would use the universal skill, appraise, to compare attributes before deciding whether to engage. But this scorpion was charging purely on instinct, clearly possessing single-digit intelligence. Thunderhand. Lin Shi's 5 fingers swept across the sand as he struck down coldly. Even though he was about to join the dark faction, that didn't mean he would show mercy to creatures of the same alignment. Since communication was impossible, there was only one outcome: death. Purple lightning arcs exploded into a palm shape in the air, instantly surrounding the desert scorpion and enveloping it completely. With just a light squeeze from Lin Shi, the scorpion would be torn apart by lightning and plunged directly into death's abyss. Farewell, he said indifferently, his fingers about to close. Stop! A sudden shout shattered the deadly silence of the battlefield. The corner of Lin Shi's mouth slowly curved upward, finally willing to come out. Massive amounts of sand were pushed aside as the earth trembled like an earthquake, making it impossible to stand steady. 20 meters away, a sand dune rose up, and a giant scorpion burst through the sand. Compared to the common desert scorpions in the area, it was from an entirely different world. Its pitch-black carapace gleamed with an iron-cold light under the sun, its hardness seemingly designed to resist blades and spears. Its tail hook raised high, a full 10 meters long. Forget being pierced by its venomous stinger. Even a heavy blow from it could crush rocks. The creature before them was none other than the overlord of the desert, the lord of venomous scorpions. Lin Shi raised his paw and cast a reconnaissance spell. A light screen appeared. King of venomous scorpions. Quality, dark gold. Level, 50. Health, 300,000. Attack, 2,050. Defense, 1,280. Speed, 32. Description: the absolute ruler of this desert, feared by countless merchant caravans. To pass safely, one must offer sufficient tribute. Otherwise, death is the only outcome. If you encounter it, congratulations, you're about to meet your maker. After reading the stats, Lin Shi grumbled to himself. Has the deity been enjoying pranks lately? The king of venomous scorpions cleared its throat softly and looked down at an ordinary desert scorpion at its feet. You may go. Screech. The desert scorpion responded and instantly disappeared into the sea of sand. No one knew how many of its kind lurked beneath their feet. Perhaps at this very moment, Every passerby was standing on a scorpion's back. Lin Shi half closed his wolf eyes, knowing full well that picking a fight with a scorpion swarm in the desert was far from wise. The king of venomous scorpions turned to Lin Shi and spoke in a low voice. Hey, little wolf, are you from the light faction? No, Lin Shi shook his head. To be precise, I'm planning to join the dark faction. Join my dark faction? The giant scorpion let out a buzzing laugh. That's understandable. As a wild beast, you would never be tolerated in the light faction. This choice is quite reasonable. Then may I ask, how do I reach the dark faction? Simple. The king of venomous scorpions' compound eyes gleamed with an eerie light. Keep heading in the direction opposite to the sun, and you'll definitely reach dark faction territory. Thank you, Lin Shi replied coolly. My father is waiting for me, so I won't linger. With that, he resolutely headed west, showing no fear whatsoever in the face of this overlord. The king of venomous scorpions watched the purple lightning sky wolf's retreating figure, its massive armored body rising and falling slightly, as if weighing something. After a long moment, it let out a low grunt and also burrowed into the sand. The sand surface instantly returned to smoothness, with no depressions or rises, as if the giant scorpion had never appeared. If an opponent gave it any reaction time, it could vanish into the vast sea of sand. Meanwhile, countless desert scorpions would continue their harassment, waiting for prey to become exhausted before quietly claiming their lives. It was precisely for this reason that even spirit-level powerhouses dared not cause trouble in this desert. King, why didn't we keep that wolf above? Below the sand, a desert scorpion asked cautiously. Anyone who walks through my territory without offering sufficient tribute should face certain death. The king of venomous scorpions replied hoarsely. But this purple lightning sky wolf is extremely powerful. I couldn't take him down. It's absolutely mind-boggling such a tiny creature possessing such terrifying power, rivaling even spirit-level beings. But we have countless brothers. We could wear him down through sheer numbers. The cost would be too great. The hidden scout weighed his options carefully. He knew the young wolf had already sensed his presence, its perception unervingly sharp. Combined with that frightening speed of 37 meters per second, even shadows couldn't keep up. Once that wolf escaped the desert, they would make an enemy of a formidable family. Imagining a mere pup with dark gold lord-level combat power, comparable to spirit level, yet seemingly without any backing. The scout shuddered, silently acknowledging his king's wisdom. The young wolf might hail from Heavenly Wolf Ridge or the Wild Plains, but the wolves there were typically above level 7. Tide never seen a wolf in its 50s, let alone one heading toward the light faction. Fear gripped the scout's heart, forcing him to abandon pursuit and watch his target continue northward. Lin Shi raced onward, ears constantly twitching as he vigilantly caught every sound. Lin Shi, you seem quite cautious, Bao Bao observed, noticing how his gaze constantly swept their surroundings. Of course, Lin Shi nodded slightly, lowering his voice. What do you think a scorpion's personality should be like? Bao Bao touched her smooth chin, thinking for 2 seconds. Venomous and cunning. Exactly. Lin Shi nodded approvingly. That's the Scorpion King we're talking about, definitely not someone to mess with. We must be extremely careful. He paused, then explained slowly. That's why I mentioned visiting my father to intimidate him. Let him know I'm not a lone wolf. I have family backing me. If even the weakest member of my family is dark gold level, he'll assume my father is at least spirit level, possibly higher, and won't dare act rashly. Bao Bao pouted in disagreement. What if he doesn't believe you? He can't possibly listen to everything you say. She always enjoyed arguing with Lin Shi. He has no choice but to believe. Lin Shi sneered coldly, his gaze fierce. Even if I'm lying, he wouldn't dare gamble. Tell me, would someone who's already become king risk losing his throne just to kill someone who might be untouchable? He's living comfortably in the desert. Why take unnecessary risks? The higher the position, the smaller the courage. That saying isn't without merit. I see. Bao Bao had an epiphany, though she still huffed. I suppose you have some sense. The two continued through the yellow sands until the first pale green appeared on the horizon. With no pursuers in sight, it seemed their opponents had truly given up. As the dunes gradually thinned, life returned to the surroundings. Clusters of green grass sprouted from the withered earth, spreading into an endless green carpet toward the distance. At the grassland's edge, a massive chasm split the earth like a gaping maw. Above the ravine, a bridge woven from thick wood and vines swayed in the wind. Lin Shi exhaled deeply, expelling the stifling desert dust. Finally out of the desert, he turned back to ask, Bao Bao, do you know where this is? How would I know the geography of the dark faction? I only know the general direction, nothing else. After speaking, Bao Bao yawned long and loud. Stop calling, may need to sleep. You've been waking me up constantly lately. It's so annoying. I'm sleeping for several days. Several days. Lin Shi's eyelid twitched. She's really mastered the art of sleeping. He stepped onto the soft grass, walking toward the wooden bridge. Suddenly a strong wind swept past, making the bridge creak and sway left and right while ruffling his purple wolf fur. Lin Shi reached the bridge head and leaned forward to peer down. A sea of mist, hazy and indistinct, with no visible bottom. A fall from here would mean certain death, unless you could fly, Lin Shi thought to himself. Facing the bottomless canyon, he looked up at the silent, birdless sky, then down at the churning black mist below. Fortunately, he had already mastered the art of size transformation. Otherwise, with his original body size, this crude suspension bridge made of dead wood planks barely wide enough for one person would never support his weight. He took a deep breath, spiritual energy flickering across his body as his form instantly shrank by half a foot. In a flash, Lin Shi gripped the bridge cables tightly, gathered all his strength, and shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, leaving a trail of afterimages across the bridge planks. The wooden bridge stretched about 100 meters, but at his top speed, he could cross it in just 3 or 4 seconds. However, barely 10 zhang out, he suddenly felt himself sink. It was as if gravity had increased tenfold, threatening to pull his internal organs right out of his body. This won't stop me. Lin Shi gritted his teeth and forcibly steadied himself. His toes lightly touched the bridge planks, yet they still creaked and groaned under the pressure, the deadwood warping as debris scattered into the abyss below. Whoosh! With his final step onto the opposite shore, he lunged forward several feet, as if fleeing from pursuers before finally stopping. Phew, that was dangerous. Lin Shi clutched his chest, breathing heavily, his heart still racing. Thank goodness I reduced my size and weight along with it, or I would have been dragged down for sure. He turned back to look. The sky above the canyon remained completely empty, not even a feather in sight. So the pull is that strong that even birds can't fly across. Lin Shi crouched down and picked up a small stone, tossing it gently into the void. With a sharp whoosh, it vanished instantly into the darkness, even its echo swallowed whole. He shuddered. This was just the top. The deeper you went, the more terrifying the gravitational pull must become. What unimaginable weight must the bottom of that canyon bear? He didn't dare think about it further, simply memorized the location and continued on his way. Before long, wild shouting echoed from behind the mountain wall ahead. Haha, the Moon Demon clan is such a weak race. Theory, nothing but food for us. It's been ages since I've tasted Moon Demon flesh. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Kill the males outright, but the females, let's have some fun with them first, then eat them. These Moon Demon women are quite beautiful. Let's enjoy ourselves for a few days first. The vulgar words struck like hammer blows, each more crude than the last. Lin Shi listened carefully. The voices belonged to at least 3 or 4 people, their tones arrogant beyond measure. Well, just when I was wondering how to join the dark faction, opportunity comes knocking. What perfect timing, Lin Shi thought with delight. A group of grotesque creatures surrounded the Moon Demon clan, drooling with anticipation. Some resembled sheep, others tigers, but all shared the same greedy, lustful gleam in their eyes. Lin Shi stood in the distance, rubbing his temples. Another heroic rescue? And this time it wasn't just saving a damsel in distress, but both men and women. The Moon Demon clan possessed bodies nearly identical to humans. The males were all strikingly handsome, with noble bearing. Any one of them could become an idol star if dropped on Earth. The females had bright eyes and pearly teeth, with even the most ordinary among them being absolutely stunning. The woman leading the group at the front was breathtakingly beautiful. Her curves were perfectly sculpted, her slender waist looked as if it might snap at the gentlest touch, and her oval face had flawless, snow-white skin with exquisite features beyond criticism. Her clear eyes seemed capable of drawing people into dreams. Her distinctive green hair cascaded down her back, not appearing out of place at all, but rather like the perfect finishing touch. Even Lin Shi, who prided himself on being discerning, couldn't help but secretly compare her to the blue-haired girl from the forest, finding them evenly matched. If Lin Shi felt this way, those monsters were even less capable of restraint. That woman is mine. She's too beautiful. I'll imprison her as my plaything and ravish her every day. A tiger-headed, four-legged monster drooled as it spoke in a hoarse voice. Get lost. A horse-like creature stamped its front hooves. She's mine. Only I deserve such a beauty. Another monster quickly tried to mediate. Everyone, don't fight. There are so many moon demons here, plenty of beauties to go around. The Moon Demon clan clearly understood these crude remarks, but were powerless to retaliate. The dark faction's beasts simply discussed among themselves how to divide their spoils, completely disregarding these seemingly fragile humanoid beings. Sister Tsaixia, what should we do? In the group, a petite girl's voice trembled as tears gathered on her eyelashes. The leading woman was indeed Tsaixia. Her brow furrowed slightly as she asked in a low voice, "Where is Fengyang?" "He already ran away." A tall man beside her roared angrily. "That bastard is Sister Tsaishia's fiancé, yet he abandoned her. He's the one who leaked our whereabouts and exposed us worse than an animal." Tsaixia closed her star-like eyes, her snow-white face filled with sorrow. "I always knew Fengyang was just a cowardly waste, so I never let him have his way with me. If he weren't grandmother's grandson insisting on marrying me, how could I agree to wed him? Now with our Moon Demon clan's current strength, how can we fight these monsters? It's fate." A tear slid down her cheek, refracting bone-deep desolation in the morning light. She murmured, "Why must our moon demon clan fall to such depths? Aren't we one of the top 10 clans of the dark faction?" Ah, the little beauty is crying. Don't cry. Don't cry, big brother will take you to paradise soon. A lion licked its lips and leered. Take them all down. Kill all the males and have fun with the females. We'll divide them up afterward. Yes, yes, let's enjoy ourselves first. I can't hold back any longer. The pack of creatures charged forward together. No, one of the moon demon girls screamed. Why must my fate be like this? I don't want to die. Die? Don't worry. As long as you serve Tiger Lord well, you won't die. The lead tiger lunged forward eagerly, naturally targeting the most beautiful one first. She was simply irresistible to look at. Saixiao's eyes filled with despair. How had she fallen to such depths? Saixiao, marry me. I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. No. Why not? The Moon Demon clan is so weak now. How can we be distracted by romantic feelings? Shouldn't we be investigating why our clan, once one of the 10 strongest tribes of the dark faction, has fallen so low? Besides, the man I marry, I don't need him to be handsome or wealthy, but he must be a hero who saves the Moon Demon clan. Only such a man would be worthy of me, Saixia. Lin Shi chuckled to himself. After watching for so long, the plot was crystal clear. The hero was about to make his entrance. Evil forces would be driven away by the righteous wolf, and he'd live happily ever after with the Moon Demon beauty, becoming a tale for the ages. He couldn't help but straighten up. Looks like it's time for my grand entrance. Bao Bao pouted. You always love playing out these scenarios. Aren't you tired of it? Acting like a little kid. Ahem. Lin Shi choked on Bao Bao's words and coughed, smiling wryly. Lord Bao Bao, it's really not that I enjoy playing it this way, it's just how the plot develops. What else can I do? You could just go out there quickly instead of waiting for the most critical moment to make your entrance. Really? Bao Bao muttered, adding even more quietly. And it's always females. Also beautiful too. Does Lin Shi have some kind of romantic destiny? Her voice grew so soft that Lin Shi couldn't make out the rest. He cleared his throat and then roared. Stop. The massive sound nearly burst their eardrums, echoing thunderously. Ah, my ears. The tiger immediately retreated, crying out in pain. The other creatures suffered the same fate. The sound was too loud to bear. The Moon Demon clan members covered their ears with their hands. Though being quadrupedal, they couldn't reach them properly. Hope flickered in Saixia's despairing gray eyes. Could there be a turning point? After a long while, the echoing sound gradually faded. The tiger roared angrily. Who dares to challenge our demon alliance? Lin Shi slowly emerged from the high ground, walking to stand before the Moon Demon clan with a smile. Me? You? The tiger's eyes widened. Just a small wolf? Reconnaissance skill, purple lightning sky wolf. Level, health, attack, defense, speed, skills, description. The string of question marks made their hearts race frantically, their expressions changing dramatically. Lin Shi smiled disdainfully. He had already used his reconnaissance skill earlier. These were merely a group of beasts barely at level 30, ordinary creatures without a single lord among them. This. The tiger's expression changed drastically, and he shifted his tone, smiling. May I ask where you come from, sir? Does it matter where I come from? Lin Shi said coldly. I'm giving you 10 seconds. Get lost. Sir, we're from the Demon Alliance. One of the boar-like creatures called out. Is the Demon Alliance supposed to be impressive? I could make it disappear with just one word. Lin Shi boasted shamelessly. A tiny demon alliance like this has no right to act arrogantly before me. As his words fell, Lin Shi puffed out his chest proudly, raised his claw toward the sky in a heaven is first, earth is second, and I am third pose, his overwhelming aura freezing the already fierce beasts of the Demon Alliance in their tracks. Could it be? This little wolf that suddenly appeared is some young master from a major power? A wolf? Could he be from Heavenly Wolf Ridge? Several demons whispered among themselves, growing more alarmed the more they thought about it. Not far away, Bao Bao clutched her stomach trying not to laugh. Lin Shi, you big liar. You have no power at all, yet you dare bluff here. A lion-like demon trembled as it stepped forward, steeling itself to ask, Gee, great lord, are you from Heavenly Wolf Ridge? Its eyes showed both reverence and suspicion, as if trying to discern something. Lin Shi snorted lightly through his nose. Oh, you do have some insight. Inwardly he complained, Heavenly Wolf Ridge? What kind of place is that? Is it really that powerful? But on the surface, he maintained his arrogant and haughty expression. How could a powerhouse from Heavenly Wolf Ridge come to a place like this? Everyone, don't be fool. A horned, white-furred demon quickly tried to warn its companions, but before the word fooled could leave its mouth. Boom. A massive hand woven from purple-black lightning suddenly materialized in the air and clenched its 5 fingers. The sheep-like demon couldn't even scream. Its pristine white wool instantly turned charred black, blood gushed forth, and it collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before going completely still. A terrifying red number appeared above its head, 96253. Everyone gasped in horror. An ordinary level 30 creature, unless it was a lord, would have at most 80,000 health points. How could it withstand such a deadly grip? Both the Demon Alliance and Moon Demon Clan turned pale. These bullies who usually oppressed the Moon Demon Clan were just casually crushed to death like that? The tiger-faced leader struggled to control his trembling tail, still unwilling to give up. Great Lord of Heavenly Wolf Ridge, could you perhaps share with us whatever beauties you don't want? Absolutely not. Lin Shi's eyes flashed with sharp light. They all belong to me. The males will become slaves, and the females will serve me well before joining my harem. Now scram. This. The beasts of the Demon Alliance looked at each other uncertainly. Lin Shi raised his claw, his voice cold as he began counting down. 9. 8. Brothers, retreat. The tiger roared and spun around, his feet practically flying. Before leaving, he looked back at Lin Shi with gritted teeth. Great Lord, we will meet again. Lin Shi sneered, watching them flee in panic. I just hope you don't come back strong enough to give me decent experience points. Though the Demon Alliance had retreated, the Moon Demon Clan members remained terrified. They never expected that just after escaping the tiger's den, they'd fallen into the wolf's lair. Lin Shi turned around and swept his gaze across the Moon Demon Clan members. His cold, piercing stare touched each person briefly like a blade, causing them to lower their heads and turn away. Sorrow and unwillingness intertwined in their eyes, yet they remained standing in wooden silence. After scanning the crowd, his gaze settled on Kaisha's face. Her delicate features were like the most exquisite sculpture, bathed in pale moonlight, resembling the most brilliant scenery between heaven and earth. Lin Shi silently admired her. Such breathtaking beauty would never grow tiresome, no matter how many times he looked. With a light tap of his toe, he leaped gracefully and landed steadily on Kaisha's soft shoulder. The intoxicating fragrance at close range made his spirit tremble slightly. Tears of suppressed grief rolled in Kaisha's eyes as her voice quivered. I can be your slave. Just please spare my brothers and sisters. I'm begging you. Lin Shi chuckled softly with a hint of mockery. Fine. But in return, you'll be my slave. Deal. Kaisha remained silent for a long time, sighing inwardly at fate's cruelty. Heaven had blessed her with stunning beauty but failed to grant her the strength to protect herself. Finally, she nodded gently. All right. As her words fell, a clear tear slid down her porcelain cheek. At that moment, Bao Bao puffed up her little cheeks and angrily accused. Lin Shi, you pervert. Bastard. Scumbag. I'm just playing around. Lin Shi shrugged helplessly. Just experiencing the life of a tyrant for a bit. Despite his words, he ultimately lost interest and nimbly jumped down from Kaisha's shoulder. Forget it. Seeing you like this, I've completely lost interest. Ding. Dark Gold Tier Lord, Purple Lightning Sky Wolf, wishes to join your race. Do you agree? The crisp system notification rang simultaneously in Kaisha's ears and those of all Moon Demon Clan members. Everyone was thunderstruck. This little wolf before them actually wanted to join their precarious clan? Seeing everyone frozen in place, Lin Shi raised an eyebrow and urged, why aren't you agreeing? Kaisha snapped back to reality, quickly weighing the implications before immediately kneeling down, her voice mournful. My lord, please spare the Moon Demon Clan. Our people are already few in number and cannot withstand another blow. Kaisha is willing to serve by your side for life. Just please spare us. The remaining Moon Demon Clan members also came to their senses and knelt down one after another. Lin Shi scratched his head. What's all this about? I just want to leave the light faction. Is it really that serious? He waved his hand helplessly. Relax, I couldn't care less about your Moon Demon Clan affairs. I'm just borrowing your clan to escape the light faction. The Moon Demon Clan members exchanged glances, clearly skeptical. Kaisha tentatively whispered, are my lord's words truly sincere? Of course. Lin Shi was somewhat annoyed. Use your brain, will you? If I really wanted to harm the Moon Demon Clan, whether I join or not makes no difference to you. Does not joining mean I couldn't wipe you all out? Kaisha thought carefully and realized this was indeed true. If they truly angered this powerful being, their entire clan would likely be annihilated. She quickly prostrated herself in apology. Kaisha begs my lord's forgiveness. If my lord wishes to join our clan, Kaisha naturally welcomes it. Ding. You have joined the Moon Demon Clan. Current position, clan member. Ding. Since the Moon Demon Clan belongs to the Dark Faction, your alignment has changed from Light Faction to Dark Faction. Ding. You have joined the Dark Faction. Please make it your mission to eliminate the hypocritical light. Lin Shi nodded with satisfaction. That's settled then. You may go. I have no intention of harming you. Just be careful. Thank you, my lord. Many Moon Demon Clan members wept with joy. What they thought was certain death had unexpectedly turned into salvation. Watching their expressions, I couldn't help but shake my head. Compared to the Light Faction, the Dark Faction was far more chaotic, with negative emotions exploited to their fullest extent. Do you know anyone named Robert or Cato? The crowd looked bewildered. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Leave this place quickly. I gathered my strength and departed from the area. Now that I had entered the Dark Faction and set foot in this territory, I naturally needed to plan for the future. Speaking of Robert and Cato, since they were avatars, and judging by Robert's arrogant tone, They should possess extraordinary strength. Yet no one knew their names, which likely meant they were using aliases. The petite girl beside Saixia clung to her arm, tears still glistening on her face as she smiled. Sister Saixia, we're saved. Yes. Saixia nodded gently, watching the purple lightning sky wolf's gradually retreating figure. An inexplicable sense of loss filled her heart, a hollow emptiness, as if she had missed something important. What's wrong, Saixia? Don't tell me you actually wanted to be that young wolf slave? A blush crept across her cheeks as she banished such thoughts from her mind. Ha! Sinister laughter erupted. The Demon Alliance beasts who should have left had returned once more. Amid the Moon Demon clan's terrified and panicked expressions, they gave no opportunity for escape, quickly surrounding the Moon Demons. Big Brother is so clever. That wet behind Thier's wolf pup was just passing by. He had no real intention of saving these Moon Demons. The lion laughed, looking at the tiger with admiration. The tiger smiled smugly. Humph, did you really think I was an idiot? These Moon Demon women, especially their leader, are spirit-level beauties that even immortal-level powerhouses would be moved by and want to claim as their own. Yet I saw not a trace of longing or desire in its eyes. Either it's too young with an immature mind, or it was just passing by and had a moment of kindness, helping on a whim. Either way, it wouldn't linger for long. Tiger Brother is mighty, the Demon Alliance beasts roared. Hee. The tiger felt quite pleased with himself, then looked at Saixia with greedy eyes. Beauty, even if you scream your lungs out now, no one will hear you. Saixia's eyes filled with despair, her face pale as death. She hadn't expected these Demon Alliance beasts to possess such cunning intelligence. People of the Moon Demon clan fight. In desperation, they had no choice but to resist. The tiger licked his cracked lips, gazing at Saixia's beautiful face. Brothers, I'll go first, then you can have your turn. The beasts cheered, about to pounce and slaughter the male Moon Demons while claiming the females, when suddenly a wolf's howl pierced the air. A whoa, ah. Accompanying the howl came screams of agony. The tiger startled, looking toward the source of the screams. A massive rat lay in a pool of blood, and standing above it was the purple wolf pup, radiating cruel killing intent with ice-cold eyes. I gave you a chance. Seeing this, the tiger roared, run. The beasts fled in complete disarray. A cold smile played at the corner of Linchi's mouth. He never had the habit of giving people second chances. The purple gleam in his eyes intensified slightly. In a flash of lightning, a gentle breeze brushed across faces as heavy corpses crashed to the ground. The small wolf was slaughtering at will. Blood immediately spread, red liquid slowly pooling across the earth. Ding. You have slain Demon Lion. Gained experience 100. Ding. You have slain Demonized Hound. Gained experience 100. In the end, only the tiger remained alive. Linchi stood before him expressionlessly. Seeking your own death. Hee. The tiger laughed bitterly, hatred burning in his eyes. I have no grudge against you. Why must you go this far? I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a smile curving my lips. The Moon Demon clan had no grudge against you either. Why did you go this far? The tiger fell silent. Huh, do I really need to teach you such basic logic? Linchi sneered disdainfully, shaking his head as he approached the tiger. With a single flash strike, he claimed its life. As 8 massive damage numbers flew up, the tiger roared. The Demon Alliance won't let you go. Just you wait, my demon tribe will. Linchi stared in confusion. Your demon tribe wants to make an enemy of Sky Wolf Ridge. Thud. The tiger's eyes widened in shock, unable to utter another word, dying with eyes wide open. How could his demon tribe dare provoke an existence like Sky Wolf Ridge? As the body collapsed, Linchi stood nearby indifferently. Sky Wolf Ridge. Judging by the tiger's reaction, it seemed to truly be an incredibly powerful clan. After ending the battle, Linchi turned around and asked again, how can your Moon Demon clan still exist when you're this weak? The Moon Demon clan members looked at each other awkwardly, embarrassment spreading through the air. The petite girl beside Saixiao puffed up her cheeks angrily. How can you say something like that? Yaoer. Saixiao raised her hand to press on the girl's shoulder, gently shaking her head to signal her to stay quiet. Then she turned to face Lin Shi, her eyes flickering as she said, actually, our Moon Demon clan was once one of the 10 great races of the Dark Camp. It's just that we declined later and gradually fell to this state. One of the 10 great races of the Dark Camp. Lin Shi's heart tensed slightly. This group before him, who couldn't even compare to level 30 ordinary creatures and were at anyone's mercy, had once stood alongside the Dark Camp. He activated his scout skill. Mood Saixia. Level 10. HP 25,000. Attack 375. Defense 250. Speed 5. Skills. Moon Demon Devour Moon Demon Bloodline. Description. Once one of the 10 great races of the Dark Camp, possessing human physique and creative abilities, having made immortal contributions to the Dark Camp. But for unknown reasons, their bloodline has grown increasingly diluted, and they have long since lost their former glory. The information was brutally straightforward. Lin Shi scanned the area. Every single Moon Demon Clan member was uniformly stuck at level 10. Not one was level 9, nor had anyone broken through to level 11. It was as if they were firmly locked by some kind of shackle. However, whether he believed it or not was irrelevant. Lin Shi withdrew his scout skill and said indifferently, "I only sympathize with your plight. Leave quickly. If you don't go now, the Demon Alliance or other monsters will come after you again." With that, he turned to leave. Mu Caixia watched this little wolf, who had twice saved them from disaster, walk away, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Even if we escape this time, once we leave the barrier, we'll still be dead. Perhaps this little wolf could change the Moon Demon Clan's fate? She couldn't explain why, but she vaguely felt she had to grasp onto something. "Wait," she blurted out. Lin Shi paused, a triumphant smile flashing across his lips. Hooked. Baby was fuming in his consciousness. "Lin Shi, you lustful devil." When he turned back, his expression had returned to indifference. "What is it?" "Something else." Mu Caixia took a deep breath and suddenly knelt down. "Please, my lord, save our Moon Demon Clan." Her action stunned the clan members behind her. Someone worriedly whispered, "Save us? How? Why should he? We don't even know him." Scattered murmurs filled the air. Lin Shi sneered. "We're not acquainted, are we?" Mu Caixia nodded, but her voice remained firm. "Yes, my lord has no connection with our Moon Demon Clan. But since you used joining our clan as a way to enter the Dark Camp, you obviously originally belonged to the Light Camp." "Continue." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. "Since you come from the Light Camp, you must have no foundation within our Dark Camp. Our Moon Demon Clan is willing to become your blade, to be your most loyal subordinates." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Let an outsider control the Moon Demon Clan? Once he entered the barrier, if he went on a killing spree, the entire clan would be buried with them. "Sister Caixia," someone called out urgently. Mu Caixia shouted to stop them. "Enough. It's precisely because of our timidity that our Moon Demon Clan has fallen to this state today. Were our ancestors as cowardly as we are? Then how did they manage to develop our Moon Demon Clan into one of the 10 most powerful clans?" Mu Caixia, usually gentle and graceful, suddenly lost control. Her slender fingertips turned slightly white from clenching, and her sharp rebuke exploded through the night wind, leaving all the clan members frozen in place. Realizing her outburst, 2 patches of crimson rose on her snow-white cheeks, yet she forcibly suppressed her anger, her voice low and clear. "This is our chance. This lord has saved us twice in a row. Isn't that enough?" As her words fell, she swept her gaze across everyone, her dark brows furrowed tightly. "Our Moon Demon Clan has indeed been bullied, but not everyone in the Dark Faction covets us. Those bastards only care about our appearance. The truly valuable things have already been seized by the strong. What's left now? What do we have left to fear?" Beside her, the girl called Mu Yao bit her lip tightly, her eyes wavering. "But this lord might be in league with them, intending to infiltrate our clan's barrier. We can't ignore this possibility." The clan members nodded in unison. "Yaoer is right. Maybe this is all an act. We don't mind dying, but if we truly lead enemies into our barrier, we'd become sinners of our clan." "Caixia, think carefully." Mu Caixia shook her head gently, her gaze falling on Lin Shi, who was watching with interest from nearby. If he were truly acting, there'd be no need to slaughter those demon tribes so thoroughly. Everyone paused, yet some still harbored doubts. Making the act more convincing would be normal too. The dead were all low-level demons, not enough to prove his innocence. Right, that's entirely possible. Once a thread of suspicion appeared, the Moon Demon Clan members eagerly echoed it. Lin Shi looked at this group of hesitant clan members before him, his tone carrying regret and mockery. "The Moon Demon Clan truly is a pile of trash, utterly hopeless." Shame and anger made everyone's necks flush red, yet they dared not retort due to the vast difference in strength. "With cowards like you, mere ants, you once had glory?" He sneered coldly. "Seeing you all, I can clearly imagine how the Moon Demon Clan fell to its current state. You." The burly clan member named Mu Qing gripped his spear and roared. "A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Death is dead. At least I, Mu Qing, will splash you with my blood." The metallic sounds of weapons being drawn rang out one after another. The clan members glared furiously, yet none dared take the first step. Lin Shi stood with his hands behind his back, expressionless. "Come then. I'll kill them one by one, 2 by 2. Who's first?" Everyone looked around, their feet frozen in place as instinctive fear overcame anger. "Cowards." The 2 words were cold as frost. Lin Shi felt utterly disappointed. He had originally wanted to use the Moon Demon Clan as his foundation in the Dark Faction, but now he was wavering. Seeing the entire group draw swords yet not dare approach, Mu Caixia felt overwhelming shame. She bit through her lip and was about to step forward herself. "Our Moon Demon Clan are not cowards." Mu Qing suddenly stepped out, his face flushed red with rushing blood. The spear in his hand gleamed with cold light as he roared and charged straight at Lin Shi. A barely perceptible trace of relief flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. At least they weren't completely beyond salvation. Whoosh! The spear cut through the air with a piercing whistle, yet didn't even touch Lin Shi's sleeve. Immediately after, Mu Qing felt pain at the back of his head, his vision went black, and his massive body lost support, crashing heavily to the ground as his spear slipped from his grasp and clattered beside him. Mu Caixia gasped in shock. "My lord, please show mercy." Her cry was still echoing in the air when, before Lin Shi could respond, the surrounding Moon Demon clansmen completely lost control like ignited gunpowder. Someone took the first step, becoming the spark that ignited the fuse. Courage spread instantly, and the enraged clansmen charged at the purple wolf in unison, roaring, "Kill!" Oh, finally fighting desperately. A glint of interest flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he raised one hand. Thunder Hand. With him at the center, within a 50 zhang radius, purple lightning surged outward like a tide. Though the electric light wasn't lethal, it precisely tore through the air with crackling explosions. All the charging Moon Demon clansmen had barely taken a few steps when their bodies went rigid, muscles spasming, their steps frozen in place. Piercing wails rose and fell, then fell silent. As the electric arcs subsided, they convulsed and collapsed one by one, falling unconscious. Mu Caixia was no exception. Her delicate body trembled. Her long hair scattered as she fell softly at Lin Shi's feet. Lin Shi exhaled lightly, lowering his hand. Holding back is sometimes more troublesome than going all out. He reflected silently. Unlike players whose output was locked by the system each time, NPCs could control their strength at will. This was closer to real combat. In the blink of an eye, only unconscious bodies lay scattered across the ground. Bao Bao floated to Lin Shi's shoulder, pouting indignantly. Pervert. Mu Caixia is lying there helpless. Why don't you go have your way with her?" "Have my way with her?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, then smiled wryly. "Lord Bao Bao, what kind of person do you take me for?" "What kind of person?" Bao Bao tilted her head, looking puzzled. "Aren't you a pervert? Did I get it wrong?" Lin Shi quickly corrected. "I'm a wolf, but not a perverted wolf." "Really not a pervert?" Bao Bao pressed. "Of course not." Lin Shi nodded without hesitation. "Mu Caixia is indeed beautiful, but am I some shallow fool who only looks at appearances? I just want to use the Moon Demon clan as a stepping stone to gradually reach the pinnacle of the dark faction." His tone was resolute. He almost convinced himself. What nonsense." Bao Bao snorted, though her mood had clearly improved. After a moment, she glanced suspiciously at Mu Caixia again. "No way? Such a gorgeous girl doesn't move you at all. Could it be you don't have that kind of function?" Lin Shi, with a dark expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, I'm perfectly healthy. Just go to sleep." "I won't sleep." The little one bared her tiny fangs and shook her head smugly. Lin Shi's mouth twitched. "Baby, you've been sleeping much less lately. Didn't you say before that you wanted to sleep for several days straight?" "Baby doesn't lack energy. I sleep when I want to, and stay awake when I don't. What's wrong with suddenly not wanting to sleep?" Lin Shi's heart stirred. "Were you lacking energy before?" "Yes." Baby nodded, gesturing with her little paws. "I was trapped in that box the whole time. You try it. So boring. Couldn't do anything else. Could only sleep." Lin Shi sighed. "Poor baby. Go away. Baby doesn't need your pity. I can live forever, can you?" Baby lifted her chin with disdain. "Forever?" Lin Shi found this even more unfortunate. Eternal life without freedom might not be a blessing at all. After chatting for a long while, the Moon Demon clan members finally began to wake up one by one. Lin Shi was secretly alarmed. He had just beaten all of them down to below 20 health, yet in just 1 hour they had all fully recovered. Such regenerative power was terrifying, and perhaps one of the reasons the Moon Demon clan could rank among the powerful races. "Now, tell me your answer." Lin Shi's voice was cold. As his words fell, his body suddenly expanded, swelling before everyone's eyes to 4 meters tall and over 10 meters long. In an instant, the purple lightning sky wolf was no longer a young wolf, but a terrifying beast capable of leaping over city walls in a single bound. "Ding! You have changed your body to 200 of its original size. Attack range 300, movement speed 50. Lin Shi looked down at everyone and spoke indifferently. "Submit, or leave. If you choose submission, I will lead the Moon Demon clan back to glory. But let me be clear, I cannot guarantee success. I might fall along the way. If you choose to leave, I cannot predict your future. Will you survive on others' mercy, or rely on your looks to win favor? Make your choice. Those who want to leave, get out now. Those who stay must be loyal, or else death." His words were brutally direct, without any embellishment, making the Moon Demon clan members' hearts tremble. "I submit. I believe you can lead us back to our former glory." Mu Caixia was the first to step forward, her gaze resolute. "I submit too." The young man who had first raised his weapon against Lin Shi stood tall, his eyes burning with fervor. This was the kind of strong leader he longed to become. One who controlled others' life and death, who controlled their destiny. "Mu Qing!" Someone nearby exclaimed in surprise. "Can't you all see clearly?" Mu Qing glared at the crowd and shouted. "Our Moon Demon clan has no value left. Should we let our women please the strong in exchange for survival?" Should we grovel before trash that were once like ants to us, begging for scraps? Are you willing to accept this? Everyone looked at each other. Willing? How could they be willing? Mu Qing, I trust you. I choose to submit. Me too. Lin Shi couldn't help but take another look at Mu Qing. With his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he was indeed a rare man among the Moon Demon clan. The fire burning in his eyes impressed Lin Zite was a hunger for power, a desire to become strong. This was promising material. Once someone takes the lead, the herd mentality gradually takes hold, tipping the scales in their hearts to one side, causing everyone to eagerly pledge their loyalty, not wanting to be left behind. At that moment, the Moon Demon clan members knelt in unison, their vows echoing across the wilderness like a thunderous tide. Lin Shi surveyed the scene, his voice steady and powerful. Right now, you may still doubt me, perhaps feeling that submitting to me is shameful. Don't deny it. No one willingly surrenders. No one doesn't yearn for freedom. Since you feel unwilling and ashamed, use that as motivation. Stop being mediocre. Stop letting others slaughter you at will, until one day you can stand before me and boldly declare I want freedom. His words fell like a heavy hammer striking a drum. Many Moon Demon clan members looked excited, their inner turmoil suppressed and replaced by heavy but determined breathing. Their eyes rekindled with fighting spirit and confidence, earning even Lin Shi's silent approval. What's your name? He turned his gaze to the young woman who had spoken first earlier. The girl quickly replied, Mu Saixia. Lin Shi smiled slightly, watching as her form quickly shrank back to normal size, while the surrounding clan members all showed expressions of surprise. Lin Shi leaped gracefully, landing on Mu Saixia's shoulder, and said softly, Don't be nervous. First, tell me about the Moon Demon clan's current situation. Mu Saixia's cheeks flushed red, and she coughed lightly to hide her embarrassment. Our Moon Demon clan can now only huddle within a barrier. Once we venture out, if we encounter any creature, we must speak humbly and submissively. To put it bluntly, we've become complete weaklings. Before she could finish, the surrounding clan members all lowered their heads in shame. She continued explaining, We came out this time to search for new food sources. The supplies within the barrier are nearly depleted and can't sustain our consumption. The clan sent our small team to carefully operate on the outskirts, but we were still discovered by those beasts from the Demon Alliance, which led to the scene you just witnessed. I see. Lin Shi nodded. Did you find any food? No. Mu Saixia felt her face burn even hotter. We were spotted by them just hours after coming out. Lin Shi smiled noncommittally. Then let's go and continue searching for food. This time, there's no need to cower in all matters. I'm here. Mu Saixia nodded vigorously, feeling an unprecedented warmth surge in her heart. With Lin Shi accompanying them, there was no need to live in constant fear anymore. Everyone searched toward the inner areas. Yes, the Moon Demon clan members responded in unison. The group pushed their pre-prepared wooden carts, wheels creaking as they rolled along the smooth road. Entering the deeper dark regions, Lin Shi looked around appraisingly. This area still belonged to the outer edges of the dark faction, with no truly top-tier powerhouses. The Demon Alliance that had appeared earlier was merely a large but loose organization. While it indeed contained formidable experts not to be underestimated, it also had many weaklings who simply sought protection under the Alliance's name. According to legend, the interior of the dark faction was where the truly powerful gathered, with conditions so harsh they were beyond description. This was precisely why they would launch massive attacks to seize the territories of the Light faction. After all, the Light faction occupied the fertile lands of the divine demon continent. It is precisely because of such harsh conditions that our dark faction's overall situation is favorable. We can already faintly gain the upper hand in battles against the Light faction, while the Radiance faction, comfortable in their peaceful environment and content with the status quo, has become complacent and lacks ambition, which is exactly what we want to see. Mu Saixia told Lin Shi everything she knew, both big and small matters, while Lin Shi listened attentively. Found lots of fruit, someone shouted joyfully. Ah! What followed immediately were the agonizing screams of the Moon Demon clan members. Lin Shi's eyes sharpened. In a flash, he rushed forward. Moon Demon clan? Brothers, let's take all the women back with us and kill the men. A burly, dark-skinned man grinned wickedly, holding the severed head of a Moon Demon clan male in his hand. The head's eyes were wide open in death, refusing to close, with blood splattered across the ground. Our luck's pretty good today. We actually ran into the most beautiful, yet weakest clan of the dark faction, the Moon Demon clan. Great. Big brother, today's really our lucky day. Beside him stood another dark-skinned man, but with a lean build. The big man looked at the Moon Demon clan members continuously retreating before him and laughed heartily. This is the Moon Demon clan that once made a name for itself across the divine demon continent? Nothing but ants. With that, he was about to make his move to capture all the Moon Demon clan members. Stop! Lin Shi roared as he charged forward, filled with uncontrollable rage. Thunderhand. A massive purple thunder palm suddenly appeared, carrying overwhelming, intimidating power. The burly man's pupils contracted. With no time for unnecessary words, he immediately shouted, "Wind shield!" The thunder palm clenched forcefully but was blocked by a cyan-colored shield. The wind shield wrapped around him like an eggshell, protecting him completely. Boom! Thunder energy scattered everywhere as the palm gripped the wind shield, causing energy to surge in all directions. The collision between cyan and purple energies affected the lean man beside the burly fighter, forcing him to retreat several steps before returning to his companion's side. Crack! A fissure appeared on the wind shield. The thunder hand gained the upper hand, and the wind shield clearly couldn't withstand its terrifying destructive power. How is this possible? The big man was utterly shocked. This was his most skilled technique, yet it was being crushed by this thunder palm. Crack, crack! The fissures spread rapidly like a spider web, instantly covering the entire wind shield. Lin Shi stood before the big man with a cold smile, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. A measly little shield dares to show off in front of me? Break! Snap! The wind shield shattered on command. The thunder palm's momentum remained undiminished as it grasped the big man amid his expression of shock and fury. 8,650. A red damage number popped up. Cough! The burly man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, unconsciously dropping the moon demon head from his grasp. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he shouted, "May I ask what offense I have given you?" Faced with his own inadequate strength, he immediately chose to reason with his opponent. Hoping to use words to avoid a battle he was destined to lose, this had always been his way of survival. Lin Shi sneered coldly, his voice icy. "You killed my subordinate. You're a dead man." As his words fell, in a flash of lightning, he suddenly launched his attack. In just 2 seconds, his figure had closed in beside the burly man, his small but razor-sharp claws tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. So fast, the burly man's pupils contracted sharply. At the same time, the lean man beside him felt his heart racing wildly, quietly retreating several steps while planning to escape. Extreme flash. 8 streaks of cold light slashed across their vision almost simultaneously. First strike, 805,675 damage. Second strike, 100,6224 damage. Third strike, 120,7098 damage. Fourth strike, 140,8165 damage. Fifth strike, 160,9546 damage. Sixth strike, 180,11062 damage. Seventh strike, 200,12235 damage. Eighth strike, 300,18679 damage. In an instant, the total damage exceeded 80,000. The burly man's chest was completely torn open, his organs and blood splattering everywhere, filling the ground with a bloody stench. Ugh! With unwillingness in his eyes, he rolled them back, his body falling backward and crashing heavily to the ground, killed instantly in less than 10 seconds. Ding! The system notification sounded simultaneously. You used the skill Extreme Flash, dealing all the above damage to the enemy unit, instantly depleting their health bar. Fresh blood mixed with purple-black demonic energy splattered onto Lin Shi, making him appear sinister and terrifying. The lean man's heart clenched violently. His level 40 boss killed within 10 seconds? He was only level 38, even weaker than his companion. His fate was obvious. Escape? He'd be caught within seconds. He forcibly suppressed his urge to flee, took a deep breath, and forced a smile. Someone as powerful as you, why bother fighting desperately with small fry like us? Speaking, he glanced at the moon demon head lying on the ground and had a sudden inspiration, laughing as he added, "Interesting. Someone as powerful as you, why bother fighting with small fry like the moon demons? Or rather, slaughter would be more appropriate." The man was speechless. In the dark faction, killing never needed a reason. Once you couldn't find a reason, it meant there was no way out. He quickly pondered, needing to give his opponent a reason valuable enough to spare his life. There's a reason the moon demons are being slaughtered by all races. He organized his thoughts, lowering his voice. The moon demons were once too powerful, even exceeding the limits the dark faction's overlord could tolerate, threatening certain beings' positions, which is why they've fallen to this state. To prevent their resurgence, the overlord tacitly allows all races to exterminate them completely. Moreover, the moon demons are naturally beautiful, making them perfect playthings, so everyone is naturally pleased to see this happen. Exceeding the limits the overlord could tolerate. Lin Shi was slightly stunned. Just how high were those limits? Enough to establish their own faction? Or even replace the overlord? The moon demons, weak as they were today, had such a background. The lean man read his expression and quickly added, "Everyone knows this history, so trampling on the moon demon's honor carries no burden and can even satisfy one's vanity." Lin Shi's expression remained cold. "Saying all this doesn't seem enough to make me spare you." The man remained silent for a long while, then suddenly gritted his teeth. "I can tell you detailed information about the Dark Faction's 10 great powerhouses." The Dark Faction's 10 great powerhouses? Lin Shi's heart stirred slightly. This was the third time he'd heard this term. The first time was in a bulletin board mission. Killing any one of them would yield extremely generous rewards. The second time was a brief mention during his previous battle. Now, the third time was being laid before him. The first time was seeing this content in a bulletin board mission, where each powerhouse's death could bring rewards so generous they could be called one of the light faction's ultimate quests. The second time was during his conversation with Huang Fu Hui after the monster siege ended. It seemed the blue-haired girl from the Azure Mountains was one of them. With this realization, Lin Shi felt relieved. The terror in those eyes was unimaginable, and it would be strange if she weren't powerful. The third time was now speak. Lin Shi uttered only one word, his voice sharp as a blade cutting through the air. The man was forced into a cold sweat, yet he caught a glimmer of hope in Lin Shi's dominance, his heart slightly easing. There was still a chance. He gathered his thoughts and quickly explained. The reason I could obtain this intelligence was because I accidentally learned of it years ago while serving under a powerful master. Ordinary beings have no access to such secrets, and I was later expelled by that master. At this point, he smiled bitterly with self-mockery, clearly filled with regret and helplessness. Lin Shi didn't press him, simply waiting quietly. The man's eyes became fervent, as if reliving the awe of bowing before a supreme powerhouse. The 10 great powers are the strongest figures of the demon race. His voice was low yet resonant, each capable of wiping out an entire human city with a wave of their hand, unfathomably deep, beings we fear and revere. 1. The 10th life Banshee Eva. She is said to be the most skilled physician of the Dark Faction, and simultaneously the most terrifying poison master, having once directly poisoned an entire city's population to death. Her reputation in the human world is actually more notorious than those ranked higher. 2. The 9th enchanting Demoness Curtis. Records of her are scarce, only that she's beautiful like a descended fairy, and one glance makes people willingly fall into perdition. Lin Shi silently scoffed. That wasn't willingly at all, but clearly being dragged into a mysterious space, never to awaken. However, he didn't interrupt. 3. The 8th Earth Giant Ends, the strongest of the Earth Giant clan, with a body taller than mountain ranges, one palm capable of holding hundreds of people, suffocating by sheer size alone. 4. The 7th Flame Demon Dirac, born from blazing depths, capable of controlling all fires to burn heaven and earth. This demon is rumored to favor beauty, equally notorious for his lustful nature. 5. The 6th Sky Wind Prada, master of wind elements, who once slaughtered over 100,000 light faction cultivators with a single wind-forbidden spell. 6. The 5th Hell Terror Dallas, whose specific deeds are unknown to the outside world, leaving only a name that sends chills down one's spine. 7. The 4th Ancient Dragon God Carl. Legend says he defected from the dragon domain and was pursued by dragon speaker Mu Wanner until he barely escaped by joining the Dark Faction. This wasn't due to inferior strength, but because dragon speakers possess unique methods to restrain dragons, forcing Carl to temporarily avoid confrontation. As for the top 3, the man slowed his speech, lowering his voice further. They're too mysterious. Not just me. Even spirit level or even immortal level powerhouses may not know any information about them. They lurk in the deepest darkness, with no information ever leaked. After the man finished describing the lower 7 of the 10 great powers in one breath, Lin Shi's heart surged with more intense anticipation. The Dark Faction had far more powerhouses than imaginable. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Since the Light Faction can contend with the Dark Faction, they must also have beings capable of matching the 10 great powers. Otherwise, darkness would have already swept over light. The man hesitated for a long time before finally nodding in acknowledgement. Exactly so. The Light Faction also possesses ultimate combat power capable of contending with us. However, human lifespans are ultimately limited. Even upon becoming gods, they live merely tens of thousands of years. The specific timing of the current God-Demon War is no longer traceable. For over 100,000 years, human powerhouses have passed away one after another. Today's humans have grown complacent and lack ambition, allowing my Dark Faction to gain the upper hand. Soon, the tide will turn completely as Light Faction will be cornered while my Dark Faction dominates the world. Lin Shi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, raising an eyebrow slightly. Is that so? Then who is the strongest among humans now? The restrained lean man had beads of sweat on his forehead, his voice wavering but not daring to pause. I'm not entirely sure. There seem to be 7 or 8 veteran powerhouses still alive, along with some rising talents. But without question, the strongest must be the Emperor in the Imperial City. When he mentioned Emperor, his pupils contracted sharply, and undisguised fear surged in his eyes. They say he once charged into our Dark Faction with nothing but a spear, sweeping through our ranks from front to back. Spirit level and immortal level seniors barely survived, and even many god level powerhouses perished. Only when our strongest warrior appeared and fought him for a full day and night was the chaos finally suppressed. Swept through completely? Lin Shi's eyes widened, his shock unconcealed. What terrifying power that must be. Noticing his surprise, the man quickly added, That day was his first day on the throne. He stormed into our dark faction without a word, all to establish his imperial authority. Just for authority, he dared to go on such a killing spree? Lin Shi rubbed his temples, his mouth twitching. Ruthless enough. No wonder he could become emperor. The lean man poured out everything he knew. I've told you everything I know. Please, spare my life. Lin Shi remained silent, his gaze falling on the man's pale fingertips. The air seemed to stretch endlessly as the man's nerves grew tighter, his atoms apple bobbing, yet he dared not press further. After a long moment, Lin Shi spoke quietly. Very well. As his words fell, the man felt immense relief, his knees nearly buckling. Thank you for your mercy. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened suddenly. But you must deliver a message for me. Of course, no problem. The man nodded repeatedly. Wherever it needs to go, I'll make sure it's delivered. You're from the Demon Alliance? The man's body trembled slightly, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Yes. Then go to the Demon Alliance, and tell them their people were killed by me. I'm from the Moon Demon Clan if they have the guts. Let them come to the Moon Demon Clan and capture me. Lin Shi's tone was calm, yet it cut through the air like a cold blade. The man's face turned deathly pale instantly, but he still gritted his teeth and agreed. Understood. I'll deliver the message exactly as you said. Good. Now go. Lin Shi gestured dismissively, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. The man stumbled away, his figure stretching longer in the night. Watching him disappear into the distance, a childish voice emerged from the spatial ring. You're causing trouble for the Moon Demon Clan. Lin Shi replied softly. Naturally, there must be trouble. Without trouble, how can I improve my strength? Lin Shi turned around and addressed the Moon Demon clansmen who were still trapped in fear. Give your fallen comrades a proper burial, then continue searching for food. However, deathly silence surrounded them with no response. The Moon Demon clansmen stood frozen like wooden statues, their fear nearly paralyzing their thoughts as each person's pupils reflected the crimson sight of their companion's severed head falling. Lin Shi frowned, his voice turning stern. What happened to all that bravado from before? Your comrades are dead, and all you can do is stand there in a daze, watching everything unfold. I can't accept this. We're being slaughtered like livestock. Finally, one of the Moon Demon clansmen clutched his chest and wailed. As his words fell, panic spread like a plague. They recalled the spurting blood and their own helpless vulnerability, causing their legs to tremble. Humph. Lin Shi charged forward into the crowd, ramming his shoulder forcefully and knocking the wailing man to the ground. Towering over him, he roared angrily. Pathetic. If you can't accept it, then channel that frustration into avenging your comrades. What can crying and whimpering solve? The sharp pain in his chest forced the man to stop crying. His face contorted as he pleaded hoarsely. My lord, the Moon Demon Clan no longer has its former strength. It's gone. Please spare me. I want to quit. He staggered to his feet and fled desperately. After several dozen steps blurt, a lightning-marked wolf claw tore through the air, brutally piercing his chest as blood mixed with shattered organs splattered everywhere. The man looked down at his chest, his gaze unfocused. How could this happen? His consciousness faded as he collapsed into the dust. Lin Shi withdrew his claw and stood tall, his killing intent still present. I already gave you one chance. Since you chose to stay, you must stay completely. Blood stained the ground as the remaining Moon Demon clansmen fell completely silent, their terrified eyes like shattered glass reflecting his silhouette. Have you seen enough? If so, bury your fallen comrades. As for this coward, let him rot in the wilderness. His cold command brooked no defiance as everyone tremblingly began to work. Returning to Mu Taixia's side, they buried the clansmen who had been killed instantly by Lin Shi's strike. Lin Shi noticed, but only cast a cold glance without saying more. What just happened? Mu Taixiao looked up at the purple lightning sky wolf perched on her shoulder. Nothing much, Lin Shi replied indifferently. Someone was blind enough to kill Moon Demon clansmen, so I avenged them. Someone tried to run, so I sent him to his grave. His nonchalant tone made everyone around tense up. The subsequent search encountered no other creatures. Lin Shi and the others spread out through the dense forest, their hands moving swiftly as they quickly gathered sufficient food before beginning their journey back. The Moon Demon clan's dwelling was situated in a mountain valley. Vast mountain ranges stretched on both sides with enormous blue-green trees spreading along the cliff faces, their trunks thick as pythons and canopies blocking out the sky. The center of the valley appeared as if cleaved by a giant's axe, forming a straight gap with the left and right peaks standing like sentinels. At the outermost layer of the valley entrance, a green barrier resembled a translucent membrane. Preventing any life from approaching this was the Moon Demon clan's final shield for survival. A small bird attempting to fly and touched the barrier, causing a flash of green light that instantly annihilated it as if it had never existed. Lin Shi and the others stopped before the barrier. The emerald light screen appeared unfathomably deep in his eyes. With his current strength, touching it would mean certain death. Mu Taixiao nodded. Yes, this is our Moon Demon clan's last fortress. Once this barrier disappears, our clan might completely vanish from this world. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes as he stared intently. How do you enter it? The barrier automatically distinguishes whether someone belongs to the Moon Demon clan. If they do, they can pass freely. If not, it's certain death. She explained. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow and pressed further. Then how do I get in? Mu Caixia answered straightforwardly. The method is simple. As long as more than 10 Moon Demon clan members hold hands and enter together, they can bring an outsider in. In other words, 10 Moon Demons can only bring in one outsider per year. No outsider has managed to pass through in the past decade, so you can rest assured. The Moon Demon clan members immediately joined hands, forming a semicircle. Lin Shi remained standing on Mu Caixia's shoulder as they stepped into the barrier together. The moment they entered, the view opened up magnificently. Air so fresh it could cleanse one's very organs rushed into their nostrils, instantly revitalizing the spirit. Overhead, an artificial sun hung quietly in the sky, casting its light evenly. Green trees stood in orderly rows, with tender grass on both sides marking out a straight main path that branched off toward scattered dwellings. At the innermost circle, an ancient palace sat in silent majesty, its plaque bearing 3 bold characters: Moon Demon Hall. Mu Caixia whispered softly. Finally home. Lin Shi surveyed the surroundings with a hint of mockery. Looks like you've been living quite comfortably inside this barrier. Mu Caixia smiled bitterly. It's merely necessity. For some unknown reason, our bloodline power can no longer manifest, and our strength remains forever stuck at level 10. Our ancestors exhausted their lives trying to solve this mystery, but couldn't find the cause. She bit her lip, hesitating. Lin Shi noticed. Don't hold back, speak plainly. Mu Caixia took a deep breath. Now our only hope lies in the Moon Demon Hall. But ancestral law strictly forbids any clan member from entering. Violators face execution. You suspect the bloodline secret is hidden inside? I can't be certain, but we've tried every possible method except entering the hall. Excellent. Lin Shi nodded approvingly. Rules are made by people, and they can be broken by people too. Your words are absolutely right, my lord. At this moment, the clan members within the barrier noticed Mu Caixia's return and put down their work, approaching with smiles. The next instant, they saw the purple lightning sky wolf on her shoulder, and their expressions changed dramatically. An outsider. Caixia brought an outsider in. This is forbidden. Does she want to destroy the Moon Demon clan? Quick, go inform the high priestess. Shouts scattered in all directions as the crowd fled in panic. Lin Shi snorted contemptuously. This is what the Moon Demon clan has become. Everyone hung their heads in shame. Moments later, a white-haired old woman approached with support, leaning on a staff. Caixia, you've disappointed me greatly, bringing an outsider into our only sanctuary. The old woman coughed repeatedly, her eyes blazing with fury. Please don't get angry, high priestess. A young man beside her spoke gently, patting her back to help her breathe. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the crowd. Feng Yang, how dare you return? The young man looked embarrassed. Why shouldn't I be able to return? You leaked our information to the Demon Alliance. Traitor. The insults continued. If not for the old woman's presence, the crowd would have nearly expelled him. Silence. The old woman's sharp command rendered the entire scene quiet. She looked around at everyone. Now, we only discuss why Mu Caixia brought an outsider into the barrier. Other matters will be addressed later. Mu Caixia speak. Mu Caixia recounted the entire story of how Lin Shi had rescued everyone, omitting nothing. The old woman pondered for a long time before opening her eyes. You saved my Moon Demon clan, and I'm grateful. I also admire your strength and courage. But having you join our clan is impossible. Mu Caixia said urgently. High priestess. No need for more words. The Moon Demon clan now hangs by a thread. How can we plant the seeds of disaster? The old woman's gaze was sharp as lightning, her tone resolute. Lin Shi smiled at Mu Caixia, then leaped lightly to the ground, meeting the old woman's gaze. Let me clarify one thing. It's not me joining your Moon Demon clan, but your Moon Demon clan joining me. Do you understand? Her eyes gleamed sharply, an invisible aura of dominance emanating from her. What audacity! The old woman flew into a rage. Please calm down, high priestess. Several tribes people hurried forward to placate her, fearing she might collapse from anger. In the center of the crowd, Lin Shi chuckled dryly. It's not audacity on my part, but simple fact. As the priestess, don't you understand the Moon Demon clan's current predicament? Of course I do, the old woman replied coldly, her face full of arrogance. But even facing extinction, it's not an outsider's place to interfere. Lin Shi shrugged indifferently. Why am I an outsider? As I've said, the Moon Demon clan are now my people. Do you know who I am? The old woman's eyes blazed with fury as her voice rose. Lin Shi nodded with a smile. They all call you priestess, the highest authority of the Moon Demon clan. Good that you know. The old woman snorted, her gaze contemptuous. Without my consent, no one can make you part of the Moon Demon clan. The air grew heavy. Lin Shi sighed softly, then suddenly changed tack. Is it really worth sacrificing the entire Moon Demon clan for your personal interests? The old woman was taken aback, unable to follow his shift. What do you mean? She didn't answer immediately, but looked at her calmly. Your reasons for rejecting me boil down to 3 points. First, you can't fathom my true strength. I can sense you secretly using detection spells on me. When you discovered my power far exceeds your imagination, your expression changed drastically, and you've shown me nothing but hostility since. Second, you've broken through the 10th level barrier and leaped to the 30th level. I don't know how you managed it, but if you can do it, so can others. You can use force to prevent your people from advancing, but you can't stop me. Once everyone breaks through, it won't benefit your position. Third, I'm very interested in the Moon Demon Hall. Clan rules forbid Moon Demon clan members from entering, but since I'm not a clan member, those restrictions don't apply to me, correct? Nonsense, the old woman shouted, though inwardly she grew wary. You have no proof, it's all wishful thinking. Get out of the Moon Demon clan's barrier. You're not welcome here. That's right, you're not welcome here. Feng Yang stood beside the old woman, his voice sharp as a blade. Mu Caixia wanted to plead for Lin Shi, but he stopped her with a glance. Lin Shi shook his head. Sai, you still don't see the Moon Demon clan's true situation. Whether I understand or not, what does it matter? Leave. The old woman's face darkened to its limit. Lin Shi spread his hands and asked one final question. Why won't you agree to let the Moon Demon clan become my people? He stared directly into the old woman's eyes. I can't guarantee you don't harbor ill intentions toward my Moon Demon clan. The old woman snorted coldly. Need you even ask? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Then isn't that settled? You can rest assured. What do you mean? The old woman instinctively asked, but her expression suddenly changed as she realized the crucial point. Lin Shi grinned, his gaze sweeping over the tribespeople behind her. Figured it out, have you? Do the rest of you understand as well? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss. At that moment, Mu Qing stepped forward from behind Lin Shi and explained gravely. His lordship means if he truly harbored ill intentions, he could have slaughtered the Moon Demon clan the moment he entered the barrier, with no need to debate with the priestess here. Lin Shi nodded approvingly. Exactly so. A group of 10th level ants. His gaze remained calm, yet radiated chilling killing intent. If I truly held hostility toward your Moon Demon clan, would any of you still be standing here arguing with me? Perhaps you should all be groveling on the ground to argue with me. These words struck like a sharp blade, instantly igniting everyone's fury. But as they calmed down and reflected, they had to admit if this young outsider truly wanted to slaughter them all, he would have already stepped into the barrier, leaving not even a trace of warmth in the air. Why would he bother with verbal sparring? So you see, I bear you no ill will. Lin Shi clasped his hands behind his back, his voice as calm as a deep pool. What grounds do you have for harboring hostility toward me? I hope you're not all idiots who need me to explain this point by point. As his words settled, the Moon Demon clan members began murmuring among themselves. He does have a point. If he really wanted to kill us, he would have started the massacre already. Kaiwa was too bold bringing him here. She's gambling with the entire Moon Demon clan's lives. Actually, I don't understand why the High Priestess can enter the Moon Demon Hall while we cannot. She's only level 30, and we're still stuck at level 10. Chill. Keep it down. Don't let the High Priestess hear you. The crowd's worried yet curious whispers spread like sparks on dry grass, and even the old woman was swept into the tide of doubt. Ahem. A dry cough rang out like a bell, and the square fell silent instantly. The priestess's authority, built over many years, left no one daring to defy her. Young man, the old woman raised her eyes, her voice hoarse but brooking no argument. I can agree to let you join the Moon Demon clan. Mu Kaiwa immediately brightened with joy. Wonderful. But the old woman's gaze was sharp as nails. You cannot enter the Moon Demon Hall. This is the only requirement. That is our clan's sacred ground, protected for generations. Only I may enter on the annual day of sacrifice. No other clan member may set foot inside. Can you understand this? Lin Shi's lips curved into a slight smile. Then he shook his head. No, I cannot understand. The old woman's brow twitched. Lin Shi took a few steps, his gaze sweeping across every tense face. These decaying old customs should have been thrown into the ruins long ago. The Moon Demon clan is on the brink of extinction, yet you still guard that broken door for what? Waiting for the clan to perish completely so outsiders can come admire the Moon Demon Hall's scenery? Ridiculous. You, how dare you? The old woman shouted angrily. That place is sacred ground our ancestors protected with their lives. Lin Shi raised his hand, pointing toward the towering Moon Demon Hall. Rules are meant to be upheld by those with power. Want your rules to be eternal? Then demonstrate sufficient strength. But now do you have it? No. Then there's no need for them to forcibly exist. These few short sentences struck like hammers on everyone's hearts. This actually makes some sense. Someone wavered, their voice hesitant. Generation after generation, no one has entered. Perhaps there's a method hidden inside to break through our bloodline limitations. If we cannot go, letting our newly joined Wolf Clan companion try wouldn't be unreasonable. The rules only say Moon Demon Clan members cannot enter, they don't say Wolf Clan members cannot. Sophistry. The old woman's face flushed with anger. This is exploiting loopholes in the rules, defying our ancestors. The clan members fell silent as cicadas. The high priestess's rebuke left them afraid to speak further, yet unable to completely suppress the impulse in their hearts. Seeing this, Lin Shi suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily. Huh. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. All the Moon Demon clan members, including the priestess, looked at him with confusion. What exactly was so amusing? Mu Qing asked in confusion. What does your lordship find interesting about that place? How long have your Moon Demon clan existed? He pressed further. The laughter echoing through the hall suddenly ceased, and the old woman on the main seat withdrew her mocking expression, speaking in a flat tone. Let the high priest tell them. The high priest stepped forward slightly, his voice deep and proud. Our clan has existed for tens of thousands of years, making us one of the most ancient races in the dark faction. As his words fell, all the Moon Demon clan members instinctively straightened their backs, chests slightly raised, their eyes filled with innate pride. At that moment, a contemptuous snort broke the solemnity. Lin Shi stepped forward on all fours, his voice not loud but dripping with sarcasm. A race that has existed for tens of thousands of years, nothing more than this. You, someone roared in anger. Our Moon Demon clan doesn't need outsiders telling us what to do. How dare you question the long history of our Moon Demon clan? Indeed, allowing outsiders into the Moon Demon clan was a mistake. The high priest was right. With these angry rebukes, killing intent filled the hall. In the corner, the old woman's lips slowly curved upward. This young one is still too naive. He should have obediently joined the clan. Now his chances are slim. Mu Zaixia's heart tightened, not expecting Lin Shi to speak such words in public. Lin Shi seemed completely indifferent to the collective anger, casually swishing his tail before speaking again. According to your logic, rules that have been guarded for tens of thousands of years still have loopholes waiting for you to exploit? Shouldn't you be the ones to discover and fix them? Who's really disrespecting the Moon Demon clan, Hirim, or yourselves? His words struck like cold iron against a bell, echoing throughout the hall. Everyone froze, momentarily speechless. Could rules passed down for tens of thousands of years really have loopholes? If there were any, their ancestors would have fixed them long ago. Would they really wait for these descendants? Lin Shi sneered. If there truly were loopholes, your ancestors would have discovered them ages ago. Would it really be left to you, who lack both the strength and wisdom? His words were barbed, yet difficult to refute. That's true. We haven't been respectful enough to our ancestors. Low murmurs arose one after another. The Moon Demon clan members shamefully lowered their heads, their pride instantly shattered. The high priest gritted his teeth. With just a few words, he had completely turned the situation around. This little wolf was too dangerous. Lin Shi remained calm and composed. Having seized control of the initiative and the situation, everything became quite simple. Within the barrier, everyone gathered together, forming two opposing sides, one led by Lin Shi, and the other led by the high priest. The transparent barrier resembled crystal walls, blocking out the wind from outside, yet the space within churned with undercurrents due to the confrontation between the two factions. Over 100 gazes focused on Lin Shi, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, expression calm and showing not a trace of fear. We're all reasonable people here. I don't like beating around the bush or playing games with right and wrong. Let me be direct. His tone was steady, yet the moment he spoke, his voice cut through all the noise. His sharp gaze swept over the priest and every member of the Moon Demon clan, his purple wolf tail swaying lightly, radiating defiance. Submit to me, and I'll lead you to glory. If you don't want to submit, that's fine too, but without strength yet craving freedom, without backing yet being coveted by others, I can only give you 4 words. Courting your own death. As his arrogant words landed, the barrier erupted in chaos. How can this be? Our Moon Demon clan was once one of the 10 great powerful clans. How can we submit to another? This is absolutely unacceptable. If we bow our heads to an outsider, how will we face the glory of our ancestors? The crowd grew agitated. The high priest leaned on her staff, threw back her head, and laughed loudly, her silver hair flowing as she sneered without restraint. Ridiculous. What virtue or ability do you possess to make our clan bow down? There are countless powerful beings in the outside world. What do you amount to? Lin Shi remained noncommittal, simply shaking his head with a mocking smile. Truly foolish. This single remark left everyone speechless. The last person who had shown contempt for Lin Shi had been thoroughly humiliated, and now no one dared to rashly mock this seemingly weak young man from the Purple Wolf clan. He raised his hand and extended one finger. First, there are indeed many powerful beings outside, but who would dare shelter you? Since the Moon Demon clan was once so mighty, if I'm not mistaken, you've also made quite a few powerful enemies. Otherwise, how would you have fallen to this state? Who would offend the currently thriving powerful clans for the sake of a Moon Demon clan that has already been eliminated by history? The old priestess's face alternated between green and purple, her grip tightening on her staff with a creak, yet she had no words to refute. Lin Shi raised his second finger. Second, Glory and brilliance, those are things of the past. Stop living in yesterday. The reality is, you've become one of the weakest existences in the dark faction. He surveyed his surroundings, forcing all the Moon Demon clan members to face the harsh reality. The past can only be the past. Even if your hearts can't let go, time will make it pass. His third finger slowly extended. Third, whether I'm stronger than you or not. Let's set that aside for now, but I understand reason. If one day your strength surpasses mine, I will automatically abdicate and leave the Moon Demon clan. After speaking, he lowered his hand, his voice calm, yet resolute. Choose for yourselves, live in the past, or live in the present. The space suddenly fell quiet, everyone's expressions complex. Forced by circumstances, they had to carefully consider and no longer dared act on impulse. Lin Shi was in no hurry either, simply standing there, waiting quietly. For him, whether he could rally the Moon Demon clan was merely a whim. If it didn't work out, so be it. He refused to bind his heart to baseless obsessions. After about a minute, Mu Caixia stepped forward and looked up directly at Lin Shi. I choose to submit. Lin Shi's lips curved into a confident smile. She had already pledged allegiance during their journey back to the clan, and her speaking up now was exactly what he wanted, a part of his plan, needing someone to set an example. With this beginning, the crowd's balance quickly shifted. I also choose to submit. Anyway, if our clan becomes powerful in the future, we can make him abdicate at any time. Right? Temporary submission doesn't represent anything. Today's humiliation will become tomorrow's motivation. Amid similar whispered discussions, people in the crowd successively walked toward Lin Shi, declaring their stance and bowing their heads. People began choosing to submit. Whether human or any other creature, as long as they possess the ability to think, they will inevitably harbor some degree of servility. Once accustomed to submission, breaking free is no easy task. Lin Shi understood this perfectly, but chose not to voice it. The High Priestess's expression grew increasingly grim as the surrounding Moon Demon clan's people ignored her opinion entirely. A cold gleam flashed in her clouded eyes. Very well. Lin Shi raised her hand and patted the ground beneath her feet, her voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Now, those who choose to submit shall kneel on both knees, not one knee, but both. Kneel. The High Priestess seemed to seize upon this as an opportunity to strike back, shouting harshly. Do you think the Moon Demon clan has no pride? We would rather die standing than live kneeling. Exactly. This is too humiliating. Several Moon Demon clan's people echoed, their anger rolling through the air. Lin Shi impatiently struck the ground again, her voice suddenly rising. Let me make this clear one final time. The word submission is not a casual joke. First understand what submission means, then submit. If you find it shameful, then embrace that shame completely. Do you think you can fool me with mere verbal promises? Why should I help the Moon Demon clan for nothing? What do you possess that's worth my attention or desire? The phrase, understand submission, then submit, fell like a stone into water, plunging all the Moon Demon clan's people into silence. After a moment, Mu Qing was the first to kneel, his voice resolute. I submit. Mu Caixia followed immediately, her face bearing the determination of burning bridges. Past glory cannot save our people today. I submit. I submit. I submit. The sound of knees hitting the ground rose and fell in waves as more clans people silently knelt. They no longer sought answers from the High Priestess. A glimmer passed through Lin Shi's eyes. The Moon Demon clan was not as united as it appeared on the surface. She looked toward the High Priestess. Will you submit? What? The old woman laughed bitterly in her rage. You want me to submit? I am the High Priestess of the Moon Demon clan. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone ice cold. One sentence. Submit, or get out. A nearby clansman tugged at the priestess's sleeve, lowering his voice. High Priestess, please submit for now. The old woman's expression shifted unpredictably, her gaze ultimately turning cold. I choose to leave. High Priestess, the crowd cried out in shock. She grasped Feng Yang's hand and declared harshly, we're leaving. Feng Yang frowned deeply, his gaze sweeping over the dangers beyond the barrier, hesitating. But under the old woman's piercing stare, he finally nodded. All right. The two stumbled away. The moment they crossed the barrier, the High Priestess turned back, her voice hoarse yet sharp. Remember, from this day forward, the Moon Demon clan will never regain its former glory. You all, have you said enough? Lin Shi shouted coldly, her voice like muffled thunder. Say one more word, submit, or get out. The sound waves made the ground tremble slightly. The Moon Demon clan's people shuddered, not just from fear, but also stung by the priestess's parting words. Terror flashed in the priestess's eyes as she and Feng Yang disappeared miserably into the wilderness. Humph. Lin Shi surveyed them coldly. Since you've chosen submission, I naturally won't treat you poorly. Caixia. Yes, my lord. Distribute the food we brought. Yes. The clan's people immediately busied themselves. This is wild boar meat. It's been so long since we've had meat. My goodness, so much fruit. Joy spread quickly. After distribution, everyone devoured the food ravenously. The hardships of the past caused many to weep as they ate. Delicious, so delicious. Carry the wild boar to my house, me stove is coming back to life. Laughter and footsteps wove together into long-missed liveliness. Lin Shi watched silently, sighing inwardly. What the Moon Demon clan lacked most now were these two simple words: food and warmth. After a moment, she called out, Mu Qing, here. Mu Qing stepped forward quickly, his posture upright. Tell me about the Moon Demon Hall. Mu Qing paused, organizing his thoughts. The Moon Demon Hall is a place our clan has guarded for generations. No outsider has ever set foot inside. Only the High Priestess may enter the hall on January 1st each year to offer blessings on behalf of the clan. Blessings? Lin Shi caught the key point. To whom? The specifics are unknown, presumably praying to our ancestors for the clan's prosperity and peace. Lin Shi looked up at the towering hall, pondering for a moment. You all eat and drink well. I'm going to take a look inside. Mu Qing's expression tightened as he urgently reminded her. Please be careful, my lord. We were once powerful, and the hall likely conceals many secrets. Don't worry, Lin Shi smiled. If your priestess could enter, I imagine I'll be fine too. With that, she gave Mu Qing a meaningful glance. This young man was worth cultivating. The great doors of the Moon Demon Hall loomed before her. The closer Lin Shi got, the more she could feel that vast energy. Standing before the doors was like an ant facing a tidal wave. The doors would displayed an unusual green color with deep grain patterns, its material of unknown origin. She took a deep breath and raised her front hoof to push the doors with force. Crack! Light pierced into the previously pitch-black Moon Demon Hall, illuminating the view before Lin Shi's eyes. Lin Shi stepped cautiously inside, his eyes filled with wariness. The Moon Demon Palace was a forbidden sanctuary guarded by the Moon Demon clan for generations. It would never be empty, nor would it be left undefended. The moment he entered, darkness descended abruptly, so thick he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only the echo of his own footsteps reverberating through the space. Suddenly, a greenish glow flickered to life in his eyes. The night vision ability, granted by his wolf bloodline, proved invaluable at this moment. An ordinary person would have to rely on torchlight, but once the flame died out, and without night vision, they would be left defenseless and vulnerable to attack. Lin Shi ventured deeper along the winding corridor. The passageway twisted like a labyrinth, its destination unknown to all. He could only maintain his vigilance and proceed steadily forward. Whoosh! Sharp arrows suddenly shot out from cracks in the walls without any warning. In a split second, the green glow in his pupils shifted to purple, and a curved purple line flashed across his eyes as he twisted his body slightly, dodging all the arrows with perfect precision. Such attacks posed little threat. Even if they had struck him, they could hardly inflict any real damage. These were clearly ancient mechanisms set by priests of old, sufficient only to deter the weakened descendants of the Moon Demon clan. The vast difference in power made Lin Shi completely dismiss these traps. He continued forward methodically as mechanisms, hidden pits, and poison needles emerged one after another, all effortlessly neutralized by him. Quite the elaborate defenses. Lin Shi muttered under his breath. Suddenly, a hoarse female voice shattered the silence. Ugh, let me out. I know someone's here. If you're from the dark faction, quickly release me. The voice was dry and broken, as if smoke were rising from her throat. Lin Shi tensed immediately. This place indeed harbored secrets. At the end of the corridor, two doors stood facing each other, left and right, with the plea for help coming from the right. The voice cried out again. Please, I beg you to let me out. Wealth, power, strength, beautiful women. Whatever you desire, I'll give it all to you. I ask for only one thing: set me free. The raspy voice carried notes of desperation. He stood between the two doors, weighing his options for a moment, before ultimately choosing to explore the left side. First, the screaming from the right was far too unsettling. The door creaked open with a grinding sound. What greeted his eyes was a pristine white stone chamber containing only a table and two chairs, nothing more. In the center of the room, a green-haired old man was bound by heavy chains, his face gaunt, eyes tightly shut, and chest showing no signs of movement, appearing lifeless as a corpse. Lin Shi relaxed his guard slightly, stepped across the threshold, and approached the old man, tentatively asking in a low voice, Old sir, are you still alive? Abruptly, the old man opened his eyes and laughed hoarsely. Asking someone if they're dead? How peculiar of you. He grinned, his pallid face combined with that withered smile, sending chills down one's spine. Lin Shi spoke frankly. I wasn't entirely sure. Just now your chest wasn't rising and falling, and your complexion was deathly pale. You looked like you were dead. I couldn't be certain. The old man seemed intrigued. Oh? According to you, I'm already dead, so why weren't you certain? It's simple. Lin Shi glanced around his surroundings. The surroundings seemed quite pleasant, he said with apparent meaning. Only then did the old man come to his senses, slapping his forehead. Indeed, if I were truly dead, this place should be cold and decaying, not so refreshing. Lin Shi looked around, confirming that the old man wasn't lying, then nodded. Besides, your body is still quite robust. What do you mean? The old man raised an eyebrow. After death, muscles relax and joints can bend freely. She gestured with his hands. But although you appear weak, your muscles are firm without any sagging. Is there really such detail? She remained expressionless as he pointed out another fact. There's one more thing. Before death, people breathe rapidly with their mouths open, desperately gasping for air. But your lips are tightly closed, which clearly doesn't match the signs of dying. The old man stroked his beard, stunned. Damn, there are so many details. He suddenly chuckled. Young man, I've answered your questions. Fair exchange, you must answer mine too. Of course. She nodded. The old man stroked his long beard. Ask away. She pondered for a moment, his gaze falling on the old man's green hair. You're from the Moon Demon clan. I want to know, why did the power that the Moon Demon clan once took pride in disappear? Starting with such a sharp question right away, this old man can barely handle it. The old man laughed dryly but still answered. The Moon Demon clan's bloodline power was exhausted, so the clan declined. Exhausted by you? She pressed. You little wolf cub, speak quite directly. The old man smiled bitterly, nearly pulling out his beard. Indeed, I did consume the last remaining bit of bloodline, but the original culprit is someone else. Who? What? Cannot say, cannot say. The old man shook his head repeatedly. Bao Bao, who had been listening, pouted just when it reached the crucial part. It was cut off. She muttered quietly, playing mysterious again. She's expression darkened. Why can't you say? Because you don't have the qualifications yet. The old man's tone turned cold. She understood clearly the secrets involved here were not something he should delve into for now. So he changed the subject. Then, is there a way to restore the Moon Demon clan's bloodline? Yes. The old man gave a definitive answer. How? The old man suddenly dropped his smile, his expression becoming solemn. Kill me. She fell silent. The old man added. Indeed, this is the only way. Kill me, and I can use a secret technique to distribute the remaining Moon Demon bloodline in my body to the clan members. Is there no other way? No. She was torn. The old man saw through his hesitation and smiled with resignation. Having lived long, I originally feared death more. But I've seen all the coldness and warmth of human nature, have no attachments left, and no longer fear death. I'm sorry, I don't want to act. She still shook his head. Womanly compassion? The old man raised an eyebrow. No. If you won't tell me other methods, I won't force it. She's tone was calm. The old man was surprised. Oh, there are other methods. Yes. She said decisively. Who are you keeping imprisoned in the next room? Does it matter? Very much. Why imprison that person? The old man was dismissive. The powerful beings suppressed by our Moon Demon clan are countless. What's one more locked up next door? No, it's extremely abnormal. She listed his reasons one by one. First, the entire Moon Demon palace is empty except for you and that woman next door. Second, if killing you could restore the bloodline, yet that woman is separately confined, there must be a reason. Third, you said the bloodline was exhausted long ago, but what did you ultimately use that remaining blood for? Something that could make you exhaust your last trace of bloodline must be extraordinary. The old man remained silent for a long time, finally admitting, your deduction is bold, yet not unreasonable. She continued, my guess is the reason you exhausted your bloodline was precisely to reshape a complete bloodline, and the result was capturing that woman. She is the real key. Of course, this is just my speculation. The old man was speechless for a long while, then looked up and sighed. What I hate most are perceptive little fellows like you. She's lips curved slightly, knowing he was right. Now, old man, can you tell me how to truly restore the bloodline? Grandma, what should we do? The elderly priestess and her grandson Feng stood on the desolate wasteland outside the barrier, as howling cold winds whipped sand against their robes, seemingly foretelling their homelessness after being driven away by the Moon Demon clan. The old woman snorted coldly, her voice sharp as a blade. If they show no mercy, don't blame us for being ruthless. Her gaze was like cold stars as she looked down at her grandson, who stared at her timidly. Do you know why I left? The grandmother, usually kind and gentle, suddenly became harsh and cold. Feng felt a chill in his heart and could only shake his head. That place couldn't contain me. The old woman spoke slowly, her hoarse voice drawn out by the wind. My power far exceeds that of ordinary Moon Demon clan members, and they've long been suspicious. That purple little wolf can make the clan bow down, partly because they use it as an excuse to suppress me. Previously, due to my position, they didn't ask questions, but sooner or later they would, so I left voluntarily. She glanced at Feng Yang. When I departed, they appeared guilty on the surface, but deep down they had long been dissatisfied with me. Not to mention, I forcibly arranged for Mu Caixia to marry you. The clan's resentment had been building up, and today was just a complete eruption. Feng Yang was startled. Someone actually suspected Grandma? He unconsciously touched his nose and muttered, there's nothing wrong with Caixia marrying me. I'm the priestess's grandson, and my appearance isn't bad either. Why would there be complaints? Disappointment flashed in the old woman's eyes. Grandson, what you lack is courage. When you abandoned Mu Xiao and the others and ran back to the barrier alone, how many people looked down on you? I was the one who forcibly suppressed those complaints. Thinking of his panicked escape, Feng Yang's face filled with shame. The old woman sighed, her gaze becoming profound. Actually, I've always known the method to unlock the bloodline shackles. I just never told them. Feng Yang suddenly looked up, astonished. Grandma, you really know? Sigh. She patted her grandson's shoulder. Because both you and I have too little potential. In the Moon Demon Hall, our ancestor once helped unlock my bloodline, but I barely reached level 30. First, my bloodline wasn't fully restored, and second, my talent was too poor. I asked him about your talent, and he shook his head. Ordinary beyond ordinary. Feng Yang was stunned speechless. The old woman continued. I then asked who in the clan had the richest talent and bloodline. He said Mu Caixia and Mu Qing. Precisely because their bloodlines are rich, their appearance and courage both surpass ordinary people. Your looks are merely the result of eating and drinking well, being pampered since childhood. Feng Yang awkwardly bit his lip. So when you said you wanted to marry Mu Caixia, I naturally agreed and even forcibly arranged it. I wanted to borrow her bloodline so your descendants would show excellent potential, then I would help them fully unlock their bloodlines. Otherwise, if the clan's strength all increased, our good days would be over. Do you understand? Like thunder striking his head, Feng Yang's mind buzzed. The truth was so cruel. So what do we do now? His voice trembled. If they learn the truth, we won't have a good ending. That's why I sighed. If they show no mercy, don't blame us for being ruthless. The old woman's voice was ice cold as she looked up at the gray sky, the corner of her mouth curving into a cold, harsh arc. The priestess sneered coldly. I know how to break the Moon Demon clan's barrier. If we help the Demon Alliance break it, we'll surely receive ample rewards. Feng Yang shook his head violently, his black hair swaying as panic crept into his voice. No, no. That would be betraying our entire clan. How could we possibly do that? The elderly priestess's eyes darkened, her staff striking the ground heavily as she barked. Such foolish compassion. If the world knew our current state, even without going to the Demon Alliance, where would we end up? Feng Yang's throat bobbed as he hesitated. But, no buts. The old woman's voice was resolute, her aged yet sharp gaze locking onto him. History is written by the victors, do you understand? Once the Moon Demon clan is destroyed, we'll be the last of the Moon Demons. Grandson, you're still young. What's wrong with becoming the creator of a new Moon Demon clan? These words struck like lightning, leaving Feng Yang stunned and rooted to the spot. After a long moment, what do you say, grandson? Let's go to the Demon Alliance. The old woman gripped Feng Yang's wrist with surprising strength, forcibly dragging him along. Feng Yang followed like he'd been petrified, moving mechanically. Become the creator of a new Moon Demon clan? His eyes flickered as he seemed to weigh this mad possibility. After a while, he spoke in a low voice. Grandmother, I'll follow your lead in everything. Deep within the Moon Demon Palace, the old man sighed, his voice echoing off the dim stone walls. Actually, I wasn't lying. You really do need to kill me to unlock the bloodline. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow but didn't respond, simply waiting quietly. The old man suddenly looked toward the woman beside him. You must have heard her name. Lin Shi followed his gaze to study the woman, whose features were serene. She's known as the Life Banshee. Lin Shi was stunned. What did you say her name was? Life Banshee. Life Banshee Xiaohua. The explosive news left Lin Shi momentarily speechless. The 10th ranked among the Demon Clan's 10 strongest was imprisoned here. He took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on the old man. Aren't you all from the Dark Faction? Why would you imprison her here? The old man smiled awkwardly. Because only she can completely restore the Moon Demon Clan bloodline. Lin Shi frowned thoughtfully. The Moon Demon Clan bloodline is so powerful, the cost of restoration must be enormous, right? Exactly. The old man turned aside, his gaze passing over the dim candlelight. The price Life Banshee Xiaohua would need to pay is enormous, far beyond what she can bear, so naturally she's unwilling. Since we refuse to give up easily, I used the last of my bloodline power to imprison her for tens of thousands of years. The answer was becoming clear, and Lin Shi almost blurted it out. The old man nodded. That's right, your guess is very accurate. The two locked eyes as the silent air grew increasingly heavy. After a long while, the old man couldn't withstand the pressure and said quietly, Actually, we only need her primordial Yin blood. Primordial Yin blood. Lin Shi was stunned. What's that? A flash of understanding crossed his mind as he suddenly realized Zeta woman's first time. Ahem. The old man cleared his throat awkwardly, stopping him from continuing. Life Banshee Xiaohua was born of heaven and earth, unique in this world with no second like her. I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Lin Shi's expression grew strange, his mouth twitching. So you want her first time? Bah, 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 bah. The old man's face instantly flushed red with embarrassment. He spat directly at Lin Shi's face and roared. What are you talking about? How old do you think I am? It doesn't have to be me. Someone else can do it, we just need the primordial blood. The spittle nearly reached Lin Shi's nose. He instinctively turned his head aside, veins bulging on his forehead, but he didn't interrupt. The old man's words suddenly made him realize. Indeed, they only needed the primordial blood. It didn't necessarily require this ancient, decrepit elder to do it himself. But the next sentence completely shattered Lin Shi's worldview. Of course, if the life banshee is willing, I wouldn't mind offering my own body. The elder spoke with complete seriousness. Lin Shi stumbled and nearly fell onto the dust-covered temple stones. Steadying himself, he frowned and asked, "How old are you exactly?" Not much, just tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. Lin Shi nearly drew his sword. If his detection skill hadn't shown absolutely nothing about the opponent's attributes, he would have wanted to finish off this perverted old fool on the spot. The old man waved his hand impatiently. "Don't think I'm talking nonsense, you'll understand when you meet the life banshee. If I don't die, the Moon Demon clan's bloodline curse cannot be broken. The withered bloodline needs nourishment to grow strong again. As for the life banshee, sigh, I won't force it anymore. She's remained unyielding after tens of thousands of years of imprisonment. I have nothing more to say. I only hope that if she loses her primordial she might leave a bit of primordial blood for my Moon Demon clan." He paused, then turned to look at Lin Shi, his gaze suddenly becoming serene. "So now." That look made Lin Shi's hair stand on end. He instinctively retreated several steps, raising his hands defensively. "What do you want to do?" "Bah, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal," the old man roared angrily. "I never said your sexual orientation wasn't normal." Lin Shi looked innocent, muttering quietly. The old man took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said solemnly, "I can see that although you're not of the Moon Demon clan, you are one of our people. I have little life left, giving you everything I have wouldn't be impossible." Lin Shi retreated another step, his back against the cold stone pillar. "Oh, come on. Cough, cough. How about we just forget it?" "Forget your ass." The elder's eyes widened. "My sexual orientation is perfectly normal." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly transformed into countless points of light. The runes on the Moon Demon Hall's dome activated, and countless light points shot outward. Among them, a ghostly green beam of light shot straight into Lin Shi's body. "In life's final moments, conversing with you has been quite pleasant. May you lead my Moon Demon clan back to glory. For this old man thanks you." The old man's final words echoed throughout the hall. "Ding. You have received an energy baptism and are undergoing unknown changes. Transformation in progress." Green smoke billowed from his entire body, emerald vapors continuously pouring forth. Lin Shi felt as though his blood had been thrown into boiling water, churning wildly. As the temperature climbed steadily higher, the green smoke coiled around his body's surface, growing thicker and denser. Within mere moments, the vapor solidified from gas to matter, forming a translucent jade-colored shell that wrapped around him completely, like a cocoon taking shape. Tiny points of light flickered within the cocoon walls, emanating strange and mysterious ripples that concealed unfathomable secrets. Nearby, the little creature pressed close to the ground. Its small eyes unblinking and filled with curiosity, it recognized this jade-green hue as the very essence of life the old man had poured out in his final moments, wondering what transformation it would ultimately bring. Time passed, and the Moon Demon Palace fell so silent that heartbeats could be heard, with only occasional faint wails drifting from the adjacent room. After about an hour, pop! A claw wreathed in green flames suddenly pierced through the cocoon shell, like announcing the ceremony's finale. Then system notifications rang out in succession. "Ding! You have received the baptism of life, level 5, all attributes 200, life 500,000. Ding! You have inherited the legacy of Moon Demon King Yufei and learned the skill Moon Sacrifice. Skill Moon Sacrifice, howling at the moon, crying to the moon, the ultimate technique of the Moon Demon clan. Effect, all attributes 1000. Side effect, level 50, all attributes 1000, weakness status lasts 1 month. The cocoon shell rapidly crumbled to dust. When Lin Shi landed, his 4 limbs had turned a deep jade green like emerald, with ghostly flames dancing about them, creating an imposing presence. He surveyed the palace interior, secretly marveling at the rich rewards from this venture into the Moon Demon Palace, yet couldn't help but grumble internally about this inherited skill. Such terrifying amplification was the most overpowered ability he'd ever seen, but the cost was equally outrageous. If activated now, he would immediately plummet back to newbie village level. This skill was essentially a last resort for mutual destruction. He solemnly sealed it away in his heart unless trapped in an impossible situation facing certain death. Moon Sacrifice would never be used. His gaze fell upon the now empty chains, and Lin Shi's eyes flickered with complexity. The old man had actually left many words unspoken before his death, his attachment to life still strong. Yet for the sake of his clan's suffering, he willingly sacrificed himself to break the bloodline shackles of the Moon Demon clan. From now on, the Moon Demon bloodline would recover at least 10% of its former strength. Lin Shi sighed softly. He was still too weak, and many matters had to remain uninvestigated for now. The old man had also warned him in his final moments not to dig too deep. The chains had lost their captive, and the nearby table with 2 chairs was now masterless. Lin Shi shook his head lightly, turned, and stepped across the threshold, closing the palace door behind him, while also burying the questions in his heart. Who had once used those chains to imprison the old man? And did those 2 chairs perhaps symbolize conversations with visiting guests? Outside the Moon Demon Palace, under the night sky, streams of green light of various sizes danced frantically, as if searching for targets. Mu Qing was the first to look up. What is that in the sky? Everyone looked upward. I don't know. It seems to be flying out from the Moon Demon Palace. It should be some phenomenon caused by our lord. What exactly happened in the Moon Demon Palace? The Moon Demon clan's people gathered in groups, discussing animatedly while pointing at the white light in the sky and asking questions, because this scene was simply too eye-catching to ignore. Mu Caixia stood apart from the crowd, silent and still, like a celestial fairy who had descended from the heavens, transcendent and otherworldly. Her clear eyes fixed intently on the white radiance floating in midair, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity stirred in her heart, though she couldn't explain why. Suddenly, the countless points of light seemed to find their direction, each shooting toward the crowd. A beam of light suddenly pierced into the body of a moon demon cultivator, who had no chance to react and only felt his entire body burning with heat, crying out in terror. What? What is this? I feel so hot. His companions wanted to check on him, but had no time. More white beams wandered above everyone's heads, as if searching for their masters. Once they locked onto a target, they merged into their bodies without hesitation. I've been invaded by the light too. What do we do? Another person cried out. Immediately after, green light emanated from his body, quickly weaving into a thick cocoon. The orb of light before Mu Caixia was larger than anyone else's, so brilliantly white, it was almost blinding. A subtle ripple passed through her eyes. Is this my bloodline? Only then did she understand the origin of the light and green cocoons. She extended her flawless jade finger and gently touched the orb. Instantly, a warm current spread throughout her body, so comfortable it felt as if her bones and blood might melt. The light completely merged into her body, and faint green smoke began to rise. Everything was just beginning. Alas, you have gone there after all. An ethereal voice came from the void, like the roaring of galaxies, captivating the soul. Father's decision back then caused you endless suffering, even threatening your moon demon bloodline. I apologize on Father's behalf. At the same moment, blood-red mist quietly appeared above the moon demon barrier. Initially just a wisp, it instantly churned into an ocean. The outside world remained completely unaware, but within the barrier, the blood mist surged and dark currents raged. The blood mist dove downward, targeting each green cocoon, circling several times before suddenly penetrating them. The sleeping moon demons knew nothing of this, and their cocoons showed not the slightest disturbance. Until the last wisp of blood mist disappeared, everything appeared calm on the surface, as if nothing had happened. Deep within the Moon Demon Temple, Lin Shi pushed open the door of the Elder's room on the left and stepped out, then looked up at the tightly closed door on the right, his gaze flickering. Should he enter or leave? Behind the door, shrill cries came one after another. Please come in quickly, I won't harm you. If I break this promise, may I die without burial and be scorned for eternity. Please let me out. I've been imprisoned here for tens of thousands of years. Person outside, can you hear me? Lin Shi's palms were slightly sweaty, feeling that enormous danger lurked behind that door. But if he didn't enter, the Moon Demon bloodline would never be completely unsealed. They needed the primordial blood of the life banshee Eve, and Eve was imprisoned inside. He quickly weighed his options. If he didn't rescue her now, she would eventually be freed by other powerful beings. As someone in the dark faction, if such a terrifying existence came after him later, he would surely die. If he rescued her now, with her strength ranking in the top 10 of the dark faction, she might not care about an ant like him, but there was at least some chance she would show him favor. However, all these considerations were mere speculation. Perhaps the moment he opened the door, he would be instantly annihilated. This was the worst possible outcome. With that thought, he gritted his teeth would go in. The old man felt guilty about this matter, and by doing this, he would be helping the old man settle an old score. Lin Shi took a deep breath, cleared the chaotic thoughts from his mind, and reached out to push open the weathered wooden door on the right. What? You want to break through the Moon Demon clan's barrier for us? The high-ranking members of the Demon Alliance exclaimed in unison. Yes. The elderly priestess prostrated herself on the ground, her forehead pressed against the cold stone floor, not daring to breathe heavily. She's not trying to trick us into a trap, is she? Someone questioned in a low voice. If there's an ambush behind that barrier, we'll all be caught in one fell swoop. Another high-ranking member agreed. The old woman tremblingly raised her head. My lords, I was cast out by the Moon Demon clan. Beyond that barrier, There are no other traps. Inside lies only the moon demon hall that the clan has guarded for generations, i.e., already scouted it thoroughly. Since you've figured it out, speak quickly. With trembling, withered fingers, the old woman spilled out her prepared speech in one breath. Within the moon demon hall, my clan's ruler is imprisoned Yu Fei, the moon demon king. He is one of the few god-level powerhouses in our clan's history. If you lords can enter the hall, you will surely reap great rewards. Yu Fei, the moon demon king. All members of the demon alliance's faces changed dramatically. The old woman quickly added, Yu Fei is now bound by chains and lacks his former power, absolutely cannot harm any of you. Please rest assured. Bound by chains? Who has such capability? What if this is just to lure us into the hall and trap us all? Voices of suspicion rose one after another. Suddenly, a low shout came from a dark corner. No. Though not loud, the voice was like muffled thunder, instantly silencing the entire hall. The priestess's heart trembled. That person was none other than the alliance leader, He Shui, the bloodthirsty Fong. He Shui slowly rose, his bloodthirsty pupils gleaming coldly in the darkness. Once we enter the barrier, we'll first capture all the Moon Demon clan members. Even if a god-level powerhouse could kill us, he couldn't save his people. He'd only watch helplessly as his kinsmen die, so he won't act rashly. Priestess, is there even half a lie in what you've said? The alliance leader sees clearly. The old woman kowtowed again, her curved spine nearly breaking. He Shui nodded slightly. Besides this, what other dangers lurk in the Moon Demon Hall? The old woman said in a trembling voice. There's still a secret chamber in the hall that constantly echoes with mournful wails. The Moon Demon King once warned me that the room is extremely dangerous. I didn't dare enter, nor do I know what kind of being resides within. The high-ranking members discussed in low voices. Anything imprisoned alongside a god-level powerhouse must not be underestimated. One of the former 10 strongest clans, their foundation remains a centipede, dies, but never falls stiff. Someone knelt on one knee, seeking instruction from the alliance leader in the dark depths. Alliance leader, what should we do? He Shui lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, the heavy echo reverberating through the hall as no one dared speak. After a moment, he spoke coldly. If we don't go, others will. By then, we won't even get the scraps. Everyone responded in unison. The alliance leader speaks truly. He Shui raised his arm with a sweep. Men, marshal the troops and set out destination. The Moon Demon clan. Crack. The door was pushed open by Lin Shi, and the darkness inside couldn't prevent him from seeing what lay within. The wailing stopped abruptly the moment the door opened, leaving only deathly silence. Lin Shi stood at the doorway, squinting to adjust to the darkness. After confirming that his surroundings remained blurry, he stepped inside. The room was empty, no tables, chairs, or chains, only darkness and talismans hanging on the walls. The talismans emitted a faint green glow, casting an eerie light across the floor. Lin Shi walked to the center and looked around, but still couldn't see any sign of the life banshee, Xiaohua. Life banshee Xiaohua, he called out loudly. Come out. I know you're in this room. Only silence answered him. Lin Shi frowned. What? Is playing mysterious fun for you? You were making such a racket just now, and suddenly you're quiet. You actually dared to come in. A clear, melodious voice suddenly emerged from behind him, without any hoarseness or shrillness. Lin Shi calmly turned around, but when his gaze fell upon the figure, a flame instantly shot up from his lower abdomen straight to his head, his blood rushing backward as he froze in place. That person, a life banshee Xiaohua, had a pale complexion, yet was breathtakingly beautiful. Her skin was as delicate as porcelain, naturally seductive. Her eyes held traces of melancholy that seemed carved into her very bones. Her tender pink lips made one want to claim them. She wore a flowing red gown that seemed to mirror the unquenchable flames in one's heart. Her flawless, devilish figure was beyond reproach, with a slender waist that looked like it could be embraced with satisfaction and pride. The thighs wrapped in her red dress made one want to explore further, while her exposed snow-white legs were long and smooth. Even her feet were perfectly beautiful. Lin Shi gulped audibly, forcing himself to turn his head away and speaking with a strained voice. You're the life banshee? He finally understood why that old man who had lived for tens of thousands of years still couldn't forget sharing a bed with her. This creature before him was simply a temptress, devastatingly alluring. His lower abdomen ached with burning desire. Seeing that Lin Shi hadn't completely fallen under her spell, ripples appeared in Xiaohua's naturally melancholic eyes. Few could resist her innate charm. Yes. She nodded gracefully. Will you rescue me? Yes. Lin Shi answered. Tear away that paper, and I'll be free. After speaking, she elegantly crouched down and gently touched Lin Shi's little wolf with her hand. If you're willing to save me, I can give you a whole day to do whatever you want. Hissed Lin Shi, sucked in a sharp breath as the desire he had barely suppressed surged upward again, threatening to burn him to ash. Damn it, does it have to be like this? He roared internally, yet couldn't tear his gaze away. Looking at the life banshee's beautiful curves, he was practically drooling. If the old man saw him in this state, he wouldn't mock or get angry, he'd only be jealous. Damn, I've never seen a life banshee up close like this, and she's even touching him. Where? Where? Lin she asked urgently, as if on the verge of a breakdown. Over there. The life banshee gently pointed toward a green talisman ahead, covered in dense, indecipherable runes that looked quite mysterious. He ran over with his legs spread wide, about to snatch the green talisman, unable to contain his eagerness. Ugh, pervert, baby called out. Unnoticed, a slight smile curved at the corner of the life banshee's lips. Finally, she would be free. Just as Lin Shi's hand was about to touch the green talisman, he suddenly stopped. The life banshee's eyes held resentment. Why aren't you tearing it off? Please, tear it off, and I'll let you do whatever you want. She said this while licking her lips and striking a seductive pose. Lin Shi turned around with a half smile. Then first take off your clothes and let me admire you otherwise. How do I know you're not lying? You tear it off and I'll strip immediately. She cooed, wrinkling her delicate little nose. You strip and I'll tear it off immediately. Lin Shi mimicked her tone, acting coquettish too. At some point, the desire in Lin Shi's eyes had vanished, leaving only clarity and composure. The life banshee couldn't help but laugh, then huffed angrily. No way. I won't either. Lin Shi rolled on the ground, pretending to be cute. Baby was laughing so hard tears nearly came out. You bastard, you're killing me. But now the life banshee could no longer laugh, her smile fading. When did you wake up? He feigned confusion. Wake up from what? I don't know what you're talking about, my little darling. I'm practically overwhelmed by your seduction. He even made a lip-licking gesture. Haha, you perverted wolf. Baby laughed loudly. But the life banshee couldn't laugh, her expression darkening. Such strong willpower. Willpower? What's that? I only want you, nothing else but you. Lin Shi spoke these disgusting words with deep affection. Humph. The life banshee said coldly. If you dare put on this act in front of me again, I'll strike you dead immediately. Ahem. At this point, Lin Shi didn't dare fool around anymore, and said seriously, you started the game, I was just playing along. You can't blame me for that, right? Tell me, when did you wake up? Her expression turned slightly cold as she ignored his comment and asked her question. What do you mean wake up? Lin Shi asked with interest. I've been awake the whole time. Her eyes widened slightly. That's impossible, no one can escape my enchantment. Really? He shouted with exaggerated surprise, then suddenly became calm. The problem is, I'm not human. Don't you have that kind of function? Suddenly, the life banshee considered this possibility and looked at him with some pity. Poor little wolf. This was an insult, and Lin Shi had to retaliate, saying anxiously, I don't know, either could it really be useless? No way, right? Take off your clothes, and I'll show you if it works. The life banshee. All right, can we talk properly now? Lin Shi smiled. You had too many flaws. Next time you use a honey trap, you should practice more. Flaws. She looked surprised and suspicious. What flaws? Your expression isn't seductive enough. You're still too reserved and clearly not experienced. Next time, you should visit some brothels to observe and learn. It would be quite educational. Lin Shi stood before the ancient stone wall with his arms crossed, offering his critique with well-meaning but merciless honesty. Oh, I see. The life demoness who had been imprisoned for ages lifted her gaze, her eyes cold yet tinged with mockery. No need. I won't be using such schemes again. I feel disgusted encountering men like you. Though fortunately you're just a beast, which makes it slightly more tolerable. A beast? Lin Shi felt a surge of indignation at the insult, yet found himself unable to retort, only managing a helpless bitter smile. This attitude is exactly why your seduction failed. I know the Moon Demon clan wants your virgin blood, and you'd rather die than submit, which is why you're trapped here. With your sense of chastity, how could you possibly say something like, remove the talisman and do with me as you please? Mind your own business. The demoness turned her face away, impatiently tossing her long hair. How can this talisman be removed? And don't give me any nonsense about needing my virgin blood, such wishful thinking. Lin Shi pointed toward the talisman glowing with eerie green light, his smile casual yet confident. It's not that difficult. Agree to 3 requests of mine, and I'll help you break free and leave this place. Just simple favors, he added. Nothing against your conscience, nothing that would trouble you. The demoness' expression darkened slightly. 1, 3. Lin Shi's tone was firm as he turned to leave. Otherwise there's nothing to discuss. Farewell. In the deep stone cavern, cold winds howled. The demoness' eyes suddenly flashed with a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. Do you think you can leave? I'm one of the strongest in the dark factiondo. You really believe I'd let you swagger out of here? Lin Shi stopped and looked back calmly. Of course I know you have the power to keep me here. But you won't be able to leave this place anytime soon. Either you might be trapped here for tens of thousands more years. Have you thought about that? Tens of thousands of years. Loneliness and fear flickered briefly in her eyes, the prospect of such endless torment clearly shaking her resolve. Lin Shi pressed his advantage. Just 3 wishes, all simple favors, and you can escape this prison that's held you for tens of thousands of years. Why not take the deal? Don't think about threatening me. Don't respond to that. The demoness fell silent for a long moment before finally uttering a single word. Fine. Then it settled. Lin Shi nodded with satisfaction. I trust that someone who's one of the strongest in the dark faction will keep her word. Hurry up and remove it. Her tone was flat, yet couldn't hide her urgency. Lin Shi nodded and approached the green talisman once more. His sharp claws rose slightly as he slowly channeled his spiritual energy, about to make contact then suddenly stopped. The demoness' heart skipped a beat, her eyelids twitching. What now? Don't tell me you don't trust me. Lin Shi shook his head. No, no, no. I just thought of something. You cannot harm any member of the Moon Demon clan once you're free. What? The life banshee roared in fury, madness flickering in her emerald pupils. They imprison me here. How can I rest until I've wiped out their entire clan? Lin Shi exhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. I am the current leader of the Moon Demon clan. You? The life banshee raised her eyes, studying him with a gaze sharp as needles. Huh. You're not even one of the Moon Demons. How could you possibly hold the position of clan leader? Yet I am their leader. Lin Shi's expression grew serious. Then suddenly, he changed his tone. I've changed my mind. I want you to grant me 4 wishes. The first one, you cannot harm anyone from the Moon Demon clan. You? Her eyes widened with blazing anger, though her long imprisonment had dulled her intimidating presence, instead adding an otherworldly allure. Do you understand? Lin Shi frowned as he pressed her for an answer. Her pale cheeks alternated between light and shadow. The life banshee remained silent for a long moment, nearly grinding her silver teeth to dust, before finally crying out, Fine. I will not harm any living being of the Moon Demon clan, and I will grant you 3 wishes. Good. Lin Shi nodded, then added, and you're not allowed to have others do it for you either. You? Her last glimmer of hope was completely shattered. Having others carry out the deed would indeed allow her to destroy the Moon Demon clan. She had been harboring exactly that plan. Now with her escape route blocked, her chest heaved with emotion, her curves trembling with emotion, until she finally squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. Fine. Lin Shi smiled slightly. After confirming everything was settled, he reached out and removed the green talisman that sealed her. The expected howling winds, thunder, and earth-shaking tremors never came. The talisman fell into his palm and quietly turned to dust, scattering in the air. That's it. Lin Shi looked at his palm in confusion. Freedom. Tens of thousands of years. The life banshee threw back her head and laughed, her slender waist curving and stretching as her laughter echoed through the dim hall. Moon Demon clan, Moon Demon clan. She murmured, her emotions growing taut like a stretched thread about to snap. Moon Demon clan. The words practically exploded from her throat, overwhelming hatred churning in her eyes. For tens of thousands of years, she had been imprisoned in this cramped space with cold walls, nothing to entertain her, no food whatsoever. Had her cultivation not reached the pinnacle of immortal level, she would have long since died of starvation or boredom. Suddenly, her heart trembled with unease. Lin Shi reminded her sternly. You've already promised me you won't cause trouble for the Moon Demon clan. Have I? Her gaze turned ice cold, as indifferent as a frozen lake. Who are you to stand in my way? Die. A red beam of light shot forth silently, swift as lightning, yet making no sound, reaching Lin Shi in the blink of an eye. Sigh. I knew this would happen. Lin Shi shook his head gently. The red light dissipated inexplicably just dozens of centimeters before him, without any explosion, as if it had never existed. The life banshee's expression changed dramatically. How is this possible? Lin Shi's face darkened, anger surging in his chest. The green talisman that had supposedly turned to ash suddenly reappeared in his palm. Good thing I kept my guard up, or I really would have fallen for your trick. This is impossible. It was clearly destroyed. A flash of realization struck her mind, and the life banshee suddenly understood. The Moon Demon Hall already belongs to you. Only by truly possessing the Moon Demon Hall could one completely control everything within it, making the green talisman disappear and reappear with ease. Lin Shi grinned, his voice dripping with mockery. Smart. Bastard. That old fool has gone mad, giving such a divine artifact as the Moon Demon Hall to an outsider. The life banshee raged. Whether he's crazy or not, I don't know, but you're probably about to lose your mind. Lin Shi sneered coldly. Lock you up for another few tens of thousands of years, and we'll see if you go mad. The life succubus Eve's expression shifted unpredictably, her alluring pupils contracting slightly. She seemed to be weighing her options, her fingertips unconsciously digging into her palms. After a moment, she suddenly put on a charming smile, with a hint of resentful coquetry. Sister is just playing with little brother. How could I do anything that violates my oath? Little brother, you're really overthinking this. I see. Lin Shi nodded with feigned understanding, his gaze still probing. Sister is one of the strongest among the demon race. How could you engage in such behavior? However, please swear to the gods. Otherwise this little brother's fragile heart can't bear sister's jokes. The terms sister and little brother had unknowingly become their tacit understanding. Polite on the surface, yet each harbored turbulent undercurrents within. Eve gently bit her crimson lower lip, showing a hint of innocent grievance. Does little brother really distrust sister so much? It's not a matter of trust or distrust, but rather that I simply cannot trust you, sister. Lin Shi's voice was as gentle as drizzle, yet every word carried thorns. Anger flashed in Eve's eyes, but remembering that Lin Shi now controlled the Moon Demon Palace, she suppressed her emotions and forced a smile. Fine. I swear to the gods. Now that's my good sister. Lin Shi smiled warmly. You're also my good little brother. Eve responded. The two locked eyes for a moment, then almost simultaneously looked away, each sneering inwardly. Eve took a deep breath, raised her hand to form seals, and spoke solemnly. I, life succubus Eve, swear to the gods. Within 100 years, I will never invade or slaughter the Moon Demon race in the slightest. If I violate this oath, may I die without a burial place. As her words fell, a silent golden light descended from nowhere, circling above her head several times before suddenly vanishing into the void. The entire process was soundless, yet sent chills through one's heart. Is little brother satisfied now? She withdrew her hand seals, smiling ambiguously. Little brother naturally trusts sister the most. Lin Shi nodded with a smile. Swearing to the gods only truly bound those at the immortal level and above. Ordinary people's oaths were ineffective. This was the countermeasure the Moon Demon race elders had taught Lin Shi through their inheritance. As for Eve, only promising 100 years, Lin Shi didn't mind if he still lacked the power to resist her after a century. She could equally crush the Moon Demon race underfoot, and then the Moon Demon race would lose its reason for existence. He put away the green glowing talisman in his hand and said indifferently, Sister may leave now. What about the 3 wishes? Eve's tone was calm. I haven't thought of them yet. I'll tell you when I do. Can you find me? We will definitely meet again, I guarantee it. Lin Shi's voice was calm yet firm, carrying an unquestionable pride. Regarding the future, he had enough confidence to climb into those unknown realms. Is that so? Then sister wishes you success. Eve turned around with a smile, but inwardly scoffed. Trying to reach the immortal level with just a bit of cleverness? Without sufficient trials, talent, and opportunities, wanting to cross that threshold was pure wishful thinking. Even if he controlled the Moon Demon Palace and became the Moon Demon race's leader, even if she had witnessed Lin Shi's formidable attributes through her reconnaissance technique, she still didn't believe he could ascend to the immortal realm. Just go. Lin Shi's expression was indifferent. Lin Shi turned around. The Moon Demon race doesn't welcome you. I'm not particularly fond of the Moon Demon clan either. The demoness smiled faintly, her lips curved upward, yet her eyes harbored a killing intent as cold as thin ice. Then get lost, quickly, she snapped, her voice brooking no argument. The room fell into dead silence, and she raised her voice again. Did you hear me? No one answered. Only then did Lin Shi turn around, but discovered the demoness had vanished without a trace. The surroundings were empty, leaving him alone in the vast stone chamber, even the air carrying a chill. Life demoness, I know you're still nearby, he shouted coldly, his gaze sweeping across the walls. Come out and leave the Moon Demon clan's territory. Before his words had fully faded, a streak of crimson light suddenly exploded at the doorway, stirring up a faint pressure. That red glow swept out of the Moon Demon Palace, and when it looked down from above, the Moon Demon clan members had already transformed into green cocoons. She paused in midair, clearly startled by the scene before her, then continued breaking through the sky, effortlessly passing through that layer of green, terrifying barrier. The barrier was utterly useless against her. Lin Shi watched that red light disappear into the distance, his heart secretly alarmed. Indeed, this demoness had been lurking in the shadows, observing his every move. Phew! He exhaled deeply, his spirit finally relaxing. Only then realizing his back was soaked with cold sweat, sticky and uncomfortable. That scared me to death. A bitter smile crossed his lips. She had been frightened into a cold sweat the moment the demoness appeared, merely forcing himself to maintain composure. In his consciousness, a childish voice spoke up. Lin Shi, you don't really lack that function, do you? Bao Bao's voice was full of pity. This is my fault. You accepted my blessing, yet you still don't have that ability. I'm sorry, it's all Bao Bao's fault. The tone carried both guilt and a hint of teasing. Lin Shi's face darkened completely. Go away. What does a little brat like you understand? Bao Bao pouted. But that woman just now was so beautiful, and you not only had no reaction but remained so calm. There's definitely something wrong. Nothing's wrong. Lin Shi protested in his mind. You don't understand, that wasn't about romance. One wrong move, and I'd lose my head. Bao Bao remained relentless. But it's still strange. Even ordinary women can't resist her temptation. That god-level old man fell for it, let alone you. Yet you could remain completely unmoved. It's beyond my understanding. Lin Shi's temple twitched, and after a long silence, he sighed. Hearing you put it that way, I find it strange too. Right, it is very strange. Bao Bao pressed on. Lin Shi composed himself and murmured softly. To be honest, I don't think there's anything wrong with me. It's just that I feel. Feel what? Bao Bao inquired. I feel like I've lost some kind of emotion. His eyes dimmed slightly, From the moment I arrived in this world, my lust has been gone. As he spoke these words, his gaze became vacant, his voice growing quieter. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to delve deeper into the reasons behind it. Lin Shi stepped out of the Moon Demon Palace to find that all the Moon Demon clan's people had transformed into green cocoons, quietly wrapped in silken threads where they stood. He disturbed no one, simply sitting cross-legged nearby with his gaze fixed on the barrier at the valley's end stretching from the peak to the ground, forming an almost perfect seal that allowed only gentle breezes to pass through freely while preventing any living being from easily crossing. It stood like a massive wall, protecting the entire clan. The Moon Demon clan's barrier. A dark gleam flickered in Lin Shi's eyes. According to ancient secrets passed down by the elders, each generation's priest mastered the barrier's mysteries and knew how to break it. But that elderly priestess clearly had questionable loyalty to her people. She showed no enthusiasm for unraveling the mysteries of the Moon Demon bloodline, even deliberately concealing information while remaining indifferent as her clan's people suffered oppression in the outside world. Lin Shi judged that her personal desires and ambitions had long superseded any sense of racial honor. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Crack! A crisp sound shattered the silence. A Moon Demon clansman broke free from his cocoon, his form completely different from before, his bearing and expression radiating sharpness. His eyes flashed with keen light as he bowed to Lin Shi with a smile. "My lord, were you waiting for us?" Lin Shi nodded, his gaze appraising. "It should be almost finished for everyone. Tell me, how much of your bloodline has been unlocked?" "About 30%, the man replied. "Reconnaissance skill, Mu Yuan. Silver rank. Level, 20. Health, 20. Attack, 65,000. Defense, 580. Speed, 360. Skills, 16. Moon Demon Bloodline Crescent Moon Strike Moonlight's Blessing." Description: a clansman possessing Moon Demon bloodline. After reviewing the status panel, Lin Shi nodded inwardly. For a native at level 20, these attributes were excellent. "Now that you're free from constraints, what level can you reach?" he pressed. "I'm not entirely certain, but I estimate around level 80. The constraints have clearly weakened," Mu Yuan answered after some thought. Lin Shi remained non-committal and continued waiting. Subsequently, more Moon Demon clans people broke free from their cocoons one after another, their newly awakened bloodlines leaving them radiant and spirited. Seeing the purple lightning sky wolf's form, they all respectfully addressed him as "my lord." It was because of Lin Shi that they had escaped their bloodline constraints and embarked on the path to rise again, so none harbored rebellious thoughts in the short term. Lin Shi weighed this in his mind. He had already declared that anyone who believed their strength could surpass his was welcome to challenge him and take his place. Ambition that had been suppressed for so long would eventually surface. It was only a matter of time. The last to emerge from her cocoon was Mu Caixia. The moment she appeared, her long hair danced in the air, her skin glowed with a faint luminescence, and she resembled a moon sprite, her charm blooming instantly. Countless Moon Demon clans people, both men and women, were captivated, their gazes converging on her with enchanted expressions. It was precisely because of her existence that when the High Priestess announced her intention to betroth Mu Caixia to her grandson Feng Yang, the clan's people erupted in opposition. How could such a beauty be defiled by a cowardly wretch? Their resentment toward the priestess intensified accordingly, which was why they subtly favored Lin Shi during his confrontation with the priestess. The elderly priestess had also sensed this, which was why she dragged her grandson Feng Yang away from the barrier, though no one paid attention to where they went. Only Lin Shi felt a sense of foreboding. The old woman's parting glance was bone-chillingly cold, showing no regard for kinship, making him vaguely sense that a storm was approaching. Mu Caixia stood in the center of the gathering, surrounded by gazes that flowed like molten fire. She had long grown accustomed to it. When men looked at her, their eyes always mixed burning desire with lust. When women looked at her, it was mostly envy or even jealousy. She glanced around indifferently, her gaze finally settling on Lin Shi. The silver-gray wolf's eyes held no trace of desire, only calm appreciation, even appearing detached. Nothing at all. Mu Caixia felt a slight disappointment in her heart, then quickly suppressed the emotion, sighing inwardly that this lord was truly extraordinary. She stepped forward, knelt on one knee, lifted her snow-white face slightly, and said solemnly, "Thank you, my lord, for saving our Moon Demon clan from dire peril." The surrounding Moon Demon clan members exchanged glances, then all knelt down and shouted in unison, "Thank you, my lord, for saving our Moon Demon clan from dire peril." The gratitude in everyone's eyes was fervent and genuine. Today's transformation meant the Moon Demon clan would embark on a path to rise, no longer having to endure humiliation at the bottom. Mu Qing's gaze was particularly intense, as if wanting to etch this new master's image into her heart. Lin Shi nodded with satisfaction, confirming that no one dared harbor rebellious thoughts at this moment, and declared loudly, "Rise, all of you." Everyone stood up, and he continued asking, "Now, Do you know what our greatest threat is? The clan members looked at each other in confusion, not understanding. It is the Demon-Human Alliance. The Demon-Human Alliance? The Moon Demon clan members instantly paled. Lin Shi swept his gaze across their shocked faces. You find it unbelievable? Soon, they will appear at the Moon Demon clan's doorstep. Go back and master the power you now possess. Such explosive words left many people doubtful. Some whispered, impossible, right? How could they break through our barrier? Now that we have abundant food and plenty of time, why the urgency? Seeing Lin Shi's confident expression, Mu Xiao felt a measure of trust and sternly shouted, would our Lord deceive us? If he says so, he has his reasons. Hurry and prepare. The people's gratitude and reverence for Lin Shi were at their peak, so no one objected, and they all dispersed to return to their dwellings. Watching his clan members' somewhat lackadaisical retreating figures, Lin Shi shook his head helplessly. He was 90% certain the Demon-Human Alliance would attack, but ultimately couldn't guarantee it completely. My lord, Mu Xiao hadn't left, moving closer to ask quietly. Could you tell me why you're so certain? Lin Shi glanced at her indifferently, then looked away. Mu Xiao's heart sank slightly, smiling bitterly to herself. Was her appearance really so unremarkable? Because you once told me that the greatest power in the outer layer of the dark faction is the Demon-Human Alliance, right? Mu Xiao nodded, listening quietly. The priestess was banished by Mu. Would she accept this quietly? With her abilities, to establish herself in the outer regions, she must seek a protector. The inner circle of the dark faction has too many powerful figures for her to dare venture there, while the Demon-Human Alliance is the strongest choice in the outer regions. Mu Xiao nodded again, understanding. So she will go to the Demon-Human Alliance to pledge loyalty. Lin Shi nodded approvingly, and this subtle gesture stirred an inexplicable joy in Mu Xiao's heart. Of course, this is all worst-case planning. The priestess may not betray us, but the possibility is extremely small. The Moon Demon clan is unwelcome in the outside world. If she wants to survive, she must find backing. Mu Xiao said sincerely. My lord's foresight is admirable. However, Lin Shi concealed another reason. When he had ventured out for food earlier, he had killed one person but deliberately let another escape to spread word. The Demon-Human Alliance wouldn't easily let the death of their member go unpunished. This detail he didn't intend to share with Mu Xiao. You should also go prepare. Lin Shi's tone softened. You were the last to break through your cocoon, so your gains should be the greatest. Adapt quickly, or if you fall behind others, don't disappoint me. Mu Xiao nodded gently, feeling proud. It seemed the Lord did value her after all. After all the Moon Demon clan members left to prepare, Lin Shi closed his eyes in deep contemplation. The Moon Demon clan was currently in its early stages of rise, and if the Demon Alliance truly intended to attack, he would undoubtedly be the first to charge into battle. Although he had broken through his bloodline limitations, his combat power still needed time to accumulate, which actually suited his intentions. Only by advancing his strength to another level could he intimidate clan members who had yet to pledge their loyalty, and only then could he deal with the adventurers still wreaking havoc on the divine demon continent. The threat from those people would not end easily. Demon Alliance, you'd better come. He opened his eyes, a cold gleam flashing. If they delayed their move, he would have to find other ways to create conflict and grow rapidly through warfare. Over the past few days, the entire Moon Demon clan's strength had skyrocketed. Their bloodline potential was fully activated, with most clan members leaping from the 20s to the 30s in level, and Mu Xiao even reaching level 40 in one bound. Even Lin Shi secretly envied such speed. If this continued for 10 days, everyone might approach level 60. However, he understood that this upward momentum was nearing saturation, and powerful bloodlines also needed time to be tempered. Tall buildings ultimately required solid foundations. Although half doubting his words, the clan members still cultivated desperately. The long-term suffering at the bottom had made the rapid increase in strength an irresistible pleasure, and everyone plunged into frenzied cultivation, barely sleeping or resting. Are they really not coming? Lin Shi began to doubt himself. The Demon Alliance's patience was too great. Won't they devour this juicy morsel that was the Moon Demon clan? Could they even tolerate their own people being killed? Without Moon Demon clan bloodline, he couldn't experience sudden surges in power. If this dragged on another month, the clan members might turn the tables and suppress him, he thought with secret resentment. Thud, thud. The earth suddenly trembled, debris flew up and fell back down. Dust shook continuously, and the vibrations struck through the soles of their feet into everyone's hearts. Lin Shi's eyelids twitched violently, nearly moved to tears. Finally, perfect timing. He had long since figured out the background of the Demon Alliance's outer forces. Their levels would definitely not exceed 70, nor did any spirit-level powerhouses exist among them. Precisely because of this, he had been anticipating this invasion. War needed justification. What's happening? Mu Qing put away his spear, looking puzzled at the trembling ground. Is it really as our Lord predicted? The Demon Alliance is attacking? But how could they break our barrier? That light screen can only be shaken by immortal-level beings. Touching it means instant death. Hearing these words, the Moon Demon Clan members recalled Lin Shi's earlier prophecy, and their once firm hearts began to waver. Perhaps this incredible event was truly about to occur? Led by Lin Shi, everyone rushed to the barrier's edge. Through the translucent light screen, they could see a sea of black figures outside. Are they planning to fight our Moon Demon Clan to the death? Someone gasped. This is practically their entire force. The Demon Alliance's elite are probably all here. Massive forces gathered in what was once an empty expanse. Their so-called soldiers nothing more than various beasts, with the occasional humanoid creature appearing grotesque and neither fully human nor beast. They were called elite troops because their power was truly terrifying. At a rough glance, there were about 5,000 of them, all above level 50 without exception. Lin Shi wasn't surprised by this, but the Moon Demon Clan members within the barrier were filled with dread. Even their strongest, Saixia, was far inferior to these monsters, and once the barrier broke, only slaughter awaited them. Outside the barrier, 5 commanders stood at the front, each leading their troops with murderous intent, determined to claim the Moon Demon Clan. The giant at the very front was particularly striking, standing 3 men tall with bulging muscles, wielding a massive spiked club that gleamed with cold light. His face was fierce, blood-red eyes fixed on the people within the barrier as he licked his lips and broke into an ugly grin. Priestess, quickly break the barrier. Yes. A figure shrouded in a black cloak slowly stepped forward. Despite being heavily concealed, everyone recognized her immediately. Priestess, how is this possible? The priestess has betrayed us. Some stood frozen in shock. Mu Caixia gazed at that hunched figure, took a deep breath, and thought, my lord, referring to Lin Shi truly has divine foresight. Her gaze toward Lin Shi grew even more fervent. Lin Shi stared at the priestess with interest and called out loudly. Who is truly unworthy of being called Moon Demon Clanus? Or you? The priestess remained silent and unafraid. She sat cross-legged, formed hand seals, and began chanting the unsealing incantation. Lin Shi caught every word. The moment he received the inheritance, he had learned all the Moon Demon Clan's secret arts. The spell was complex, and once completed, the barrier would close within a short time, allowing the large force to pour in. Ironically, what was originally a welcoming spell had now become the key to slaughtering the Moon Demon Clan. Mu Qin could no longer remain calm and quietly asked, my lord, what should we do? They had neither the strength nor the leverage to negotiate with the Demon Alliance. Lin Shi chuckled softly. I'll go out to face the enemy and disrupt the priestess's progress. This way the barrier will remain stable, and you'll be safe for now. But, my lord, how can you face them alone? Don't worry, I have my methods. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. This time I'll help you weather this tribulation, but next time, regardless of life or death, you must face the trials yourselves. Do you understand? Mu Caixia was the first to nod, her gaze burning. My lord, we understand. Lin Shi surveyed everyone with satisfaction. Consider this my pledge as your leader. Caixia, escort me out. Yes. Caixia bit her tender lip lightly and whispered, my lord, you must return safely. This meager force isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Lin Shi smiled easily, though he knew in his heart this battle would be extremely perilous. Over a dozen clan members used the barrier's power to create an opening and escorted Lin Shi out. He turned back and said, all of you go back. My lord, let us fight alongside you. Several people looked resolute, preferring death to standing idle. Lin Shi's expression darkened. With your current strength, going out would only mean death. Do you want me to beat you back myself? The group fell silent and had no choice but to retreat into the barrier. With his back to them, Lin Shi's expression softened for a moment. There were still those whose hearts belonged here. He looked up at the sky. The blazing noon sun burned like fire, scorching the earth as heat waves rose. At this moment, the giant looked down at the thin man beside him. That wolf is the one who killed your brother and forced the Demon Alliance to hunt him? The thin man nodded. The giant grinned. Haha, he does have some skill. Killing intent like purple lightning and heavenly wolves coiled around Lin Shi as he approached step by step, his gaze locked on the priestess who was casting her spell. Get out of my way. His thunderous roar shook heaven and earth. The priestess's chanting immediately ceased, her form trembled, and blood spilled from her lips. The massive sonic wave, though not counted as a skill, still sent the elderly priestess reeling backward to the ground in a disheveled state, blood trickling from her ears and mouth as her hood fell away, revealing her true appearance. A disdainful snort exploded across the battlefield. The sight of you makes me sick. You think you're worthy of the priestess position? Ridiculous. The giant at the forefront of the Demon Alliance glanced at the old woman, his voice steady. Moon Demon Clan priestess, step down. Come back later to break the barrier. The old woman took a deep breath, nodded through the pain, and bowed as she retreated behind the giant. So you're the current leader of the Moon Demon Clan? The giant looked up with interest. That's right. Lin Shi's gaze was ice cold. If you want to fight, then fight. A bunch of ants dare to invade my Moon Demon Clan. Before the giant could respond, the lion head demon beside him could no longer contain himself, roaring. Arrogant brat. Do you really think you can stop the elite forces of the Demon Alliance? Lin Shi sneered. What? Looking down on me. Come on, let's exchange a few moves. The Lionhead Demon's face flushed red, but he couldn't utter a single harsh word. As an elder of the Demon Alliance, he knew clearly that he was no match for the purple lightning sky wolf in single combat. Now that the gods had digitized everything, reconnaissance had been popular for ages, and he had already spied on Lin Shi's attributes before the battleless frame appeared small, but his stats were terrifyingly incomprehensible. When had such a wolf emerged from the outer edges of the dark faction? The giant spoke calmly. Your strength is indeed impressive, but if you think you can stop us, 2 words not enough. He spoke with such tranquility, as if the outcome was already decided. Whether it's enough or not, we'll only know after trying. Lin Shi kicked off with his hind legs, lightning fast as he charged toward the dense army, radiating killing intent. The Moon Demon clan members within the barrier watched in terror as their lord actually took the initiative to provoke, attacking alone. The giant shook his head, looking at him with pity. You've reached heights at level 50 something that others achieve at 60 or even 70. I admire and respect that. But respect won't make me go easy, nor will I be foolish enough to duel you on your own. To be safe and blame me for bullying you with numbers. He raised his hand and waved. Kill. With the command given, the beast army that had endured the scorching sun for so long burst forth like floodgates opening, roaring as they lunged toward Lin Shi. Anyone who dared hesitate would be casually slaughtered by this unpredictable alliance leader. The overwhelming tide of savage beasts looked ferocious and terrifying, yet Lin Shi didn't retreat a single step. He snorted coldly, purple light blazing from his pupils, radiating bone-chilling coldness. The next moment, he dove deep into the beast tide, his form instantly swallowed up. The Moon Demon clan members could only see the endless beast hordes surging, roars and wails intertwining. Suddenly, massive purple lightning erupted within the beast tide, arcs of electricity snaking through flesh and blood, frantically drilling into the beast's bodies. Screams rose one after another as bodies convulsed and foamed at the mouth. The weaker ones rolled their eyes back and collapsed in spasms, their fate uncertain. Thunderhand. Ding. You used Thunderhand, dealing 70 of your attack power as damage to all enemy units within a 50 by 50 range around you. 14,562. 16,570. 13,962. Massive damage ravaged the battlefield, crimson numbers flooding hearts with terror. Terrifying. The aura of Slaughter Heart firmly enveloped the purple lightning heavenly wolf, squeezing every ounce of additional base damage, attack and movement speed, and significantly enhanced recovery to their limits perfectly suited for this protracted bloodbath. The giant's eyelid twitched slightly. Having already overestimated his opponent, he now felt he had still underestimated this wolf. Could he be from Heavenly Wolf Ridge? The giant narrowed his eyes, then dismissed his own speculation wolves there were typically level 70 or even 80. Yet this one before him was merely level 57 with absurdly powerful attributes, clearly a mutant specimen. As the thought flashed by, swathes of beasts had already fallen in pools of blood. The yellow earth was soaked crimson, painting a brutal scene of carnage. Silver claws swept down like death's Scythian strike, and a lively level 50 beast was completely crippled. Their levels were similar to Lin Shi's, some even higher, yet they were merely experience points in his eyes. Sweeping strike. Several heads soared skyward, terror and unwillingness frozen in their pupils. In the instant of decapitation, high-pressure blood fountains erupted from necks with almost neat precision. A wamoo screech bob. Anguished wails rose and fell, no longer distinguishable by species. Lin Shi stood bathed in blood, expressionless, the very image of a cold reaper. The slaughter had become a one-sided massacre, his emotions incomprehensible to others. Alliance leader, this fellow is ferocious. Beside the giant stood 4 overlord-class beasts ape, bear, wolf, and tiger, their presence overwhelming as they surveyed the battlefield. The speaker was the great ape, brows furrowed, clearly shocked by the purple lightning heavenly wolf's combat prowess. The giant nodded faintly. In single combat, even I might not win. Unfortunately, he faces not one individual, but an entire legion. Setting aside whether he can slaughter all 5,000 fodder troops, even if he truly manages it, what awaits him is still us at full strength. Death is inevitable. His confidence in strategic victory was palpable. The 4 beasts chorused in unison. The alliance leader is mighty. Ding. You killed Demon Lion. Gained experience 20,000. Ding. You killed Wind Rat. Gained experience 35,000. In Lin Shi's long-muted notification panel, the prompts continued streaming endlessly. This wasn't his first major battle. That life-or-death struggle in the novice village remained vivid. Those enemies had been weaker, today's were stronger, but had his own power remained stagnant? Yet efficiency still lagged. Too slow, too draining. Lin Shi frowned. At this pace, even if he cleared all the fodder, Preserving enough strength to face the watching giant seemed doubtful. Grow. With a thought, the low syllable resonated. In the next moment, under countless beasts' incredulous gazes, the small wolf's body began expanding at an alarming rate. Towering above the wind rats and demon lions, he reached a height of 3 meters in an instant, gazing down imperiously at the beasts that stood frozen below, staring up in stunned silence. Ding. Your body has transformed to 200 of its original size. Attack range increased by 300, movement speed reduced by 50. His massive form tore through the air, bones crackling and popping within his frame. At this moment, what Lin Shi needed was battlefield-wide striking coverage. Speed had become a burden. Among the 4 beasts, the tiger's pupils contracted sharply, waves of shock crashing through its mind. This mutant purple wolf had been hiding such a terrifying transformation technique. Though the other 3 beasts were unwilling to admit it, they had no choice but to acknowledge that the purple wolf now stood at its peak, nearly invincible. Even the giant standing in the distance showed a flicker of gravity in its eyes. Lin Shi snarled viciously as his purple claws extended, sharp as metal. The air was torn apart with piercing shrieks, as if fleeing in terror. Bang! 3 beasts were swept aside by his claws, sent flying high into the air, their bodies twisting and tumbling before being hurled 7 or 8 meters away. When they crashed to the ground, the earth trembled beneath them, and they died instantly. Even from a distance, one could see their mangled corpses and the crimson blood stains. Bang! 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 Successive thunderous impacts exploded. Lin Shi's attacks were no longer precise but crude and savage, sweeping and devastating, yet equally lethal. With each swipe of his claws, beasts were sent flying, only to crash into their companions upon landing, crushing the charging pack with broken bones and torn sinews. The pristine ground was stained with vast patches of dark red blood. In the airstreams of golden light, one after another, 2 at a time, his experience bar jumped frantically. Though the beasts were high-level, their combat strength was pitifully weak, making them walking treasure chests of experience. Occasionally, attacks would land on Lin Shi, but they only dealt double-digit, sometimes even single-digit damage to his health. For someone with over 500,000 health points, it was negligible. The only thing being consumed was his stamina. In the eyes of the giant and the 4 beasts, these beast hordes were merely cannon fodder. The outer ranks of the dark faction never lacked cannon fodder. What they always lacked were the truly strong. Lin Shi's pupils gleamed with an eerie blood-red light within their purple depths. Any beast that met his gaze would lose all courage before even charging, trembling and not daring to advance. The slaughter continued. Death showed no signs of stopping, and the agonized screams of the torn and dying filled the sky, lingering endlessly. Within the barrier, the Moon Demon clan members stood in stunned silence, wanting to speak but holding back. Perhaps this battle was nothing more than Lin Shi's solo performance. Thunderpalm. The moment the skill cooldown reset, Lin Shi raised his hand without hesitation and unleashed the strike. Purple lightning roared as it instantly cleared a swath through the corpse-littered battlefield. To be precise, it wasn't truly empty ground. Fresh bodies were rapidly piling up, only to be trampled into bloody mud by the tide of their companions. In the blink of an eye, his figure moved so fast it left afterimages. Most beasts couldn't even touch him, and once they drew near, they found themselves a mere half-step from death. Level 58. Level 59. Massive amounts of experience flooded in madly, bringing even more terrifying attack power, and that horrifying enhancement continued still. 2,000, 3,000. Corpses piled like mountains, blood pooled into seas, and the stench-laden wind howled wildly. Huff, huff. Even advancing with such a slaughtering stance, this high-intensity combat was continuously draining his stamina. In the distance, the giant quietly observed the purple lightning heavenly wolf, who had begun breathing heavily, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. His judgment was correct. A mere 3,000 troops had already forced his opponent to show signs of fatigue. High-intensity combat couldn't be maintained indefinitely. Mental strength had its limits. When Lin Shi was exhausted, that would be the moment for slaughter. All of you attack. Whoever can take down the purple lightning heavenly wolf will be promoted to elder rank, he roared. Roar. The leader's words turned the beast's eyes blood-red. They fought with everything they had, staking their lives, then fell in waves. But death couldn't stop their lust for power. These creatures of limited intelligence were driven by mere profit to charge forward one after another. The giant chuckled inwardly. Such trivial rewards could blind these foolish lives to their fate. Whether beast or human, greed remained the original sin. Lin Shi snorted coldly. Since they insisted on demanding it, he didn't mind personally teaching them about knowing one's limits and self-awareness, though this lesson would have to wait until their next life to review, if they even had one. The Moon Demon clan members watched their clan leader fighting valiantly, their hearts hanging in suspense. Regardless, Lin Shi was their kinsman, their benefactor, and now he was fighting for them. At least that's how they saw it, since he had no need to get involved in this battle. Mu Qing gripped his spear tightly, his knuckles white as if he might snap the shaft. If his eyes could ignite, the flames of battle would already be blazing fiercely. This was what a true warrior should be. Even after breaking free from his bloodline shackles, he still felt too weak, powerless before the enemy. He yearned to possess Lin Shi's strength, to fight alongside him. Mu Kaihia bit her lip as she gazed intently at the center of the battlefield. That purple lightning heavenly wolf moved like a sovereign king, making her heart flutter slightly. Was this his true nature? So powerful and so handsome. At this thought, her cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly frowned and dismissed such distractions, focusing once more on the battlefield with worry filling her heart. The real battle hadn't even begun yet. Splat! Lin Shi slammed a rat-like creature under his foot with one palm, blood and entrails bursting simultaneously as its body instantly deflated. Roar! His killing intent was fierce, his furious howl shaking the heavens as the surrounding beasts were terrified into retreat. For Lin Shi now, battle wasn't just an outlet, it was a form of enjoyment. Having killed tens of thousands of players, slaughtered over 1,000 beasts, and struck down equally matched opponents after countless life and death experiences, he no longer rejected combat. Instead, his heart found a strange exhilaration in it. The baby cheered encouragingly. That's right. This is how a real man should be. She clapped her little hands while excitedly shaking her head from side to side, her porcelain doll-like face showing not a trace of fear, as if this bloody scene was just another ordinary show. The giant glanced at the cowering beasts and snorted coldly, casually grabbing a wild dog that had lunged at him. With a violent pull of both arms, blood and flesh splattered everywhere as the dog's body was torn in half on the spot. Crunch! Crunch! He stuffed half the carcass directly into his mouth, the crisp sound of teeth grinding against bone echoing throughout the area, making everyone's scalp tingle. Blood trickled down the corners of his mouth, which he licked clean before closing his eyes to chew, his expression as if savoring fine wine. The next instant, his eyes snapped open as he roared like thunder. Anyone who dares retreat will meet the same fate. This bellow froze every living creature in place, beasts, his 4 beast-type lieutenants, and the moon demon clansmen alike. Only Lin Shi's mouth twitched slightly. Heh, truly living up to his reputation. He then composed himself, acting as if he had seen nothing. Ugh. Many moon demon clan members collapsed to their knees, retching. This scene was even more bloody and cruel than Lin Shi's earlier slaughter, a living creature being devoured alive on the spot. The 4 leaders exchanged glances, praising aloud. The alliance leader truly deserves his title. Yet their eyes betrayed naked terror. The beasts shared meaningful looks, knowing there was no escape route left, and could only steel themselves for death. Better to die under Lin Shi's claws than be devoured by their leader. Since you won't flee, then die. Lin Shi shook his head, looking at these beasts whose courage had been hollowed out by fear, surprisingly feeling pity. If they truly wanted to escape, even their powerful leader could only watch helplessly. As for revenge afterward, first, the leader would have to win, and second, even if he did win, he wouldn't remember every insignificant minion's face. Unfortunately, these simple truths had been crushed by fear. The sky found temporary peace as the beasts perished. The earth found no peace as blood continued to soak through, and everyone's hearts found even less peace, with death waiting like a shadow. When the last beast fell with a dying wail, the setting sun began to sink below the horizon. Huff, huff. Lin Shi panted heavily, his blood aura dispersing with each breath. The giant silently approached, standing before the purple lightning sky wolf with regret in his eyes. What a pity. You shouldn't have lingered in the outer regions. Eventually, you would have broken into the inner circle. Your potential extends far beyond this. Is that so? Lin Shi smiled, his blood-covered wolf head appearing even more terrifying in the twilight. I think so too. I'm only making a temporary stop here. Sigh. The giant sighed softly, then suddenly his gaze sharpened. But now, you're destined to fall in the outer regions of the dark faction, never to witness the magnificent turbulence within. Lin Shi shook his head calmly. No, you're the one who will fall. Oh, the giant raised an eyebrow, his confidence piquing his interest. What makes you so certain? At this moment, Lin Shi still had over 80% of his life force remaining, but the continuous fierce battles had left him utterly exhausted, a law that no level of being could escape. While immortal and divine levels rarely fell into prolonged combat, exhausting dark gold and spirit levels was effortless. I'm not just skilled in group battles, my unknown combat is equally invincible. Lin Shi's eyes blazed with pride as he stared defiantly at the equally massive giant. Do you dare fight me right now? His voice pierced through the now calm barrier, echoing endlessly. The moon demon clansmen felt their blood boiling. Worthy of being our clan leader. I'm truly starting to admire him. Admiring gazes rose one after another. Mu Caixia smiled at the corners of her mouth, so domineering. Mu Qing's face flushed red as she looked up and shouted, Long live the clan leader! Long live the clan leader! Long live the clan leader! The cheers instantly swept through the entire clan. Even the four enemy leaders exchanged glances that revealed traces of admiration. This wolf was excessively arrogant, yet intoxicatingly so. The baby muttered quietly, "Humph, just a dark gold level showing off." Though her words were sour, her voice grew increasingly softer. The giant narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Strong, truly strong. I'm genuinely impressed." He hefted the thick spiked club in his hands, murmuring, "But do you know? This world has never been fair. I already hold a winning hand with certain victory, so there's no reason to accept your provocation." Lin, she sneered, "You don't dare." The giant's hand trembled slightly. "You're right, absolutely right. I do value my life, and I'm afraid." Before he could finish speaking, his aura suddenly deflated, but the next moment it surged back like a raging tide. "But you still have to die, so? I'm sorry, die. Kill him." With a deafening roar, the four elders stepped forward without hesitation. They admired Lin Shi's defiance, but they cared more about their own lives. During the brief standoff, Lin Shi had used the conversation to recover a bit of his strength. The giant noticed this and dared not waste any more time. He took a deep breath, whoosh, his chest rose, and then suddenly fell as purple light poured wildly from his pupils. Ding! You have shrunk your body to 1,000 of its original size. Attack range 200. At this moment, his massive form had become a burden. Lin Shi understood clearly that the smaller his body, the better he could dodge He Shui's clumsy yet deadly strikes. In an instant, he contracted from his giant form back to his original lean, compact frame. Lightning speed. Whoosh. A purple arc tore through the air. One wolf, fighting alone. His speed exploded, almost like teleportation. The giant's pupils contracted sharply. This was twice as fast as before. A cold smile crossed his lips. Suited for single combat was no empty boast. Earlier in their confrontation, he had already used his reconnaissance skill to fully assess his opponent's attributes. Bloodthirsty Fang He Shui. Rank, Dark Gold Lord. Level, 65. Health, 450,000. Attack, 3,150. Defense, 1,800. Speed, 23. Skills, Sweeping Strike, Storm of Blows, Mountain Breaker. Description: a descendant of the ogre clan that once vanished from the history of the divine demon continent. Abandoned by both light and dark forces due to their bloodthirsty and selfish nature, their tribe was annihilated. Though He Shui retained the clan name, he lost the terrifying power he should have possessed, and was thus taken in by the dark faction. Powerful. Though not at the ogre clan's peak strength, for the current Lin Shi, this was still a life-or-death enemy. The other four leaders, while also possessing high attributes, were far inferior to He Shui. Lion King. Rank, Dark Gold Lord. Level, 60. Health, 300,000. Attack, 2,630. Defense, 1,460. Speed, 28. Skills, Lion's Majesty, Lion's Roar, Claws of Annihilation. Description: leader of the Demon Lion clan, possessing absolute command over demon lions. After encountering the more terrifying ogre He Shui, he could only submit to his authority. The other three leaders had similar strength to the Lion King, also relying primarily on pure physical power while being somewhat unfamiliar with magic. All eyes on the battlefield were drawn to Lin Shi's figurine. The air, he left trails of afterimages, nearly impossible to track. Roar. A sudden beast's howl exploded from behind. He Shui was startled and spun around, only to see that the purple lightning sky wolf had somehow bypassed him and was now engaging the four leaders in combat. Bang! The Tiger King took a heavy blow to the abdomen, blood spurting as he let out an agonized roar. A cold smile crossed Lin Shi's lips as 8 fierce attacks simultaneously struck the same point with terrifying power. Ding! You used the skill Lightning Flash on the Tiger King, dealing single target damage based on 80 of your attack power. 8952, 100, 11777, 120, 12888, 140, 15648, 160, 18432, 180, 22356, 200, 25053, 300, 34,895 damage. 8 damage numbers burst forth like a torrential downpour, instantly erasing nearly 150,000 health points as the Tiger King's health bar was cut in half. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Everyone's pupils contracted in unison, instinctively shuddering. What skill could unleash 8 consecutive strikes in a single breath? A ultimate technique? But if it were his trump card, why use it now? Why did his expression remain so calm, his energy barely depleted? Before anyone could ponder further, the beast leaders had already lunged forward to attack. The ogre's breathing was erratic, yet he forced himself to stay focused as his massive axe swept through empty air. Lin Shi simply sidestepped to dodge. The Bear King's assault was heavy and crushing, which he barely managed to evade. The Wolf King moved with lightning speed, its claws raking from shoulder to waist, leaving a deep gash. The Tiger King, unwilling to yield, whipped its tail with devastating force through the air. The purple lightning, heavenly wolf's chest shuddered with intense pain as he gritted his teeth. Roar! The Ape King delivered the finishing blow, its iron fist slamming into his abdomen. Boom. Lin Shi spat a mouthful of blood onto the Ape King's thick arm as his body was sent flying dozens of meters, tumbling through the air. Crash. When he hit the ground, the earth shattered, stones flew in all directions, and beast corpses were launched skyward. This was the combined assault technique of the ogre and the 5 great leaders. The Moon Demon clan fell into instant silence. This has to be a joke, right? Damn it, they don't even dare fight Onion. Is our clan leader, all right? Everyone's hearts were gripped with tension. Mu Saihua's body trembled as she bit her lip, ready to charge forward. Her clansmen blocked her path. Move aside, she cried out, filled with worry. Mu Qing shook his head. What could you possibly do out there right now? Get yourself killed. Are we supposed to just watch our lord die? Mu Qing exclaimed passionately. Of course not. Our lord will not be defeated. These injuries are nothing more than scratches to him. Mu Kaiwa fell silent for a moment, her expression emotionless. If anything happens to our lord, I must go out there. Same here, even if it means death. Mu Qing's eyes blazed with fervor. Mu Tsaihua's icy expression finally softened slightly. Good. The other Moon Demon clan members were equally tense. In the distance, the priest sneered coldly. No matter how strong you are, you must die. After a long while, the dust settled. Lin Shi's figure had vanished. Where did he go? Everyone searched frantically, seeing only corpses scattered across the ground. Be careful, he might be hiding beneath the bodies, the ogre warned in a low voice. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed, and the purple lightning heavenly wolf remained nowhere to be seen. Did he flee? This thought brought everyone a moment of relief. Roar! A agonized scream suddenly erupted. Everyone's hearts jumped as they turned toward the sound. The Tiger King's abdomen was bleeding again. Ding! You used the skill Lightning Flash on the Tiger King, dealing single target damage based on your attack power. 80, 90, 52, 100, 11873, 120, 12668, 140, 15840, 160, 18334, 180, 22966, 200, 26153, 300, 70,888 damage. Striking the same wound, the final blow proved fatal. The Tiger King roared in agony as its massive body crashed to the ground, blood gushing from its abdomen and spreading crimson across the earth. The entire battlefield fell silent. Mu Kaiwa covered her mouth with both hands as tears streamed down her face. My lord. Another lightning flash, claiming the remaining 50. A generation's Tiger King had fallen. Standing atop the Tiger King's corpse, Lin Shi stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze cold and merciless, a hint of mockery playing at the corners of his mouth. He had been waiting for lightning flash's cooldown to reset. Enduring the combined assault from the ogre He Shui and the 4 chieftains, Lin Shi was actually struggling, but he had to force himself to stay strong and even put on a nonchalant facade. Never show weakness, that was the principle. The Tiger King was the first to fall, and the next one would follow soon. Lin Shi's killing intent surged as his gaze swept across the remaining 3 chieftains and the ogre, though a chill crept into his heart. Humph. He Shui snorted coldly with a sinister grin. Your stubborn act won't work. After taking our combined attack, I refuse to believe you're unharmed. You just slaughtered 5,000 soldiers. There's no way you still have energy left. Is that so? Lin Shi's facial muscles twitched as he smiled menacingly. I'm going to kill every last one of your subordinates. Let's see if you believe that. During their exchange, the 3 chieftains and He Shui moved in an arc formation, completely surrounding Lin Shi. Lin Shi didn't act rashly, needed even a moment's respite more than his opponents did. You're the last ogre, aren't you? He deliberately stalled. Indeed I am. He Shui nodded without concealment. Who destroyed your clan? Lin Shi pressed. The Bear King roared angrily. Enough talk. Today is your death day. You think stalling will help? He turned to the others. Everyone attack. The purple lightning sky wolf is trying to recover his strength through conversation. The remaining beasts nodded in unison, ready to strike. Lin Shi sneered coldly. What's wrong? Scared? Too afraid to even answer. The 4 beasts stopped responding, their auras reaching their peak. Since he couldn't extract more information, Lin Shi saw no point in further talk. He glanced at his status bar. His health was still at 60%, but his stamina was completely depleted. The exhaustion of his energy made him anxious, yet he had no time to devise a strategy. The 4 beasts exchanged glances, reaching a silent agreement. Bang! The Ape King stomped the ground hard, creating a deep crater as he charged first. He Shui followed closely. The Wolf King rushed forward, and though the Bear King was half a beat slower, he too roared and lunged. Lin Shi tried to break through with speed, but his forepaws suddenly felt heavy. The soil beneath him had become like cement, trapping him firmly. Ding! System notification. Ape King uses skill Mud Restraint. You are immobilized for 3 seconds. 3 fatal seconds. The Ape King, Wolf King, Bear King, and He Shui were mere inches away, less than 2 seconds from completing their encirclement. The Moon Demon Clan members were terrified. Damn it, Lin Shi growled, with no way out. I can only use my ultimate move. Success or failure depends on fate. His purple fur instantly stood on end as electric arcs danced wildly. Sizzle, the mud blocks exploded in the lightning, turning into charred fragments. The ground beneath his paws collapsed and melted from the intense heat. Blood streamed from his eyes as his face contorted almost grotesquely, yet he forcibly squeezed out the last bit of strength from his severely overtaxed body. A numbing hum echoed from the sky as purple lightning rapidly gathered above, weaving into a net. Thunder spread along his fur, expanding and forming a lightning shell that enveloped Lin Shi. From the outside, this seemed slow, but it actually took only 2 seconds. Everyone present was no ordinary fighter and understood what was coming. He Shui's expression changed drastically as he roared, "Retreat!" Before his shout ended, the 3 beasts retreated together, desperately trying to escape the thunder domain. "Leave!" A deep, hoarse voice roared. "All of you die." Thunder and lightning. Boom! Purple electricity tore through the sky, carrying devastating force that engulfed everything around. The 4 figures trying to retreat were instantly caught by the electric light, swept into the violent storm along with the corpses on the ground. Purple light burst forth, screams echoed one after another, and vision was completely overwhelmed. Bang! The lightning pillar struck the barrier, causing the light shield to shake violently, yet it still held firm against the impact. Though the Moon Demon Clan members weren't injured, they were forced back several steps by the thunderous force that felt like a raging flood. Mu Caixia didn't move. She understood this was Lin Shi's final trump card. If it failed, they would almost certainly die. Her fists clenched tight, knuckles turning white. After a long while, the thunder dissipated. The ground was charred black, corpses melted into an indistinguishable mass, their original forms unrecognizable, with black smoke rising as if everything had been thoroughly roasted. The Moon Demon Clan members gazed from behind the barrier. No ogres were visible, nor the 3 leaders. Only a small purple wolf remained in the center. The little wolf's aura was weak, its purple fur dim, eyes unfocused. "My lord!" Mu Caishia's eyes lit up. Just as her voice fell, Lin Shi collapsed with a thud, motionless. Mu Caixia cried out in alarm, rushing out of the barrier with the Moon Demon Clan members following close behind. She knelt and scooped up the small wolf, discovering Lin Shi's breathing was barely perceptible, tears streaming down her face in panic. "My lord, are you all right? My lord! My lord!" Her tears sparkled blindingly in the sunset, dropping with a splash onto Lin Shi's face. Only then did Mu Caixia realize how much she truly cared for this purple wolf. Perhaps it began with his heroic rescue, perhaps with his brazen teasing, perhaps with his domineering slaughter, but the reason no longer mattered. Lin Shi tasted the saltiness and barely opened his eyes. "I'm fine." "Who are you mourning for?" "I'm just drained of energy. If you keep shaking me, I really will be done for." Puffed. Mu Caixia burst into laughter through her tears, her smile radiant. Lin Shi was momentarily stunned, thinking truly beautiful. In his consciousness, Baby snorted coldly. "Humph, didn't you say you had no desires?" Lin Shi chuckled. Mu Caixia pouted. "My lord always teases me, but I was truly worried about you." He was genuinely exhausted and closed his eyes to rest. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Caixia whispered softly, "My lord, may I always stay by your side? I ask for nothing else, just want to be near you." Her voice was barely audible, face flushed red down to her neck. Lin Shi was both amused and exasperated. "What kind of talk is that? If you want to follow, then follow. It's not like I can escape from you anyway." Mu Caixia lowered her head in response, her blush deepening. After a moment of silence, she spoke again, "My lord." Lin Shi's eyelid twitched. "What now? What is it this time?" Just as she was about to speak, "Caixia, watch out!" The Moon Demon Clan members cried in alarm. Boom. A spiked club came crashing through the air, striking Mu Caixia heavily. Caught completely off guard, her body twisted as she was sent flying, yet she still held the small wolf in her arms protectively. Thud! She crashed far away, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her skin scraped and torn in multiple places. Lin Shi was held so tightly by her that he couldn't move. "Caixia, Caixia," she weakly spoke. "My lord is safe." "That's wonderful. As long as my lord is safe, I can rest easy, my lord." I. Before she could finish, her life force was spent. A level 40 like her simply couldn't withstand He Shui's devastating blow. Her arms loosened but didn't fall away, still protecting the small wolf. Over there, the battered He Shui grinned menacingly. "Had enough of your lovey-dovey talk? Huh?" After a long while, Lin Shi struggled free and gazed at Mu Caishia's pale face and injury-covered skin, his expression hollow. He raised a trembling front paw to wipe away her tear stains, then lowered his head to gently lick them salty. His expression shifted from dazed, to furious, to completely twisted. He growled in a trembling voice, murderous intent overwhelming. "Ogre, you bastard, you deserve to die." His voice was hysterical. He had gone completely mad. "Weak? I'm so damn weak. weak as a pathetic dog, actually needing someone to protect me. Lin Shi roared inwardly, his bloodshot eyes nearly dripping crimson. His killing intent was so thick it seemed to take physical form, and crazed thoughts crushed his sanity over and over again. Cannibal. He shwe. Must die. Must die. Must die. Kill. 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 7 death cries echoed like war drums in his mind, and apart from slaughtering the trash before him, he could hear nothing else. In this uncontrolled frenzy, an unknown energy surged from deep within his heart, instantly propelling his strength to a higher level in mere moments. Ding! Your Heart of Slaughter has advanced from first tier to second tier, all attributes 1000. As the 5th native of the divine demon continent, to comprehend this power, bonus all attributes 500. Heart of Slaughter, second tier passive. The way of killing born from extreme madness, and slaughter only through experiencing despair can one understand its true meaning. Effect: base damage 50, attack speed 60, recovery speed 100. Bang! The rubble beneath his feet exploded instantly, and the air was torn into sharp sonic booms. He Shue felt his vision blur in an instant. The two were locked in close combat. He stared at Lin Shi's inhuman face, his heart suddenly contracting. That expression didn't belong to any wolf. I'm going to die here. The thought flashed through his mind, but he forcibly pushed it away. Terrifying. The opponent's killing intent was actually beginning to erode his own will. Mountain Crusher. He Shue roared, swinging his spiked club wider than his own shoulders down with devastating force. Lin Shi neither dodged nor blocked, whether from disdain or inability to react in time was unclear. Boom. The spiked club struck Hedon. Rocks flew in all directions. The ground instantly collapsed several meters, and dust clouds swallowed the purple lightning sky wolf's figure. My lord, the moon demon clansman cried out from the distance. As the dust settled, He Shue's cold smile froze into horror. The purple lightning sky wolf stood unharmed, not even a hair out of place. That's all the strength you have? Lin Shi raised his eyes, his voice cold as ice shards. Where did all that power from before go? Aren't you a cannibal? Aren't you the leader of the Demon Alliance? A chill shot through He Shue's heart. Flee. I must flee. He suddenly released his grip, dropping the spiked club and turning to run frantically. But his body suddenly froze. The purple lightning sky wolf had somehow appeared behind him. Weren't you supposed to be strong? Lin Shi's tone was utterly calm. Uft. The figure before him instantly dissolved into afterimages. He Shue looked down to see sharp wolf claws piercing his abdomen, blood trickling down the fur. The claws withdrew, and blood gushed forth. Why is your blood red? Shouldn't it be black? Lin Shi remained perfectly calm. Spare me. He Shue had no time to scream, only to wail. The claws plunged in again and yanked out violently, bringing more organs and blood foam. Weren't you supposed to be strong? He Shue staggered backward, turning to flee again, only to find Lin Shi blocking his path, giving him not the slightest chance of escape. Weren't you supposed to be strong? Weren't you supposed to be strong? Weren't you supposed to be strong? Each question accompanied a body-piercing strike. Intestines and organs were clawed out piece by piece, scattered among the rubble and dust. Many moon demon clansmen were forced to vomit and collapse from the gruesome sight. Pain and terror dragged He Shue into a nightmare. His pupils dilated, yet he still raised his head to stare at that cold wolf face, laughing hoarsely. Ha! You're the real cannibal. Before he could finish, he died. Lin Shi continued mechanically raising his claws, again and again. Weren't you supposed to be strong? Weren't you supposed to be strong? After a long while, Mu Qing stepped forward and whispered, My lord, it's over. Aren't you supposed to be strong? Aren't you supposed to be strong? The second taunt followed immediately, but Lin Shi seemed deaf to it, his purple wolf claws suspended in midair, frozen motionless. My lord. Mu Qing's voice suddenly rose sharply. He's already dead. Lin Shi's fingertips trembled slightly, but he only asked in a hoarse whisper, Mu Qing, how is Cai Xia? His voice, confused and disoriented, sounded as if it were seeping from the depths of a well. Mu Qing turned his face away, his throat feeling as if scraped by sandpaper. She's gone. Gone? Dead. Lin Shi's lips curved into an ugly arc. Dead. Yet tears kept streaming down his face uncontrollably. Dead? Haha. Lin Shi, aren't you fucking strong? You're useless, and you brought the Demon Alliance to attack the Moon Demon clan. What kind of man are you? Someone nearby laughed almost hysterically with mockery. Ha ha. Lin Shi threw back his head and laughed wildly, then suddenly bent over clutching his head. Cai Xiao, I'm sorry. It's all because I was too clever for my own good. He repeated incoherently, his voice growing lower and lower, until finally his entire body collapsed to the ground with a crash, unconscious. My lord. Mu Qing cried out in alarm, scooping him up and shouting, Back to the barrier. Everyone immediately followed, carrying Mu Caixia's cold corpse as they retreated swiftly. Phew, finally gone. That wolf has truly gone mad. The demon beasts in the distance poked their heads out. Mad or not, his power is terrifyingly overwhelming. Anyone below spirit level who encounters him is as good as dead. Let's get out of here quickly. If we run into that young wolf again, we'll die a miserable death. The three great leaders, Wolf King, Ape King, and Bear King, had been at their peak. Yet after barely surviving Lin Shi's thunderous strike and witnessing He Shui's gruesome fate, they too fled in disgrace. Back at the barrier, Mu Qing settled Lin Shi in his own quarters before stepping outside. Mu Qing, how is our lord? Yes, our lord will be all right, won't he? After this battle, all members of the Moon Demon clan no longer questioned Lin Shi's position as clan leader, and everyone's faces were now filled with anxiety. Sai, he's still unconscious. Mu Qing shook his head. Is Cai Xiao really dead? Mu Qing remained silent for a long while, finally nodding. Her life force has reached its end. She's already. His words trailed off into a long sigh. Is there truly no way at all? There should be none. Mu Qing shook his head again, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Unless what? There's still hope. Everyone clenched their fists. If we could reach the divine pool at Heavenly Wolf Ridge, perhaps it could revive beings who died within 3 days. But that's only legend. Mu Qing said hesitantly. A gentle breeze stirred, and a purple shadow appeared silently before the crowd. My lord! The group cried out in joyful surprise. Lin Shi didn't respond, only gazed deeply at Mu Qing, his eyes dark as an abyss. The divine pool at Heavenly Wolf Ridge? Mu Qing was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Yes. Legend says the divine pool there can resurrect living beings, but no one has ever witnessed the actual process. Lin Shi's face was expressionless, like a wooden carving. I'm going to Heavenly Wolf Ridge. Take care of yourselves. But, no buts. I'm leaving immediately. His tone was as flat as stagnant water. Mu Qing's heart tightened as he watched Lin Shi's rigid retreating figure, silently lamenting how deeply Cai Xiao's death had affected him. Yes, my lord. Please be careful on your journey. Lin Shi approached Mu Kaixia's side and looked down at her haggard appearance. His heart filled with bitter sorrow. The price of his arrogance was being paid by a woman. Don't worry, I will definitely save you. He clenched his fists, burying this vow deep in his heart. Outside the room, members of the Moon Demon clan gathered at the door, their eyes fixed intently on the entrance. This time, our lord saved us, but next time we won't be so fortunate. We must quickly improve our strength. Mu Qing reminded them in a deep voice. Mu Qing is right. This time, I could only stand by and watch helplessly the entire time. I'm so unwilling, someone said through gritted teeth. I'm unwilling too. Next time, I must charge into battle ahead of our lord, not just watch powerlessly from afar, another echoed. Crack. The door was suddenly pushed open, and the purple-haired man stepped out. His stern face, sharp features, and ice-cold gaze instantly chilled the air. Are you my lord? Everyone stood frozen in place. Lin Shi nodded. I'm leaving. Escort me out of the barrier. Yes. The crowd surrounded him, escorting him to the edge of the green barrier. Seeing his human form, they couldn't help but exchange glances in disbelief. Their lord could actually transform into a human. Mu Qing, present. While I'm away, you'll lead the Moon Demon clan. Don't disappoint me. Lin Shi's tone was calm, but left no room for argument. Yes. Without pleasantries or lengthy farewells, Lin Shi carried Mu Kaixia and swept through the night sky like a fierce wind. His destination, Heavenly Wolf Ridge, located deep within the Dark Faction territory, a place so notorious that any passerby could provide directions. The dangers within the Dark Faction's interior increased exponentially compared to the outer regions. While outer beasts ranged from levels 2060, the inner regions boasted creatures at levels 60120, a difference as vast as an abyss. The moon hung in the sky, its silver light casting shadows across the dark earth, outlining the harsh contours of the mountain forest. Deep in the quiet forest, two dark-skinned men were fighting over a fruit. Their features resembled humans, with only their black skin revealing their racial difference. Bai Yun, give me the heaven's fortune fruit, and I'll spare your life. Bai Feng's eyes gleamed with greed as he pressed closer. The fallen Bai Yun looked disheveled, his face stained with dirt, yet he clutched the white fruit tightly. Honestly, you're incredibly lucky to have obtained an immortal-grade treasure like the heaven's fortune fruit. But my luck isn't bad, either. You haven't wasted it yet, hee. Bai Feng sneered. Bai Feng, we're of the same clan, yet you show no kinship and attack me. The 15 or 16-year-old Bai Yun glared angrily. Kinship? What's that worth? Bai Feng scoffed. Once I consume the heaven's fortune fruit, the entire dark human clan will follow my lead. Then I'll leave this chaotic inner region and live freely in the outer areas of the Dark Faction. He licked his lips, his tone becoming more brazen. I hear the outer regions have the Moon Demon clan, once one of the 10 great clans. Moon Demon women are incredibly beautiful. Hee. When the time comes, I'll enslave the entire Moon Demon clan and make all their women writhe beneath me. The beautiful future painted itself brighter in his mind, his breathing quickened, and his eyes burned with desire. Bai Yun clutched the fruit tighter, struggling to lift his head, his voice hoarse but determined. I'd rather die than give the heaven's fortune fruit to anyone else. This is my chance to change my fate forever. Bai Yun collapsed on the ground, gritting his teeth and roaring. He was about to swallow the heavenly fortune fruit in one gulp, but before he could manage it, Bai Feng appeared beside him in an instant and snatched the fruit away. Crack! The crisp sound of dislocated bones accompanied by Yun's uncontrollable scream. Bai Feng toyed with the luminous white heavenly fortune fruit in his palm, sneering, "Give it to you? What a waste, you pathetic fool." Rustle the sound of grass brushing together drew closer. Who's there? Bai Feng spun around sharply. The grass parted, and a purple-haired man emerged slowly. His features were handsome, but his expression was as cold as frozen iron. He carried a woman on his back, green-haired, breathtakingly beautiful, yet no longer breathing. The man gently rested the woman's cheek against his shoulder, barely glancing at the two men as he uttered two words in a low voice. "Just passing through." "If you're just passing through, then get lost." Bai Feng waved dismissively. He recognized the man as someone from the outer ranks of the dark faction and didn't even bother using detection skills, clearly trash, who hadn't even reached level 60. The purple-haired man was pressed for time, with only 3 days remaining, and had no desire to delay. He brushed past Bai Feng. "Big brother, save me. Please help me." Bai Yun wailed. The man didn't stop walking. There were too many people seeking help in this world, and it had nothing to do with him. He had no intention of lending a hand, nor any time to experience the joy of saving others. "Wait!" Bai Feng barked. The man's figure paused, but he still didn't turn around. Bai Feng licked his lips, his voice turning crude. "The woman on your back is already dead. Leave her here. She's so beautiful, with such a great body. While she's still warm, let me have a go. She's from the green-haired moon demon clan, right? Perfect. I've always wanted to conquer a moon demon." The purple-haired man's shoulders trembled slightly. Bai Feng stared at that exquisite face, lust surging through him instantly. Bai Yun was stunned, both angry and terrified. "Bai Feng, you're fucking sick." "Sick?" Bai Feng laughed loudly. "This corpse is absolutely perfect. Not playing with it would be sick." "Huh." 10 seconds of silence. Seeing no reaction from the man, Bai Feng shouted, "Did you hear me?" The man seemed to snap back to reality then, lowering his head to gently place the woman down. He supported her with both hands, afraid she might hit the rocks, settling her carefully on the grass. Yes, that's right. Now you can get lost." Bai Feng waved smugly. A gentle breeze swept by, making the grass tremble. Suddenly, Bai Feng's heart lurched, killing intent, and so thick it was suffocating. A sharp pain tore through his chest. Looking down, he saw a gaping hole where his heart should be, blood gushing out like a fountain. The purple-haired man had somehow closed the distance without a word, holding Bai Feng's still beating heart in his hand. You. Bai Feng spat blood, but before he could finish speaking, he collapsed backward. The man casually tossed the heart into the dirt like discarded cloth. And just like that, a corpse was born. The man's expression remained unchanged as he walked to a tree, carefully cleaning the blood from his hands with lush leaves. Ugh! Bai Yun was sickened by the scene and doubled over, vomiting violently, first the contents of his stomach, then bitter stomach acid, and finally dry heaving. After confirming his hands were clean, the man returned to the woman's side, gently lifted her, and placed her on his back again before turning toward the depths of the forest. Bai Yun stopped dry heaving and stared at that retreating figure in a daze, then suddenly dropped to his knees and kowtowed heavily. Afterward, enduring the pain, he picked up the heavenly fortune fruit that Bai Feng had dropped. "Wow, that's the heavenly fortune fruit," Baby exclaimed in his consciousness. Eating the heavenly fortune fruit brings good luck in everything. It's incredibly powerful. Even divine-level treasures might not be as strong. Now he's got the perfect comeback story, going straight from minor character to main protagonist. Lin, she responded coolly, "I don't need it. Why not? Can someone who has good luck in everything truly become strong?" Lin, she asked in return. Baby was speechless. Before he could respond, Lin, she continued, "This thing seems powerful, but it's really just a treasure for small-minded people. Those who truly pursue ultimate strength would actually be constrained by it. The reason it's still immortal grade instead of divine grade is precisely this." Baby was left without words. But you didn't have to just give it away to someone else. You could have saved it for a friend." Baby grumbled. "The heavenly fortune fruit must be consumed within 24 hours. It can't be saved." Lin Shi's tone remained calm. "And anyone capable of becoming my friend would never have such shallow ambitions. They wouldn't need this kind of fruit either." Baby fell completely silent. After taking the heavenly fortune fruit, Bai Yun indeed found everything going his way. He rose rapidly within the dark human clan, eventually reaching the pinnacle of the dark faction and becoming heaven and earth's favored child. But that's a story for another time. Lin Shi pressed forward relentlessly, venturing deeper into the wilderness. The further he went, the fewer travelers he encountered, yet the powerhouses he came across grew increasingly terrifying. Even spirit-level beings occasionally swept past, stirring up commotions in the shadows. But to Lin Shi, such disturbances were beneath his notice. If any blind spirit-level cultivator dared to provoke him, he wouldn't mind adding a few more corpses to his wake. Rustle. The pale light of dawn crept across the eastern horizon, temporarily subduing the sinister killing intent that lurked in the night. Lin Shi emerged from the forest to find a pristine lake spread before him. The morning light cast a gentle glow across the water's surface, and a soft breeze brought refreshing coolness to his face. Yet as he held Mu Caixia in his arms, he felt no leisure to appreciate the scenery, had no idea how far Tianlang Ridge still lay ahead, and with only 3 days remaining, time was desperately short. Mu Caixia's delicate body had grown cold as snow, intensifying his anxiety. His gaze swept across the lake, not a single boat in sight, nor even the slightest ripple from jumping fish. Circling the lake would consume far too much precious time. He carefully secured Mu Caixia, took a deep breath, and plunged into the water. The icy lake water enveloped his body. With his dark gold-level physique, he could hold his breath underwater for 10 minutes. Lin Shi dove down while activating Lightning Flash, his form transforming into a dark blue arc of electricity beneath the surface, moving far faster than ordinary fish. He was almost certain something lurked in these depths, otherwise how could all aquatic life have vanished? Yet as he swam onward, the underwater realm remained eerily silent. Lin Shi frowned. Had his judgment been wrong? Gurgle gurgle. Deep, rumbling breaths suddenly erupted from the lake bottom, like muffled thunder rolling across the lake bed. Lin Shi's eyes flashed with sharp light as he followed the sound. There, among the mud and sand of the lake floor, lay a massive beast. It had 2 heads and 4 limbs, covered in deep blue scales, with long, flexible necks resembling an enlarged plesiosaur. The creature lay sleeping, its snores causing the surrounding water to pulse rhythmically. Both heads were half buried in the silt, making them difficult to discern clearly. If his guess was correct, this beast had likely devoured every living thing in the lake. Lin Shi drew in a sharp breath. The sheer size alone would intimidate most spirit-level powerhouses. He immediately activated his reconnaissance skill. Name: Sea Demon Dragon. Rank: Spirit level. Level 80. Health: 5 million. Attack: 4,580. Defense: 3,250. Speed: 32. Skills: Raging Waves, Water Breath, Water World. Description: a mutated sea monster born with twin heads, yearning to soar into the sky and become a true dragon. Phew. Fortunately, aside from its absurdly high 5 million health points, its other attributes fell short of his own. At this realization, Lin Shi felt somewhat relieved. Since comprehending the second stage of Heart of Slaughter, he had gained a massive 1,500 attribute points in one go. Combined with the experience from slaying the ogre He Shui and massacring 5,000 beasts, his level had skyrocketed to 66. His current comprehensive attributes had long since completely transcended what the Dark Gold level could normally contain. Purple Lightning Celestial Wolf, Dark Gold Lord, level 66. Health: 2,150,000. Attack: 5,040. Defense: 3,560. Speed: 39. Skills: Thunder Hand, Lightning Flash, Extreme Dash, Thunderous Might, Heart of Slaughter, Moon Sacrifice. Description: these attributes far exceeded even those of the Sea Demon Dragon, a spirit-level creature at level 80, truly unimaginable. It was the Heart of Slaughter that had forcibly pushed Lin Shi's overall stats to such heights, yet he would rather have never activated such an enhancement. His immediate priority was a swift resolution. Since the Sea Demon Dragon possessed spirit-level combat power, its intelligence should be considerable. If he could demonstrate overwhelming strength, negotiating the matter of crossing the river might prove easier. However, this was merely Lin Shi's assumption. Reality always had a way of unfolding far beyond expectations. Thunderhand. A massive palm formed of condensed lightning appeared out of nowhere, seizing the neck of the Sea Demon Dragon sleeping at the lake's bottom without warning. Boom. Electric arcs exploded, forcing the lake water apart into towering walls as waves rolled outward in all directions. Oh, that hurts. Stop it, you're killing me. The Sea Demon Dragon awoke in pain, its massive body thrashing at the lake bottom, stirring up clouds of sediment. It hurts so much. Can't we just talk this out? Why resort to violence? Black lines appeared on Lin Shi's forehead. Was it really that painful? A mighty spirit-level being, yet it screamed as if being torn apart by such minor pain. If he hadn't witnessed the damage number, 45,689, floating above its head with his own eyes, he might have thought his strike had seriously wounded the Sea Demon Dragon. After thrashing about for some time, the Sea Demon Dragon finally stopped, grumbling irritably. Couldn't you just wake me up? Did you have to beat me awake? Can violence solve problems? Violence only makes things worse. Communication. Communication is the way. This nagging tone left Lin Shi momentarily stunned. This Sea Demon Dragon had quite an odd personality. What do you want from me? The Sea Demon Dragon shook its head and squinted as it examined him. You want me to help you cross the river, right? Lin Shi's mouth twitched, truly spineless, but he nodded nonetheless. You should have said so earlier. The sea demon dragon rolled its eyes. Come on, climb aboard. I'm not doing this for the first time. Everyone around here knows I'm the most helpful. It even puffed out its chest proudly, as if waiting for praise. She was speechless. It seemed he had overcomplicated matters. However, caution remained essential. Who could guarantee this creature wasn't pretending? If Mu Xiao were dragged into the water, a trace of bone-chilling killing intent flashed instantly. When that time came, this dragon would surely die. The sea demon dragon seemed to sense that murderous aura and immediately pouted. Why are you humans always so scheming? Even I, a dragon, live more freely than you do. Aren't you tired of all that plotting and backstabbing? These words left She stunned. His deeply concealed killing intent had been instantly detected, and the creature had called it out without any reservations. Splash! The calm lake surface was broken by two figures as a man and dragon emerged, creating cascading waves. She stepped onto the shore, his clothes completely soaked, but he paid no attention to himself, immediately and carefully cradling Mu Xiao in his arms. Climb onto my back, and I'll help you cross this lake. The sea demon dragon spoke with confidence, practically ready to beat its chest in assurance. As it turned its head, it caught sight of Mu Xiao in Lin's arms, and its eyes immediately lit up. Damn, what a beautiful woman. Lin had no patience for small talk and leaped onto its back. Hurry up, I'm pressed for time. You got it. The sea demon dragon readily agreed, paddling its limbs through the lake water. Despite its massive frame, it glided like an arrow straight toward the opposite shore. The tranquil lake surface was disturbed by two long trails of water in its wake, with splashes hitting Lin's boots. Bored, the sea demon dragon flicked its tail and struck up a conversation. Brother, I'm guessing you're heading to Heavenly Wolf Ridge, right? Lin's heart stirred. How did you know? Isn't it obvious? The sea demon dragon grinned. The woman in your arms isn't breathing, she's clearly dead. Seeing how urgent you are, you must want to take her to the divine pool at Heavenly Wolf Ridge for resurrection. We natives aren't like adventurers who can respawn anywhere, anytime. The only known places that can bring natives back to life are the divine pool at Heavenly Wolf Ridge and the Stellar Witch's Spring of Life. The Stellar Witch's Spring of Life? She exclaimed in surprise. There are actually two places that can resurrect the dead? Of course. The sea demon dragon continued paddling as it spoke. One is controlled by the dark faction, the other belongs to the light faction, perfectly balanced on opposite sides. She pondered silently, thinking this did provide natives with a lifeline. But the sea demon dragon quickly dampened his spirits. Don't get your hopes up too high. The divine pool at Heavenly Wolf Ridge isn't somewhere you can just waltz into. Your strength is decent, but there are plenty of people stronger than you. She smiled faintly. Is that so? But I must bring her back to life. This beauty. The sea demon dragon sighed. I hope you succeed too. A woman this gorgeous shouldn't have died so young. She nodded, developing some fondness for this talkative sea monster. The two of them, one human, one dragon, continued forward, with the sounds of water and wind interweaving as they traveled in silence for a while. When they reached the center of the lake, the sea demon dragon couldn't help but speak up again. Is she your girlfriend? She shook his head. She's so beautiful, you must be one of her suitors, right? Still shaking his head. Then why? She smiled bitterly. Don't ask. It's personal. Seeing he was reluctant to elaborate, the sea demon dragon tactfully stopped questioning and suppressed its curiosity. Upon reaching the shore, the sea dragon yawned, appearing somewhat weary. You'd better get down now. I didn't even sleep well before you woke me up, and in such a rough way too. The massive head shook, its voice filled with helplessness. Shi, holding the unconscious Mu Xiao, stood awkwardly on the dragon's back. I had no choice. Who knew you'd have such a personality? Despite looking so fierce, you're actually... Unable to finish the thought aloud, he simply bowed with cupped hands. Thank you. With that, he leaped down and landed steadily on the soft, muddy ground of the opposite shore. It's nothing. The sea dragon politely responded with a flick of its tail. Just wake me up more gently next time. I'm going back for some more sleep. As its words faded, the massive body slowly sank beneath the surface, leaving only large bubbles churning on the lake. Sigh. Shi shook his head with a light sigh. Since arriving in this world, he had been overly cautious, overthinking many situations. Without further delay, he hoisted Mu Xiao onto his back again and set off toward Heavenly Wolf Ridge. The opposite shore was still forest. This lake was situated within the woods, simply dividing the forest in two. The fallen leaves beneath his feet were soft and rustled as he followed animal trails deeper into the wilderness. Along the way, he spent over an hour making his way through the forest. During the journey, he asked various wild beasts and strange creatures for directions. After receiving guidance, he continued forward, occasionally encountering some foolish creatures that he would casually discipline, though never allowing anything to delay his progress. One day later, Heavenly Wolf Ridge finally appeared in his view. It was an unimaginably massive mountain range. In the distance, The mountainside was covered in interwoven green and golden hues, with black and white wolf silhouettes roaming back and forth across the slopes. On the most prominent cliff face of the range, 3 large characters were carved: Heavenly Wolf Ridge. The script was bold and domineering, with an indiscriminate killing intent emanating through the rock, as if warning all who dared to trespass. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened slightly. These wolves, their strength was astonishing. While most were slightly weaker than him, the gap wasn't large, and there were even 2 that were ridiculously powerful. Every wolf that appeared here was above level 70, and some emanated auras so intense that their levels couldn't even be detected, only their extreme danger was certain. Many white and black wolves had already noticed the figure on the shore and, driven by curiosity, began descending the mountain one after another, soon surrounding Lin Shi. Leading them were 1 black and 1 white wolf, with the rest of the pack naturally forming ranks behind them, none daring to overstep their position. The white wolf spoke first, its amber eyes flashing with confusion. "Where are you from?" It had already used detection skills to discover that this human was actually a wolf in essence. The problem was transforming into human form was an ability only those at god level could master, yet this person's strength was clearly below god level, not even reaching level 70. Lin Shi maintained a proper posture and spoke respectfully. "I am a wolf from Newbie Village." Newbie Village? That place named by the gods. The white wolf pondered thoughtfully. Can all wolves from Newbie Village transform into human form? That's impossible. Taking human form is our dream. How could it be so simple? You must have consumed some heavenly treasure. Murmurs of discussion arose from all around. The leading black wolf frowned and growled low. Quiet. No one dared make a sound, and the chatter immediately ceased. Clearly, when it came to the black wolf's commands, absolute obedience was required. The black wolf spoke up. "No matter how you manage to take human form, as long as you're a wolf, you're one of our people. Stop standing here in the sun and come into Tianlang Ridge." Lin Shi certainly wouldn't refuse. He could easily sense the kinship that only came from those of the same clan. The 2 wolves led him deeper into the mountains. Along the way, the black wolf introduced himself. "My name is Shaluo, and this white wolf beside me is Keluo. We're the leaders of the black and white wolf packs, respectively." Keluo smiled in greeting. Lin Shi's mind stirred, and he lowered his voice even more, pointing to the woman on his back. "Brother Shaluo, I'll be direct. Looking at her, you should be able to guess why I'm here." Shaluo glanced over and nodded. "No breathing, already dead. You want to use the divine pool for resurrection?" A flash of excitement crossed his eyes. "Exactly. Brother Shaluo, do you think it's possible?" Lin Shi seemed urgent. Mu Caixia had paid the price for his overconfidence, and he couldn't accept her dying like this. Shaluo sighed and shook his head. Lin Shi's heart sank as he urgently asked, "Why not?" The white wolf Keluo, who had been leading the way, spoke up. "Tianlang Ridge has a distinguished guest." "A distinguished guest?" Lin Shi was stunned. Does having a distinguished guest mean others can't use the divine pool? What kind of logic is that? Keluo replied helplessly. "That distinguished guest is currently in the divine pool." Lin Shi was speechless, and after a long pause asked, "Can only one person enter the divine pool at a time?" Both Shaluo and Keluo shook their heads. "Then why exactly?" Lin Shi's tone was already tinged with agitation. Keluo explained. "The guest is too special. We can't afford to offend him. Without his permission, we can't let anyone else enter. It's not that we're unwilling, but that we simply can't. Do you understand?" Lin Shi could only nod. Now that the divine pool was occupied, unless that person relented, everything else was just empty talk. With anxiety, they continued deeper. In the center of the valley, a spirited old man was arguing with a young man. The old man had white hair at his temples, but a ruddy complexion, while the young man had ordinary features: black hair, wheat-colored skin, wore green robes, and had a fawning expression. The old man roared, "Palada, have you no shame? The divine pool belongs to Tianlang Ridge, and you want to take it away? Over my dead body." The young man grinned cheekily. "Old man, don't get yourself worked up. Tianlang Ridge only has 1 god-level being you. If you really die of anger, that would be dangerous." Lin Shi watched from afar, an inexplicable chill rising in his ear that couldn't see through this young man. The old man pointed at the young man and cursed, "Get lost. Come again and I'll activate the Tianlang Grand Formation and sweat you like a fly." The young man's face darkened. "You damn well don't know what's good for you. I want that broken pool as a favor to you." He finished by giving the middle finger. The old man was so angry his nose went crooked, and he lifted his foot to kick. Bang! The young man was sent flying. "Damn, you dare lay hands on me. I was respecting my elders and didn't hit you, but you really think I'm a pushover?" The young man rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. The next moment, the old man and young man were wrestling together. Not bad strength. Don't think old people are easy to bully. Behold my deadly scissor kick. My dog-beating divine fist is no joke either. Divine what fist? You just made that name up. Lin Shi and the Wolf Clan members were all speechless, but Shaluo and Keluo seemed used to it, merely sighing. Shaluo cleared his throat. "Ahem. Only then did the two stop fighting, looking at each other bang. The old man suddenly gave the young man another punch to the right eye. Holy crap, sneak attack. The young man covered his eye and was about to retaliate when the old man straightened up and walked toward Shaluo. What's the matter? Shaluo pointed toward Lin Shi. A wolf clan brother from the newbie village wants to borrow the divine pool to revive a friend. The old man turned to Lin Shi, squinting as he looked him over, then suddenly exclaimed, Young man, you have extraordinary bone structure. Lin Shi. TSK, absolutely incredible. You're definitely a martial arts prodigy. The old man circled around Lin Shi completely, his gaze examining him from head to toe, his voice filled with undisguised amazement. Lin Shi was stunned for a moment. Was this really a god-level powerhouse? Whether in terms of aura or demeanor, he was completely different from the unreachable existence Lin Shi had imagined. Nearby, the young man called Prada covered his still throbbing right eye and climbed up from the ground. The old man's praise left him dazed as well, and he raised his hand to rub his black eye, squinting suspiciously at Lin Shi with his other eye. Haven't we met somewhere before? The young man frowned and asked. Hearing this, Lin Shi felt the same indescribable sense of familiarity surge in his heart. He vaguely remembered something, but couldn't quite recall it. From the dark faction, particularly good at trash talk, and we've met before. He quickly searched through his mind. Just as his thoughts began to connect, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck. The young man across from him was puzzled, and, driven by his hanging confusion, quietly activated his reconnaissance skill. The information from the reconnaissance skill appeared before his eyes, and the next second, both men froze simultaneously. Robert. Lin Shi lowered his voice tentatively. Purple Lightning Sky Wolf. Your name is Lin Shi. The young man's eyes widened. The information displayed by the reconnaissance skill was never wrong. It really is. Both said in unison, their voices filled with amazement and realization. The surrounding pack of giant wolves served as background, so quiet that only their huffing and puffing could be heard. Prada pointed at the woman on Lin Shi's back, still chattering. I came to Sky Wolf Ridge looking for you, but you weren't there. The old man said he'd never seen a purple wolf, so I thought you'd gone to the wild grasslands. I asked all the way to Dallas before he told me you were in the newbie village, making me run around for nothing. Lin Shi couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. So your real name is Prada. No wonder when I asked if there was a Robert in the dark faction, no one responded. Oh right, I did forget to tell you my real name. The old man waved his hand, interrupting their reunion. Enough. The purple-furred wolf you mentioned last time was him. Now look, he's come to my Sky Wolf Ridge, and you've run into him. Exactly. Prada chuckled foolishly. What wonderful fate. The old man grunted and turned to Lin Shi. You came to my Sky Wolf Ridge for the woman on your back, didn't you? Precisely. Lin Shi nodded. New hope igniting in his heart. Robert was Prada, and he was extremely powerful. Perhaps entering the divine pool was possible. The divine pool is currently being used by an important person. The old man had barely begun speaking when Prada immediately waved his hand. Go on. What important person? Just some wet-behind Thier's brat who thinks she's the queen of the world because she's pretty. Never mind her. Come on, let's go straight in. He grabbed Lin Shi and started walking forward. Lin Shi was torn between laughter and tears. This divine pool was, after all, the territory of Sky Wolf Ridge's master. Shouldn't they ask permission first? The old man's expression suddenly darkened as he blocked Prada's path. What? Prada puffed out his chest defiantly. I'm better looking than you anyway, so don't glare at me. Bang. The old man raised his hand and landed a punch on his left eye. Damn. Prada jumped in pain. You old bastard. The old man dusted off his hands and nodded with satisfaction. The right eye looked uneven. Now they're symmetrical. Damn you, Polly. You. Prada covered both eyes and cursed furiously. The old man couldn't be bothered with him and only said to Lin Shi. You want to enter the divine pool? Lin Shi nodded solemnly. It's not impossible. The old man stroked his beard, seemingly weighing his options. Lin Shi immediately declared. Whatever you command, senior, I will go through fire and water, even unto death. The old man smiled. As a god-level powerhouse, I naturally wouldn't ask you to do anything major. There's just one thing you must agree to. Please speak. The old man looked troubled. Actually, well, you others withdraw first, he said to the other wolves present. Shala and Kolo exchanged glances, having no choice but to comply. Yes. The two led the pack of wolves and withdrew. The spacious stone hall fell silent instantly, yet the atmosphere grew even more mysterious. Prada couldn't help but mutter. All this secrecy, what are you up to, old man? The elder looked around, confirming no one was eavesdropping before lowering his voice and asking Lin Shi. Do you know how our Heavenly Wolf Ridge stands in terms of prestige? Lin Shi smiled and replied. Throughout the entire dark faction, practically everyone knows of it. You could say it's one of the 10 strongest clans in the dark faction. 10 strongest clans, my ass. Prada interrupted rudely. Apart from the old man here having god-tier strength, the White Wolf King and Black Wolf King are barely passable at best. The rest are all cannon fodder. High levels mean nothing when their attributes are as pathetic as experience points. Lin Shi was stunned by this bluntness, but surprisingly, the elder didn't refute it. Instead, he nodded in acknowledgement. That's right, this is exactly the truth. On Heavenly Wolf Ridge, aside from myself, there are no true powerhouses. With that, he let out a long sigh. Lin Shi frowned. So what you're saying is, I'm not finished yet. The elder spoke slowly, but each word carried weight. Our wolf bloodline isn't particularly noble, and our attributes are weaker compared to others of the same level. Though I may be god tier, my actual combat power falls short of even peak immortal tier beings with noble bloodlines. Lin Shi's frown deepened. You mean you want me to enhance the purity and quality of the wolf clan's bloodline? Old man, you've lost your mind. Prado exclaimed. The purple lightning heavenly wolf bloodline is indeed noble and has potential, but are you certain his blood will suit every wolf? If it's incompatible, they could die from bodily explosion. I must press forward with this. The elder's expression was resolute, his gaze locked firmly on Lin Shi. Give me your blood to study. I need to understand why your bloodline is so pure. Agree to this, and I'll let you enter the divine pool immediately. Without hesitation, Lin Shi nodded. All right. Prada covered his face with his hand. Kid, you think this is just ordinary blood? This is essence blood. Every drop you lose will diminish your potential and strength. Lin Shi was momentarily stunned, but then he glanced at Mu Caixia on his back, his resolve firm. Mu Caixia was more important. Potential and strength could be recovered, but there was only one Mu Caixia. No problem, he urged without hesitation. Hurry up, I'm pressed for time. Here I go. The elder raised his hand and pressed his palm against Lin Shi's chest. Rather than pushing Lin Shi away, the palm force created a powerful suction. Ugh, Lin Shi groaned, sharp pain shooting through his chest, as if it were being torn open. His essence blood was forcibly extracted, and his face turned deathly pale in an instant. Prada helplessly clapped his hands and shouted, Old man, this is a genius of the wolf clan. What's the point of taking his essence blood to nurture other wolves? You're destroying a true talent. The elder responded coldly, You don't understand. Our wolf clan is in mortal danger, declining like the setting sun. Without improving our overall strength, how can we deter those with ill intentions? I can still maintain our peak combat power, but if the pack remains weak, we ultimately won't be able to defend Heavenly Wolf Ridge. After a long while, the elder withdrew his palm, a drop of crimson essence blood glowing with faint purple light suspended at his fingertip. Sigh. Prada let out a long breath. Lin Shi felt hollow inside, his steps unsteady, but he forced himself to remain upright. The weight of Mu Caixia on his back reminded him he couldn't fall. Ding. Your essence blood has been extracted. All attributes 100. Level 3 maximum possible reduction. Level 10. Can I enter the divine pool now? At this point, it was nothing more than an equivalent exchangino need to put on airs or offer flattery. His tone turned cold as he reverted to his true nature. The elder stared at Lin Shi, whose temperament had suddenly shifted, and a flash of admiration flickered in his eyes. Now this is your true self. Excellent. Only those with iron will can reach the pinnacle. You already possess the mindset of the strong. Very good. Don't waste my time. Lin Shi's response remained cold and hard, his impatience clearly evident. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Prada quickly interjected to smooth things over. Old man, hurry up and take him there. But the elder simply shook his head. You took my blood essence, and now you refuse. Murderous intent surged in the depths of Lin Shi's dark eyes. Do you think that just because you've reached god level, I can't do anything to you? Believe it or not, I can make your Tianlang Ridge disappear from this world starting today. The long-suppressed killing intent instantly spread. The air turned frigid, frost seeming to creep across everyone's skin. Those around couldn't help but shiver, an inexplicable fear rising in their hearts. Even more terrifying, their minds seemed frozen thoughts, movements, and reactions, all slowing down. Reason teetered on the edge of madness as Lin Shi's shoulders trembled slightly. He was on the verge of losing control. If not for Mu Caixia still being held captive, he would have gone on a killing spree right then and there. The elder, however, grew more appreciative as he watched, stroking his beard and sighing softly. Such terrifying killing intents killed far too many people. Prada was also stunned. Damn, this kid is completely different from when he was in Fengyu City. What the hell happened in between? Baby knows everything, suddenly whispered in his ear. Lin Shi, calm down. You can't beat this old man right now, and Mu Caixia's life is still in his hands. As the voice faded, Lin Shi's form suddenly froze. He gritted his teeth and forcibly suppressed his killing intent. The elder nodded with satisfaction. Good, good. Though barely contained, it's quite impressive. It seems that thing won't be wasted on you. That thing. Prada's mouth fell open in shock. Damn, you sneaky old bastard. They actually want to let him try that trial? What audacity. Prada gave a thumbs up, grinning widely to show his white teeth. That's one of your wolf clan's most precious treasures aside from the divine pool, isn't it? Naturally. The elder stroked his sparse silver hair, his tone full of pride. With nothing but lowly bloodline, I single-handedly elevated the Wolf clan into a renowned great clan known throughout the world. Without such boldness, how could I have achieved this? Keeping treasures unused is simply wasteful. However, let me warn you up front that trial carries extreme mortal danger, and few dare to attempt it. Then why not give it to me? Prada leaned closer, his tone fawning. Just let me try once, and I'll guarantee your Wolf clan's survival for 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Lin Shi was secretly shocked. Prada was a god-level powerhouse whose lifespan could easily reach millions of years, which was why he could speak of protecting for 1,000 years so casually. The elder curled his lip. Get lost, go cool off somewhere else. First, he's from the Wolf clan bloodline, you're not. Second, your promise is as worthless as a fart. I'm god-level myself, and can live tens of thousands of years like it's child's play, so why would I need your protection? Third, your willpower is pathetically weak. You'd never pass the final trial of the 7 deadly sins. You'd just be going in for novelty. Where is my willpower weak? Prada slammed the table. The elder narrowed his eyes, speaking bluntly. When you saw Alice, your soul was practically stolen away, and you still dare claim strong willpower? Prada's old face instantly turned red as he stammered. That was a mistake. Besides, she really is too beautiful. Ahem. Anyway, I haven't touched that thing. I'm saving it for future generations. The elder coughed awkwardly. Lin Shi had been observing throughout, his expression cold and detached, not interjecting. Prada still wouldn't give up. Then how do you determine this kid's willpower is sufficient? Can't you see for yourself? The elder waved dismissively. Don't tell me one of the 10 strongest lacks even this much perception. The 10 strongest? Lin Shi's mind suddenly flashed with relevant memory. Skywind Prada was indeed ranked 6th on that list. What made him even more nervous was whether the little thing the elder mentioned referred to the baby inside his body. Hearing this, Prada scrutinized Lin Shi carefully and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I understand. Now's the person my sister vowed to dismember into 10,000 pieces. I don't care what you're specifically discussing." Lin Shi suppressed his churning thoughts and spoke directly. "I just want to confirm one thing. Can this woman enter the divine pool?" "Yes." The elder nodded. "But you must accept one trial, which will bring you tremendous benefits. Please explain." A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Lin Shi's eyes, though he added in a deep voice, "Just don't deceive me like with the essence blood matter." Prada threw an arm around his shoulder, speaking heartily. "Brother, I'll vouch for you. This old man absolutely won't deceive you this time. If you succeed, the divine pool will be like your backyard garden. Soak whenever you want, every day if you like. Go to hell." The elder's mouth twitched violently. Prada snorted. "Did I say something wrong?" The elder opened his mouth for a long moment, then finally sighed. "No, it's exactly as you said. However, success is difficult." Hearing the elder personally confirm the opportunity existed, Lin Shi's heart burned with excitement. He took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. "Senior, please take me there. Follow me." "On the road," Prada said. "Don't get your hopes up too high, really. As long as you can pass the preliminary test, I'll take you to the divine pool no matter what." Lin Shi nodded gratefully. "Thank you." Prada and Lin Shi followed the white-haired, white-bearded elder along a path covered with thorns and rubble, venturing deep into Tianlang Ridge. Mountain winds howled and treetops swayed. After about 10 minutes, they stopped behind some jagged boulders. Before them lay a circular pool with a radius of barely 2 meters, its walls encased in dark stone. In the center, a fountain as thick as a thumb shot upward from below, its droplets refracting blinding white light in the sunlight. Around the fountain, a blood-red lotus rose straight from the mud without a single leaf. Its petals bloomed in layers like sharp blades, emanating a heart-stopping crimson glow. It carried no floral fragrance as plants should, but instead radiated a bone-chilling killing intent. Lin Shi's pupils contracted sharply, his steps freezing involuntarily. "This is a lotus?" A chill ran through his heart even from 10 meters away. That murderous aura pressed against his skin with dull pain, 100 times more intense than his own full-powered killing intent. "Such terrifying killing intent," he murmured. In his mind, Baby's voice trembled with shock. "A crimson demon lotus? Crimson demon lotus?" Lin Shi heard this name for the first time, his heart inexplicably heavy. Baby explained urgently. "Legend says that when the divine demon continent first opened, the gods' blood spilled as they tore through the world's barriers, mixing into the earth. That blood, infused with divine killing intent, later transformed into countless treasures, and the crimson demon lotus is one of them. Back then, powerful figures fought earth-shaking battles over it. Few remain today. This is a rare, god-tier treasure." Growing more excited, it continued. "This thing is both poison and divine medicine. If you can withstand that killing intent and completely refine it, the benefits are heaven-defying. Your chances of breaking through to immortal rank would be astoundingly high." Formed from divine blood. Lin Shi paused slightly. "Aren't gods just systems? How could they have physical bodies?" Before his confusion cleared, he asked again, "Is immortal rank very difficult?" "Of course." Baby rolled its eyes irritably. "Immortal rank immortal. With the word immortal in it. Do you think it's simple? You're currently dark gold rank. Above that is spirit rank, then immortal rank. Listen, the divine demon continent has over 1 trillion living beings, not counting marine life. Among them, about 20 million are dark gold rank, actually quite a few. Spirit rank numbers around 5 million, barely considered common goods. But once you reach immortal rank, the number immediately drops to around 10,000. Can you imagine? If we include marine life, dark gold and spirit rank numbers would multiply again, but immortal rank would only add 10 to 20,000 more. Ocean territories are vast with many terrifying beings, but immortal ranks remain scarce. From 5 million to 10,000? Lynchie gasped. Exactly. Baby nodded definitively. What does immortal rank represent? Flying through heaven and earth, reducing a small city to ash with a wave of the hand, dramatically extended lifespan. Even short-lived humans can live thousands to tens of thousands of years after becoming immortal. Between spirit and immortal ranks lies an insurmountable chasm. One immortal rank expert could potentially kill a spirit rank with a single punch. The baby grew more excited as he spoke, but this is closely related to bloodline, talent, and fortuitous encounters. The baby used blessings to elevate your bloodline to an incredibly powerful level, but with bloodline alone, the chances of reaching the immortal level would still be slim. Lin Shi, your talent is quite good, and this Crimson Demon Lotus is your opportunity. Eat it, and it becomes your fortune. While reaching the immortal level may not be guaranteed, the probability will definitely increase dramatically. Moreover, after consuming the Crimson Demon Lotus, you might directly break through dark gold and reach the spirit level, since your strength has already reached the peak of dark gold. Hearing this analysis, Lin Shi's heart trembled violently. Once he had thought, the immortal level is nothing special. But now he understood his own ignorance and superficiality. No wonder when he had boldly declared, "We'll meet again someday," to the life banshee, she had found it laughable, had always been just a frog at the bottom of a well, and he couldn't help but mock himself inwardly. The elder stared at the fiery red demon lotus ahead and suddenly asked, "Do you know what this is?" Lin Shi nodded. Palata raised an eyebrow. "No way? You actually recognize the Crimson Demon Lotus?" "I just learned about it, so I suppose that counts as knowing it." Lin Shi replied with a mixture of tears and laughter. The elder was surprised that someone with mere dark gold cultivation would know of such a supreme treasure, but still nodded solemnly. "If you can walk over there and successfully consume it, I'll open the divine pool for you. As for the woman on your back, I'll carry her." With that, he reached out to take her. Lin Shi dodged to the side, raising an eyebrow. "I'll handle it myself." The earlier discussion between these two about women and willpower had left him unable to relax his guard even slightly. As a precaution, he carried Mu Caixia 20 meters away to a large tree, letting her lean against the sturdy trunk. The tree shade was dense with lush greenery, and the air carried a faint fragrance of grass. Gazing at her pale face, he made a solemn promise. "You will definitely survive, trust me." Turning around, he took a deep breath and retraced his steps. "Ready?" the elder asked. Lin Shi nodded. Palata warned, "Be careful. The Crimson Demon Lotus creates illusions. Don't get trapped. If you truly fall into despair, I could forcibly pull you back, but that might directly scatter your soul. You can only rely on yourself." "Understood, thank you." Lin Shi cupped his fists in salute. Palata waved his hand. "Since I think highly of you, I naturally trust in your abilities. Good luck." The Crimson Demon Lotus swayed gently in the wind, its petals like blood-soaked silk, releasing killing intent so intense it seemed to take physical form, rushing toward him. Lin Shi's heart contracted slightly, knowing there was no retreat, now could only charge forward. He lifted his foot to step ahead. "Wait." The elder and Palata called out in unison. Drawing his foot back again, he said helplessly, "What now? Are you having second thoughts?" The two exchanged glances and retreated several meters in perfect synchronization, each hiding behind a large tree with only half their faces visible. "Now you can go." Lin Shi's eyes twitched slightly. Did they really need to be so dramatic? "You coward. I can't believe how timid you are." The old man glanced at Prada with disdain, his voice dripping with mockery. "You're no different," Prada shot back defiantly. Cough, cough. The old man suddenly bent over in a violent coughing fit, his face turning bright red. After a long moment, he straightened up. "I'm getting too old for this. These illusions are too much for me to handle. You young folks are different." Prada could only shrug helplessly. "I've been injured recently and don't want to get dragged into this." "Look," he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a scratch so faint it would take a magnifying glass to see clearly. The old man snorted, but couldn't hide his true reasoning. "Truth is, I've already gotten what I came for. Only a fool would go back in there to suffer again." Lin Shi had already begun stepping toward the blood-red demon lotus. With each step closer, the terrifying aura intensified. 12 meters, 11 meters. He unleashed his full killing intent to barely resist the lotus's razor-sharp energy, but could only protect his vital points. The blood lotus attacked indiscriminately, while Lin Shi had to precisely control his protective aura. 10 meters. Both the old man and Prada's eyes lit up simultaneously. Humph. Lin Shi grunted as his killing intent transformed into blades that scraped across his skin. His wrists, ankles, and cheeks were cut with countless tiny wounds, blood seeping out before he even felt the sting. His chest felt crushed by a massive boulder, growing heavier with each step forward. The demon lotus remained completely calm to it. Lin Shi posed no threat. He took a deep breath and stepped forward again. 9 meters. The killing intent had almost solidified, seeming to drain the air itself. Breathing became difficult, suffocation imminent. The concentration of murderous aura here could only be formed by slaughtering 100,000 lives, enough to reduce a warrior of equal strength by 20% of their power. The old man gripped his walking stick tighter, muttering under his breath, "This purple lightning sky wolf isn't going to collapse right here, is he? Can't even reach the threshold of the illusion." "Shut up. The person I chose isn't that weak." "Look, he's moving." Prada snapped angrily. Lin Shi staggered forward, each step looking like he might collapse at any moment. 8 meters. The killing intent crashed over him like a tidal wave, trying to devour his consciousness and body. His vision suddenly turned blood red, becoming a hell shared only by the caster and the victim. Kill, kill, kill. Those who displease kill. Those who resist kill. Only mad commands for slaughter remained in his mind, his rationality stripped completely away. "It's over, he's down at 8 meters, the old man cursed. "Can you please shut the hell up? You're the one who designated him. So keep your cool." Prada couldn't help but swear as well. "Lin Shi, hold on. Don't you want to save Mutsaixia? Wake up." Bao Bao urged through gritted teeth. Suddenly, Lin Shi's eyes cleared, and the killing intent dispersed abruptly. "Mutsaixia, I cannot fall." He clenched his teeth and forced his broken body to continue. He didn't even know when his body had become covered in wounds. If he had awakened a moment later, only a cold corpse would remain. 1 step, 2 steps. Blood dripped from his fingertips and the hem of his clothes, quickly turning him into a complete blood-soaked figure. He had awakened? The old man had already given up, thinking his idea was too naive. He was shaking his head and about to intervene to rescue Lin Shi when, unexpectedly, the young man awakened at the brink of death. "TCH. Palada scoffed disdainfully from behind the tree. "Is all this fuss really necessary? He's not the kind of weakling who would just kneel and beg for mercy." "Is that so?" The old man looked at him suspiciously. "Then what were you planning to do when you were about to sneak out from behind that tree?" "Well," Palada scratched his head with an awkward smile. "Just answering nature's call." "Then why don't you go already?" "Go my ass." Palada flicked his sleeve and lowered his voice. "This is the crucial moment. Do I look like someone who can't tell what's important?" The old man didn't know whether to laugh or cry, yet found himself speechless. 7 meters. Palada suddenly called out in a low voice. Quosha gentle breeze swept by, and the bone-chilling killing intent that had been swirling around them moments before receded like a tide. Sunlight fell upon the two men once again. 7 meters. He finally endured the tempering of killing intent. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. The loss from having his essence blood drained should be restored now. Palada snorted. Now even if we wanted to save him, we couldn't. Getting out depends entirely on himself. Either he obtains the blood demon lotus, or he's definitely dead. The old man fell silent, his gaze complex. What comes next are the 7 deadly sins trials. Palada's tone was unusually grave. Gluttony, lust, greed, wrath, sloth, envy, and pride, each one could be fatal. Let's see which trial brings him down. At this moment, Lin Shi found himself facing a table piled high with food. Milky white soup steamed with aromatic mist, roasted lamb ribs glistened with oil, red wine swirled in crystal glasses. Waves of fragrance invaded his nostrils, making his mouth water and his stomach churn with hunger. How did I get here? He was stunned, and in the next moment couldn't even remember his own name. Who am I? Grumble. His stomach felt hollow yet heavy, as if filled with stones. Hunger spread wildly, nearly grinding his reason to powder. Never mind, I'll fill my stomach first. Lin Shi grabbed a chicken leg from the table and bit down hard. Juices splattered, the aroma so rich it threatened to drown him. Delicious. His heart raced, but then he suddenly stopped. Wait, this doesn't taste like chicken should in my memory. What was wrong? He frowned but couldn't find the answer. The hunger grew more intense, and the aroma of the food became increasingly tempting. Looking around, only endless void remained. He seemed to float in midair, with only his own body and the table of delicacies visible. This hunger is growing too fast, it's not natural. Reason and instinct tore at each other in his mind. Eat or not eat. I need to get out, he growled, only to be interrupted by acid churning in his stomach. But let me fill my stomach first. In the end, hunger won. Lin Shi picked up the chicken leg again, about to take a bite, when he caught sight of neatly arranged steaks from rare to well done. Everything was there. The well-done steak was fragrant with meat, while the rare one, blood still fresh, emanated an equally irresistible temptation that made his mouth water. The bloody red color stimulated his retinas, and a lightning-like memory tore through the fog. He had eaten this stuff before and found it incredibly delicious. But how could raw beef taste good? How could it be edible? Another strand of memory surfaced, gentle wolf language echoing in his ears. If that's not enough, there's more. I remember now. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. I transmigrated. My name is Lin Shi, and I am a wolf. His purpose became clear as well. I need to save Mu Caixia. The hunger remained, but reason reclaimed the high ground. Lin Shi took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and roared at the void. You pathetic illusion, break for me. The elder's eyes lit up. Incredible. He broke through the realm of gluttony in just 5 minutes. Watching Lin Shi continue forward, Prada offered his assessment. It must have been pure luck. He probably unconsciously triggered some blocked recognition buried deep in his memory. Once his memory recovered, he could escape the realm of gluttony. There's no other explanation but luck. He added a warning. After gluttony comes the realm of sorrow. The upcoming illusions won't block consciousness anymore. To pass through, one must personally awaken those emotions and then suppress and control them. It won't be easy. Lin Shi took a deep breath and stepped forward 6 meters. The scene instantly crumbled. My lord. A familiar voice pierced his ears. Lin Shi spun around abruptly, his entire body freezing. Mu Caixia. The woman's eyes brimmed with tears as she hurried to his side. My lord, you're safe. Thank goodness. I'm so glad you're all right. Before finishing her words, she threw herself into his arms. Lin Shi didn't retreat or struggle, simply letting Mu Caixia's arms encircle him. In his chest, sorrow rose like a tide. Caixia, he spoke in a hoarse whisper, tears streaming down his face. I truly didn't mean for it to happen. It's all my fault. After winning a few times, I lost all sense of direction, became arrogant, and made you take my place. Mu Caixia gently shook her head, pressing close to his chest, her voice soft as falling rain. It doesn't matter, truly it doesn't. As long as it's for you, my lord, nothing else matters to me. When you say that, it only makes me feel more guilty, more unable to face you. Lin Shi's voice trembled. But I'm sorry, truly. Mu Caixia is still waiting for me. So what, my lord? She lifted her delicate face, tears mixed with smiles, her expression radiant as a flower. Lin Shi suppressed the surging grief, speaking each word deliberately. Farewell. His palm struck down upon her fragile back, upon her petite frame. He held her tightly, his throat rough. I'm sorry, you won't suffer too much pain. Blood trickled from the corner of Mu Caixia's mouth, yet she still smiled. Dying in my lord's arms, Caixia is so happy, truly so happy. The tide of sorrow became unstoppable, tears dripping from Lin Shi's chin. The scene shattered once more. The surroundings were no longer another world, but Earth. In the distance, within a cramped bedroom, 2 elderly people lay side by side on the bed, their faces streaked with tears, expressions haggard. Pain exploded like thunder from a clear sky. Lin Shi rushed over frantically. Dad. Mom. He reached out but grasped only air, his fingertips passing straight through the 2 elderly figures unable to touch their bodies. Right? I'm in an illusion, this isn't real. He muttered to himself, his eyes vacant. Where has Ashi gone? His father gazed at the ceiling, tears sliding from the corners of his eyes. Wasn't he supposed to work as a security guard? How did he end up arrested by the police? Ashi, my son, his mother could no longer contain herself, breaking into wails. Why is heaven so unfair to us? Son, where are you? Lin Shi sobbed uncontrollably. Mom, I've transmigrated. I somehow transmigrated. Mom, I'm right here beside you. His father grasped his mother's hand, forcing a smile. Dear, perhaps Ashi is already waiting for us in heaven. Yes, we should go keep him company soon. His mother nodded vigorously, yet tears flowed like broken strings. Ashi hates being alone most. If we leave him by himself in heaven, he'll be sad. As her words faded, both elderly people simultaneously stopped breathing. Tears still clung to their faces, yet they wore smiles. They departed quietly, unknown to all. Lin Shi couldn't help but drop to his knees, causing the sandy ground to tremble violently. Father, mother, your son has been unfilial. I failed to care for you in your old age. I've been so unfilial. He kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead quickly becoming a bloody mess. Blood mixed with tears into a dark red stream that dripped down his cheeks. Yet he continued mechanically bowing, crying endlessly, and confessing his guilt over and over. Grief consumed his entire being like a bursting dam. 6 meters away, the old man sighed. It's over. This young man is trapped by his sorrow. Palada shook his head, feeling sorry for Lin Shi. He's been cultivating for too short a time, seen too little of the world's ways, and his emotions run too deep. In the illusion, Lin Shi continued kowtowing to his parents. Suddenly, a gentle voice whispered in his ear, My lord, may I stay by your side forever? I ask for nothing more than to remain near you. His body stiffened, and he jerked his head up. That voice Mu Caixia. A light suddenly flashed through the sea of grief. He wiped away the bloody tears and gritted his teeth. What am I doing? I need to save her. If crying could help, the world would already be an ocean of tears. This is nothing but an illusion. Lin Shi grinned, his smile pale but defiant. Thank you for letting me see my parents again, but shatter. The light screen cracked and fell apart. Huh? He broke free? Wasn't he supposed to be trapped? The old man asked in surprise. Lin Shi's eyes regained their clarity. In his consciousness, Bao Bao stamped her feet angrily. How pathetic can you be? If I hadn't exhausted all my stored energy to transmit Mu Kai Xia's voice to you, you'd be dead by now. Lin Shi felt ashamed. Bao Bao, I'm sorry for disappointing you. Stop talking nonsense. Go eat that crimson demon lotus. Bao Bao stood with her hands on her hips. Don't worry, I won't be deceived again. Lin Shi's voice was low as he stepped forward 5 meters. Ahead at the cliff's edge, a flower radiating 7-colored light swayed gently, its rich fragrance spreading through the air. Cultivators fought desperately for that Heaven's Evolution flower. Lin Shi, hurry and grab it. That's the divine treasure Heaven's Evolution flower. Eating it lets you glimpse Heaven's will. It's practically invincible. Bao Bao shouted urgently. Lin Shi said gently, Bao Bao. Yes. Hurry up, I'm the real Bao Bao. Illusions can't imitate me. The cultivation gains can be brought to reality quickly. He shook his head with a smile. Weren't we supposed to get the crimson demon lotus? Let's leave the Heaven's Evolution flower to them. Biting off more than you can chew isn't wise. What do you mean biting off more than you can chew? The Heaven's Evolution flower is even better than the crimson demon lotus. It would be incredibly beneficial for you. Bao Bao was nearly exploding with anger. Lin Shi remained calm. Your energy is exhausted. Go rest. If this Heaven's Evolution flower wasn't a divine treasure, I'd already be asleep. I'm so tired. Bao Bao yawned, her voice growing fainter. Lin Shi closed his eyes, ignoring all temptation. After a long while, he suddenly opened them. Bao Bao's eyes lit up. Finally figured it out. Yes. Lin Shi nodded and said seriously to Bao Bao, when Bao Bao grows up, I'll marry you. You whatever. Get me that Heaven's Evolution flower, and I'll marry you. The fake, Bao Bao, urged frantically. Lin Shi smiled softly. The real Bao Bao would say get lost. This lady wouldn't be interested in an ugly loser like you. So disappear. You can't imitate her. The realm of greed instantly collapsed. He broke through quickly this time. His mind has indeed maturities not blinded by profit. The old man praised, stroking his beard. Lin Shi returned to reality and called out softly, Bao Bao. Lord Bao Bao. What? What do you want? I'm very tired. Bao Bao responded wearily. When Bao Bao grows up, I'll marry you. His consciousness suddenly fell silent. The next moment, a thunderous roar echoed through it. Get lost. This lady wouldn't be interested in an ugly loser like you. Lin Shi burst into laughter and took another step forward. For meters. Lin Shi yawned, tears welling up in his eyes. So exhausted. Inside the ancient castle of Fengyu City, the familiar bedroom and that large bed came into view. Fatigue washed over him like a tide, and his eyelids began to droop. This must be the realm of sloth. How do I break free? His mind was still racing, but his reactions grew increasingly sluggish. The next second, his face heavy with weariness, he collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. In reality, Lin Shi lay motionless with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, the old man stared at Pilata with urgency in his voice. How did you break through the realm of sloth back then? Me? Pilata puffed out his chest proudly. The realm of sloth? Child's play. Just do some exercise. Exercise. The old man was stunned. This realm makes people too lazy to even move. Pilata nodded smugly. I fought through the exhaustion, found myself a gorgeous beauty, and exercised with her for a full hour. All fatigue vanished, and I was left wanting more. He licked his lips as if still savoring the memory. The old man nearly exploded in anger. Lin Shi slowly awakened in the realm of sloth, rubbing his drowsy eyes. So comfortable. Then he frowned. But how exactly do I break free? The realm of sloth suppresses the spirit. He needed something that could instantly invigorate him. The most direct approach would be to trigger male hormones and maintain elevated emotions. Find a courtesan? The thought flashed through his mind, but he immediately shook his head. Though Lin Shi wasn't sanctimonious, he would never touch such women. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. How could I forget about that thing? Leaving the castle, Lin Shi hurried through the streets despite his heavy drowsiness, heading straight for the foreign resident registration office. Knock knock. He rapped on the door. Come in. Inside, the elderly Huangfu Hui hastily shoved the book in his hands into a desk drawer. Lin Shi forced himself to perk up and smiled. The lord of Fengyu City seems quite leisurely. Huangfu Hui adjusted his decorative glasses, frowning in confusion. Do I know you? In another world, we've already formed a bond. Lin Shi said solemnly. What brings you here? Huangfu Hui's heart tightened. Lin Shi tapped the desk with his finger. I want that thing you just stuffed into the drawer. Huangfu Hui reflexively adjusted his glasses, his voice rising. Absolutely not. That's my treasure. Whoosh. A gentle breeze swept by. The drawer was pulled open, and the book was already in Lin Shi's hands. Now it's mine. He laughed triumphantly and bolted for the door. You scoundrel! Return my treasure. Huang Fu Hui was so furious his nose went crooked as he roared. Guards. Soldiers swarmed in. At your service. Deploy the troops to chase that purple-haired man. That's a precious manual for conquering women. Huang Fu Hui's heart was bleeding. Yes, sir. Lin Shi sprinted all the way back to the castle, slammed the door shut with a bang, and collapsed onto the bed. So tired. Just moments ago, he hadn't even wanted to use lightning flash. Let me sleep a bit more. Lin Shi collapsed onto the bed, but suddenly jolted awake. Mu Caixia was still waiting for him outside. He shot up, grabbed the treasure that Huang Fu Hui was so proud of, and flipped it open. Study, study. As the pages rustled, ancient runes crisscrossed like silver threads. The more he read, the more excited he became, unable to suppress a low growl. What a treasure! You never know how much you need knowledge until you need it. I must study hard now, he thought. If this book ever leaked out, it would definitely cause a storm on cloud storage platforms. What? You don't even know what cloud storage is? Then you might as well just go to sleep. But after flipping through it for a long time, though the content was fascinating, it couldn't immediately solve his urgent problem. Drowsiness quickly spread, and he had to close the book and look for other solutions. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the desire had long been lost, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. Lin Shi smiled bitterly. This method still won't work? Purple-haired man, you are surrounded. Hand over the city lord's treasure immediately, or we will use force. At some point, the ancient castle had been surrounded like an iron barrel. Lin Shi pushed open the door and stepped out, only to see heavily armored soldiers in neat formations, their cold spears like a forest, creating an almost suffocating pressure. Purple-haired man, why don't you hand over the treasure? The leading black-armored guard shouted sternly. Lin Shi recognized him was one of the city lord's former left and right guards. Lin Shi's lips slowly curved into a smile. He still dares to smile? Has he gone mad? The soldiers whispered among themselves. The smile spread like a tide. The lead guard's heart skipped a beat, though he couldn't pinpoint the source of his unease. Ha! Lin Shi threw back his head and laughed wildly, so exaggeratedly that he clutched his stomach and could barely straighten up. Has he really gone mad? It's his comeuppance for daring to steal the city lord's treasure. The laughter stopped abruptly. Lin Shi muttered to himself. An illusion. Here, nothing I do violates morality, so what am I afraid of? Being in the thick of it had clouded his judgment, but now he finally understood. He reached out and took a silver-gleaming great sword from the wall. Sinking mountain, long time no see. He gently stroked the blade's spine, then suddenly raised the sword high. Kill. Silver light swept across. Flesh exploded in the air, severed limbs and heads flying everywhere. Corridors, stone walls, and banners were instantly stained crimson. For Lin Shi in this illusion, fear was completely sealed away, leaving only an almost pathological exhilaration. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. The long-suppressed madness poured out. Each swing of the silver great sword harvested lives in droves. Blood, screams, and terror all became his most fervent catalysts. Countless corpses fell until the last crisp sound of a weapon hitting the ground faded away, leaving only blood mist permeating the ancient castle. Suddenly, he awakened from that slaughter-filled illusion. His eyelashes trembled, and brilliant light burst from his eyes. Lin Shi took one step forward 3 meters. In the center of the small lake, the blood-red demonic lotus suddenly shook violently, sending dense ripples across the water's surface. It seemed to be in fear, seemed to hesitate, and finally, for the first time, truly regarded this dark gold being it had once considered an ant. Sloth, broken. Breaking through the realm of pride is quite challenging. Prada said, come on, we've already passed the previous trials. Pride shouldn't be a problem either. Inside the realm of pride, Lin Shi stood in the center of a dim hall, his body trembling slightly. Cold torches cast a ghastly pale light on the pillars, and before him knelt figures wearing pitch-black masks, at least 100 of them, their eyes burning with fanatical devotion. Master! Their unified cry echoed through the dome, their tones so devout it was suffocating. I never expected the realm of pride to be like this. Lin Shi forced a bitter smile. Back then, I was indeed arrogant. After a moment of distraction, he raised his hand in gesture. Everyone rise. Yes. The crowd bowed their heads as they stood, without the slightest question, obeying absolutely. Master, we have eliminated all enemies. Lin Shi nodded, his gaze cold as ice. Next, you shall kill yourselves. As his terrifyingly calm voice fell, the worshippers seemed to have their sanity drained away. They frantically drew daggers or bit down on poison capsules hidden in their teeth. Blood splattered, staining the stone slabs red as they fell one by one. Even in death, the eyes behind their masks remained devout. Lin Shi stood in the pool of blood, looking up at the gloomy sky where not a trace of light could be seen, so oppressive it seemed ready to pour down at any moment. After a long silence, he spoke quietly. Crimson Demon Lotus, realm of pride I pass. The crimson demon lotus in his palm trembled violently. The realm of pride was broken. He continued forward, and after merely 2 meters, wild laughter exploded. Haha, Lin Shi, do you still remember me? A giant over 3 meters tall blocked his path, wielding a spiked mace with iron thorns gleaming menacingly. It was the ogre who had once died by Lin Shi's hand. Though he knew this was all an illusion, his indifference instantly crumbled. Lin Shi's eyes turned blood red as he growled, "Ogre!" In a flash, veins bulged on his arms as he suddenly unleashed Lightning Flash. His sword light streaked like lightning. Ding! You used the skill Lightning Flash on the ogre, dealing damage based on your attack power. 8012,356, 115,896, 120,19,007, 140,21,415, 160,25,568, 180,28,796, 231,562, 346,985. With nearly 130,000 total damage dealt instantly, the ogre's health bar dropped by a third. The giant roared, smashing his mace against Lin Shi. 1, 1, 1. No damage penetrated his defense. Lin Shi's lips curled in mockery. Is that all? Where's your strength? With that, his sword strikes fell like a torrential rain, piercing flesh and penetrating organs. In just 2 minutes, the massive creature crashed to the ground. Ha! Before the blood had dried, another identical figure appeared beside the fallen ogre. You can't kill me. Killing intent surged through his chest like a tsunami. Lin Shi had only one thought. No matter how many ogres there were, he would tear them all to pieces. Can't kill you. He laughed almost maniacally, tears even forced from the corners of his eyes by his mirth. I know this is an illusion. I know the Crimson Demon Lotus is manipulating my emotions, so what? No matter how many of you it creates, I'll kill them all, slaughter every last one. His smile was dark and sinister, completely different from his real-world self, consumed entirely by madness. Kill, kill, kill. One ogre fell, and a new figure immediately took its place. Another fell, another appeared, endlessly. 12,444, 16,892, 23,568, 33,652. Red damage numbers exploded like fireworks in continuous succession. Lin Shi's attack speed growing faster and faster, his damage climbing wildly. Bring as many as you want. I'll slaughter them all. 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000. I'll kill every last one. Come on, Crimson Demon Lotus, keep them coming. He roared, his killing spree unending. Blood mist churned beneath Lin Shi's feet as his blade gleamed with crimson flame patterns. Each swing brought the explosive destruction of ogre flesh and bone. Fangs and shattered armor filled the air, while the metallic sweetness of blood mixed with the acrid smell of burning flesh, creating an atmosphere like a massive infernal furnace. All sounds eventually faded except for his battle cries and the thunderous crack of his blade tearing through enemies. There's definitely something wrong with his mental state. The elder monitoring the illusion stared at the light screen, stroking his beard in confusion. The realm of wrath was supposed to drive people into mindless fury. Yet Lin Shi's expression clearly showed joy, the kind of happiness that comes from treating slaughter as pure entertainment. It was utterly incomprehensible. The Crimson Demon Lotus floated in midair, its petals trembling slightly, as if instinctively afraid. The Crimson Demon Lotus is actually scared. Pradamon beside him stood stunned, completely speechless. No way. After the realm of wrath comes the most terrifying realm of lust. What man could possibly resist that kind of temptation, he muttered. The elder grinned, his wrinkles bunching together. You're absolutely right. If Eve herself appeared before Lin Shi, he definitely wouldn't last more than a few seconds. Exactly. The elder nodded, stroking his beard in agreement. Forget Eve, even Stellar Witch Alice or Dragon Speaker Muwaner. Each one is absolutely enchanting. If a man could resist them, now that would be monstrous. Pradamon nodded vigorously, his voice rising. Yes, yes. That little brat Curtis doesn't count. It's normal. He wasn't tempted. I was the same when I was young, hadn't developed yet. He continued rambling, speaking faster and faster. But those other beauties are different. I was defeated by the Stellar Witch, no, defeated by that divine body of hers. Too bad the moment I felt desire, I was immediately kicked out of the illusion without even getting to touch her. Otherwise, even knowing it was fake, I would have gladly died under the peony flowers even as a ghost. I'd be romantic. Suddenly remembering something, he shook his head and sighed. The Crimson Demon Lotus probably doesn't dare defile those god-level beings either. What a coincidence, I also fell to the Stellar Witch's realm of lust back then. Sigh. Both men sighed simultaneously, almost forgetting their actual monitoring purpose. In fact, their relaxed attitude wasn't without reason. First, they never expected Lin Shi to complete the trial. Second, each broken realm would drop rewards, which was their real objective. Third, the realms of wrath and lust posed relatively little mortal danger, and they could forcibly extract Lin Shi at any time if necessary. 156, 878. 3 minutes later, 195, 351. The numbers kept jumping as his damage continued climbing. 10 minutes later, 884, 563. The terrifying numbers were practically heaven-defying. The ogre's thick health bars went from full to empty in just 1 second. Gra-gra. Lin Shi's eyes churned with blood-red darkness, so deep it was almost black, like a bottomless abyss reflecting mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He grinned, but the curve of his lips held no warmth. It was a bone-chilling, bloodthirsty smile. Ogres became torn rag dolls under his blade as rolling blood was swept up by his sword wind only to fall again, quickly covering the ground in a crimson lake. The crimson demon lotus suddenly dimmed, its petals losing their color as if drained. The realm of wrath broken. The light screen shattered as Lin Shi returned to reality. His expression was blank, his breathing steady, as if he'd just returned from a casual stroll. No excitement, no wild joyous if that hellish realm had never existed. He lifted his foot and stepped forward. Then another step. 1 meter. This bastard actually made it this far. The elder cried out in shock, abandoning his usual composure. Prada chuckled with gleaming eyes. But who will ultimately defeat him? Curtis certainly isn't qualified. But given that kid's experience, he'll definitely fall to his knees when he encounters someone with Eva's figure and temperament. The elder shook his head, his voice low but certain. None of that matters. A genius at true genius. I finally understand why I dared make such a judgment the moment I saw him. For the Wolf clan to produce such a figure. Honestly, if I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would never believe it. With my hundreds of thousands of years of life and god-level strength, I barely managed to reach that place. Yet at his age, he has actually experienced so much. Prada's expression suddenly grew solemn. Indeed, without those experiences, how could he possibly enter the realm of lust? The elder nodded in agreement. Prada sighed. I always knew he was extraordinary first, his strength, and second, he's been suppressing himself severely, as if locking away certain unpleasant emotions deep in his heart. Purple lightning heavenly wolf, the elder narrowed his eyes. Truly extraordinary indeed. Having lived too long, these two could see through many secrets with just a glance. It was nearly impossible to deceive these old monsters. The realm of lust? The final illusion, then. Lin Shi remained calm, uncertain even to himself where his lust had gone. He didn't know where this desire had disappeared to. Suddenly, a woman appeared before him. Her figure was as hazy as a dream, light as an elf, pure as a fairy. Her thin gown clung to her explosive curves, with key areas tantalizingly visible, enough to turn any ordinary man into a ravenous wolf ready to pounce. Lin Shi acted as if he saw nothing. Curtis, isn't it? He smiled gently. Back in the Azure Mountains, you had a nice figure. I quite enjoyed touching you. The woman's pink silhouette instantly dissolved. Next, the life banshee Eva descended. Her crimson robes billowed as her alluring curves swayed with each step, every turn seeming to ignite the very air. Eva is indeed beautiful, no, I should say utterly seductive. Lin Shi observed for a moment, clicking his tongue. But she's surprisingly conservative, with an astonishingly strong sense of chastity. That's what makes it truly unimaginable. Eva's graceful figure also faded away. Then, a purple-haired woman approached gracefully. Her purple robes trailed on the ground, her every gesture gentle as water. Her oval face bore perfectly formed features, each inch like nature's most masterful sculpture. Her innate gentle temperament made one instinctively want to take her home, to cherish her, even to possess her completely. Lin Shi quietly admired her, silently appraising. Any man would have no regrets in life if he could marry such a gentle and virtuous wife. As the woman bowed slightly before departing, he couldn't help but shake his head gently. A good wife, the perfect candidate for a wife. Finally, a woman in white armor appeared. The armor's intricate patterns gleamed, clearly a rare treasure. Her snow-white face carried bone-deep coldness, her white hair blending seamlessly with her armor, as proud as an ice fairy who had just descended from heaven. Such a woman would be absolutely arrogant and untamable, but the colder she was, the more she could ignite a man's primal desires. One could only say men are all like this. This woman and Xiaohua made quite the pair, one fire, one ice. If anyone were foolish enough to devour both, they'd surely die from overindulgence within 10 days. Lin Shi chuckled inwardly, a hint of mischief stirring in his heart. The ice-cold beauty suddenly dissolved, and from the mist emerged a green-haired woman. That cascade of emerald hair draped over her shoulders, her skin whiter than snow, every gesture naturally enchanting and impossible to look away from. Mu Caixia. He froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Caixia's beauty rivaled any of the previous women, yet he had long lost his desire for such allure and dared not speak lightly of love. He would save her only out of debt and guilt. Back then, he had held the trump card, Moon Sacrifice, but hesitated due to its severe consequences, ultimately causing Mu Caixia's tragic death. That guilt still haunted him like a thorn in his back. I will bring you back to life. When you awaken, take good care of yourself. As for the Moon Demon clan, I won't interfere anymore. 30 to 40% bloodline is enough to be invincible on the periphery. Lin Shi whispered, his tone soft, yet every word resolute. The water rippled again, and a new figure slowly materialized, skin as delicate as porcelain. Features so perfect they were flawless, eyes mischievous and playful, with a slender frame that was just right. If certain unsavory types saw her, they'd go absolutely mad. This was the legendary ultimate lowly. Who is she? Lin Shi frowned slightly. She seemed familiar, yet he couldn't recall a single memory. Then he shook his head with a laugh. Forget it. Whoever she is, she can't shake my resolve. Shatter realm of lust. Meanwhile, high above, the old man and Pilata were already rubbing their hands together in anticipation. I bet he'll fall to the life siren. Pilata grinned lecherously. Xiaohua's too tempting for a boy who's never seen a woman. Not at all. The old man waved his hands dismissively. I say he'll stumble over Alice. Who wouldn't want to take that girl home? Pity she's from the light faction, or I'd pursue her myself. Bah, you old fossil, you're hundreds of years old and still thinking about Alice? Let me tell you, she's mine. Once the dark faction defeats the light faction, I'm marrying her. Get lost. I'm god level with a long lifespan. I had ever heard of being vigorous in old age. The old man swung his fist toward Pilata's eye. Smack. Pilata blocked it and sneered coldly. Still trying these cheap tricks? Too naive. Bang. The old man suddenly head butt upward, making his opponent's nose turn red as he screamed. The old man stroked his beard smugly. Ginger is still spicier when old. Before he could finish, he felt a chill below and looked down. His bright red underwear had slipped to his ankles. Ha! Pilata clutched his bleeding nose and laughed wildly. The younger generation surpasses the older old fool. You're finished. Just as the two were making a complete spectacle of themselves, they both froze simultaneously, expressions blank. The realm of lust had shattered. Are you kidding me? Pilata's mouth twitched. Is he even a man? The old man looked equally bewildered. Something's definitely wrong. They stared at each other and exclaimed in unison. At that same moment, Lin Shi's eyes snapped open, cold light flashing like lightning. Gazing at the blood-red demon lotus swaying on the water's surface, he spoke coolly. Satisfied now? Am I qualified to devour you? The idea that someone could pass through the realm of lust was simply inconceivable. If such a person existed, they would have to be an ancient powerhouse from primordial times. What was this insignificant ant before it? What made the lingering consciousness even more incredulous was that the realm of wrath had completely collapsed. What exactly had this guy experienced? And what was buried in the past within the realm of pride? In its terror, the petals of the blood-colored demonic lotus trembled incessantly, its eerie crimson glow rippling across the water's surface. Lin Shi leaped into the water, the cold sending ripples across the surface as he approached the demonic lotus step by step, his voice steady yet filled with overwhelming pressure. What's wrong? Afraid? Why are you afraid? Are you scared of dying? A soft, sticky sweet feminine voice whispered in his ear, Don't eat me. I'll acknowledge you as my master. The voice was as soft as glutinous rice, filled with flattery and fear. Lin Shi paused slightly, and the little sprite Bao Bao in his chest responded drowsily through their mental connection. Bao Bao is sleepy, so sleepy. He looked up, contemplating. The blood-colored demonic lotus wants to acknowledge me as its master. Should I devour it, or keep it? Hearing this thought, the previously drowsy Bao Bao instantly became alert, its voice rising. What? The blood-colored demonic lotus wants to acknowledge you as master? It actually developed consciousness? Of course you should keep it. Nurture it to absorb nutrients. Let it recover. Then you can use it again. This is an infinitely reusable, divine medicine. You've struck it rich. Immortal level is absolutely guaranteed. Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat. Having confirmed its value, he continued questioning the demonic lotus. If you want to come with me, how do we leave this place? The blood-colored demonic lotus hesitated for a moment before shyly replying. I can attach myself to your body. Then let's do that. Lin Shi nodded in agreement. Don't worry. Follow me, and you won't be mistreated. As his words fell, the demonic lotus suddenly blazed with crimson light, instantly retracting all the killing intent that had permeated the area within 10 meters. The entire lotus then transformed into a brilliant blood-red beam of light, trembling slightly before shooting directly into Lin Shi's chest. Ding! The blood-colored demonic lotus wishes to acknowledge you as master. Do you agree? Yes. Lin Shi agreed mentally. The next second, his chest felt as if it were being branded with searing fire, the burning pain making him furrow his brow. After a long while, ding! The blood-colored demonic lotus has acknowledged you as master. As the third member of the Moon Demon clan to be acknowledged by a god-level rare treasure, you receive a reward. All attributes, 300. The system notifications didn't stop there, followed immediately by a series of pleasant, crisp sounds rolling through his consciousness. Ding! 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 You have passed the test of killing intent and received rewards. All attributes 100, level 1. Ding! You have passed the trial of the realm of gluttony and received rewards. Health 200,000, level 2. Ding. You have passed the trial of the realm of sorrow and received rewards. Attack 1000, level 2. Ding. You have passed the trial of the realm of greed and received rewards. Defense 500, level 2. Ding. You have passed the trial of the realm of sloth and received rewards. All attributes 200, level 2. Ding. You have passed the trial of the realm of wrath and received rewards. All attributes 200, level 2. Ding. You have passed the trial of the realm of pride and received rewards. All attributes 200, level 2. Ding. You have passed the trial of the realm of lust and received rewards. All attributes 500, level 5. Endless power surged into Lin Shi's body like a torrential flood, golden light rolling, swirling, and dancing around him. The old man and Prada stood not far away, their gazes vacant, even forgetting to breathe. The power continued to climb, soon touching an almost imperceptible barrier. Crack like a sharp needle bursting a bubble, the barrier shattered instantly. Ding. You have advanced to spirit level and can now speak human language, with all attributes greatly increased. Holy crap, I'm invincible, Lin Shi exclaimed excitedly, unable to contain his crude language. The old man could only smile bitterly. With this surge, he had steadily stepped into immortal level, and might even touch the peak of immortal level. Prada was equally stunned. Receiving rewards from passing through illusions wasn't rare, but the Blood Lotus recognizing a master made their hearts sink completely. Brother Boli, I really want to kill him and take his treasure right now. Prada swallowed hard. The old man shook his head regretfully. Once a divine level treasure recognizes a master, it clings to its owner. If the master dies, it withers too. There's no way around it. The two god-level powerhouses looked at each other, helplessly mighty god-level beings, yet unable to deal with a dark gold, now spirit-level ant. Purple flames danced in Lin Shi's eyes as he clenched his fist, feeling that surging power. So this is what spirit level feels like. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upward. At this moment, the Blood Lotus had already entered his consciousness, leaving only the quiet pool water rippling gently around them. He turned to face the old man and Prada. Mu Caixia can be saved now, right? The old man composed himself and nodded. Yes, you? Follow me. On the way, Lin Shi walked behind while the old man and Prada walked side by side in front. Prada sneered. Old man, does it hurt? The Blood Lotus wasn't yours anyway, the old man snorted, but still shook his head. There's no point in coveting what you can't have. What's most regrettable is the 7 great illusions. Without the killing intent test and illusion training, your wolf clan's foundation will be considerably weakened. Prada sighed with a clicking sound. However, you've gained one more peak level fighter. They conversed along the way without deliberately lowering their voices, and Lin Shi heard every word clearly from behind. At this moment, he couldn't help but say, since we're all of the wolf clan, and I've taken your Crimson Demon Lotus, I'll return to Heavenly Wolf Ridge every few years from now on. When that time comes, I'll have the Crimson Demon Lotus create illusions for the wolf clan to undergo trials. She told me that she'll be gentler with the wolf clan in the future. Those who fail won't lose their lives, but will simply be sent out of the illusion. The elder burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this, his rugged face appearing particularly cheerful in the firelight. Then we are most grateful. While losing the Crimson Demon Lotus was indeed regrettable, ensuring that no more young clan members would be harmed or disabled was clearly a better deal, and it would continuously improve Heavenly Wolf Ridge's overall strength. Lin Shi nodded, his eyes flickering slightly. Though his mind was crystal clear, the other party's words were simply a reminder that taking the treasure came with a price. And how could he not understand that? Palada suddenly leaned closer and asked with apparent meaning, by the way, how did you pass through the realm of lust? His gaze unconsciously drifted toward Lin Shi's lower body. The elder also glanced over, his eyes landing on that awkward area as well. Lin Shi speechlessly rubbed his forehead, feeling uncomfortable under those two gazes. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he laughed heartily. Those women in the realm of lust were nothing but powder and rouge. Not a single one was even pleasant to look at, utterly boring. When I saw them posing and flirting, I couldn't muster even the slightest interest, and that's how I passed. Sigh. I never expected that the entire divine demon continent wouldn't have a single peerless beauty. How disappointing. What absolute bullshit. The two men exclaimed almost in unison. Lin Shi was stunned. You two are. Palada and the elder had just gotten carried away in the moment and quickly composed themselves. The elder asked with a forced smile. Nothing much. We just wanted to know, did you see the life enchantress? Life enchantress? Lin Shi feigned confusion. That ugly hag in the red robe. Ugly hag. The elder's forehead veins bulged as he seemed to struggle with restraint, still forcing a smile. It seems Purple Lightning Heavenly Wolf indeed has high standards. Then who is the most beautiful woman you've ever seen? He looked toward Mu Caixia. Though this lady's appearance is stunning, at most she could barely compare to the life enchantress or the peerless enchantress. Don't tell me it's her. Lin Shi raised his hand and gently wagged his index finger. I've seen far more beautiful women than you could imagine. Oh, are there really that many stunning beauties in the world? Pilata raised an eyebrow with obvious interest, unable to resist rubbing his hands together. Tell us. Tell us what could be more beautiful than Alice or Eve. The elder snorted disdainfully, but also showed expectant eyes. Look at your pathetic enthusiasm. Lin Shi cleared his throat and declared loudly. Have you ever seen Song Jing Kong? Song Jing Kong. The two men frowned, racking their brains, but finding no memory of such a person, and could only shake their heads. Tisk, tisk. Lin Shi put on an expression of disappointment. You haven't even heard of her. How utterly ignorant. On Earth, anyway, many people know her, yet you claim she's not famous? Pilata hurriedly asked. How beautiful is she? Lin Shi held up two fingers together, then suddenly pressed them into one. Two words absolutely stunning. Lin Shi's face was filled with intoxication and infatuation, as if lost in memories, murmuring dreamily. Back then, when I first saw her in the cloud storage, I was utterly mesmerized and fell for her instantly. My heart bloomed with joy, but you wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you, he. The elder and Prada stood facing each other, completely bewildered by Lin Shi's alternating expressions of excitement and melancholy. Suddenly they heard Lin Shi sigh softly, his tone turning sorrowful. Alas, what a pity, what a pity. What's wrong? The elder asked urgently. Beauty is fleeting. Lin Shi touched his chest and shook his head helplessly. She had no talent for cultivation, so time spares no one. At these words, his eyes grew completely dim. Such a shame. The elder and Prada sighed simultaneously. Prada added. Back in the demon continent, there were also several breathtakingly beautiful women, but time left too many marks on them, and they could only become memories of the past. The two men looked at each other, seeing only sorrow in each other's eyes. One by one, the beauties who had once made the entire world boil with passion had either aged or turned to dust due to the passage of time, while they remained alive and well. This melancholy was something no one could understand. Cough, cough, nor did anyone want to understand. Lin Shi suddenly looked up, his tone shifting. However, the world is beautiful. When one stunning beauty disappears, another always appears. His voice rose with excitement. Later, there emerged world-shaking women like Xiaozhe Malia, Bo Duo Yi Jie, and Tao Gu Hui Li Xiang, making the cloud storage no longer lonely or empty. The elder and Prada nodded in complete agreement. When the seven-step poetry Immortal Ling Yu perished, the entire city mourned, but later we welcomed the new proud genius Wang Yu, and after that, in any case, the realm has successors, and beauties are endless. Lin Shi concluded. The three men found themselves growing more compatible as they talked, laughing and chatting as if they were old friends. Suddenly, Prada scratched his head. By the way, what exactly is this cloud storage place? Lin Shi's expression froze momentarily. Then he quickly improvised. Cloud storage is a place without war or mockery, where people most commonly say good person, host, may you have peace all your life. Here, host means you. That truly sounds like an enviable place. The elder and Prada both sighed with emotion upon hearing this. The group continued climbing and finally reached an inconspicuous stone wall halfway up the mountain. Below the wall was a crack, behind which lay a deep, dark passage. The entrance was overgrown with weeds and tangled tree roots without the elder's prior indication. No one would have associated it with the entrance to the divine pool. Hurry in and revive your woman quickly. Prada half pushed and half shoved him, laughing as he urged. We could see you were impatient the whole way here. Remember, it only takes 1 hour to revive someone very fast. Lin Shi glared at him, but had no real rebuttal, his heart filled only with wildly beating anticipation. He took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and strode into the pitch-black cave. Everything around him was dark, with only the cold air seeping from the rock walls touching his cheeks, as if reminding him, hold on just a little longer, and all the waiting will be answered. After all, the sooner the revival, the sooner he could put his anxious heart at ease. The reason he had boasted so brazenly with them on the road was partly due to his fear that the old man might change his mind again. To prevent this, Lin Shi had steered the conversation toward topics that pleased everyone throughout the journey, using flattery and exaggeration to keep them stable, allowing him to execute his plan smoothly. After entering the cave, he relied on his wolf bloodline's keen eyesight to take in the entire scene. Ancient stone walls, damp ground, and the entrance deliberately arranged to look abandoned, even concealed with tangled vines and scattered rocks. Clearly, the Moon Demon clan was intentionally misleading outsiders. Lin Shi silently admired their strategy, thinking, hiding the divine pool in such a place and creating the illusion of a deserted area, clever tactics. He looked down at Mu Caixia in his arms, her face pale and skin cold, and whispered comfortingly, don't worry, you'll be revived soon. With that, he quickened his pace and continued deeper into the cave. The cave wound narrowly ahead 50 meters, 70 meters. After walking nearly 100 meters, he finally heard the gurgling of spring water. Lin Shi's eyes lit up as he rushed toward the sound. Suddenly, a bright light appeared ahead, and he accelerated forward. Splash! The blinding brightness made him instinctively close his eyes. When he reopened them, a clear hot spring came into view, its surface steaming with rising mist that obscured the distant scenery. He couldn't help but smile wryly. So the divine pool is actually a hot spring, no wonder it can't be moved. The hot spring was quite large, with ancient moon demon clan patterns faintly carved into the rock walls. After a brief survey, Lin Shi gently placed Mu Caixia into the water. The warm spring water instantly penetrated her skin, and her previously rigid body began to show signs of warmth as a rosy flush gradually appeared on her pale cheeks. Should I remove her clothes for complete immersion? Lin Shi frowned in contemplation but hesitated due to propriety between men and women. Knowing he would eventually leave the Moon Demon clan, and that Mu Caixia would find her own destiny, he gritted his teeth and averted his gaze. It wouldn't be right to see another man's future wife unclothed. After a moment, he checked her pulse for confirmation. Mu Caixia's blood had begun to flow slowly, her pulse weak but detectable. Lin Shi felt relieved, as his greatest fear had been that this divine pool, famous throughout the dark faction, might prove ineffective. Seeing results now, his anxious heart finally settled. Steam filled the air as sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his clothes. Lin Shi simply removed his worn purple robe, thinking, since I'm here, might as well take a bath. If the divine pool works on the dead, it should benefit the living too. Shedding his garments, he stepped into the hot spring. The perfect temperature enveloped his limbs, making him hum with pleasure. Comfortable. Warm currents penetrated his muscles and bones, opening his blood vessels and creating an unprecedented lightness that made him feel as if he might float. Suddenly, looking down, he saw a blood-red lotus appear on his chest, its edges curled like a living creature. It was the mark of the blood lotus demon, with petals rendered in vivid detail. What can you do for me? Lin Shi asked mentally. I can share some of my energy with you, then slowly replenish it and share again, providing a continuous source. The blood lotus demon's voice resonated with gentle certainty. Then give it to me now. Lin Shi responded without hesitation. Yes, the blood lotus demon replied. A surge of fiery energy flowed from his chest throughout every corner of his body. Ah! Lin Shi soaked in the divine pool's hot spring, the warm water enveloping his entire body. The dual impact of pleasure and energy made him feel almost transcendent. Ding! Crimson Demon Lotus transfers energy. All attributes, 25. Lin Shi's eyes flickered slightly. A direct attribute boost meant that next time, he could use this lotus to strengthen himself again. How often can you provide energy? He couldn't help but ask. Once a month. The Crimson Demon Lotus's voice carried a hint of nervousness. Lin Shi chuckled softly, patting the water's surface. Be more confident. You're a divine-grade rare treasure that's even developed self-awareness. Countless people would willingly sacrifice their lives for you. Don't be so insecure. Unexpectedly, the Crimson Demon Lotus suddenly began to sob. I didn't mean to. I didn't want them to die, but they were all so terrifying, all wanting to devour me, so I. Her crying grew louder, her words fragmented, until she completely broke down. Whoa, I really didn't mean to. Lin Shi's mouth twitched. What did I say wrong? After a good while of comforting, he finally managed to calm the Crimson Demon Lotus's tears. There, don't cry. This isn't your fault. Don't burden yourself with guilt. She responded softly. When the atmosphere quieted, Lin Shi carefully asked, what's your name? I don't have a name. The Crimson Demon Lotus's voice dropped to barely audible. Since gaining consciousness, I've always been in that pool. Then, would you like me to give you one? Lin Shi suggested with a smile. May I? I'm just a lotus flower. Of course you may. Heaven and earth nurture all things. Since they accept you, they naturally allow you to have a name. Even wild beasts can have names, so you certainly should too. Then, please give me one. Lin Shi scratched his head. You're a lotus flower, and lotus flowers symbolize emerging pure from mud. How about Lian Ran? Lian Ran. She repeated it softly several times. That sounds awful. Lin Shi's legs went weak, nearly causing him to tumble headfirst into the divine pool. He could only laugh awkwardly. Ahem, it is rather awful. Then, what's your name? She asked in return. I'm Lin Shi. Lin Shi. Then I'll be called Lin Qing. Lin Shi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Was this divine pool's temperature too high? He still nodded with a smile. That's a good name. The character, Qing, perfectly corresponds to emerging pure from mud. Inwardly, though, he felt dejected. His naming skills were truly abysmal. Lin Qing? Lin Qing. Even without seeing her expression, Lin Shi could imagine the faint smile in her voice. Suddenly, the Crimson Demon Lotus called out softly, Lin Shi? What is it? Nothing. I just wanted to call your name. She quickly repeated, Lin Shi? Nothing. I just wanted to call your name. Lin Shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that having a name made her as happy as a child who'd just learned to speak. Next, the Crimson Demon Lotus began asking over and over, Lin Shi, what's my name? Lin Shi patiently answered, You're called Lin Qing. Lin Qi, what's my name? Lin Qing, you're called Lin Qing. She asked a full 7 or 8 times, and he answered 7 or 8 times, until his voice grew hoarse. Finally, Lin Qi could only respond helplessly to the crimson demon Lotuso, to Lin Qing's words. La la la. Suddenly, the sound of splashing water echoed from the distance, accompanied by a cheerful female voice. This divine pool really does speed up physical recovery. Lin Qi's heart tightened. Was this the important person who had temporarily closed off the divine pool? If it truly was someone important, it would be best to avoid them. Wait. He suddenly recalled Prada's disdainful words. Go away, what important person? Just some wet behind Thier's brat who thinks she's hot stuff because she's pretty, acting like she owns the world. Ignore her. Let's just go straight in. Key information flashed through his mind. Demon race, female, not the voice of a lifeless banshee, and this voice sounded somewhat familiar. The enchanting demoness Curtis. Lin Qi smiled bitterly. It was indeed the blue-haired girl from the Azure Mountains whom he had taken advantage of. What was she doing here instead of staying in the Azure Mountains? Right? He had sold her information to Huang Fu Hui, the Lord of Storm City, in exchange for a hefty amount of experience points. If the forces of light were hunting her down, it made sense that she would flee here. All of this was his own doing, coming back to bite him. He glanced back at Mu Xiao floating in the pool. The cave entrance was narrow. The divine pool's water was crystal clear as a mirror. There was nowhere to hide. He couldn't bear to leave Mu Xiao here alone. If Curtis was in a bad mood and saw a corpse sharing the divine pool with her, she might just toss Mu Xiao out without a second thought. Blood. Ahem, Lin Qing? Lin Qi whispered. Yes. Lin Qing immediately responded. Do you have the ability to change my physical appearance? I do, but... No buts. Turn me into a woman right now. Lin Qi gritted his teeth. He absolutely could not let Curtis recognize him. After teasing her back then, his current self couldn't even withstand a single breath from a god-level powerhouse. Lin Qing wanted to explain further, but he interrupted. Hurry. Hurry, hurry. All right then. A flash of blood-red light appeared as Lin Qing activated her illusion. Changing someone's appearance was effortless for her. His chest quickly swelled, his hip lines softened and lifted, his figure became gracefully curvaceous. His originally sharp facial features were smoothed of their angles, and a head of silky purple hair cascaded over his shoulders. Lin Qi looked down, his mind reeling. This illusion technique was incredibly powerful. Amazing, he praised sincerely. Of course it is. Lin Qing's voice carried a rare note of confidence. The reflection on the water's surface was crystal clear, delicate willow leaf eyebrows, a petite nose, and exquisite curves that even made him want to applaud. Looks like if I were a woman, I'd be a stunning beauty too. He touched his cheek, laughing with satisfaction. Uft. Lin Qing was amused and quickly agreed. Yes, Lin Qi is absolutely gorgeous. Lin Qi squeezed his soft, bouncy chest much better than silicone and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Now that he had become a woman, he didn't need to fear Curtis. La la la, Curtis loves swimming the most. A blue-haired woman in blue undergarments entered Lin Qi's field of vision. Her petite figure was adorable and alluring, with skin like jade and bone like ice, resembling precious jade itself. Apart from her underdeveloped chest, which hadn't yet begun to mature, everything else about her was captivating. Stay calm. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that life was all about acting. Wait, someone's here? As one of the 10 strongest warriors, her alertness couldn't possibly be low. From a distance, she sensed someone's presence. Who's there spying? She called out coldly. Hello, my name is Xiao Suner. My sister has died, and I've brought her to the divine pool for resurrection. Suddenly realizing she hadn't thought of a name, in her panic she remembered a novel she'd read before called something about the firmament, and borrowed the female protagonist's name as a substitute. Thank goodness I'm quick-witted, Lin Qi thought smugly. Didn't I say no one was allowed to enter the divine pool? Curtis, hearing it was a woman's voice, gradually relaxed her expression but still spoke indifferently. Don't blame the 2 people outside. They only let me in because they saw how beautiful my sister was and thought it would be such a pity for her to die like this. Upon hearing this, Curtis swam over. Beautiful? More beautiful than me? She thought angrily. Those 2 perverts can't even walk straight. When they see a pretty woman, they're absolutely worthless. Achoo. Both men outside sneezed simultaneously. Prada rubbed his nose. Seems like someone's cursing me. Must be Curtis. When a sister curses her brother, that's asking for divine punishment. The elder smiled bitterly. I hope Lady Curtis won't be too angry. Seeing this, Prada flew into a rage. Old man, weren't you pretty tough before? How did you suddenly go soft? Damn, the elder replied helplessly. Do you think I want to? Just look at Curtis's appearance. I can handle it, but my subjects can't, including White Wolf King Kolo and Black Wolf King Shero. They were lovesick, thinking about her day and night. Now, after tens of thousands of years, that generation of subjects has passed away. Kolo and Shero finally got over it due to the passage of time. But back then, all the male wolves in the wolf clan nearly went extinct, saying they'd marry no one but her. It kept me busy and frantic. Even now, Whenever I think about it, I feel terrified. It was like cutting off bloodlines invisibly. Prada was stunned. Seems my sister caused you trouble. As her brother, I apologize. Coming to Lin Shi's side, Curtis looked her over and said with satisfaction, not bad. You have about half my beauty. Half your beauty? Do you think you're heaven-defying? We're clearly evenly matched. But her anxious heart finally settled. It seemed Curtis hadn't discovered anything. With a smile on her face, she pointed to Musaishia. My sister is over there. I hope you can be magnanimous. Once my sister awakens, I'll take her away immediately. No rush, no rush. Curtis waved her hand. Since you're here, let's have some fun. You're quite pretty too. I'll ask you a question, and you must answer honestly, otherwise. She drew her small hand across her throat. Lin Shi's body stiffened. Why was she asking questions right after meeting? Please, go ahead, she said awkwardly. How exactly do you make your chest grow so big? Curtis squinted her eyes. Chest. Damn, this little brat's question is about this? Well, Lin Shi broke out in a cold sweat. How the hell would I know how women's chests grow bigger when I'm a man? Having a sudden inspiration, she said, well, drinking more papaya soup helps with chest development. Curtis touched her own chest flat and small, just a tiny bit, and pouted. Liar. I've drunk papaya soup before. Why didn't it work? Maybe it just doesn't work that fast. After all, you're still young. Lin Shi cursed inwardly. Damn it, when will this end? I've told you the method. Now hurry up and go play somewhere else. Young? But I'm already over 50,000 years old, Curtis said, tilting her head. 50,000 years old. Her mouth twitched. What an old monster. Yes, I should have developed by now. Curtis looked enviously at Lin Shi's full chest. Well, drinking more milk should also help it grow bigger, Racking her brains for another idea, she said with a forced smile. Milk? I've tried that too. It's just cow's milk, right? I heard it works, so I drank it every day for a while. But it had no effect, so I gave up, Curtis said regretfully. Then I don't know. What I've told you is all I know, Lin Shi said helplessly. Are there any other methods you haven't tried? No, Curtis suddenly said coldly. You must think of a solution, or both you and your sister will perish here. As she spoke, there was a hint of killing intent in her voice. Is it really worth it? It's just a chest, for crying out loud. Damn it. Since you don't know what's good for you, I won't be polite either. Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a surge of malicious courage as an evil idea began to brew. Ahem. Lin Shi cleared his throat, putting on a serious facade. Actually, there's another method that can make your chest bigger. Curtis's previously dim eyes immediately lit up. Really? I've tried all the previous methods, and none of them worked at all. Is this one reliable? Of course it works. Lin Shi chuckled inwardly while frowning on the surface, pretending to hesitate. It's just. But what? Curtis narrowed her eyes, pressing coldly. Don't tell me you're afraid to say it. I'm worried it might be disrespectful to you, Lady Curtis. Lin Shi seemed to steel himself before speaking in a low voice. Curtis was both wary and expectant. Go ahead. As long as it's truly effective, I promise not to kill you. The method is having someone else massage them. Lin Shi's voice was barely a whisper. Massage? Can't I do it myself? Curtis raised an eyebrow. Of course not. Xiao Suner shook her head righteously. Doing it yourself is use unless it has to be someone else. Curtis thought of her lustful brother, her face full of disgust. My perverted brother loves doing this sort of thing. The women he's massaged do indeed have rather large chests. Lin Shi silently praised the perfect assist and continued his deception. Exactly. With persistence, not only will your chest grow larger, but it'll feel quite pleasant too. His tone was exactly like that of a sleazy uncle coaxing a little girl. Curtis was convinced and said in a deep voice, Xiao Suner, come massage me. She moved closer as she spoke. This isn't appropriate, is it? Lin Shi pretended to step back reluctantly. When I tell you to massage, you massage. Curtis barked. Lin Shi had no choice but to agree. Since you insist, my lady. Though inwardly he cursed. Little girl, dare to act arrogant in front of me? I'll teach you a lesson soon enough. He first swam over to Musaishia, confirming her breathing was steady and her heartbeat strong. After marveling at the divine pool's miraculous effects, he returned to Curtis's side. Shall I begin the massage then? Go ahead. We're both women, what's there to be shy about? Curtis rolled her eyes. Lin Shi smirked inwardly. The problem is I am a man. His face, however, flushed with feigned embarrassment as he reached out from behind her. Curtis suddenly felt something was off. Why are you behind me? Can't you massage from the front? Lin Shi replied seriously. The angle and technique would be wrong, making it much less effective. Curtis nodded and closed her eyes, allowing him to proceed. Water droplets slid down her collarbone, her figure particularly alluring in the misty vapor. Any ordinary man would have been exposed by now, but in Curtis's perception, Xiao Suner remained a woman, so she could only feel vaguely uncomfortable without knowing why. Lin Shi's palms covered that softness. Gentler. Curtis gasped softly. Lin Shi leaned close to her ear and whispered, that won't work if I'm too gentle. It'll be useless. An hour later, Curtis was already flushed red and unable to control herself. Even as one of the 10 strongest beings of the demon race, her physical reactions were still those of a young girl. This would never change. Lin Shi released his hands and said, "All right, let's stop here. My sister is about to wake up soon." "Oh." Curtis felt waves of reluctance. "Your name is Shao Suner?" Curtis asked. "Yes, I'm called Shao Suner. I know you're one of the 10 strongest of our demon race, Lord Curtis." Shao Suner spoke with fervent enthusiasm, as if it were all true, gazing at her with respectful eyes. "Hmm." She nodded with satisfaction. "If my chest shows results later, your reward won't be small. You can come find me at the Terror Castle. Do you know where Terror Castle is? It doesn't matter if you don't, just ask around in the inner circle of the dark faction. Even those creatures know of it. Tell them you're Curtis's friend, and no one will dare disrespect you." As she spoke, she lifted her fair chin with an air of great importance. Shao Suner was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you so much, Lord Curtis. Well then, my injuries have mostly healed. It's time to leave the divine pool." She nodded and swam to the edge before rising. The moment she stepped onto land, blue light shimmered brilliantly, and a blue gown instantly appeared on her body, while all moisture completely evaporated. She brushed her blue hair and turned around, saying, "Remember, if there's no effect, I'll come settle accounts with you." Her expression suddenly turned slightly cold. Lin Shi felt a massive headache coming on. He had managed to bluff his way through this time, but he absolutely couldn't get caught next time, or he'd definitely die miserably. Yet his face showed confidence as he said, "Don't worry, it'll definitely work. But it requires frequent chest massages. Once or twice won't have much effect." Curtis nodded, turned around with her back to Lin Shi, and said, "Then I'll—" "Thank you, Sister Suner." Lin Shi's legs went weak, and he nearly couldn't stand up. "Sister Sunu? Please no. I can't bear such a title. You're a full 50,000 years old. I'm not even a fraction of your age." Naturally, he couldn't say this aloud. "Don't be so formal with me. Remember, you need long-term training." Curtis nodded and left. Phew. He exhaled deeply. "Amitba, I've saved my life. Lin Shi, you're such a pervert. Even without lustful desires, you still pull these kinds of tricks. You're simply the finest specimen among wolves, a mutant wolf with extremely pure blood lineage sex wolf." Baby huffed indignantly. He waved his hands to show his innocence. "How is this my fault? She was the one clinging and wouldn't let go. What could I do? If I'd shown even the slightest flaw, I'd be dead for sure. But you still shouldn't do that. She's just a little girl." Baby still felt it was inappropriate. "Have you ever seen a 50,000-year-old little girl?" Lin Shi asked. Baby was immediately stumped. It seemed there really hadn't been one. How could someone be 50,000 years old and still have this mentality? How exactly did her parents raise her? "So you see, it's not my fault. I can only blame her parents for not educating her properly," he said righteously, then got up, went ashore, and put on his clothes. Mu Caishiao's eyelids seemed to flutter. She should be waking up soon. Even if this divine pool isn't used for resurrection, it's incredibly comfortable for bathing. He patted his face. Despite having reached the spirit level, soaking for an hour still left him somewhat dizzy and disoriented. Mu Caixia opened her eyes to see a purple-haired woman of extraordinary beauty. "How am I still alive?" she whispered. Shao Suner smiled gently. "Because I brought you to Heavenly Wolf Ridge for resurrection." "You?" Mu Caixia looked at her. "Who are you?" "I'm the Purple Lightning Heavenly Wolf Sister." "Sister?" Mu Caixia was surprised. She extended her hand. "Get up first." At this moment, Mu Caixia also noticed she seemed to be in a hot spring. She grasped Shao Suner's hand. "Thank you." With gentle force, she was pulled up. "You're welcome." She looked around. "Where is my lord?" "You mean my brother?" Shao Suner asked. Mu Caixia nodded shyly. "Yes, he's the chief of our Moon Demon clan. He said he's giving up the Moon Demon clan, and from now on, you'll manage the Moon Demon clan." Shao Suner said. "This." Mu Caishiao's expression changed dramatically. "Impossible. My lord would never abandon us. Listen to me." Seeing her agitated state, Shao Suner smiled. "My good-for-nothing brother knows he's still too weak. So this time he said he won't come out until he cultivates to the immortal level." "Immortal level?" She couldn't help but exclaim. "How long would that take?" "Probably 10,000 years." Shao Suner said with difficulty. "Maybe even longer. You know how difficult the immortal level is. Can I go see my lord? I have something I want to tell him." She bit her red lips, somewhat shy. She shook her head. "Why not? Don't let him get distracted." Shao Suner patted her back. "My brother rarely decides to cultivate seriously, so of course we can't let anyone disturb him. Just one sentence, just one. Is that okay?" Her eyes were pleading, begging. Shao Suner's breath caught, and she looked away. "I'm sorry, no. If you want to see him again, wait 10,000 years." 10,000 years. Mu Caixia was thunderstruck and stood frozen on the spot. "Yes, 10,000 years." Shao Suner nodded. "It can't be any less. That's the minimum of 10,000 years, possibly 20,000, 30,000, or even longer. Perhaps along the way, he might die before reaching the immortal level." "No, my lord won't. Dieha absolutely won't." Mu Caixia shook her head desperately. Shao Suner was speechless. Xiao Suner led Mu Xiao out of the divine pool. In the pitch-black cave, she asked, "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes, I'll wait 10,000 years." Mu Xiao's slender fingertips clenched in her palm, yet her voice was as firm as iron. 10,000 years. With your current strength, you can't possibly live that long. Xiao Suner frowned. Then I'll desperately improve my strength. But after 10,000 years, my brother might not emerge from seclusion. Xiao Suner pondered for a moment, then finally relented. If you can truly persist for 10,000 years, even if he hasn't reached the immortal level, I'll arrange for you to meet him. Thank you. Mu Xiao suddenly paused. I forgot to ask, what's the purple lightning sky wolf sister's name? I was so concerned about him that I forgot about the person right in front of me. Xiao Suner chuckled softly. My name is Xiao Suner. Sister Suner, thank you. Mu Xiao bowed deeply. No need to thank me. Xiao Suner waved her hand, and the two walked side by side toward the cave entrance. The moment they stepped out of the cave, cold wind mixed with moisture hit their faces. The elders Boli and Palada were already waiting outside, still arguing heatedly. Alice is mine. She's mine, you old fossil. Get lost. You're the fossil. Someone like you who changes women like clothes doesn't deserve Alice. Bah, you talk as if you've never touched a woman. Can you even say that with a straight face? That's just masculine nature. What a coincidence, mine is masculine nature too. Back and forth they went, spittle flying. Xiao Suner's temple twitched as she raised her hand. Could you two take a break? Boli, could you do me a favor? Upon hearing this, the elder immediately put on a fawning smile, winking and grinning. Sister Suner, just give your orders. I'll definitely comply. Palada also crowded forward. That's right, Sister Suner. Whatever you say, we'll both help you accomplish it. Xiao Suner forced a smile and pointed at Mu Xiaxia. Help me escort Miss Xiaxia back to the Moon Demon Clan's barrier, would you? The elder laughed heartily. Such a small matter, of course I'll handle it. He turned to look at Mu Xiaxia. Miss, are you ready? Mu Xiaxia gazed at Xiao Suner. If you see him, could you pass along a message for me? That depends on what the message is. If it affects his cultivation, I can't do it, can only consider it. Just tell him. In the Moon Demon Clan, there's a woman waiting for him, who will wait for him her entire life. By the end, her eyes shone so brightly they were almost blinding. Xiao Suner looked away and nodded gently. All right. She then cupped her fists toward the elder. I'm sorry to trouble you. The elder stopped joking and raised his hand, drawing a streak of white light. The light enveloped Mu Xiaxia and shot straight into the sky, quickly becoming a black before disappearing completely. Palada watched the sky and dropped his smile. Sister Suner, is this really for the best? Palada, stop teasing me. Lin Xiao Suner's alias smiled bitterly. Why not accept her? Palada scratched his head. I'm not just saying this, but that girl is beautiful, rank in the top 10 among all the women I've seen. Do you really have no sexual desire? Do you really have no sexual desire? Lin Shi's body trembled slightly. You figured it out? Palada shook his head. Both Boli and I could sense something was off, but we were too lazy to expose you. In the realm of lust, it's impossible to pass if even one person has sexual desire. Those who can pass fall into two categories. They're terrifying beings who forcibly suppress their emotions, or they're like you, truly without sexual desire. Back then, Curtis, Xiaohua, Alice, Muwana, weren't they all peerless beauties? Incomparable to ordinary women, yet you didn't show even a hint of desire. Who would believe that? With him putting it so bluntly, Lin Shi felt somewhat embarrassed. Then why didn't you expose me afterward? You should know he said a bunch of nonsense back then. Prada patted his shoulder. Look at what you're saying. I've been watching over you, and so has Polly. He actually values you the most. When he put you through that illusion trial, he probably genuinely believed you could succeed. You just can't see it. You're the most talented Wolf Clan member I've ever encountered, and I'm sure Polly feels the same way. So if you don't want to talk about it, we naturally won't force you. Lin Shi let out a long breath and nodded, then looked somewhat bewildered. Actually, I don't know where the lust went either. I can only confirm that it truly disappeared. It's definitely not a physical or psychological problem on my part. After hesitating for a moment, he added, if we really can't find it, maybe I'll have a chance to meet Alice someday. Alice. Lin Shi thought of that stunning woman who had made Prada and the elder argue so heatedly, and couldn't help asking. You mean that beauty you were both fighting to escort? She certainly has the qualifications to captivate people. Prada shook his head slightly and explained more specifically. God-level strength, otherworldly beauty, and divination abilities. Divination? Lin Shi's heart trembled. Prada didn't delve deeper, only dropping the comment. You understand? So let's not discuss it further. Polly will be back soon. Since you don't need to return to the Moon Demon Clan, I can take you to the center of the dark faction. Kato often mentions you two as equally impressed by your talent. Lin Shi immediately agreed. Sounds good. Moments later, the elder Polly's figure suddenly appeared, his white beard swaying slightly. Lin Shi, I've already escorted that woman back to the Moon Demon Clan. What are your plans now? I'll go with Prada to see the Dark Faction's center, Lin Shi replied. Excellent choice, that's exactly what suits your current training needs. The elder nodded with a gentle expression, but didn't forget to remind him. Don't forget our agreement. Lin, she responded solemnly. I won't. That agreement being his promise to return to Heavenly Wolf Ridge every few years to oversee the Wolf Clan's illusion training. Let's go. Prada raised his hand, summoning a fierce wind that carried both of them skyward. The elder stood with his hands behind his back, watching the two figures disappear into the distance, murmuring softly. He's probably the one with the strongest Wolf Clan bloodline. To seize the Blood Lotus and pass the 7 deadly sins trial, both his opportunities and character are exceptional. May he go even further. At least our Wolf Clan has a worthy successor. High in the sky, fierce winds howled, and the frigid air cut like blades across their faces. Had Lin Shi not already reached the spirit level, such meteor-like speed would have been nearly unbearable. Looking down at the earth below, mountains, rivers, and vegetation were clearly visible. Only by climbing high could one see far, and he was experiencing this truth more vividly than ever before. Prada? Taking advantage of a brief lull in the wind, Lin Shi called out his inner confusion. Why do you think so highly of me? Prada gripped his arm, eyes fixed ahead, his voice clear despite the wind. Because you're different from others, you should understand that yourself. Lin Shi smiled bitterly to himself. How could he explain that he was a transmigrator, fundamentally different from the natives of this world? He decided to change the subject. By the way, how did you know I was called Shao Suner? Prada turned his head with a toothy grin. I should be asking you that. You actually dared to grope my sister's chest, quite bold of you. The moment she came out, she said there was a woman named Shao Suner inside who needed protection. When I asked why, she said that was the teacher who taught her how to enhance her chest. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Shi's forehead, though the rushing wind instantly dried it. How did you know for sure that I touched her? He asked, steeling himself. She's my sister, how could I not know? Face all flushed, constantly touching her own chest, I could tell something was off at first glance. Prada deliberately drew out his words. So I tested you with that comment, and you confessed immediately. You tricked me. Lin Shi's heart tightened. Anyone who could rank among the dark faction's strongest, no matter how carefree they seemed on the surface, was definitely not to be underestimated. All right. I'm not going to settle scores with you, but if you choose to act this way, I won't say anything more. Just know that if you get caught later, I won't clean up your mess, you'll have to handle it yourself. When a sister is humiliated and her brother sides with outsiders, that's just inexcusable, don't you think? Prada said in a calm tone. Lin Shi raised his hand to scratch his nose tip and replied with a bitter smile. Well, I'm already grateful you're not settling scores with me. But I really do see you in a new light. He squinted, looking Prada up and down. To think you could do such a thing without even blushing or missing a heartbeat. Prada threw back his head and laughed heartily, his laughter echoing in the air. He collected himself, shrugged and shook his head, saying helplessly, it's merely the loss of carnal desire. Just losing carnal desire makes you this composed. Lin Shi shook his head in disbelief. Prada straightened his expression and spoke seriously. Speaking of which, I also admire you. To think you could pass the trial of the 7 deadly sins. Just luck, just luck. Lin Shi waved his hand dismissively, lowering his voice, but Prada wasn't buying this explanation. He smiled faintly. Just like what you said about losing carnal desire makes you composed. The trial of the 7 deadly sins absolutely cannot be explained by mere luck. Lin Shi didn't want to delve deeper and turned his gaze downward to survey the land below, changing the subject. Why must the dark faction oppose the light faction? This abrupt question caught Prada off guard. He frowned and pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. It's hard to answer, but I've given it serious thought. First is psychology, second is mentality, and third is history. Lin Shi turned his head. How so? Psychological imbalance. Prada raised his hand and pointed into the distance. We're clearly powerful, yet we still have to share the resources of the divine demon continent with others. Many find this unacceptable. Then there's mentality. Neither side is willing to admit defeat gracefully, because once you admit defeat, you lose initiative and status. Finally, there's history. The blood feuds of the past make peace impossible. Now you kill my brother. I must seek revenge. My grandfather was killed by you, so I must kill in return. This cycle continues, creating eternal enemies with no end in sight. Lin Shi followed up. So what caused the initial conflict? Prada didn't answer immediately but asked instead, what do you think of the environment in our dark faction? Lin Shi looked up at the sky and down at the ground, seeing lush greenery and vibrant life all around. He nodded honestly. Not bad. Prada sighed softly. You'll understand soon enough that this place isn't what you think it is. He spoke with a bitter smile, adding in a low voice. This is merely the outer layer of the innermost circle. The inner layer is the true center. As they ventured deeper into the dark faction's territory, the environment began to change dramatically. Tree trunks withered one by one, their branches curling and yellowing, while thick layers of fallen leaves carpeted the ground beneath their feet, rustling with each step as if autumn had arrived prematurely, though the true autumn season was still far off. The earth's color shifted from brown to black, with soil cracking into spiderweb patterns of fissures from which deathly energy seeped and spread. The wind carried dust and a taste that made one's throat feel parched and raw. This place could barely sustain anything but the undead. Other forms of life had no foothold here. Pale white skeletons assembled into various monstrous forms, their worn weapons clanking together with harsh, grating sounds. Occasionally, a bone dragon would sweep across the sky, its massive frame hollow and organless inside, with only a ghostly blue flame burning deep within its skull. This, Linshi was filled with uncertainty and alarm. The gap between the inner ring and the true central circle was staggering. This is the real face of our dark faction, Prada explained calmly. Things are much better now. The outer environment is something we've painstakingly cultivated over countless efforts. Tens of thousands of years ago, the entire dark faction was nothing but wasteland. That's precisely why we want to occupy the light faction's territory. You've been there before, so you naturally know how favorable their environment is. Have there never been peace negotiations? Linshi asked. Prada sneered coldly. Negotiations? There have been. But humans are selfish. Would they ever agree? Since they refuse to share, we won't show mercy when we take action. This is their own choice. The light faction's territory is so vast, yet they still dream of planting human flags everywhere. What wishful thinking. Linshi was immediately at a loss for words. If not for the few god-level powerhouses desperately holding their ground in the light faction, plus that unfathomably deep emperor in the imperial city, that land would have long since fallen into the dark faction's hands. He couldn't help but press further. Is the emperor of the imperial city really that powerful? Linshi wasn't entirely ignorant about this figure. Mu Caixia had mentioned him, and through that lean man, he also knew that the human emperor had once swept back and forth through dark faction territory, slaying numerous immortal level and even god level powerhouses, though his true strength remained a mystery. Prada trembled slightly, fear flashing in his eyes. Don't ask about that again. You only need to understand that his power transcends the god level. Transcends god level? Linshi was stunned. The air fell silent instantly, the topic bringing a brief hush over both of them. Unfortunately, Baby was sleeping at the moment, and he didn't want to wake her, so he could only wait until her energy was replenished and she awakened naturally. With this thought, Linshi fell silent. Suddenly, a figure swept across the distant sky. The bone dragons were the first to sense it, all lowering their massive heads in respectful acknowledgement. The newcomer was none other than the sixth ranked among the demon race's 10 greatest powerhouses. When I go to the central circle, will I see your 10 greatest powerhouses? Linshi looked up and asked. Naturally, Prada nodded with a smile. Don't be nervous. With me here, and with Dallas, you'll be fine. Dallas? Linshi was startled. You mean the one who appeared in Stormwind City? What was he called again? Oh right, Kato. His strength surpasses even yours. That avatar back then was just something he casually conjured, which is why it wasn't as strong as your Robert. Kato is Dallas. Linshi was speechless. What kind of existence was Dallas? He was the 5th-ranked super powerhouse. What were they all doing going to Stormwind City playing games with the mortal world because life was too boring and they needed some entertainment? If you only knew us by reputation, we'd probably seem terrifying and heartless, but that's not the case at all. Dallas is the classic type, cold on the outside, but warm-hearted within. And look at my sister, she's just immature, but she has a good heart. You can tell from how she asked me to protect Xiao Suner, Pilata said. At this point, he suddenly paused and his tone shifted. However, there's one thing you'll have to handle yourself. Linshi raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled. My sister is only at the peak of immortal level. She can't see through the illusions created by the blood lotus, Pilata explained as they walked. But when you meet beings at our level face-to-face, the blood lotus won't be able to hide your true appearance anymore. Besides, Kadisi has already marked Yosh'll recognize you as someone who offended her with just one glance. As for what she'll do next, well, that's not my problem. You'll have to figure it out yourself. She was on the verge of tears. Wasn't this a bit too heartless? But Pilata burst into laughter, even clapping his hands. Huh? If it really comes to the point where she wants to kill you, I'll definitely help out. Don't worry, you won't escape a good beating. With that, he grinned wickedly, as if he could already see Lin's miserable fate. Lin's mind raced frantically. This was no joke. They were talking as if getting beaten up would be getting off easy, and surviving would be pure luck. He had to find a way to get through this safely. As Pilata continued forward, he filled Linshi in on the basics of the dark faction. Suddenly, he dropped this bombshell. Actually, you only have one mission on this trip: change my sister's attitude toward you. Linshi froze, silently groaning. The two finally reached the edge of the continent. The gray sea churned with angry waves, and a dark palace stood towering on the shore. Not a single bird flew over the sea, nor were there any sea creatures. The deathly silence was bone-chilling. They slowly flew closer, and on the palace gates were carved 2 massive blood-red characters: Demon Palace. Demon Palace? Linshi whispered the name, feeling its overwhelming presence. The closer they got, the more shocked he became. Pretty impressive, right? Pilata turned his head with a proud smile. Lin she could only nod. From a distance, it hadn't been clear, but up close he could see just how terrifying this palace was. The main gate alone was 20 meters high. Each window was 7 or 8 meters square, and the hanging black gold curtains were as thick as city walls. His gaze fell on the patterns on the door panels, where mysterious runes spread outward, extending along the door frame all the way to the wall's faint traces that formed their own order. Oh, good eye, you spotted the key feature right away, Pilata said with mild surprise. He gestured around them, his voice filled with pride. The entire palace was magically enlarged to scale. We demons are incredibly powerful, with far more peak-level fighters than humans. Now that humans have abandoned their allies like the dragons and elves, they're no match for us at all. The demon palace isn't just a building, it's filled with restrictions inside, some that even I wouldn't dare touch. Lynchie asked, do you all live here? Pilata shook his head with a laugh. How could that be possible? The demon palace is just the dark faction's final stronghold. Normally, everyone guards their own territory. With that, he patted Lynchie's shoulder. Don't be nervous. You're already part of the dark faction, and with the Blood Lotus, reaching immortal level is just a matter of time. Who would really be your enemy? At most, some might look down on you, just make them shut up when the time comes. Lynchie nodded silently. The two approached the massive gate, and Pilata raised his hand to push it open with force. As the door opened, bright lights blazed within, illuminating the darkness. Let's go. I've already sent out the notice, and they'll be here soon. I'll try to grab you some territory, hee. Pilata grinned wickedly, showing his teeth as he pulled Lynchie through the stone gate. The two walked along a narrow corridor over 10 meters long, and when they emerged from the end, a vast hall appeared before them, even more spacious than the plaza outside. Soft magical lighting hung from the ceiling above, not harsh to the eyes, yet illuminating every detail with crystal clarity. The black stone slabs covering the floor were carved with intricate patterns, their lines reflecting subtle cold gleams under the light, appearing both solemn and dignified without being rigid. Just as Lynchie was about to examine them more closely, he suddenly noticed 3 thrones floating in midair, above, 1 high and 2 lower, the central one entirely gilded, while the 2 flanking it were silver-plated. Luxurious decorative patterns spread from the armrests to the backrests, silently proclaiming inviolable authority. See that? That's the symbol of power. Pilata lowered his voice. Actually, there are 7 more seats together. They make up our 10 strongest. Usually only the top 3 are visible, with the other 7 hidden away for show. When all 10 gather, every throne appears, but this isn't a major event, so those terrifying and mysterious fellows at the front definitely won't bother showing up. Lynchie nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Have you figured out how to deal with Curtis? Pilata changed the subject and started rambling again. My sister is no pushover. If you go head-to-head with her, you'll die a miserable death in no time. Lynchie smiled bitterly and spread his hands helplessly. What else can I do? I'll just have to take it one step at a time. My condolences. Pilata patted his shoulder with schadenfreude, his expression clearly conveying, I'd love to save you, but I'm powerless to help. Lynchie's eyelid twitched as he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. From Robert back in the day to Pilata now. These guys all loved making conversation out of nothing. Time slowly slipped away. Big brother, what did you call me here for? I'm very busy. A crisp female voice suddenly echoed through the hall. Pilata immediately put on an expression of someone ready to watch a good show. Lynchie's body trembled as a helpless, bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Through the 10-meter corridor, the blue-haired woman walked in with clear impatience written all over her face. What's this about? At the end of the corridor, Prada waved frantically at her like an overly enthusiastic large dog. Sister, come here. I want to introduce you to a friend of mine. A friend? Curtis's almond-shaped eyes widened as her eyebrows shot up. You call me over for something this trivial? How dare you speak to your brother like that? Prada puffed out his chest indignantly. You have a problem with that? Curtis's voice suddenly rose sharply. You've got some nerve. All you do is party and live it up. What contribution have you ever made to the dark faction that would earn my respect? And don't think I've forgotten about you letting people into the divine pool without permission. Her brother deflated like a punctured balloon, completely helpless against his sister. Curtis snorted and turned to examine Lynchie. So you're the one, my brother. Halfway through her sentence, her willow-like eyebrows arched again. A sly smile tugged at Prada's lips. She had long figured out his sister's temperament. As long as he acted dejected, she usually couldn't be bothered to pursue matters further. The next second, Curtis suddenly appeared right in front of Lynn. Zino sound of tearing air, no wind, not even an afterimage. Lynchie's heart skipped a beat. That speed was absolutely ridiculous. Do I know you? You look familiar, she said, staring at him intently. Lynchie forced an awkward smile. Well, I'm just your brother's friend, a really good friend. You could say we're close friends. Close friends, my ass. Curtis scoffed. Just call it what it is, drinking buddies. Answer the question, have I seen you before? Ahem. Lynchie coughed to mask his embarrassment. We have met, but the circumstances and atmosphere weren't exactly pleasant, huh? Before he could finish, Curtis's eyes suddenly blazed with an eerie blue light. My mark. Her eyes widened. You're that bastard from the Azure Mountains. Lin she felt a chill run through his entire body and could only smile bitterly. Curtis's chest heaved with anger. You shameless rogue actually dare to deliver yourself to my doorstep? I was planning to wait until my strength recovered before seeking you out for a rematch. But this saves me the trouble. It's a misunderstanding. Really, it's all a misunderstanding. Lin she hurriedly explained. Look, I came here to make amends, didn't I? Don't say another word, look into my eyes. Lin she froze and instinctively met her gaze. Curtis whirled. Blue light flooded his pupils, and he instantly became as still as a wooden statue, with only one word echoing in his mind: beautiful. Prada shook his head and sighed from the sidelines. Sister, please don't go too far. With that, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, as if distancing himself from the situation. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes and slapped his thigh. I should go get the life banshee first, or he might actually die from severe injuries. After giving these instructions, he hurried away, already treating Lin she like a casualty. Before him stretched pure whiteness, white floors, white walls. Even the air seemed tinged with white silence. Lin Shi's heart sank. This time he was truly done for. Even if he didn't die, he'd be severely injured. His only hope was that Prada's meager influence might convince his sister to go easy on him, but that seemed completely useless. Prada, just how much does your sister despise you? He couldn't help but grumble internally. Welcome back to Curtis' world. Blue light flashed as Curtis appeared with a cold smile. You seem quite eager. Lin Shi nearly cursed it out loud. Eager? Which eye did you see that with? But he could only feign grievance. Lady Curtis, what happened before really wasn't my fault. I was forced to defend myself. I am completely innocent. Oh, Curtis looked surprised. Under Lin Shi's hopeful gaze, her expression suddenly darkened. Since you're so eager, let's begin. Before she finished speaking, a pale fist wrapped in fierce wind shot straight toward Lin Shi's face. Wait! Lin Shi gritted his teeth and shouted. In his eyes, Curtis's smile resembled a beast baring its fangs. What? Any last words? Last words? Screw your last words. There's no way I'm dying this quickly. Lin Shi forced a smile. Ahem, actually, I know methods for breast enhancement. Breast enhancement? Curtis reacted like her tail had been stepped on, her voice shooting up. Well, you see, Xiao Suner is actually my sister. So she told me that Lady Curtis has been looking for enhancement methods. Lin Shi fabricated wildly, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Sister Suner is your sister? Curtis froze. Yes, and she asked me to bring a more effective method. Sweat dripped from Lin Shi's chin. Shame crept up Curtis's ears. Having such private matters known by a man was utterly embarrassing. She cursed inwardly. Sister Suner, you betrayed me. Fine, this man must die. Only the dead can keep secrets. Her killing intent intensified. Lin Shi sensed something was wrong. Damn, I'm not a woman. What woman would tolerate having such secrets leaked? I'm doomed. Speak. Curtis temporarily suppressed her murderous intent. Hand over the method first, then I'll send you on your way. It's a set of breast massage techniques, more detailed and effective than before. Lin Shi's heart raced, but he could only press on. First, direct massage, then side massage, apply hot towels every night. He demonstrated on his own flat chest. Those tutorials from random websites he'd browsed during boring security guard shifts back on Earth had now become his lifeline. Curtis watched intently and nodded. That's it. Lin Shi smiled stiffly. Yes, thank you. Now that you've been thanked, time to die. She clenched her small fist, blue light climbing over it as dangerous energy erupted. The blue fist shadow rapidly enlarged in Lin Shi's vision. Wait! Lin Shi shouted again. Curtis remained expressionless. Last words? For the sake of you being Sister Suner's brother, speak. Death is inevitable. I'll apologize to Sister Suner and find her a stronger brother while I'm at it. Lin Shi's face fell. Brothers can just be randomly replaced? That's a dangerous way of thinking. He had a flash of inspiration. I've met Eve. Sister Eve? Curtis was genuinely surprised this time. Yes, she just returned to the demon clan recently, right? I saved her. Lin Shi nodded eagerly. So you're that arrogant fool. Curtis narrowed her eyes. Lin Shi's mouth twitched. Seems like I didn't leave a great impression back then. Sister Eve said that guy would eventually be killed by his own attitude. Told me not to worry about it. Curtis snorted coldly. Lin Shi laughed dryly. At least for the sake of me saving her, spare me? Curtis shook her head. If it were just now, I might have considered it. But now you know my breast enhancement secret, you must die. She sighed regretfully. So dot. The blue glowing fist reappeared, death approaching. In desperation, Lin Shi screamed. Curtis, I like you. Suddenly, everything went quiet. The fist fell inches from his nose as a fierce gust swept past his face, sending Curtis's distinctive purple hair flying wildly behind Lin Shi. Cold sweat instantly covered his back, only to be dried by the rushing wind. One thought consumed his mind. How to stay alive. Curtis slowly withdrew her fist and demanded coldly. What did you say? Her expression remained blank and emotionless, but those round, adorable eyes fixed on Lin Shi like a blade ready to fall at any moment. Lin Shi's heart pounded frantically. He had spoken rashly in desperation. How could he salvage the situation now? Before he could finish the thought, Curtis frowned, murderous intent churning in the depths of her irises. Time to go all in at worst. He'd get a severe beating. A beating, not immediate death. His mind raced through rapid psychological analysis. People often don't like those who like them, yet can't help wanting to appear impressive in front of them. True for both men and women. Of course, the gap couldn't be too vast. If a stunning beauty fell for a creepy loser, he'd only want to kill. If a creepy loser pursued a stunning beauty, she'd only feel disgusted. Fortunately, Lin Shi considered his features decent enough to face an audience, which gave him the courage to risk that dangerous statement. More awkwardly, Curtis seemed still trapped in adolescent trouble. He's a 50,000-year-old being actually worrying about breast size. This would take some explaining. Oh, so you're playing games with me? Die. Curtis snarled, blue light erupting from her palm as a killing move prepared to strike. I like you, Curtis. Lin Shi gritted his teeth and played his final card. Fragments of memory from Love Letters collection flashed through his mind as he frantically searched for the right words. The blue light suddenly dimmed, and she lowered her fist. Lin Shi secretly breathed a sigh of relief but didn't dare stop, his thoughts racing. From the moment I first saw you, I fell for you. He pressed on desperately. But knowing I wasn't worthy, I could only watch from afar. Later, when you pulled me into Curtis's world, I couldn't say anything. After awakening, I still couldn't control my feelings for you, and ended up defiling you. I was possessed, blinded by lust, and deserved death. With that, he raised his hand to slap himself. It had to sound convincing to show proper remorse. Before his palm could land, a cool, supple hand caught his wrist, stopping him cold. Lin Shi's eyelid twitched. Seriously? Even after apologizing this thoroughly, she still wanted him dead? Let's talk this through. No need for violence, Curtis said, narrowing her eyes. No need for violence? Lin Shi's mouth twitched. If he had any other options, would he be slapping himself? Whatever. He tensed his neck until it turned red and met her gaze. Are you really not an angel? The words came out so saccharine that even he wanted to vomit. Curtis finally showed some expression, blinking twice. What do you mean? You're so beautiful. You shouldn't have descended to this filthy mortal world. Lin Shi spoke faster, spinning elaborate nonsense. You should be in heaven looking down on humanity. Your smile should spread goodness. You should be the symbol of perfection for us to worship. The more he spoke, the more he soared, practically walking on clouds. Really? Curtis seemed both shy and suspicious. Of course it's fake. Lin Shi screamed internally, but could only swallow his complaints. It's all true. Every word of Ithis is what's in my heart. I'm not worthy of you. I'm so pathetic, ugly, and weak. This time, when Brother Prada brought me here, it was for two reasons. First, to train myself and become better so I could catch up to your unreachable figure, and second, to see you one more time. My humble soul, what's the difference between not seeing you and being dead? Lin Shi's heartfelt words echoed through the silent space, his voice hoarse and trembling. Curtis, who had been watching in confusion, suddenly understood. I see now, as long as he praises me to the skies and puts himself down, he can muster the courage to face me. With this realization, she finally understood why Lin Shi had risked certain death to appear before her. Yes, I've committed a crime worthy of death, but I still wanted to see you one more time, even if just once. Lin Shi's gaze was filled with sorrow, grief churning in his eyes. He suddenly raised his hand, fingers clenched, his arm trembling violently as he struck toward his own head. The force of the blow was terrifying, as if blood would splatter in the next instant. Smack! His wrist was caught firmly in midair. Lin Shi looked up, his eyes full of regret and obsession, but somewhat puzzled by the scene before him. There's no need to die. Curtis's pretty face flushed slightly, two rosy clouds appearing on her cheeks. Since you have such feelings, I can't very well take your life. She muttered under her breath. How rare to find someone who likes me. How could I let him just die like that? Sister Eve has nearly 100,000 suitors, and I've finally encountered one myself. If Prada had been present, he would have been stunned. Is this still my decisive, ruthless sister? Come on, strike now. Curtis's intervention finally put Lin Shi's anxious heart at ease, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He'd managed to save his life. However, while the death penalty may be waived, you can't escape punishment. He nodded with resolute tone. Bring it on. No amount of pain can shake my feelings for you, not even half a step. Curtis glared at him with mock annoyance. What are you talking about? I only said I'd punish you, not beat you up. Lin Shi was speechless, wondering if he had masochistic tendencies. Then, what kind of punishment? Curtis slowly walked in a circle around Lin Shi, her gaze examining him from head to toe, making his scalp tingle. Well, speak up, Lady Curtis, I can handle it. His tone was resolute and fearless. The young woman tapped her smooth chin thoughtfully. Didn't you make Sister Eve promise you 3 wishes? Yes. Lin Shi immediately replied. I saved her, so I naturally deserve those 3 wishes. I feel no guilt about it. You really are something. I wasn't planning to do anything to you. Just asking. Curtis snorted lightly. Then, what do you mean? A cunning glint flashed in her eyes as she declared with a laugh. In that case, you must also grant me 3 wishes. Whatever they are, you must obey. This. She paused, then nodded solemnly. Not just 3, I'd obey even 10,000. It was a common trope from TV shows, expressing emotion without real commitment, and no one was around to hold him accountable anyway. Then it's settled. 3 wishes, remember that. Curtis waved her fist with a serious expression. Absolutely. She patted his chest in assurance. In his heart, though, he knew, without reaching immortal level, he didn't even have the right to negotiate. Not remembering would cost him his life. Let's go out then. My Curtis world consumes too much energy. It's dangerous to stay too long. She nodded, indicating they should leave. Looking at Curtis's still childlike expression, she finally relaxed. The earlier plea for Curtis to spare her, followed by the suicide attempt, was completely illogical. But Curtis didn't overthink it. Her naive request for breast enhancement advice revealed her mental immaturity, which gave him the opening he needed to escape with his life. All in all, that grueling 50,000-year ordeal was, for Curtis, well, a complete waste of time. Back in reality, She and Curtis still stood side by side in the same spot. A glimmer flashed simultaneously in both their eyes as their consciousness snapped back into place. She looked around at the empty corridor containing only the 2 of them. Where's the Prada guy? Damn it. Did he just dump us here and run off? Curtis thought for a moment before answering with certainty. He probably went to find Sister Eve. The life banshee? Why? Didn't we already send her a message saying she'd come on her own? She asked, puzzled. He was afraid your injuries were too severe and worried you wouldn't make it. So he rushed off to fetch Sister Eve, Curtis explained. She fell silent, raising his hand to scratch his nose, momentarily speechless. Clang. The heavy alloy door suddenly slid open with such force that the ground trembled slightly. At the other end of the corridor, Prada charged forward, shouting at the top of his lungs. Come on! Come on, Eve! Hurry up! My friend is dying. If you're any slower, he might just drop dead. Black lines instantly appeared across She's forehead. This guy was really working himself into a frenzy over nothing. Following close behind, Eve wore flowing crimson robes, her steps leisurely but her expression impatient. I know. I'm here, aren't I? What kind of person could make you this frantic? She and Prada crossed the 10-meter corridor and entered the hall. Prada immediately rushed to Shi, cupping his face with both hands and examining him from every angle, his eyes filled with disbelief. Huh? You're actually fine. Shi rolled his eyes. Would you only be satisfied if I were collapsed on the ground? Eve also recognized Shi at that moment, raising her eyebrows in surprise. It's you. Shi seized the opportunity to push away the troublemaker Prada, flashing Eve a brilliant smile with fervent and sincere tone. Sister, your little brother missed you so much. His voice and expression made it seem like a reunion after lifetimes apart. Prada and Curtis stood frozen to the side, staring at each other in bewilderment. Sister? You mean the heaven and earthborn, unendingly life banshee is your sister? Why don't you just fly to the moon while you're at it? Prada turned his head mechanically, staring at Eve. Eve, is he your brother? Bullshit. Eve cursed directly. I don't have a brother like him. Upon hearing this, Shi immediately put on a pitiful expression, looking aggrieved as he reminded her. But you used to praise me as your good little brother. Now sister is being so heartless, when I've been thinking of you day and night. After saying this, he let out a deep, theatrical sigh, as if his heart was completely broken. Eve couldn't be bothered with his performance and pointed directly at him. You. She feigned confusion. What about me, sister? Am I so handsome that I've made your heart flutter? Don't want me as a brother anymore, but as a lover instead. Bang. The moment he finished speaking, a heavy punch landed on his chest without warning. She flew backward like a broken rag doll, crashed into the demon palace wall, and then dragged across the ground, leaving a long trail of scratches with dust flying everywhere. The palace wall remained unmoved, but he was in a sorry state, rolling over and coughing up blood. Cough, cough. That punch was way too brutal. He glanced at his attribute panel and cursed inwardly. A full 25 of his health was gone. What confused him even more was that this punch hadn't come from Eve. At this moment, Eve's fist was still suspended in midair. The one who had actually hit him was Curtis, standing nearby. Both Eve and Prada froze, staring at Curtis in bewilderment, not understanding why she had suddenly struck. Curtis pouted, huffing angrily. Didn't you keep saying you liked me and wanted to be my dog? She rubbed his throbbing head, smiling bitterly. He had almost forgotten this young lady was still nearby, yet he had dared to run his mouth practically asking for death. He staggered to his feet, walking back while explaining. Misunderstanding. I was just joking, really just joking. Jokes aren't allowed either. Curtis delivered the cold finishing blow. Prada's face darkened. This is my sister? She likes my sister? What kind of joke is this? He couldn't help but complain internally. What on earth happened in Curtis's world? Creak. The heavy doors were pushed open again, and two figures stepped into the hall one after another. The first wore a flamered robe with real fire burning on its surface, emanating an eerie and terrifying aura. As soon as he appeared, his gaze stuck to Eve like glue, his eyes full of lustful light, clearly not a good character. The second figure was like a moving fortress standing a full 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles and heavy, powerful steps that brought thunderous winds. His bald head gleamed coldly under the demon palace's lights, and his serious expression combined with his massive frame created an overwhelming sense of oppression. Prada, you called us here just to meet him? The flame-robed man spoke with a hint of impatience in his voice. Then he locked his gaze on Eve, his Adam's apple bobbing. Eve, after tens of thousands of years, you've become even more beautiful. The intense possessiveness in his eyes seemed ready to overflow. Eve frowned, her voice ice cold. Keep your eyes to yourself. What? Do you want to meet the Emperor's blade again? The Emperor? Lin, she muttered quietly, wondering. Who is this character now? Upon hearing the word Emperor, the red-robed man flame demon visibly twitched at the corners of his mouth, forcing a smile. Eve, you're overthinking. How would I dare to look inappropriately? Clearly, the Emperor had left him with shadows deep enough to cause endless nightmares. Enough. The giant beside the flame demon spoke up, his deep voice like a bronze bell being struck. Enough, enough. His echo rolled through the hall, rumbling so powerfully that the entire hall trembled. Lin Shi quickly covered his ears. Such a loud voice, my eardrums are about to burst. The others also frowned, showing discomfort. Curtis looked up angrily. Ends. I've told you countless times not to speak randomly. I have to stay 200 meters away to tolerate the decibel level of your voice. The giant named Ends scratched his bald head, awkwardly opening his mouth to say something more. Shut up, everyone shouted in unison. Ends looked innocently at everyone present, his throat feeling as if it were blocked by stones, unable to utter a single word. Prada smiled as he explained to Lin Shi, don't mind him. He's an earth giant, his true form is larger than the entire demon palace, so naturally his voice is deafening. Not just you. Even we get headaches listening to him for too long. Lin Shi nodded to show his understanding. The meeting returned to business. Prada spread his hands. Kale can't break away right now, so we're only missing Dallas. Dallas has met Lin Shi, and I'm certain he'll support bringing Lin Shi into the upper ranks. What are your thoughts? Him. The flame demon raised an eyebrow and snorted disdainfully. Just a spirit-level cultivator who hasn't even reached immortal level. What qualifies him to join our circle? He doesn't even meet the basic requirements. He has the qualifications, Prada chuckled. After all, anyone who can be acknowledged as master by the Crimson Demon Lotus will eventually step into immortal level. The Crimson Demon Lotus? Everyone's expressions changed simultaneously, their gazes snapping to Lin Shi. Even the usually composed Curtis showed an expression of disbelief. Lin Shi touched his face and asked innocently, what's wrong? It's just the Crimson Demon Lotus, isn't it? The flame demon exclaimed. You obtained it from the 7 great illusions? Lin Shi nodded without hesitation. A spirit-level cultivator broke through the 7 great illusions that even we god-level beings find troublesome? The flame demon sneered. Don't be ridiculous. The killing intent from just the first trial alone would drive you insane. You must have used some shortcut. Lin Shi shrugged without explanation. The flame demon pressed further. What? No rebuttal. However, he suddenly realized everyone was staring at him like he was an idiot. What are you looking at? He snapped in embarrassment. Eve smiled meaningfully. Oh, you have a shortcut method. Of course I don't. But that doesn't mean he doesn't either. The flame demon stubbornly insisted, pointing at Lin Shi. Prada patted his shoulder. I was watching the entire time. Am I blind? Though shocked, the others didn't lose their composure. While the Crimson Demon Lotus remained precious to them, at the god level, what truly determined one's heights was personal comprehension. Moreover, they all knew that any conscious immortal or god-level artifact could only acknowledge one master in its lifetime. When the master died, the divine artifact would perish as well, so no one would actually try to steal it. The flame demon's eyelid twitched as he muttered, I still don't agree. Then he shut his mouth. The meeting room fell into brief silence. Prada looked toward the giant. What about Ends? Ends was about to speak. Silence. Everyone shouted in unison, including the flame demon, making the table tremble slightly. The big guy scratched his head and blinked helplessly. Blink your right eye for agree, left eye for disagree, Lin Shi reminded him. Ends looked at him and slowly blinked his left eye. You didn't agree? Prada confirmed. Ends nodded. How dare you disagree? Curtis glared with wide eyes, waving her hands frantically. Prada was both amused and exasperated. So you agree then, sister? Yes, I agree. Curtis nodded vigorously like a pecking chicken. Prada cast a strange look at Lin Shi. What kind of spell did this guy cast on my sister? Just moments ago she was shouting about wanting to kill him. What exactly happened in Curtis's small world? Lin Shi felt that probing gaze and guiltily looked away. The demon palace really is a wonderful place. Prada could only hold his forehead. The flame demon curled his lip, 2-1. You said Dallas would definitely agree. I guarantee it, Prada said with certainty. That's still 2-2. The flame demon stared at Eve. The deciding vote is in your hands, Eve. Eve nodded, her gaze coldly locking onto Lin Shi, making him feel an inexplicable unease. Eve had just begun to speak. Wait. Lin Shi raised his hand to interrupt. Prada raised an eyebrow. What? Do you have something to add? His expression clearly suggested, you'd better show some real skills now. Lin Shi could only smile bitterly. He thought to himself, since Curtis knows, it's not surprising that Prada knows too. So he looked at Eve and softened his tone. Sister, have you forgotten our original agreement? After saying this, he blinked at her 3 times. Eve's body trembled slightly. Eve wasn't a fool, nor was she as immature as Curtis. She naturally understood what Lin Shi meant by blinking 3 times. She had indeed promised 3 reasonable, small wishes back then, intending to brush it off with vague wording. But she never expected Lin Shi to count this vote as one of them. To call it significant, this vote meant Lin Shi would be officially recognized. To call it trivial, Eve only needed to say one word to decide it. Yet it was precisely this one word that put her in a dilemma. She hated being led around by the nose, but she dared not defy the gods even more. The oath had been made, and if broken, divine punishment would surely follow. She had once witnessed someone who didn't believe in such consequences. Golden lightning tore through the sky, reducing that god-level powerhouse to ashes without even leaving bone fragments behind. That scene was deeply burned into her memory. At this thought, she clenched her teeth, practically squeezing 3 words through her gritted teeth. I agree. The flame demon was stunned, his eyes widening. Seriously? Eve, have you thought this through? Eve shot him an icy look. What? Do you have a problem with that? Her words carried barbs, clearly redirecting her anger toward the flame demon. The flame demon's eye twitched, and he could only laugh dryly. Of course not. Fair is fair, what else can I say? Haha. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Prada waved his hand gently. All right, the result is clear, Lin Shi. You may join us. Lin Shi bowed slightly. Thank you. Prada raised an eyebrow. I didn't do anything. What are you thanking me for? Nothing in particular, just thank you. Lin Shi maintained a polite smile. Prada studied him suspiciously for a moment, then grinned. Well then, if there's nothing else, let's all disperse. Before leaving, the flame demon cast a cold glance at Lin Shi and departed in silence. The giant followed suit, still harboring some doubt in his eyes, but saying nothing. At the doorway, Eve turned back to remind him. 2 wishes left. Thank you. Lin Shi nodded. Eve didn't linger, the sound of her robes cutting through the air crisp and decisive. She didn't want any further interaction with Lin Shi. Lin Shi shrugged, unbothered. Hey, don't forget about those 3 wishes. Curtis waved her fist enthusiastically. Got it, got it. Curtis added another reminder. You're too weak right now, hurry up and improve your strength. With that, she strode away. Lin Shi decided to walk her part way as a gesture of gratitude. Along the way, both walked briskly, but neither mentioned the significance of the vote again. Creak. The door was pushed open just as Curtis was leaving, but they were met by an enormous tiger approaching. The beast was striped in yellow and black, its muscles like steel cables gleaming coldly in the light. Its shoulders, over 3 meters high, nearly touched the door frame, and its nearly 10-meter length made the narrow corridor feel cramped. Its 4 massive paws left the stone slabs dented, and scorching white vapor escaped from its maw with each breath. On the tiger's back sat a young man in blue robes, handsome and spirited. Seeing Lin Shi, he called out with a laugh. Long time no see, Purple Lightning Skywolf. Lin Shi nodded but instinctively tensed his nerves. This tiger. Memories of the forest outside the newbie village instantly flooded his mind. The same massive paw prints, the same broken vegetation, the same ear-splitting roars. It was very likely the same one he had encountered back then. The tiger's eyes showed uncertainty as it sniffed, lowering its head to catch Lin Shi's scent. The man patted the tiger's back. Tiger, don't cause trouble. Before he finished speaking, Tiger's pupils suddenly contracted, killing intent flashing as a low growl rumbled from its chest. You're the one who stole my transformation grass? It remembered Lin Shi's scent vividly. Back then, it had followed that very scent, only to find no trace of him. Shape-shifting grass? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Indeed, that very plant was the one Lin Shi had taken from the forest, a fact no one could deny. He had even used his reconnaissance skill to secretly examine this tiger. Yet even now he still couldn't see its complete data. Howling Sky Tiger. Level, Immortal. Health. Attack. Defense. Speed. Skills. Description. King among tigers. Massive in size with extraordinary bloodline. Unmatched among its kind. Chosen by Hell Terror, Dallas, and taken as a mount. Dallas, perched atop the Howling Sky Tiger's head, suddenly realized and exclaimed, So you ate the shape-shifting grass I planted? No wonder I could never find it. He gently patted the tiger's broad head, soothing it. All right, no need to dwell on it anymore. He's one of us now. I'll find you another shape-shifting grass. The killing intent in the Howling Sky Tiger's vertical pupils slowly faded as it responded in a low voice. Thank you, my lord. Though it still looked at Lin Shi with wariness, it no longer pressed the matter. Only then did Lin Shi's heart settle, smiling bitterly as he recollected that deafening tiger's roar from deep in the forest that day had come from this very howling sky tiger. And at that time, Hell Terror, Dallas was probably deeper in the forest, healing his wounds. You were in the forest then? Lin Shi asked. Dallas nodded with a smile. That's right. I had been injured fighting Chester in the dragon domain. After escaping from him, I fled into the forest to recover. Chester? The dragon clan leader? How did you two end up fighting? Prada raised an eyebrow. It was all for this one. Dallas stroked the howling sky tiger's head again, his tone affectionate. It wanted to transform into human form. I found shape-shifting grass in the dragon domain, but had to battle Chester before escaping with it. The howling sky tiger squinted with pleasure, clearly enjoying the attention. Prada said in surprise. Chester has grown stronger? Even you couldn't defeat him? Dallas nodded helplessly. Yes, he's probably reached upper-tier god-level strength. Upper-tier god level. Lin Shi gasped. That was a realm he didn't even dare imagine reaching at this point. Curtis couldn't help but interject. So where will you look for shape-shifting grass next? Immortal level treasures aren't exactly common. I'll find leads eventually. Dallas sounded confident. No matter how precious it is, it's still only immortal level, not as rare as god level items. Prada didn't press further, instead throwing an arm around Lin Shi's neck and laughing heartily. See? My sister and I just casually went to Heavenly Wolf Ridge and brought back the purple lightning Heavenly Wolf. That's fate for you. Lin Shi took the opportunity to voice his confusion. What was the real purpose of that vote earlier? It's basically candidate selection for the Demon Clan's elite. Before Prada could finish, Curtis was already giggling as she added. Those who pass the vote receive focused cultivation, are assigned territory to develop their power independently, and become candidates for the future 10 great Demon Clan elites. I see. Lin Shi nodded. How many spots are there in total? About 20 or so. Curtis shrugged. Every single one is an immortal level expert. Unlike Yuri, still only spirit level. Way too weak. You need to improve your strength quickly. I should go train too. Sister Eva is practically unbeatable among immortal level fighters. She's ranked 10th only because she hasn't broken through to god level yet. But her actual combat power is no less than god level. As for me, my 9th place position could be taken at any time. With that, Curtis hurried away. Was Eva really that powerful? Lin Shi wondered. Prada interjected. Of course she's incredible, born of heaven and earth. How could she not be amazing? But breaking through from the immortal level will be extremely difficult for her. If she manages to reach the divine level, she'll probably leap into the top 3. Top 3? Lin Shi was utterly shocked. Only now did he understand why the elder of the Moon Demon Clan had to burn his bloodline power to capture her. There's no harm in knowing these things now. Dallas glanced at Lin Shi, his tone suddenly serious. Talking with people as powerful as us can certainly broaden your horizons, but it can also breed arrogance in your heart. Remember, never slack off in your cultivation and combat. Lin Shi straightened up and nodded earnestly. All right, let's disperse. Dallas raised his hand in dismissal. Lin Shi, what are your plans? Choose a territory for yourself. Then go to the treasury and select a treasure. As for the specifics, this guy talks too much. Let him explain. He turned his gaze toward Prada. You're the one who talks too much. Prada immediately retorted. Dallas didn't mind, just smiled without arguing back. Curtis thought for a moment, then turned to Lin Shi and said, how about choosing somewhere near me? If you run into real trouble, I can help you. In his view, since he was Lin Shi's suitor, he should naturally lend his support. Moreover, this purple lightning sky wolf had excellent bloodline, and with the blood demon Lotus, ascending to the immortal level was virtually guaranteed, and he'd be quite outstanding among immortals too. When that time came, he could bring Lin Shi to meet Lena, that girl who constantly bragged about how handsome and powerful her suitor was, and let the purple lightning sky wolf crush her suitor, proving that my suitor is stronger. At this thought, Curtis almost burst out laughing, but quickly composed himself. Now wasn't the time to gloat. Thank you. Lin Shi politely declined with a calm attitude. I want to be self-reliant and not rely on connections. Curtis nodded in understanding. Then I'll be going. He bid everyone a formal farewell and left the demon palace directly. I'm also going to find the transformation grass. Lin Shi, I look forward to your performance. Dallas patted Lin Shi's shoulder before departing. Afterward, only Prada and Lin Shi remained. Thank you again. Lin Shi expressed his gratitude to Prada once more. Prada raised an eyebrow. Thank me for what? About the voting. Lin Shi lowered his voice. Oh, Prada's interest was piqued. Tell me, what exactly did I help you with? You told me to try my best to convince Curtis. Lin Shi recalled their earlier conversation while flying through the air. Prada feigned confusion. Did I? Did I really say that? Lin Shi pressed on. You knew the life banshee owed me 3 wishes, so she would definitely support me. You calculated that the flame demon and NC wouldn't agree, but if I convinced Curtis, Dallas would naturally follow, and Eve would have no choice but to side with me. 3-2, we'd win. As for Kale, who was absent due to other matters, that's what you said, right? Whatever the reason, it was certainly part of your plan. Prada clapped his hands, his laughter crisp and clear. Not bad, not bad at all. Your reasoning is quite good, but I won't admit to anything. Come on, I'll take you to a wonderful place. With that, he began walking, leading the way deeper into the demon palace. Though Lin she didn't understand why, he followed closely behind. After crossing the plaza, they entered a dim corridor. The corridor was lined with rooms on both sides, heavy metal doors tightly locked, and the floor patterned with alternating black and white designs. Each door bore a placard with white text on a black background, some new, others weathered. Touch of darkness, lower, immortal level. Wind guide, mid-immortal level. Demon of desires, cycle, mid-immortal level. Frost dragon, upper, immortal level. Lin Shi's body trembled slightly. This was actually a prison. Without turning back, Prada spoke casually. These are all beings who dared to challenge the laws of our dark faction and must face punishment. The dark faction has laws? Lin Shi couldn't hide his curiosity. Prada nodded. If we allowed immortal and divine level beings to slaughter weaklings indiscriminately, our future potential candidates would be eliminated early, and wouldn't that interrupt our faction's development? Lin Shi suddenly understood. The deeper the chaos, the more self-destruction needed to be restrained. Look at that frost dragon. Prada shook his head with a TSK. Slaughtered the entire White Foam clan, not one left alive. Killing him would waste combat power, so we can only keep him here to reflect for 50,000 years. 50,000 years. Lin Shi's mouth twitched violently. It's all relative. Prada waved his hand. Dragons commonly live for millions of years. Those clan leaders wouldn't even dare speak up without at least tens of millions of years under their belts. Lin Shi was once again speechless. Dragon lifespans were indeed incredibly long. The two continued deeper, and the aura within the prison cells became increasingly terrifying. Lin Shi could even sense the presence of divine-level powerhouses. He silently marveled that even those at the pinnacle of worldly strength could be trapped here, deprived of freedom. We're here. Prada stopped and turned with a smile. This is the place. Lin Shi followed his gaze the demon palace treasury. On the great door, four ancient characters stood prominently. The door panels were worn and covered with pits and mottled black marks, as if even a gust of wind could make them creak and groan. Go in, Prada explained. This treasury houses treasures from throughout history. Every candidate we recognize has one opportunity to select an item they need. Lin Shi nodded without further words. Pushing open the great door, his breath immediately caught. Inside, treasures filled every corner in a dazzling array of brilliant colors. Weapons, armor, and boots were piled high like mountains, their extraordinary nature evident at first glance. Even those that appeared unremarkable must possess hidden depths to earn a place in the Demon Palace treasury. Prada gently nudged Lin Shi forward. Go ahead and choose. Pick your treasure first, then select your territory. After that, you'll be on your own. I won't be able to help you anymore. Lin Shi nodded and stepped into the treasury. Baby? Baby? Lord Baby, he called out in his mind. I'm so tired. Can't you give me a moment's peace? Baby responded with obvious irritation. Lin Shi smiled. Riley had no choice. Suddenly, he felt Baby's emotions spike. Huh? So many treasures. Baby's eyes lit up. Lin Shi, did you raid a dragon's hoard? A dragon's hoard? This is the Demon Clan treasury. Lin Shi replied helplessly. I can only choose one item. Will you help me pick? What? Only one item. Baby was practically drooling. These are all incredible treasures. You should take every single one. Lin Shi thought to himself that Baby's previous master must not have been the most upstanding character to corrupt it so thoroughly. If that former master could hear this, they'd surely be torn between laughter and tears. Who corrupted whom, exactly? Ahem. Lin Shi lowered his voice. Don't make trouble. Prada, a god-level being, is right outside. His meaning was clear. If he could take everything, who would be foolish enough not to? The problem was that it simply wasn't possible. Baby shook its head regretfully. What a waste. If you could take all this stuff, you'd be able to go toe-to-toe with god-level beings immediately, and your power would skyrocket. Fight god-level beings directly? Lin Shi's expression turned strange. That was ridiculously exaggerated. All right, help me choose a suitable weapon. You want a weapon? Baby wiped the drool from the corner of its mouth. Sinking Mountain is only gold tier after all, and it's not with me right now. The difference between having a weapon and not having one is enormous. Baby nodded. You have a point. Let me take a look. Lin Shi followed its guidance and began surveying the surroundings. 1 minute later. Found it. Baby suddenly exclaimed, its eyes shining like two small lanterns. Lin Shi's lips curved upward. Baby had lived for countless years, so its judgment was definitely reliable. That rapier. It's excellent. Rapier. Lin Shi paused, confused. The sword before him was completely unremarkable. No decorations, no luminous aura. Only as thick as a thumb with a slightly wider hilt for gripping. How could something so ordinary be placed alongside the faintly glowing divine artifacts around it? Baby, are you sure you didn't choose wrong? Lin Shi couldn't help but question. But then he reconsidered. How could anything truly mediocre find its way into the Demon Palace treasury? Inspect, he attempted to verify. Ding. You are in a mysterious space and cannot use inspect. Even choosers couldn't use inspection ability as it seemed the real test was indeed one's discernment. This sword is really that powerful. Lin she confirmed once more. Yes. Baby gave a definitive answer. Among all these treasures, it's top tier. While there are others that could match it, they might not suit you, and some aren't even weapons, so they don't meet your requirements. Lin she nodded. I trust you. I'll choose it. Oomph. If you don't trust me, who else would you trust yourself? Come on. Lord Baby refuses to believe your eye for treasure could be better than mine. You pick something too, and let me see. Lin she was momentarily stunned. What? Don't dare. Baby raised an eyebrow provocatively. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin she puffed out his chest. Let me show you my discernment. With those words, he swept his gaze around the treasury, determined to find a weapon even better than Baby's choice. Looking around, the surrounding treasures radiated brilliant light in all directions. Lin she squinted slightly, carefully searching through the dazzling pile of treasures. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on a fist-sized black pearl. Its surface was as dark as ink, yet it emanated a faint, mysterious glow that made it appear particularly enigmatic. He reached out and picked it up. The pearl felt ice cold to the bone, as if a cool stream flowed up his arm and into his body, bringing an indescribable sense of refreshment. This is definitely a treasure, he thought with certainty, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Baby, what do you think of this one? His consciousness remained eerily quiet, with no response. Lin she raised an eyebrow. Had he perhaps chosen something better than what Baby had in mind, but it just happened not to be a weapon? As soon as this thought arose, barely audible giggles echoed from his consciousness. Immediately after, Baby's merciless mocking laughter exploded. Haha, are you trying to make me die of laughter? A mere spirit-level pearl, and you dare call it a treasure? I truly admire your eye for quality. With so many items in this entire treasury, you managed to pick the worst one. Tell me, how did you manage that? Lin she was left speechless and somewhat unwilling to accept defeat. Really? This pearl looks decent, feels cool to the touch, and should at least have some value for calming the mind and nurturing the spirit. Calming the mind and nurturing the spirit isn't that superficial, Baby said, grinding her little fangs, her drowsiness completely dispelled. True mind-calming treasures will quietly bring peace to one's thoughts, strengthen consciousness, stabilize the soul, and make it unshakable. Stop wasting time and go get that slender sword. Lin she looked in the direction she indicated and saw a sword that was entirely silver-white and thin as a cicada's wing, standing alone on a rack. He walked forward and wrapped his fingers around the hilt boom. Like a mountain flood bursting through a dam, a powerful force instantly surged into his limbs and bones, making his body feel several times lighter. He casually drew an arc through the air. The atmosphere was easily torn apart, leaving only a thread-thin sound of cutting wind. When he tried to bend the sword horizontally with force, he found the blade as hard as iron and completely unyielding. How about it? Good sword, right? Baby said smugly. Lin she nodded silently, having to admit that this sword's quality far exceeded that black pearl. This sword comes with wind element enhancement, which can greatly increase attack speed. Your speed is already your strong suit, so wouldn't strengthening your advantages be even better? As for that axe, she shifted her tone, pointing to the other side. Though powerful, it's too heavy and requires enormous arm strength to wield. It can only be used for broad, sweeping attacks, making speed its weakness instead. It's not suitable for you. Lin she looked up to see an axe that was half his height, its blade gleaming with cold golden light, emanating an intimidating presence even from a distance. Creaked treasury door was pushed open, and Palada's figure appeared in the doorway. Why haven't you? Before he could finish speaking, his gaze fell on the slender sword in Lin she's right hand and the black pearl in his left, his eyes suddenly brightening. Lin she quickly ended his mental communication with Baby, lest he reveal anything in front of this god-level being. Not bad. Lin she, you actually managed to choose such a fine sword. Palada nodded approvingly. Lin she coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Not bad, not bad. This sword is indeed excellent. I'll choose this one. Palada glanced at the black pearl in his left hand and waved dismissively. That pearl is just spirit-level goods, stuffed in there years ago when we were short on treasures. Now that the treasury isn't lacking in quantity, such trash just takes up space anyway. If you want it, take it. Lin she's face grew slightly warm. It really was the worst treasure. Thank you. He held the sword and pocketed the pearl, following Palada out of the treasury. The great door closed, and the dazzling light was blocked by the heavy metal. In the quiet lamplight of the corridor, Lin she casually asked, "Doesn't this treasury need to be locked?" He inquired offhandedly. No need. In the Demon Palace, thieves don't exist because they simply can't enter through this door. The door is protected by a restriction that only we, the 10 strongest of the demon race, can open. Prada said with a confident smile. I see. Lin she nodded silently to himself, completely dispelling his earlier concerns. Where would you like to choose your territory? Prada snapped his fingers. This contains a list of races within the dark faction that currently lack leaders and have actively requested one. Take a look for yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick tome appeared out of thin air in his palm. Lin Shi was stunned. How on earth did this guy conjure that up? Seeing his bewildered expression, Prada slapped his forehead. Look at my memory, I almost forgot. He raised his hand and tossed over a ring covered in intricate dragon patterns. Lin Shi instinctively caught it and focused his mind. Appraisal. Spatial storage ring spirit grade. Effect. An accessory worn on the hand, containing a 1010 storage space that can hold items without life signatures. A spatial ring. Something that only exists in novels. Lin Shi's breath caught. Could this game world really be like those fantasy novels? He suppressed his emotions and nodded slightly to Prada. Thank you. It's nothing. Prada waved dismissively. I'm already god tier. What do I need a storage ring for? I can just create a small space at will and stuff anything in there, living or dead. That's just my old one. Might as well put it to good use. Oh. Lin Shi slipped the ring onto his left index finger, closed his eyes to concentrate, and touched the ring's surface with his consciousness up. 1010 square space appeared in his mind. He placed the black pearl inside, and it immediately floated steadily in place, making retrieval extremely convenient. His gaze fell on the slender sword. Appraisal. Wind Whisper Immortal Grade. Attack. 2500. Effect 1. Attack speed 50. Effect 2. Movement speed 10. Built-in skill. Frenzied Sword Dance. Description. This sword was the legendary blade of the wind god who once dominated the continent. The blade is forged from wind meteorite, incredibly sharp and indestructible. Its slender form creates unpredictable attack patterns, perfectly suited for the wind god's lightning-fast strikes. After the wind god was slain by Frolok, Wind Whisper was stored in the Demon Palace treasury. What an incredibly powerful sword. Lin Shi's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the hilt. It even boosts movement speed, which is simply outrageous. Movement speed becomes increasingly difficult to improve in the later stages. Ever since reaching level 39, he'd been stuck at 39 points, and if not for breaking through to spirit grade and reaching 40, he might have stagnated completely. Seeing his expression, Prada smiled and explained, "This Wind Whisper is indeed formidable. Legend has it that even Frolok was severely wounded when he killed the wind god, which shows just how powerful the wind god was, and how could his blade be anything less?" Lin Shi nodded repeatedly. All right. You'll gradually experience its true power. The built-in Frenzied Sword Dance is quite excellent. Practice it well. With your attack speed, this sword should unleash its full potential. As he spoke, Prada tossed the book into Lin Shi's arms. Choose your territory yourself. The pages opened. Titan Beetle Clan Low Grade. Maximum level, 60-80, ultimate quality, gold. Description, attacks using the sturdy horns on their heads, with decent destructive power. Cloud Wasp Clan Mid Grade. Maximum level, 80100, ultimate quality, spirit grade. Description, flying cloud wasps have virtually no natural enemies and live in massive swarms. Even without spirit grade individuals among them, ordinary spirit grade beings prefer not to provoke them. Evil Rat Clan Mid Grade. Maximum level, 75100, ultimate quality, spirit grade. Description, underground dwellers with timid personalities. Though numerous, they never cause trouble, typically feeding on corpses and small animals, avoiding conflict even with peers of the same level. Dense records of racial information filled the pages. Lin Shi flipped through rapidly, shaking his head at each entry. These clans were far inferior to the Moon Demon clan with its tremendous potential. But he had to choose his future foundation from among these options, so he continued turning pages. The final page came into view. Phantom Demon Clan High Grade. Maximum level, 50120, ultimate quality, immortal grade. Description, once a dominant race within the dark faction, renowned for their ability to create illusions. Now, this clan has lost the talent they once took pride in, and their survival capabilities continue to decline. Lin Shi looked up at Prada and noticed the guy was gazing out the window at the sky. I'll choose this race, he declared with a laugh. Prada was indeed showing him special favor. The Phantom Demon race had been classified as a high-tier species since their inception, and their potential went without saying. If Lin Shi hadn't possessed the Crimson Demon Lotus and already conquered the 7 great illusions, subduing them would have been no easy task. Now, with his near immunity to illusions and the ability to create them using the Crimson Demon Lotus, he could easily win the Phantom Demon's loyalty. This choice couldn't be more perfect. Clearly, Prada had given him another advantage. Looking back, Prada's eyes lit up. Nice choice, the Phantom Demon race. Lin Shi was momentarily speechless and could only roll his eyes silently. Ahem. Prada realized his slip and cleared his throat twice. Well then, let's go to the Phantom Demons. The two took to the air again, racing eastward through the wind. The Demon Palace sat at the continent's westernmost edge, with only endless ocean behind them. Whether the horizon held national borders or nothingness, no one knew. The howling sea wind lashed their faces as Prada grabbed Lin Shi's wrist to help him maintain his balance. From here on, you're on your own, he reminded him, turning his head. I've helped all I can, the rest is up to you. Even if you face mortal danger, I won't intervene. Lin Shi nodded matter-of-factly. Yeah, I understand. Prada's assistance wasn't without reason, simply valued Lin Shi's potential. He wasn't some protective guardian with any obligation to shield him forever. The rest of the journey passed in silence. Lin Shi pulled out the black pearl from his chest. Black water pearl spirit-grade treasure. Allows free breathing underwater. Calms and focuses the mind. Provides resistance against illusions and inner demons. Resistance to illusions and inner demons. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This item wasn't as worthless as he'd imagined, and no wonder it had earned a place in the demon treasury despite being only spirit-grade. Demon Star Beach, where waves met, sand dunes, and tides never ceased their eternal dance. Phantom demons? Interesting though, today's phantom demons still have the nerve to call themselves a high-tier race. A cold voice suddenly cut through the sound of waves. The speaker had a serpentine lower body, gray-white scales sliding across the ground as his tail carved deep tracks in the sand. His upper half appeared human, with clear features that spoke with casual venom. That's right, he sneered. Hand over your territory, and for the sake of our shared allegiance to darkness, I'll spare your lives. Behind him, dozens of ice serpent clansmen clustered together, their passage leaving trails of freezing mist that instantly frosted the sand. Facing them stood a group of pale, humanoid creatures. With black hair, slightly dark skin, and neat clothing, they appeared almost human except for the small ram-like horns atop their heads, covered in intricate patterns, the phantom demon's natural spell-amplifying organs and the foundation of their reputation. The elderly phantom demon at the front had graying temples and deep wrinkles. He forced a smile, though his voice carried helplessness and fear. Esteemed lords of the Ice Serpent clan, we phantom demons indeed no longer deserve to be called a high-tier race. But if we lose this territory, where else can we go? We humbly beg for your mercy, please give us a way to survive. Get lost, the Ice Serpent leader interrupted with a cold laugh. Stop wasting my time with nonsense, just one choice. Leave or die. The Phantom Demon clan members couldn't help but flush red with rage, ready to fight to the death. Do they really think our clan is easy to bully? If not for their ice-based spiritual power naturally providing clarity and focus, they would have long been lost in illusions, unable to escape. But what truly devastated them now was the stagnation of their clan's cultivation. Why had their strength suddenly become impossible to improve? Why heavens? The Ice Serpent clan that once could only bow in submission now dared to be so arrogant. If you're so capable, don't rely on the Ice Serpent clan's backing to act so arrogantly, roared a young Phantom Demon clan boy named Xiaotian. Across from them, the leading Ice Serpent clan youth, Bing Xiaotian, raised an eyebrow. Retreat quickly. The Phantom Demon clan elder's expression changed drastically as he shouted a warning, but it was already too late. Xiaotian stood frozen in place, not yet having time to react, when a silent ice blade suddenly shot up from beneath his feet. The frigid aura instantly sealed the surrounding air, and he only felt a chill beneath his feet. Splurt! A sharp ice spike pierced through his chest from below, and the blade split his head in two. Blood slid down the translucent ice surface, and under the sunlight, white and red intertwined into an eerie glow as flesh and debris fell to the ground. Xiao Tian's eyes remained wide open before death, pain and bewilderment frozen on his face. Bing Xiao Tian, this old man will fight you to the death. The elder roared, his blood surging in reverse. Xiao Tian was his own grandson. His son had died early, and now his grandson was dead too, had nothing left to live for. The family line was extinct. Bing Xiao Tian sneered. With those old bones of yours, you think you're worthy of fighting me to the death? The elder's eyes instantly turned pitch black, like two rotating miniature black holes. Bing Xiaotian's expression stiffened, a flash of gravity crossing his eyes. Even in decline, the once mighty Phantom Demon clan still had their foundation, otherwise their territory would have been seized long ago. Both men's chests rose and fell slightly, yet they stood frozen in place. Mental battle had quietly begun. The Phantom Demon clan members, witnessing Xiao Tian's dismemberment by the ice blade, covered their mouths and dry-heaved. The bloody stench mixed with the icy cold made their scalps tingle. Meanwhile, the Ice Serpent clan members wore expressions of disdain. The coldness forged by ice cultivation left them unmoved by such scenes. Otherwise, how would they dare risk attacking the not yet completely fallen Phantom Demon clan? Time passed bit by bit. The Phantom Demon clan members gradually adapted to this horrific scene, sorrow spreading in their eyes. Xiaotian. We are powerless to help. Some clenched their fists, lips trembling, yet still remained in place. The fear of death pressed against their chests, making any righteous anger futile. The gap in strength was clear before them. Rushing forward recklessly would only mean throwing their lives away. People told themselves repeatedly in their hearts, they must preserve their strength. The clan cannot be exterminated. This excuse seemed perfectly reasonable, and their angry expressions and trembling shoulders were merely disguises for the fear in their hearts. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted from the elder's throat splurt. The number 150,456 appeared above his head. A dark gold powerhouse, taking 150,000 points of damage. His life force instantly dropped to 0. At the same time, Bing Xiaoyan's face paled, nearly 50,000 damage appearing above his head, but compared to the elder, it was much easier to bear. He burst into laughter. Do you see the clansmen you swore to protect? Look at them, ha ha ha. His maniacal laughter echoed across Demon Star Beach. The elder trembled as he turned back to look at his people. Those figures seemed to tremble with anger, yet hadn't moved a single step. Their footprints still in the same place. Fear had locked them in place. The elder smiled bitterly. There was no helping it. This was human nature. His rich experience had allowed him to reach dark gold level and become a clan leader, and precisely because he could see through things, he could better understand this kind of fear and accept it. Yet his heart remained desolate, tears unknowingly sliding down his face. This scene was moving, but merely moving. The old man took a deep breath. There was no choice. No one wanted to die, so he had to bear this burden alone. Bing Xiaoyan, no need for more words. Either you die, or I live. The old man's voice was hoarse, yet filled with determination. Bing Xiaoyan nearly burst out laughing. No, 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 you've got it wrong. It's not you die or I live. It's you die or you die, because I will not die. Is that so? A faint questioning voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Bing Xiaoyan's expression froze as he spun around abruptly. Before him stood a purple-haired man with his hands clasped behind his back, handsome features, and a mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips. The man held a dim, slender sword in his hand, not even bothering to lift his eyes with interest. Bing Xiaoyan's pupils dilated, his eyes nearly splitting with rage. This wasn't fear, but bewilderment. He simply couldn't understand what had happened. Behind the purple-haired man, blood flowed in thin streams, and corpses lay scattered across the ground. Those people had died with their eyes wide open, filled with confusion, as if silently asking, how did I die? Without any warning, all his clansmen had perished. Bing Xiaoyan's hair stood on end, and even the serpent tail behind him stopped writhing. How was this possible? To kill them all in such a short time without anyone noticing, one sword strike each, without even a scream. Terrifying, absurd, yet undeniably real thoughts churned in his mind. He tried to roar in anger, only to discover his vocal cords had been severed, leaving him to open his mouth helplessly. His trembling fingertips touched his neck, feeling the warm traces of blood. He finally raised his gaze to the purple-haired man and managed to curve his lips slightly. My father. The purple-haired man raised an eyebrow and nodded casually. I know your father won't let me off. Kill the small one and the big one pops out. Kill the big one and the old one a purse. That's how the villain's storyline goes, right? As his words fell, Bing Xiaoyan spoke no more, his body toppling sideways onto the ice surface, sending up fragments of shattered ice. Before dying, he cast a resentful glance at the old man, who remained expressionless, clearly long accustomed to such scenes. Babies pouting, really. Why do villains always pin their hopes on their fathers before dying? Came a childish, teasing voice from nearby. Perhaps he depended on his parents his entire life. Lin Shi replied gently. A year ago, Prada had brought Lin Shi to this beach, saying only, I'll come find you next year. There's important business to handle. So develop the Phantom Demon clan well during this time. Though curious, Lin Shi hadn't asked further questions. If Prada wanted to explain, he would do so directly. Today he had arrived just in time to witness the entire massacre. The pointed horns on the Phantom Demon clan's foreheads were quite distinctive, giving him a general impression of this tribe. Lin Shi sheathed his sword and turned to the exhausted yet still struggling old man, smiling. All right, old sir, you can rest now. Gratitude overflowed from the old man's eyes. Though he didn't know why this young man had intervened to help, a life-saving grace should be remembered forever. Thud, he collapsed directly onto the scorching sand, as if all strength had been drained from his body. Clan leader. The clansmen behind him finally snapped back to reality and rushed forward to support him. No, I am not your clan leader. The old man's face was expressionless, his heart grown cold. Understanding didn't mean he could accept it calmly. Clan leader, we were wrong. The enemy was too strong. We lacked courage. It was our fault. Clan leader, don't abandon us. The crowd voiced their remorse one after another. Lin Shi found it both amusing and exasperating. If post-event regret could truly make up for everything, then countless people in this world would be living on regret alone. The old man had lived long and seen through much, so he remained silent. All right, all right. Lin Shi raised his hand and called out. The Phantom Demon clan members' attention was drawn to the young man who had extended a helping hand. Faced with this terrifyingly powerful youth, they dared not offend him and looked upon him with awe and reverence. For the next year, I will serve as your acting clan leader. Lin Shi grinned under the sunlight, his figure tall and imposing. What? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Even the elderly man nearby felt his eyelids twitch, rendered speechless by this sudden declaration. Lin Shi raised his hand to quiet the commotion, his tone calm, yet brooking no argument. I am the Phantom Demon Clan leader appointed by Lord Palada himself. Your opposition would be meaningless, so let's avoid future complications. He calculated inwardly. Invoking Palada's name should save considerable trouble. Indeed, it proved effective. A clan leader personally appointed by Lord Palada? Someone exclaimed. Is our Phantom Demon Clan saved? Others could barely contain their joy. Ice Serpent Clan, who would have thought you'd face such a day? Some clan members nearly burst into laughter. Lin Shi surveyed his surroundings, his gaze suddenly turning cold. He understood exactly what these people were scheming, and even frowned slightly. They were beyond help. He suddenly roared. All of you, listen carefully. The sound of waves crashing against the shore became distinctly clear as everyone fell silent, as cicadas in winter. I will provide you with methods for self-preservation, but I myself will not intervene. The clan members' expressions relaxed, seemingly still expecting him to shoulder all burdens. Lin Shi sneered coldly, realizing they hadn't understood at all. Moments later, after Lin Shi's treatment, the old man's complexion visibly improved. He knelt on one knee. Clan leader. Lin Shi nodded his acceptance. The clan members exchanged glances before kneeling in unison, shouting, Clan leader, rise, all of you. Lin Shi spoke indifferently. As the crowd dispersed, he gestured for the old man to approach. Elder, may I have a word in private? The old man was momentarily stunned, but dared not refuse. Having acknowledged Lin Shi's position, he could only comply. The two walked to a reef away from the clan members. The Phantom Demon Clan's current situation is dire, isn't it? Lin Shi cut straight to the point. The old man nodded. We're hanging by a thread. The territory within 50 miles beyond the Great Sea was once ours, but our declining strength makes it difficult to defend. The people here aren't the entire clan, are they? We were merely out gathering food and scouting for potential enemies. Lin Shi pressed further. What about that earlier scene? The Ice Serpent Clan. The old man smiled bitterly. Our allies for over 10,000 years. Lin Shi nodded. They betrayed you, and you were completely unprepared, which is why you were overwhelmed? Exactly. We never imagined. Lin Shi said gravely. There are no allies without reason, except true friends. When interests no longer align, they naturally abandon you. The old man's heart trembled. Your insight is profound, my lord. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Shi asked, what originally made the Ice Serpent Clan submit to the Phantom Demon Clan? The old man recalled. Back then, we were a superior race, with surrounding clans offering flattery and tribute. However, that clan leader was arrogant and insisted on becoming the alliance leader. The various clans praised him outwardly while harboring ulterior motives. Alliance leader? Lin Shi sneered. If one's strength can suppress all beings, why bind oneself with such constraints? Once decline sets in, someone will inevitably incite betrayal. Listen to opinions and lose authority. Ignore them and become a tyrant. The old man nodded bitterly. Nearly all allies have scattered, some even covet our territory. Only the Ice Serpent Clan maintained relations. But who would have thought they too? He sighed deeply. Lin Shi understood. They want something specific, don't they? The old man hesitated before gritting his teeth. The demon-breaking pills. Demon-breaking pills? Lin Shi was taken aback. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.